Marshal's Cannon Fodder Spouse Chapter 75 to Chapter 103. This time, Duan Henji didn't return to the research institute as originally planned. Instead, he and Meng Jinhui took the starship back to Nanjushing. Nanjushing wasn't very close to Planet X, plus there was a time difference. By the time the starship landed at the house of the Marshal, it was already late at night on the planet. If it was in the past, Duan Henji wouldn't be sleepy at this time. However, the amount of information he had encountered today was simply too much. After his mood had completely calmed down, his mind was in a state of chaos, which was rare for him. When he saw the pitch-black night sky outside the starship's window, Duan Henji actually felt a strong sense of sleepiness. Meng Jinhui's decision to go to Planet X this afternoon was a bit sudden, so after returning to Nanjushing, he didn't go to rest first. Instead, he went straight to his office to deal with the reports and information he received in the afternoon. The house of the Marshal was recently undergoing a small renovation. Duan Henji's residence was moved to an empty room on the first floor. Duan Henji went back to the bedroom in a daze. After washing up, he fell asleep not long after. He didn't know if it was because he was affected by today's incident. Although he was very sleepy, he didn't sleep very well. In his sleep, Duan Henji dreamed of a dazzling silver light. Although he closed his eyes in time when the light appeared, he could still feel the terrifying light through his eyelids. If it was said that the pitch-black darkness would bring despair to people, then wouldn't it be the same for the dazzling silver white? Because of this strange dream, Duan Henji didn't sleep for long. When he opened his eyes again, the stars outside the window still hadn't set in Nanjushing. After feeling that he was still trapped in the pitch-black night, Duan Henji's mood, which had been disturbed by the nightmare, finally calmed down. There was only a thin crack in the curtains of Duan Henji's bedroom. When he saw the bright and gentle satellite, he got up and sat by the bed for a while. Then, he walked to the curtains and pulled them all open. In an instant, the soft starlight leaked in through the window. Nanjushing was like spring all year round. The house of the Marshal was filled with beautiful ornamental plants. At this time, not far from Duan Henji's window, there was a patch of red roses that were as tall as a person blooming. Seeing that there was no one at night, Duan Henji simply opened the window. In an instant, the cool night breeze pushed the fragrance of the flowers in through the window. The curtains that were pulled to the side also fluttered gently in the wind. It looked like a butterfly constantly flapping its wings. Duan Henji walked to the short cabinet in the room. Although he hadn't touched it before, he remembered that the robot in charge of cleaning the room would add different drinks to the cabinet every day. As expected, Duan Henji opened the cabinet and saw the drinks neatly arranged inside. He observed for a while and then took out a glass bottle of carbonated drink. Duan Henji knew in his heart that he was not a person who was suitable for drinking. The bedroom in the house of the Marshal was covered with a thick carpet. Duan Henji walked barefoot to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He hugged his knees and looked out the window. Although a few hours had passed, Duan Henji was still recalling everything that happened during the day. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Duan Henji had always been very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment and whether or not someone was approaching. But at this moment, because he was in a trance and was too familiar with him, Duan Henji only raised his head when he heard the clear sound of footsteps. Duan Henji saw that Meng Jinhui, who had finished his work, had appeared in front of him. At this time, Meng Jinhui took off his navy blue military jacket and gently placed it on his arm. The white shirt under the jacket was also unbuttoned to the third button, which was rare. The Marshal's military uniform was tailor-made. When the soft light of Nan Wei shone on his back, Meng Jinhui's perfect figure was completely outlined. As a person with very good eyesight, Duan Henji felt that he seemed to be able to see the clear lines of the other party's chest. Cough cough cough. Duan Henji awkwardly moved his gaze away from Meng Jinhui's chest. But although the scene in front of him disappeared, Duan Henji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Meng Jinhui's figure was really good. In his previous life, Duan Henji practiced ancient martial arts from a young age. Although he usually looked very thin because of his skeletal structure, at least he could be said to be thin with clothes, but muscular without clothes. But after transmigrating into toppling stars, Duan Henji's physical fitness was very poor because of the drug. Although his skills had almost recovered, his figure was still the same. Wait, now was obviously not the time to think about this. At this time, there was only a rose bush between Duanhengji and Meng Jinhui. Although the plants in the galaxy were specially cultivated, their flowering period was much longer than ordinary plants on Earth. But in Duanhengji's impression, this rose bush had also bloomed for a period of time. So now, it was almost time for it to wither. At this moment, a gust of night wind blew from the side, and the flowers that were as tall as a person swayed gently in the air. At the same time, finally, petals of the rose were blown down by the wind, and then fell on Meng Jinhuai's body. If a comparison had to be made, at this moment, Duanhengji didn't look like a soldier, but more like a legendary vampire. After the wind blew away, Meng Jinhui finally spoke. He reached out and took the petals off his clothes, then smiled and said to Duanhengji, "It's so late, why aren't you resting?" After speaking, Meng Jinhui reached out and pushed aside a sparse flower bush in front of him, then walked through it and walked towards Duanhengji. After all, the rose had some thorns. Meng Jinhui's movements were very careful, but still elegant. Although Duanhengji's room was on the first floor, it was still slightly higher than the outside by more than half a meter. After walking over here, Meng Jinhui didn't directly enter through the floor-to-ceiling window or the side door. Instead, he sat directly on the windowsill. Coupled with his current appearance, he looked very unruly, which was a great contrast to his serious appearance at work. "I just took a nap and woke up," said Duanhengji. Hearing this, Meng Jinhui nodded, then turned to look out the window and said, "When I was on the hovercraft just now, I vaguely saw that the window in your room was wide open, so I wanted to go down and take a look." Saying this, Duanhengji suddenly remembered the time. He looked at the optical supercomputer and found that it has been more than 3 hours since he and Meng Jinhui returned to Nanjushing. Unlike him, who had yet to get used to the time difference between the stars, Meng Jinhui should have been running non-stop for about 20 hours. However, as a workaholic, despite working for an entire day, Meng Jinhui's condition miraculously didn't drop at all. If one only looked at his appearance, no one would have guessed that he had been working non-stop for so long. "It's so late, aren't you going to rest?" Duanhengji couldn't help but ask. Meng Jinhui nodded after hearing this, then said softly, "I'll be there soon." After he finished speaking, Meng Jinhui turned around and saw the bottle of drink next to Duanhengji. Meng Jinhui said, "It's not good for sleep if you drink it at night. There's a blue glass bottle, the taste is about the same, you can try it." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duanhengji couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He has been with Meng Jinhui for a while now, but in Duanhengji's impression, he has never seen Meng Jinhui drink anything. The Marshal's temperament seems to have been insulated from those sweet drinks. These are all old brands in Nanjushing. When I was young, I used to secretly drink them behind my parents' back. Although it's been more than 10 years, I heard that the taste hasn't changed much, Meng Jinhui said slowly. His voice was naturally very low, and it was extremely magnetic. When he spoke, the word "su" was more than enough. But tonight, Meng Jinhui couldn't lower his voice, and even the speed of his speech slowed down. He began to talk about his childhood with Duanhengji. Meng Jinhui was also a person who didn't have a childhood. The story he told tonight deliberately avoided the war and the military, and he began to talk about short fragments of his childhood. In the context of the interstellar society, these stories were not special, and they were actually somewhat boring. Putting aside the main character, the Marshal, if this story were to be heard by other people in the galaxy, they would definitely be called boring. But Duanhengji was different. He was a transmigrator from the Earth era, and he also lacked childhood memories. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duanhengji didn't feel bored at all. Instead, he would ask a few questions from time to time. Duanhengji didn't know when, but he felt his eyelids start to droop. He tried to open his eyes several times, and he tried not to yawn. But in the end, he couldn't resist the sudden sleepiness, and he leaned against the wall and slowly closed his eyes. "Good night, ahang." This was the last sentence Duanhengji heard before he fell asleep. The huge floor-to-ceiling window was closed again, and the heavy curtains were also pulled up. Due to the change of the planet, Duanhengji's biological clock, which he had always been proud of, didn't work that day. After a long time, Duanhengji finally woke up. As a person who had the habit of leaving a slit in the curtains when he slept, when Xianxia woke up and saw that the bedroom was still dark without a trace of light, he was stunned for a moment before subconsciously reaching out to touch the optical computer at the side. Nanjushing time, 11 o'clock in the morning. Wait, Nanjushing, 11 o'clock in the morning. After seeing these numbers, Duanhenji suddenly sat up in bed. How did I sleep until 11 o'clock? It's fine that my biological clock didn't work, but why didn't the robot in the house of the Marshal wake me up on time? As a person who had always been punctual, Duanhenji was shocked when he saw the time on the optical computer. It should be noted that Meng Jinhui didn't come to the Southern Star for a vacation this time. He had serious business to attend to. On the return starship, Meng Jinhui and Duanhengye had already carefully explained the contents of the classified document that the military had discovered and deciphered in detail. Therefore, Duanhenji now knew that the document released by the Research Institute used a new hidden encryption method, which had never been seen before. Even though it had been more than a decade since the document was released, and interstellar technology had changed more than one generation, the relevant experts called by the military still couldn't open the core content of the document. Decrypting this document required a lot of system architecture knowledge, so as someone who had done a lot of research in this field, as well as the director of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, Duanhenji would definitely be of great help if he could join the decryption team. Duanhenji remembered, yesterday, Meng Jinhui said that the first decryption meeting would start at 11 o'clock in the morning Nanjushing time. In other words, the moment Duanhenji woke up, he was already destined to be late. However, after looking at his current position, Duanhenji remembered another thing. In his memory, he seemed to have accidentally fallen asleep leaning against the wall last night, so how did he get back to bed this morning? It seemed like he shouldn't think about this in detail, and now wasn't the time to think about it. Duanhenji confirmed that his optical computer didn't receive any reminders from his assistant Yipu, then he directly took out a sweater from the closet and quickly walked to the bathroom. As the director of the Research Institute, the original host's style of dressing had always been more formal. In addition, after coming here, Duanhenji's style was always handled by a staff member. Therefore, over time, Duanhenji gradually got used to the original host's style of dressing. But this morning, because he was too anxious, Duanhenji directly took out a sweater from the closet that was more obvious and pleasing to the eye. When he finished washing up, changed his clothes, and was about to go out, Duanhengye realized that his current style was completely different from his previous style. Instead, it was not much different from what he was used to wearing in his previous life. As an otaku who spent most of his time in the laboratory, Duanhenji's daily clothes were mainly comfortable. Naturally, this kind of sweater became his first choice. Standing at the door, Duanhenji looked at the loose black sweater on his body and paused for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and continued to walk towards the conference room that Meng Jinhui mentioned before. He was already late, so Duanhenji didn't want to waste any more time. At this time, the conference room that Duanhenji was going to was extremely quiet. The medium-sized room was almost full of people, but not a single sound came out. If a passerby saw this, they would definitely exclaim at the identity of the people present. Not only was the person in charge of Nanjushing's security system, but even the two generals and Marshal Meng Jinhui were all present. Time slowly passed by. Finally, an unfamiliar baby-faced man glanced at the optical computer. After looking at the time, he hesitated for a moment and finally said to Meng Jinhui, "Marshal, it's already 11:20, shouldn't we start the meeting?" He asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Hearing this, Meng Jinhui, who had been silent all this time, glanced at the door and said, "Soon, there's still a technical expert who's not here yet." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, the baby-faced man couldn't help but smile. He continued, "Marshal, even if you don't believe in me, don't you believe in your team? In terms of data decryption, we're definitely the most authoritative people in the galaxy. Even the experts from the royal family can't compare to us." There was a sense of confidence in his voice that couldn't be ignored. The person who spoke was the head of an organization under Nanjushing, just like the organization that Duanhenji accidentally found to clone drugs for him. This organization also stood at the top of the pyramid in their own industry, but other than a few insiders, no one in the galaxy would be able to link them to Nanjushing. Even General Yu Xinlan, who was sitting next to Meng Jinhui, had a puzzled look on her face. She then said to Meng Jinhui, "Yes, Marshal, we can actually start the meeting first." Before Yu Xinlan could finish speaking, the sound of the door opening came from the other side of the conference room. Other than Meng Jinhui and a few high-ranking military officials, the rest of the people present were from the organization under Nanjuxing. After hearing the sound of the door opening, everyone looked over at the same time, waiting to see who Meng Jinhui had invited today. The address of the conference room was very close to Duan Henji's bedroom, so he didn't take the indoor transportation. Instead, he walked over quickly. Because he walked in a hurry, Duan Henji's breathing was a little rapid when he entered the room, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When the door of the conference room opened, Duan Henji first steadied his breathing, then suddenly bowed slightly to the people in the room. Because he walked in a hurry, his voice was a little hoarse as he explained, "I'm really sorry, I didn't hear the robot's reminder this morning. I'm so late." As someone who didn't like being late, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel awkward when he explained, so he lowered his head. Duan Henji's hair was a little long recently, and because he lowered his head when he spoke and bowed, half of his face was covered, only revealing his sharp chin. For a moment, no one in the entire conference room recognized him. Even Duan Henji's old acquaintance, Yu Xinlan, was stunned for a moment, then said to the stranger who suddenly broke in, Sir, please find a seat first." Although the staff members of the relevant organizations who came to the conference today didn't wear formal wear, they still changed into checkered shirts. Therefore, from Yu Xinlan's point of view, the man who suddenly barged into the meeting room was dressed too casually. Not to mention the jeans, but especially the sweater with a pattern printed on the back, which made her wonder if he had just graduated from high school. That's right, until now, Duan Henji, who came out in a hurry, didn't notice that the black sweater he chose actually had a large print on the back. Of course, Duan Henji could tell that Yu Xinlan didn't recognize him, but because he was late, he didn't explain. Instead, he quickly walked to the only empty seat at the round table. This seat was directly opposite Meng Jinhui. Although there was nothing special about the round table, since he sat there, it felt like a big shot was present. After Duan Henji entered the room and sat down, everyone finally looked at the screen in front of him. But at this moment, Meng Jinhui suddenly said, "It's okay, it's not your fault, I turned off the time reminder function of the robot." The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly froze. Yu Xinlan, who was looking down at the optical computer, slowly raised her head and looked at the person who came. If her common sense was correct, if Meng Jinhui wanted to turn off the time reminder function of the robot, he had to go to his bedroom. So, who was this man with long bangs and the sweater? The answer seemed to be right in front of everyone's eyes. Following closely behind General Yu, the others couldn't help but silently look at him. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji didn't react for a moment. He couldn't help but look up at Meng Jinhui and stiffly replied, "Oh. This face, it really is Duan Henji." After taking a closer look, Yu Xinlan silently moved her chair back a little. Then, she glanced at the print on the sweater and repeatedly confirmed what he was wearing. In General Yu's impression, Duan Henji wasn't this kind of person. At the same time, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, especially the baby-faced man who spoke at the beginning. Even though he clearly saw that the person in front of him was indeed Duan Henji, he couldn't help but tentatively say, "Professor Duan." Even though Duan Hongye didn't understand what he was trying to do, he still turned his gaze over. He was silent for a moment, then said to the other party's sparkling eyes, "Good morning. Good morning. Professor Duan." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Duan Hongye felt as if this young man he had never seen before was about to cry at this moment. Duan Henji wasn't good at socializing, and he didn't have any experience in dealing with situations like this. Even though he could see the excitement in the person in front of him, he silently moved his gaze back to his optical computer. In fact, it was understandable that this person in front of him worshipped Duan Henji. Decrypting documents and systems-related knowledge had a lot of overlap. The news of Duan Henji helping the military to fix a system bug had already spread throughout the galaxy. Other than causing awe among the onlookers, people in related industries had already regarded Duan Henji as their idol. As the person in charge of a subordinate organization in Nanjuxing, the baby-faced man in front of him had always regarded Duan Henji as his idol because of his mecha. After what happened last time, he was looking forward to meeting his idol one day. The person in charge sneaked a glance at Duan Henji's clothes and added in his mind, and he's such a down-to-earth idol. Thinking back to what happened when Duan Henji entered the room, if his memory wasn't skewed due to his excitement, Duan Henji seemed to have bowed to him for being late. Sometimes, reaching the pinnacle of life happened in an instant. Even though Yu Xinlan couldn't help but sigh at Duan Henji's clothes today, as an experienced military staff member, she was very familiar with the situation. After Duan Henji, the Marshal special technical expert, arrived, she took the initiative to preside over the meeting. Good morning everyone. First of all, everyone more or less knows the meaning of this document. Also, the Marshal and the military have a high degree of trust in everyone. But according to the procedure, we still need to ask everyone to wear a monitor. After speaking, Yu Xinlan glanced at Meng Jinhui who was sitting on the side. After he nodded, she reached out her hand and tapped on the optical computer a few times. In an instant, the originally clean conference table cracked a few times. Then, a metal box appeared in front of the people who weren't wearing military uniforms. Yu Xinlan said, "Before the meeting begins, please wear it properly." Duan Henji had never seen this so-called monitor before, so when the person sitting next to him opened the box, he couldn't help but curiously look at the staff member who he had never seen before. At this moment, Meng Jinhui, who had been silent all this time, suddenly explained to Duan Henji, "The monitors they wear can only be removed in the military. During this period of time, the monitors will pay attention to the surrounding environment, as well as the wearer's words, movements, and even emotions. When the military is conducting activities that require confidentiality, all participants have to wear it." Hearing this, Duan Henji nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, the optical computer in the office began to beep, indicating that everyone had already put on the monitors. Seeing this, Yu Xinlan looked around the conference room. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she finally began to talk about the official content of the meeting. Although Duan Henji already knew the whole story from Meng Jinhui, when he heard the simplified version of the story from Yu Xinlan, he couldn't help but fall into an inexplicable emotion. When Duan Henji looked up, he noticed that Meng Jinhui, who was sitting across from him, had been silently watching Yu Xinlan while she was talking. Duan Henji couldn't help but relax. He began to focus on listening to Yu Xinlan. Unlike Duan Henji who already knew the details of the incident, after hearing Yu Xinlan's explanation, Duan Henji saw the staff members around him slowly opening their mouths. Obviously, no one could have imagined that there was such a background behind the confidential document. Involuntarily, the way they looked at Duan Henji gradually became complicated. But then they realized that as the person involved in the incident, Duan Henji was calmer than anyone else. After Yu Xinlan finished speaking, Meng Jinhui nodded and then motioned for the person in charge of the organization responsible for the preliminary decryption a few days ago to explain the confidentiality of the document to Duan Henji. Seeing this, the baby-faced man immediately stood up excitedly. He didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to explain the work process to his idol today and complete the project with him. Even though he was a little excited, when he thought about the heavy meaning behind this matter, he instantly calmed down. The person pursed his lips, then connected his optical computer to the large holographic screen in the conference room. He began to analyze the confidentiality of the document for Duan Henji and explained the preliminary decryption process of his team. In fact, the staff member who spoke was a little nervous at first. After all, even though he had read a lot of reports and information about Duan Henji on the Star Web, as a rational adult, he always knew that the people in the reports were definitely not the same as the people in real life. As the director of the research institute, Duan Henji should be a very serious and strict person in his field. Therefore, when he was telling Duan Xianxia about his work during this period of time, he was even more nervous. But she didn't expect that when listening to her talk about work, not only did Duan Xianxia not frown, he even lowered his head and carefully recorded it on his optical computer. Duan Henji's attentive look was undoubtedly a great encouragement for this fan. In fact, it didn't take long for the relevant military personnel to discover the encrypted document and for the team to decrypt it. Compared to the weapon blueprints hidden in the core confidential area, the peripheral information and the transmission records of this document were not as important, so it wasn't too difficult to decrypt it. The real complicated part had just begun, but even this group of highly professional staff members had no clue at all. In the end, his explanation stopped here. More than an hour had passed without them noticing. Everyone in the room knew that today's meeting was actually just the beginning of the decryption process. But when faced with the iron wall of encrypted documents on the holographic screen, no matter how experienced a person was, they couldn't help but show a conflicted expression. This task wasn't simple at all, it could even be described as tricky. After the introduction, the meeting went into a rest period. As the Marshal, Meng Jinhui temporarily left to deal with other matters in the military. At this time, the robot also brought coffee to the remaining people. Duan Henji supported his chin with one hand while his other hand repeatedly scrolled through the failed decryption records. His expression was still the same as before, no special emotions could be seen. He didn't even frown in the face of such complicated things. Although Meng Jinhui temporarily left, Yu Xinlan and Dongfang Hoan still stayed in the conference room. With these two generals in the room was still very quiet during the break period. The staff members responsible for decrypting the documents gathered in twos and threes and quietly discussed work problems. Some people would look up at Duan Henji from time to time, but they didn't have the courage to speak to him. But it was different for an old acquaintance, Yu Xinlan. In her opinion, compared to the nervous staff members, Duan Henji, who was holding his chin with his hand and reading documents while drinking coffee, was extremely calm. General Yu finally couldn't help but walk up to Duan Henji and ask jokingly, "Professor Duan, why are you so calm?" "Although I don't understand, from the description, I feel that this job isn't simple." Hearing her words, Duan Hongya shifted his gaze from the light brain to the coffee cup, then nodded with an N. Yu Xinlan couldn't help but glance at Duan Henji's dense notes again. She then asked casually, "You're so calm, do you already have an idea?" Duan Henji didn't directly answer Yu Xinlan's question. He just sat up straight again and nodded silently. The people in the conference room were secretly observing Duan Henji. After seeing his movement, the whispers all stopped. "Duan Henji, you're not joking, right?" Duan Hongya's nod just now wasn't very big, but the people around him were all observing his actions. Therefore, a few seconds after the room returned to silence, Xianlan once again represented the doubts in everyone's hearts and asked the question in everyone's hearts. She looked at Duan Henji and asked, "Professor Duan, are you serious?" As a pure layman, today's meeting could be said to have left Yu Xinlan in a fog. When she was preparing for the meeting, she knew very well that this mission would be more difficult than any of the previous ones. Therefore, even though Duan Henji had proven his ability, Yu Xinlan didn't think that he could really complete this mission quickly. But now, the meeting was only halfway through, and the person in charge of Nan Zhuxing just finished talking about the progress of the mission. Duan Henji told her that he already had an idea. If this was someone else, Yu Xinlan would definitely think that he was lying. But the person who said this was Duan Henji. From what she knew, Duan Henji wasn't the kind of person who would joke about professional matters. Especially since today's incident involved Duan Henji's parents. Of course, Duan Henji could hear the doubt in Yu Xinlan's voice. He nodded again and looked around the entire conference room. Although it was a break in the meeting, other than Meng Jinhui and another military staff member who had to leave due to official business, everyone else stayed in the room. Duan Henji stood up and was about to connect his optical computer to the conference room's holographic screen. But before he could finish his sentence, Duan Hongya turned his head and thought of another matter. Before today, Duan Henji worked with the military staff in charge of system maintenance. Also, Duan Henji and the previous host's behavior of breaking into the military system was also silently describing the technical level of those staff members. In short, they weren't as good as him. Of course, Duan Henji also knew that the staff members on Nan Zhuxing already had the best interstellar technology. However, in his opinion, those people who spent every day in this field couldn't compare to Meng Jinhui, who was a complete layman. Duan Henji couldn't tell from the staff members' description that these people were better than the staff members on Nan Zhuxing. However, Duan Henji was certain that Meng Jinhui would definitely be a big help in this project. Therefore, everyone in the conference room saw Duan Henji, who was about to speak, say the word "I." Then, he swallowed the rest of his words. He then said to everyone, "Sorry, let's wait for the general to come back and reconvene the meeting." Yu Xinlan felt like Duan Henji had changed. Unknowingly, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui, who were originally respectful to each other, first became Meng Jinhui's tricks. Now, even Duan Hengji, who had always been very considerate, learned this trick. After the staff members in the conference room who weren't familiar with Duan Hengji heard his words, they all looked at each other. Yu Xinlan couldn't stand it anymore. He cleared his throat and said, "Yeah. That's right, let's wait for the general to come back first. It's the break time for the meeting, everyone can relax for a while." After this, the originally nervous staff really relaxed a little. Duan Hengye returned to his seat, and at this moment, the person in charge of the organization who had just spoken walked over to his side. Just as he walked over, before he could say anything, Duan Hengye directly shifted his gaze away from the light brain and looked over. The color of Duan Hengye's eyes was very light. When they were far away, they might not be able to see it, but once they got close and were stared at by him, they would have the illusion that they were sinking into a pool of warm spring water. "Professor Duan, my name is Mu Anyu." Mu Anyu couldn't help but stutter when his idol looked at him like that. As he spoke, he silently took 2 steps back. Then, he stretched out his entire arm and supported himself on the conference table behind him. Duan Hengji, who was facing him, didn't see Mu Anyu's actions. However, the other staff members who had been silently watching their boss saw it. However, after seeing Mu Anyu's actions, no one thought that Mu Anyu was a coward. Instead, they admired him for being able to calmly introduce himself while being stared at by Duan Hengji. "Yeah." Duan Hengji looked at Mu Anyu and nodded. Even though he still had a calm expression on his face, Mu Anyu inexplicably saw some encouragement in his eyes. Therefore, Mu Anyu cheered up and said to Duan Hengji, "I'm the person in charge of the DN08X organization under Nanjushing, and I'm also your fan." Duan Hengji had discovered through various channels that he had a large group of fans in the Interstellar. However, there weren't many people who directly introduced themselves like Mu Anyu. Duan Hengji didn't receive any training on how to communicate with fans. Therefore, after hearing Mu Anyu's words, he hesitated for a bit. He then nodded and said, "Thank you." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Mu Anyu was stunned by Duan Hengji's thank you. He didn't know how to continue the conversation. As for Duan Hengji, he didn't know if he should continue to talk to Mu Anyu or pretend that nothing happened and continue to look at his optical computer. However, as a fan who was brave enough to strike up a conversation, Mu Anyu still had some courage. Seeing this, he directly took the optical computer that was floating at the side and said to Duan Hengye, "Professor Duan, can we take a picture together?" In the end, he quickly added, "Don't worry about the photo, I will keep it myself." Yu Xinlan and Dongfang Hoen were also in the conference room when Mu Anyu spoke. However, the 2 admirals didn't stop Mu Anyu. After all, Mu Anyu was wearing a surveillance camera. Therefore, for the first time, Duan Hengji experienced what it felt like to take a picture with a fan during a break. Not long after, Meng Jinhui and another staff member finally returned to the conference room. There was still some time before the second half of the conference began. Therefore, after Meng Jinhui sat down, Yu Xinlan went over and told Meng Jinhui about Duan Hengji's idea. Meng Jinhui only smiled faintly and nodded at Yu Xinlan, who was speaking, unlike the disbelief of the people in the conference room. Even though Meng Jinhui didn't say anything, Yu Xinlan felt like he understood what Meng Jinhui meant. He wasn't surprised that Duan Hengji could find a solution. On the contrary, this was completely within Meng Jinhui's expectations. As the second half of the conference began, Duan Hengji stood up and connected his optical computer to the holographic screen in the middle of the conference room. However, in an instant, everyone saw the process that Mu Anyu had mentioned that Duan Hengye had just memorized, as well as the ideas that he had added to the side. When Mu Anyu spoke just now, many people noticed that Duan Hengji didn't use a keyboard to input. Instead, he wrote by hand. Some time ago, Suminga showed Duan Hengji's handwriting on the star web. Now that they saw the dense handwriting with their own eyes, they realized that even though it was a hurried draft, Duan Hengji's handwriting was still so beautiful. However, their admiration for Duan Hengji's handwriting only lasted for a moment. After carefully reading what he wrote, the conference room fell silent. The staff members from the DN08X organization realized that even though Duan Hengji used the equations and characters that they were familiar with, they couldn't understand what he wrote. This was especially true for Muonyu, whose expression instantly turned grave. However, after the words appeared on the holographic screen for a while, Duan Henji's words made them have a look of realization. Duan Hongye slid the screen to a data code he had written, and then said to everyone, "The reason why this confidential file is difficult to decipher is because the most important program does not use the encryption knowledge of the general system, but evolved from the technology of the mecha system architecture." Mecha system science and the Star Web system had some similarities, but there were more differences. When the director and his wife realized the danger, they couldn't bear to destroy the weapon system that they worked so hard to develop, but they also didn't want it to fall into the hands of others. Thus, after a long period of research, they had managed to construct this special set of security programs based on the foundations of mecha systems. If they wanted to decode it, not only did they have to be proficient in systems science, but they also had to have a deep understanding of mechas. This was something that almost no one could do. Besides Duan Henji, there were 3 other people who had done some research on mechas. Regardless of whether it was Meng Jinhui or the 2 generals of the military, since they were able to sit in their current positions, they must have an extraordinary understanding of mechas. Therefore, even though they weren't involved in any related work, they all understood the principles behind it. After Duan Henji finished his explanation, the entire room fell into a long silence. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were surprisingly the same. Perhaps the director and his wife had encrypted this file so that one day in the future, Duan Henji would personally open it. After all, from Duan Henji's explanation, it was clear that the mecha-related knowledge involved in this confidential file wasn't simple. It could even be considered profound. If it weren't for Duan Henji's reminder, no matter how much time they had, they wouldn't have connected this file to the mecha system. Although designing a confidential system was difficult, it took much less time than deciphering it. If they wanted to read the core file as quickly as possible, not only would it take a lot of time, it would also require the combined efforts of many people. Although there were many staff members here who were proficient in systems science, in general, if they wanted to complete this task as quickly as possible, they still needed the help of people who were proficient in 2 different disciplines. The reason Duan Henji had waited until Meng Jinhui came back was because it wasn't time for the meeting yet, and Meng Jinhui himself, as a marshal of the military, Meng Jinhui's understanding of mecha systems wasn't as deep as Duan Henji's, but he was still one of the few people here in the entire Interstellar who was proficient in both disciplines. Therefore, after Duan Henji finished speaking, Meng Jinhui nodded lightly and said, "Perhaps I'll have to trouble A Heng to assign this task. I'll be assisting you all." Hearing this, Duan Henji pursed his lips and quickly skimmed through the notes. After a while, he began to assign tasks to everyone. At this time, as one of the few idlers in the entire conference room, Yu Xinlan was silently observing Duan Henji while he was speaking. Although she had long felt the constant changes in Duan Henji's body, it was only when the other party began to assign tasks to everyone that Yu Xinlan intuitively felt, now, not only was Duan Henji an outstanding mecha researcher, he was also the leader of the entire research institute. Unknowingly, Duan Henji's aura that belonged to a leader grew stronger and stronger. His whole person was like a beautiful jade that was being carved and polished, gradually revealing a brilliance that had never been seen before. Although it was still gentle, it was more eye-catching. After the conference ended, Duan Henji's life once again returned to the busy state when the new mass-produced mecha was about to be released. In fact, a while ago, Duan Henji began to design the new top-level mecha. And now, because of the appearance of that document, Duan Henji began to redesign the top-level mecha while deciphering the document. This time, he reserved space for the mecha to carry the new optical weapons. Time passed day by day. While the document was being deciphered and the mecha was being redesigned, the final report of the Amro incident was finally released to the public. Because the investigation of this incident was not strictly confidential, in fact, many people in the galaxy had already guessed the general situation. But when the official announcement was made, the atmosphere was still heavy. It happened to be the weekend. At Amro University where the attack took place, although no one organized it, everyone turned on their optical computers at that time and began to watch the live broadcast of the announcement. Just like before, people had guessed. The League of Lixing bribed several directors and school leaders of Amro University, and then asked them to temporarily shut down the security monitoring system of the mecha department's circular classroom. If it wasn't for Duan Henji's skills and ability to adapt to the situation far exceeded their expectations. According to the original plan, the League of Lixing would have taken advantage of the chaos in Amro to take away the good people they bribed in advance. But unfortunately, their plan didn't succeed, and Amro didn't have the large-scale chaos and panic that they expected. The military immediately sealed off the school, and then took all the school's higher-ups into custody. The announcement this time was very short, but the impact it had on the entire empire was huge. After the Tizixing incident, the relationship between the Yetian Empire and the League of Lixing became extremely tense. After the incident, the citizens of the empire were very angry, and the friction between the two countries didn't stop. During the most exaggerated period, the military had records of small-scale battles with the League of Lixing almost every day. But as the true ruler of the empire, the royal family had always maintained an ambiguous attitude. Their official statement was that they were negotiating with the League of Lixing, and were waiting for the other party to compensate for their loss. But people with discerning eyes could see that the reason the royal family had such an attitude was because they wanted the League of Lixing to continue restricting the military's influence. Perhaps if there was another war, it would be even better if those troubles in Nanjushing disappeared. But after today's result, the royal family had to face this problem again. As the reaction of the people became more and more intense, a few hours after the announcement, the imperial family finally issued an official statement to the outside world. The imperial family of the Yitian Empire formally requested the Lixing Alliance to hold a high-level meeting on the border planet of the two countries. A few minutes after the announcement was made, the League of Lixing finally responded and confirmed the meeting. Although the time wasn't set yet, and the identities of the participants were still unknown, the tense atmosphere in the empire finally eased a little. Perhaps it was because they had expected this to happen, but a few days after the news was sent out and the anger of the citizens had yet to subside, the Southern Star was strangely calm. For them, that matter was no longer important, and the main work in Nanjushing was no longer related to Amro. In addition to continuing to decrypt the documents, the first batch of the new mecha designed by Duan Henji was finally completed and would be delivered to the military soon. Because Duan Henji didn't pay attention to the progress of the mecha's raw material supplier, it wasn't until the photon computer notified them of the completion of the assembly process that they realized how efficient the interstellar era was. According to Duan Henji's original plan, it would be at least a few months before the mecha Nanju was officially delivered to the military. So when he received the notification and saw the time of the delivery ceremony, it took him a while to realize that the progress was much faster than he expected. In fact, Duan Henji had been so busy recently that he didn't notice that his photon computer had already received several related notifications. Because he set the notifications to the not important column in advance, Duan Henji didn't open his inbox to take a closer look, so naturally, he missed the previous notification. Shortly after the delivery ceremony appeared on Duan Henji's schedule, the Interstellar News also reported on the event. Compared to Duan Henji, who didn't know the progress of the interstellar industry, many people who had been paying attention to the new Nanju mecha had already guessed the approximate time based on the previous news and their own experience. The appearance of this news finally swept away the dark clouds that had been hanging over the Yetian Empire for a while. It wasn't just people who were interested in the mecha, almost all Yitian people were looking forward to the event. According to tradition, before the delivery ceremony, the Empire's military invited the royal family and the interstellar celebrities to Nanjushing. However, because the aftermath of the Amro incident hadn't completely dissipated, the royal family didn't accept the invitation in the end. However, perhaps because the royal family didn't participate, the banquets and other activities before the delivery ceremony were a lot less complicated and the overall atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. A few days before the delivery ceremony, the eyes of the entire Yetian Empire and the Interstellar fell on Nanjushing. However, the slightly disappointing thing was that Meng Jinhui and Duan Henji seemed to be very busy recently. The two of them didn't participate in the activities before the delivery ceremony. Finally, under the anticipation of the Yitian people, the day of the delivery ceremony finally arrived. 5 hours before the event began, Duan Henji had just returned to Nanjushing. After a short rest, he began to prepare for the ceremony. Because the delivery ceremony would be held in the open air of the military's mecha parking lot, Duan Henji's style today was rarely seen. The black mat suit was exquisitely tailored and capable. It clearly outlined Duan Henji's waistline and exposed his long legs. His proportions were good to begin with, and because of his thin figure, wearing this set of clothes, Duan Hongya looked like a character who had walked out of a manga just by looking at his back. When Duan Henji finished changing and walked out of the changing room, even Yu Xinlan couldn't help but let out a low gasp with a hint of infatuation. In order to match the outfit, Duan Henji's bangs were also styled. At this time, his white and full forehead was completely exposed, making his eyebrows look even more exquisite. Although Duan Henji's Flower of the High Mountains and Interstellar Prince Charming nickname had already spread throughout the entire Interstellar, when they saw his new style, not only Yu Xinlan, but all the military personnel who had gradually become familiar with Duan Henji couldn't help but be amazed by his new style. However, facing everyone's gazes, Duan Henji felt a little uncomfortable. Without his bangs blocking his forehead, he was still a little unaccustomed to it. Duan Henji slightly lowered his head, then quickly walked over to Meng Jinhui, who was not far away. Unlike the other shocked personnel, after seeing Duan Henji, Meng Jinhui's expression became noticeably gentler, but he still acted as usual. He smiled at Duan Henji, then directly held Duan Henji's hand in front of all his subordinates. In the end, the Marshal even ignored his assistant, Yi Pu, who came over with a photon computer, and began to explain the process to Duan Henji. Seeing this, Mr. Yi Pu, who was ignored, silently reached out his hand to touch the tip of his nose. For some reason, the Marshal's actions made Yi Pu feel a little threatened, as if he was about to lose his job. Now that the event was about to begin, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui stepped onto the hovercraft that was heading to the mecha dock. In addition to the security personnel and the two generals, there was also old Mr. Yen, who was specially invited this time. Ever since the last test flight report ended, old Mr. Yen could be considered to have completely retired. Today, he came to Nanjushing not as a reporter, but as a good friend of Meng Jinhui's father. Therefore, old Mr. Yen would not sit in the reporting area with the media. Instead, he would take the hovercraft with them directly to the viewing platform that the military had set up in advance. After entering the hovercraft, Meng Jinhui still held Duan Henji's hand. After all, he had been a war reporter his whole life. Under normal circumstances, old Mr. Yen was a serious person who rarely joked around with the younger generation. However, perhaps because of the lively atmosphere today, Elder Yen also became visibly more relaxed at this moment. After the few people got off the hovercraft and sat down on the viewing platform, old Mr. Yen saw that the two were still tightly holding hands. He finally narrowed his eyes and smiled. He then said, speaking of which, it seems like a long time before you guys were born, the house of the Marshal and the Research Institute had already begun to drift apart. After hearing this, Meng Jinhui thought about the follow-up investigation, then he nodded and said, yes, at least a decade ago. After hearing his words, Elder Yen nodded slowly. About that long. By the way, didn't you see each other when you were young? Because of Meng Jinhui's speech at the wedding, almost everyone in the galaxy knew that they had met at a banquet when they were young. However, some people were confused. Logically speaking, the Marshal and the director of the Research Institute were considered to be in the upper echelons of the empire. Even though the two sides didn't seem to know each other on the surface, they often attended events together. So before that banquet, did Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui really never meet? Because Duan Henji didn't have any childhood memories, he couldn't answer this question. Therefore, after old Mr. Yen finished speaking, he looked at Meng Jinhui curiously. At this time, there were still more than 20 minutes before the official start of the event. The guests on the viewing platform were all in their seats. Although the main seats where Duan Hongya and Meng Jinhui sat were still some distance away from the other guests, after vaguely hearing Elder Yan's words, some of the surrounding people couldn't help but perk up their ears and silently cast gossipy gazes over. This time, Meng Jinhui didn't think for long before answering directly, never seen him. Then, he looked at Duan Henji and said, when I was young, my parents often took me to events, but I've never seen a hang. Old Mr. Yen looked at Duan Henji and smiled for a while before saying, I remember, Professor Duan was called the mecha genius when he was young. I think during those banquets, he was left at home to study. When Duan Henji connected this to the last time he recovered his memories, he felt like, Old Mr. Yen was probably telling the truth. Although he was a hard-working person to begin with, after hearing the other party's words, Duan Hengye's mind couldn't help but imagine the scene of others attending a lively banquet while he was reading with his head down. The scene was quite bitter. Old Mr. Yen didn't stop reminiscing. He slowly said, "When Professor Duan was young, I went to the research institute. At that time, even though I'm a reporter, I've seen a lot of people with the title of genius in the galaxy. But this kid in front of me is really different from others, he's so calm. Sometimes I even feel like the soul of an adult is living in this kid's body." Even though Duan Hengyi wasn't completely sure, in his heart, he already had a clear guess: he had most likely transmigrated into this world a long time ago. So when he heard old Mr. Yen suddenly say adult soul, Duan Hengyi couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he panicked a little, as if he had been seen through. Meng Jinhui seemed to feel this as well. He gently shook Duan Hengyi's hand as if he was comforting him. Then, Meng Jinhui said to old Mr. Yen, "We only met once when we were young, at a banquet. At that time, I had just taken over the position of Marshal." Even though he didn't finish his sentence, old Mr. Yen knew that Meng Jinhui was talking about that event. So when he heard Meng Jinhui's words, he couldn't help but sigh. In the Yetian Empire, the power of Nanjushing was the same as the royal family. It was passed down from generation to generation, but perhaps it wasn't as strict. For example, the position of Marshal in the military wasn't completely inherited by blood. Instead, the most suitable person was chosen from the same generation or from all the young people in the family. Meng Jinhui was the youngest Marshal in the history of Nanjushing. After all the glory, it also meant that he was the only hope of this generation of the entire family. Nanjushing's family carried the same glory as the royal family, but at the same time, they had silently endured huge sacrifices that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Old Mr. Yen was a veteran war reporter. He knew a lot of Nanjushing's members. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, old Mr. Yen couldn't help but recall his old friends who had already sacrificed themselves. Old Mr. Yen looked at the new Nanjushing mecha parked nearby. It was going to participate in the ceremony. Old Mr. Yan's expression became more complicated. It would be great if they could see what happened today. Old Mr. Yen sighed. As a well-known reporter in the galaxy, old Mr. Yen wrote his own memoir a few years ago. Even though the book avoided a lot of sensitive content, such as the relationship between Duan Hengyi and Meng Jinhui's parents. However, if one were to read through it, one would be able to discover many stories that were previously unknown to the public. For example, the past in Nanjushing. They originally wanted to listen to gossip, but because of old Mr. Yan's words, many people remembered the story written in the book. Especially some of the military members sitting nearby, they couldn't help but recall their former comrades. After old Mr. Yen noticed that the atmosphere was a little tense, he wanted to quickly change the topic. He sniffed and smiled. He turned around and looked at Duan Hengyi and Meng Jinhui. "Speaking of which, Marshal and Professor Duan, I was a little surprised when I first found out that you guys were together. But it's really fate. If your parents were still alive, they would definitely be surprised and happy," said old Mr. Yen. Old Mr. Yen looked at the time on the optical supercomputer and continued to recall, "Before you guys were born. Maybe a dozen years ago? At that time, your parents even joked that maybe the children would be together in the future. I didn't expect them to be right in the end." After saying that, the surrounding atmosphere finally relaxed. After hearing old Mr. Yan's words, Meng Jinhui didn't say anything. He just suddenly turned around and smiled at Duan Hengyi. He then unexpectedly said something that didn't match everyone's impression of him: "Then Aheng and I were destined to be together before we were born." After hearing this, Duan Hengyi couldn't help but lower his head and smile. As for the guests who had been silently listening to this conversation, the atmosphere seemed to have become a little sour. Before the event officially began, the viewing platform where Duan Hengyi and the others were seated was still surrounded by the giant semicircular protective shield. This shield was made of a transparent material, so Duan Hengyi and the others could see through it to see what was going on below the stage. However, the reporters' high-definition cameras couldn't capture the scene inside. Once the event started, the shield would automatically open. In fact, before they had even sat down on the viewing platform, many channels had already begun broadcasting the event live. When they saw the hovercraft approaching, the live broadcast channels and the major forums were abuzz for a while. But when they saw that the shield wasn't going to open early, everything returned to normal. Even though they had already seen the test flight on the news and seen the detailed data and model of the mecha Nanju on the star web, it still couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. When they realized that they couldn't see what was happening on the viewing platform, the viewers who had turned on the star web to watch the live broadcast finally shifted the topic back to the mecha itself. In fact, the day of the handover ceremony was still a working day in the star web. But because of the special nature of the event, Emro University's mecha department gave all students a short half-day break so that they could watch the ceremony. So just before the event started, many Duanhenji students also participated in the discussion on the star web. Some of them posted on the live broadcast on the forums, while others interacted with the mecha enthusiasts on their personal social media accounts. There were only a few minutes left until the handover ceremony officially began. Among the verified social media accounts, in addition to the analysis and understanding of the mecha, Duanhenji students also shared quite a few short stories about him. Even though they were just normal snippets from their classes, the screenshots still spread all over the star web in an instant, accompanied by screams and screams. Duanhenji and Meng Jinhui were still chatting with Professor Yen when Duanhenji's assistant, Yi Pu, finally walked over and reminded them, "Sir Marshal, Professor Duan, the event will start in 1 minute." After hearing Yi Pu's words, Meng Jinhui nodded and smiled at Master Yen. Their conversation ended here. After Yi Pu left, the loudspeaker system on the viewing platform began to announce, "Distinguished guests, the mecha handover ceremony is about to begin." After the announcement ends, the protective shield of the viewing platform will be activated. The significance of today's ceremony was extraordinary. Almost all of the upper echelons of the Yetian Empire were present, so the viewing platform was surprisingly large. Other than the central area where Duanhenji and the others were, the other guests were also gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting in low voices. Therefore, after the announcement, the guests in the venue began to tidy up their clothes and sat up straight. Regardless of whether they were familiar with mechas or not, the moment the guests sat down on the viewing platform, they couldn't help but look at the mecha parking lot on the side. The mecha Southern Zhu that would appear on the interstellar live broadcast camera was parked there. Even though it was still in the media's blind spot, the guests on the viewing platform could still see it from afar. As the person who personally designed this mecha, Duanhenji was probably the least interested person in the venue. After going up to the viewing platform, Duanhenji began to chat with Meng Jinhui and Master Yen. He didn't even look down. Therefore, now that the protective shield covering the viewing platform was activated, Duanhenji finally noticed how high up he was. In the interstellar era, people were used to living high up in the sky from birth, so they naturally lost their fear of heights. But Duanhenji was different. Even though he didn't have a fear of heights, he was still an earthling at heart. Even though he had gradually gotten used to the altitude of the hover car and starship, when he suddenly found himself sitting on the edge of a cliff, Duanhenji couldn't help but feel nervous. Meng Jinhui, who was sitting next to Duanhenji, thought that Duanhenji was nervous about the mecha handover ceremony later. Meng Jinhui reached out and covered Duanhenji's hand that had been resting on the armrest of the chair. Meng Jinhui then turned around and gave him a comforting smile. The protective shield of the viewing platform slowly opened at this moment. The media knew the process of the event in advance, so before the anti-slip shield opened, they had already aimed the live broadcast camera here. Before the shield was officially opened, the originally one-sided transparent material first became fully transparent. Therefore, Duanhenji's expression and Meng Jinhui's actions were also captured by the camera. Because Duanhenji wasn't familiar with the operation process of interstellar technology, he didn't know that his interaction with Meng Jinhui just now had been faithfully recorded in high definition. After seeing Meng Jinhui smile at him, Duanhenji turned around and nodded gently at him. Now that Duanhenji had finally gotten used to this height, after seeing the protective shield slowly rise in front of him, Duanhenji lifted his hand from the chair, then rearranged his clothes and sat up straight. Duanhenji couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the beginning, the people who were watching the live broadcast were also browsing the Star Network. At this time, they were reading a lot of stories about Duan Henji's private life from the students. After hearing these stories, Duan Henji's image in their minds was no longer so high and mighty. Therefore, when the camera captured Duan Henji's nervous performance, the forum was instantly flooded with a bunch of cute comments. Speaking of which, whether it was in his previous life or now, it seemed that after leaving childhood, no one would use the word cute to describe Duan Henji. But at this time, everyone felt that this word was very appropriate for Professor Duan, who had always been cold and aloof. The protective shield slowly rose. Because the viewing platform was directly facing the spacious mecha docking area, the moment the thin gap in the protective shield was revealed, wind began to pour in from the docking area. This wind from the wilderness had nothing to do with the word gentle. In fact, when it touched the face, it made people feel like they were being cut by a knife. Nanjushing was like spring all year round. Even though this planet didn't have any extreme weather, at the same time, it also meant that the wind wasn't too warm. Therefore, even though Duan Henji was already prepared, when the protective shield opened, he couldn't help but let out a soft hiss from the wind. At this time, Duan Henji noticed that the protective shield opened, so his movements became very careful. In the entire venue, other than Meng Jinhui who was sitting next to Duan Henji, no one else noticed his movements and sounds. Therefore, a magical thing happened again. Before the event began, Meng Jinhui turned around and said something to his assistant standing behind him. Then, the assistant nodded and quickly left. What was Meng Jinhui's assistant doing? Not only were the audience watching the live broadcast confused, even Duan Henji who was sitting next to Meng Jinhui couldn't help but cast a puzzled look in the direction that the assistant left. Not long after, before the protective shield on the viewing platform was fully opened, Meng Jinhui's assistant returned to the venue. Because the event was about to start, everyone remained quiet in their seats. In contrast, the assistant's movements were particularly obvious. Not only were the audience watching the live broadcast waiting to see what Meng Jinhui's assistant was doing, but the other guests sitting on the viewing platform and even Duan Henji were also silently watching the assistant. Duan Henji saw that the assistant was different from when he left. This time, the assistant came back with a black object in his hand. When he walked closer, he saw that it looked like a piece of clothing. What was he trying to do? Before Duan Henji could come up with an answer, he saw Meng Jinhui who was sitting next to him suddenly stand up and take the clothing from the assistant. It was a slightly heavy cloak, and from the epaulets on it, it could be seen that the owner of this cloak was Meng Jinhui. After unfolding the cloak, Meng Jinhui very naturally put it on Duan Henji's body, then returned to his seat. Meng Jinhui's movements were very smooth, as if he had done it countless times. After feeling the cloak that Meng Jinhui put on his shoulder, Duan Henji involuntarily reached out his hand and touched it gently. He then praised the Marshal's excellent observation skills in his heart. The clothes that the military prepared for Duan Henji today were suitable for the outdoor temperature. In fact, other than Duan Henji, no one else in the venue felt that the wind was very cold at this time. Because Duan Henji had been under the influence of drugs for many years, his physical fitness was slightly worse than other people's. Therefore, when the wind blew, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Unlike Duan Henji, who was completely focused on Meng Jinhui's observation skills, when the people around him saw this scene, they couldn't help but show an envious expression. Or because they were suddenly exposed, so they directly looked away. For example, General Yu Xinlan, who was sitting on the other side of Duan Henji. Because his seat was close to Duan Henji, General Yu's very complicated expression was faithfully recorded by the live broadcast camera. Then, it was intercepted by netizens and spread across half of the galaxy in a short period of time. Needless to say, Yu Xinlan's expression really did reflect the mood of some people at this time. The protective shield on the viewing platform was officially opened. Meng Jinhui, who was gently helping Duan Henji put on the cloak, switched back to his serious mode. After seeing Meng Jinhui's expression, the live broadcast channel finally quieted down. Everyone began to hold their breaths and began to look forward to the ceremony. Duan Hongye's emotions were always a little slow. It was different from the nervousness of being mistaken. Seeing the sky without a protective shield and the media not far away, Duan Hongye's heartbeat began to accelerate. Although the Mecha Nanju had been tested countless times, Duan Henji was extremely confident in his work. However, at this moment, he still felt a little nervous as he was about to enter the examination hall. However, Duan Henji's nervousness wasn't very strong so far, so he didn't show it this time. He quietly surrendered his gaze to the entrance of the mecha. Before the new mecha Nanju officially appeared, 2 black medium-sized mechas flew over from the sky not far away. After seeing them, Duan Xianxia, who had been calm just a moment ago, finally showed some surprise in his eyes. Because Duan Henji had been very busy recently, he didn't look at the detailed schedule of events sent to him by the military. Duan Henji's understanding of today's events all came from Meng Jinhuai's introduction this morning. Because of the tight schedule, Meng Jinhuai's introduction was a little too brief. So before Duan Henji saw the mechas, he only knew that there would be an old-style mecha display at the beginning, but he didn't know what the old-style mechas were. At this moment, the mecha that had appeared above the docking bay was called Star. Although its design was very old, there was not a single mecha researcher who was unfamiliar with it. This was the first generation of interstellar mecha. Because it was created so long ago, even the research institute didn't have it in their collection. Duan Henji didn't expect the military to have 2 star mechas. In fact, the atmosphere of the handover ceremony wasn't very serious at all. In addition to some members of the military, most of the people sitting on the viewing platform were famous people from all walks of life in the Yetian Empire. Although the empire hadn't been very peaceful in recent years, as the upper class, their daily lives had nothing to do with war and mechas. Although the mecha in the sky was only an old-style mecha, it was the first time they were in close contact with it. After Star appeared on top of his head, Duan Henji heard a lot of exclamations. He saw from the corner of his eye that a lot of people had taken out their optical supercomputers and turned them into recording mode. Meng Jinhuai's overall temperament was a lot colder when he was working, but when the Star mecha appeared, he gently leaned towards Duan Henji and said, "Right now, almost all of the mechas of the same age as Star are parked on the planet called the Mecha Graveyard. The 2 mechas in the sky now are the only ones in the Empire that have been preserved and can be piloted normally." At this time, the 2 mechas had already flown to a high altitude. Meng Jinhuai looked up at them and couldn't help but squint slightly. As a mecha designer, Duan Henji obviously knew how difficult it was to preserve 2 ancient mechas until now. So when he heard Meng Jinhuai speak, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and carefully observe their posture in the sky. After seeing Duan Henji's extremely interested look, Meng Jinhuai couldn't help but smile and said, "The mechas are parked in Nanjushing for the next few days. If you're interested, you can go take a look at them at any time." Although the intergalactic live broadcast was very high definition, the distance was too far after all, and Duan Henji and Meng Jinhuai didn't bring any recording devices. So the audience watching the live broadcast could only see Duan Henji and Meng Jinhuai chatting on the viewing platform, but they couldn't guess what they were talking about. The audience couldn't help but itch, but fortunately, after a while, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhuai stopped chatting. The 2 of them turned their attention back to the sky and then looked at the rapidly moving mecha. After all, Star had been around for many years. Its functions were too basic and its flying posture was a little clumsy. But in Duan Henji's eyes, this kind of flying performance was even more touching. Although he was called a genius, Duan Henji knew very well that his mastery and understanding of mecha knowledge was slowly built on the foundation of his predecessors. Duan Henji had never looked down on these outdated and old mechas. Now, he looked at it with a sense of holiness. For some reason, Duan Henji thought of the document he was currently deciphering, and the method recorded in it to install a new type of photon energy weapon on a mecha. After all, Star was already old, and its flying performance was very simple. It didn't take long for it to leave the docking platform. Then, the mechas that had served in the Yetian Empire for many generations appeared in the sky. Unlike the oldest and rarest Star, these were all mechas that Duan Henji had seen before. Behind Duan Henji, the audience members were still excitedly filming the busy scene in the sky. After watching for a while, Duan Henji's mind slowly moved from the mecha to the recent work. These few days, Duan Henji's work had been very busy. Not only was the design of the new mecha at the most difficult and most important stage, but it was also the most difficult and most important stage. Also, the deciphering of the document was no longer as smooth as it was at the beginning. It had reached a bottleneck. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the importance of today's event and the fact that Duan Henji as the designer didn't attend, Duan Hengji probably wouldn't have left his pile of work at the research institute to attend this event in Nanjushing. So even though Duan Hengji was sitting at the scene, and the cold wind was constantly blowing, his attention couldn't help but fly to his own work. Duan Hengji's gaze fell from the sky. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. With a bunch of people looking up, Duan Hengji's movements were particularly obvious. Meng Jinhui, who was sitting next to him, of course saw his movements. However, after seeing Duan Hengji's obviously out of it, the Marshal didn't say anything. Instead, he subconsciously revealed a worried look. Although Meng Jinhui himself had been very busy recently, he also paid attention to Duan Hengji's work. In the past year, after a series of adjustments by Duan Hengji, the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute had finally broken out of its state of disunity. But objectively speaking, there was still a long way to go before they could truly design a mecha in a cooperative manner, let alone a top-tier mecha. Although they didn't want to admit it, the Mecha Research Institute's knowledge gap was objective. Unlike the last time they designed a mecha for mass production, even in the top research institute of the Yeti Empire, the number of people who were capable enough to participate in this project could be counted on one hand. Therefore, during this period of time, Duan Hongya was still independently designing mechas. He would only occasionally meet with Su Mingge and a few other team leaders to discuss problems. In addition to the new mecha design, Meng Jinhui, who also participated in the deciphering of the documents, knew the huge difficulties faced by this project. He also knew how much pressure Duan Hengji was under recently. This time, Duan Hengji was asked to come back to Nanjushing to participate in this handover ceremony because of his identity as a mecha designer. But personally, Meng Jinhui also wanted to let Duan Hengji have a good rest. Other than Duan Hengji and the group of people from the army who were already used to seeing mechas flying around, everyone else stared at the sky carefully and let out a few excited screams from time to time. Under this kind of atmosphere, even the live broadcast viewers no longer paid attention to Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui. Instead, they focused on the various mechas in the live broadcast. Another 20 minutes passed. Just as Professor Duan was in a daze, Meng Jinhui, who was sitting next to him, finally gently nudged Duan Hengji's arm. Meng Jinhui then turned his head and whispered to him, "The new mecha is coming up." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji finally raised his head slowly. Before coming to the venue, Meng Jinhui had reminded Duan Hengji that before the official appearance of the new mecha, Duan Hengji, as the representative of the Research Institute as well as the mecha designer, had to complete a part of the handover ceremony with Meng Jinhui. After thinking about this, Duan Hengji's mind, which had flown far away, finally returned to the scene. At this time, the previous mecha show was about to come to an end. The audience's attention gradually returned to the viewing platform. Meng Jinhui's reminder was very timely. By the time everyone looked over, Duan Hengji had already readjusted his state of mind. The majority of the audience who were watching the live broadcast also had today's event list. When they saw the cameras of the various live broadcast channels moving back to the viewing platform, they understood that the event was about to proceed to the final event. At this time, Duan Hengji's assistant, Yi Pu, who had been standing behind him all this time, walked over and handed a flat gray metal box to Duan Hengji. This box contained the activation medal of the Mecha Nanju. Although the box was not big, it was heavy in Duan Hengji's hands. Even though the new mecha had been born for a long time, and after such a long period of various experiments and test flights, Duan Hengji felt that he was no longer as excited as he was at the beginning. But when he received the medal, Duan Hongya, who had originally calmed down, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The completion of the mecha's design and the start of its official service were two completely different things. When this medal and the mecha behind it were officially handed over to the military, it would signify that Duan Hengji's creation had finally stepped onto the stage of history and began to influence the future of the Interstellar. Although Duan Hengji still didn't fully understand the history of the Interstellar, being able to participate in the process of the world's operations was definitely something that made one's heart surge with excitement. The venue of the ceremony once again quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the first row of the viewing platform. Under the gaze of billions of people in the Interstellar, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui stood up together. When Duan Hengji stood up, he finally felt that the current situation was a little strange. He was too familiar with Meng Jinhui, and the next segment was very formal. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was someone else, but this person was Meng Jinhui. Therefore, it was really strange no matter how he thought about it. The last time Duan Henji's new mecha was delivered, the state of the empire was far more chaotic than it was now. And because the empire's border planets were still in a war, whether it was Meng Jinhui or the other two generals, they were not in Nanjushing. Therefore, the handover ceremony and related activities were naturally cancelled. Therefore, Nanjushing hadn't had such a grand handover ceremony for many years. It wasn't just Duan Henji, the rest of the audience also noticed this. The ceremony was supposed to be a solemn and formal event between the two major organizations in the galaxy, but when they found out about the relationship between the two people in front of them, the originally solemn atmosphere of the event actually gave birth to a sense of warmth for no reason. It could even be said that it was a bit like a wedding. In addition, because Duan Henji had been sitting the whole time, the black cloak on his body wasn't very eye-catching. But when he stood up, the cloak's presence instantly multiplied by several times. The ankle-length black cloak was extremely draping, because Meng Jinhui's frame was a little bigger than Duan Henji's. At this time, the Marshal's cloak was particularly loose on Duan Henji's shoulders. However, because of the slightly larger cut, it finally reduced the seriousness and dullness of the military uniform. Instead, it added a little lazy aura to Duan Henji. Although it didn't fit well, the cloak felt like it belonged to Duan Henji. After the next event began, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui stood up together and took a few steps forward. At this time, a familiar staff member from the military began to introduce the content of the next segment according to the procedure list. After the staff member finished speaking, Duan Henji picked up the metal box, just like the previous procedure. At this time, the HD live broadcast cameras from various media outlets all focused on Duan Henji's hand. The HD level of the interstellar era was unimaginable, but even so, Duan Henji's hand still didn't have a single flaw. It really was a work of art. Actually, this segment was very simple, but Professor Duan was distracted for a moment. Therefore, after Duan Henji picked up the box containing the mecha activation medal, he didn't have time to pay attention to what the audience was paying attention to. Instead, he was recalling the next part of the procedure. Duan Henji didn't know what metal the box was made of. He had been holding it in his hand for a long time, but it was still as cold as a block of ice. After the segment officially began, Duan Henji quickly opened the box. The small silver-white metal was lying quietly on the dark purple velvet lining. It looked very delicate. Duan Henji's hand paused for a moment. Finally, he slowly took the metal out of the box. In fact, Duan Henji only noticed when he was looking at the procedure list that what he needed to do was not as simple as handing the mecha activation medal to Meng Jinhui. The mecha activation medal was special. After Duan Henji held it in his hand, he immediately understood the mystery behind it. Then, he used a little bit of skill to split the metal into two. After he took the metal out, his assistant, Yi Pu, who was standing next to Duan Henji, took the box from him again. At this time, Duan Henji turned around slightly and faced the huge mecha dock. Under the gaze of countless people in the galaxy, Duan Henji slowly raised his hand. Then, he gently threw one of the silver medals in the direction of the dock. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic silver mecha had appeared on the previously empty mecha docking bay. It was the star of today's show, the new mecha Nanju. Although the guests in the audience had been watching the mecha for several hours, their enthusiasm didn't decrease at all. After seeing the appearance of the new mecha, the viewing platform instantly erupted into a round of applause. With this background music, Duan Henji turned around again and handed the other medal to Meng Jinhui according to the procedure. The Marshal also reached out his hand. Duan Henji held the medal with both hands and gently placed it in the Marshal's palm. At this time, Duan Henji suddenly noticed something. The ring on Meng Jinhui's finger seemed to be the same as his own. The stylists in the military had always been very serious and responsible. Aside from preparing the clothes for Duan Henji in advance, they would also match the accessories. They would even carefully mark the way to wear the accessories on the box that contained them. Just like the ring that Duan Xianxia was wearing today, it was clearly marked to be worn on the left hand. Although it was not detailed enough to say which finger it was, after trying it out, Duan Xianxia very naturally wore it on the most suitable ring finger. As a person who didn't pay much attention to clothing and accessories, Duan Hengji's action of putting on the ring was very natural. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Therefore, when he saw the ring on Meng Jinhuai's finger that was almost exactly the same as his, he finally realized what was going on. Duan Hengji couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, he quickly remembered that he and Meng Jinhuai were originally legal spouses. So, wearing a ring shouldn't be a big deal, right? However, Professor Duan obviously didn't know how crazy the netizens were. Actually, when Duan Hengji's hand appeared on camera, the netizens only sighed that he could directly become a hand model. The rest of the netizens focused on the ring on his hand. Compared to the slightly exaggerated ring on Duan Hengji's wedding, the ring on Duan Hengji's hand was much more low-key. There was nothing on the silver-white ring except for some fine diamonds. It would only emit a dazzling silver light when it was illuminated. The rest of the time, it looked like an ordinary ring. Before Meng Jinhuai reached out his hand to accept the medal, the netizens' attention was only on the object itself. However, when the close-up of the general's finger appeared on the screen, the focus was shifted to the pair of rings, speaking of which, it was strange. Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai were already old man. However, when the netizens noticed the small details of the ring, they felt like they were being showcased again. It was only a split second, but not long after it appeared, it was captured and played in slow motion. In a short period of time, it became a hot topic in the galaxy. The medal exchange only took a few seconds. After Meng Jinhuai received the medal on behalf of the Empire's military, he followed the procedure and gave Duan Hengji a surprisingly serious handshake. Right now, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai both had serious expressions on their faces. However, the more serious they were, the more people wanted to see something else. Even though Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai were holding hands today, this handshake activity was very novel for the two of them. After Duan Hengji put down his hand, Meng Jinhuai spoke to him before he even sat down. "Thank you, Dean Duan." Even though Duan Hengji was the president of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, people usually preferred to call him Professor Duan instead of Dean Duan. If a normal person called Duan Hengji this way, it would definitely sound extra polite and distant. However, the person who called him this today was Meng Jinhuai. All of a sudden, the atmosphere that was gradually becoming serious changed again. Duan Hengji paused his action of sitting down and looked up at the general. When the general saw Duan Hengji looking at him, he smiled at Duan Hengji and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this really Meng Jinhuai?" Everyone who saw the general's action was shocked by his performance. However, the process of this event was very tight, and the media had to follow the instructions given in advance. They couldn't make any adjustments. After Duan Hengji and the general sat down, the media reluctantly moved their cameras away and began to film the scene in the sky again. With the mecha that Duan Hengye had personally activated earlier taking the lead, the mecha that had been parked on the side of the viewing platform earlier all appeared in the air and tightly surrounded the mecha that could only hover there temporarily because no one was piloting it. Duan Hengye saw that the small half of the sky he was facing right now was filled with new mecha. Compared to the clumsy movements of the two old mecha he had seen at the beginning, as well as the simple and basic movements, the new mecha was very responsive. And because the demonstration program was written in advance, compared to the simple test flight he saw a while ago, the current scene was much more beautiful. Dazzling lights would appear around the mecha from time to time. Although its background was still the empty parking lot, Duan Hengye couldn't help but have the illusion that he was in the middle of space just by relying on the light and the gorgeous movement trajectory. As the designer, Duan Hengji was amazed by this scene, let alone the guests who didn't have much experience with mechas. Unlike the lively photo-taking scene just now, everyone's optical computers were no longer working. They stared at the sky, eager to record this beautiful and spectacular scene with their own eyes. Sometimes, extreme technology also represented extreme beauty. After Duan Hengji noticed the expressions of the people around him, he couldn't help but feel happy. As a science and technology worker, a sense of accomplishment was extremely important to their work. Now that the mecha Nanju was officially flying in the blue sky, Duan Hengji was wrapped tightly in this feeling. Although the mecha handover ceremony didn't take long, Duan Hengji's mood was relaxed, just as Meng Jinhuai had hoped. In short, compared to when he first arrived, Duan Hengji felt a lot lighter. After the event ended, Duan Hengji didn't stay in Nanjushing for long. He boarded the starship again. When the starship arrived at the research institute, it happened to be during working hours in the hemisphere where the experiment building was located. In this era, the difference between planets was too great, so the problem of time difference was inevitable. However, Duan Hengji was the director of the research institute and half the owner of Nanjushing. His schedule was professionally planned by a team of professionals. Every time Duan Hengji went to Nanjushing, Duguang, and the research institute, his schedule was carefully planned by his assistant and team. Basically, he didn't need to spend too much time adjusting his schedule. However, things were a little special recently. Whether it was Duan Hengji's research work or deciphering documents, a lot of things were squeezed together. Duan Hengji's schedule was no longer as scientific as before. For example, this time, he had to go to Nanjushing to attend the mecha handover ceremony. After resting for a few hours on the starship, Duan Hengji once again pulled himself together. He didn't go back to rest and adjust his schedule. Instead, he went straight to his office in the experiment building. Duan Hengji's nervous mood was slightly eased by the event just now. Now, he felt like he saw the end of the bottleneck period. Inspiration was something that would never come again. Even though he was still a little sleepy, Duan Hengji still chose to continue working. At this time, the research institute was working in the afternoon. As the deputy director, Suminga didn't attend the handover ceremony in Nanjushing this time. Instead, he stayed in the research institute and continued to monitor the work here. After working together for nearly a year, Suminga and Duan Hengji were now very familiar with the handover of work. Therefore, when Suminga heard that Duan Hengji had returned to the research institute, he took his optical computer and went to Duan Hengji's office as usual. Even though Duan Hengji rested on the way here, it was still early in the morning when he left the research institute today. After a day, there were already some dark circles under his eyes. Duan Hengji didn't have many requirements for fashion or clothing, but he still cared about his image. At least in the past, Suminga had never seen Duan Hengji so haggard. Duan Hengji lowered his head and checked the progress of the research institute this morning, as well as the problems they encountered. Suminga, who was standing on the side, finally couldn't help but sit on the chair opposite him. He carefully looked at Duan Hengji and hesitated for a bit. He then said, "Professor Duan, if you're tired now, you should go back and rest. There's nothing important at the research institute right now, I'll just stay here and watch." Even though Duan Hengji's daily appearance was very feminine, he had long realized that the vice president wasn't a gentle person. On the contrary, Suminga was someone who would say whatever was on his mind. He would often embarrass his subordinates, he had even scolded his own staff members until they cried more than once. When Suminga spoke just now, because of some hesitation, he unconsciously stretched out his tone a bit. Therefore, Duan Hengji felt that it was different from usual. However, as someone who had a low level of observation skills, Duan Hengji didn't immediately understand Suminga's meaning. However, after hearing Suminga's unusual tone, Duan Hengji couldn't help but raise his head. He looked at Suminga and said, "I'm not sleepy right now." At this time, Suminga felt that Duan Hengji's words, coupled with his undeniable dark circles, really made him look like a stubborn duck. However, after working together for so long, Suminga understood that Duan Hengji wasn't someone who could be easily persuaded. So after seeing Duan Hengji's reaction, he curled his lips and shrugged. Okay. Even though Duan Hengji had left the research institute for a while, when he left, the research institute hadn't started working yet. During this period of time, the research institute didn't accumulate much work and problems. While Suminga was talking, Duan Hengji just finished reading the documents in his hands. After seeing that there were no problems with these documents, he returned the optical computer to Suminga. Seeing that Duan Hengji was a person who couldn't be persuaded, Suminga had no choice but to take the optical computer and leave his office. But today, Suminga didn't know that Duan Hengji. This was only the beginning. Even though there were two things that needed to be done at the same time, in Duan Hengji's opinion, deciphering the documents was more important. After all, he already had the idea of installing new weapons on top of the mecha. Even though the mecha's frame already had space for weapons, the estimation was still not enough. The final design of the weapons could only be done after deciphering the documents. After the Nanjushing event that day, Duan Henji finally found the rhythm of deciphering the documents. Even though there was an organization with the help of Meng Jinhui, the most important work still needed to be done by Duan Henji himself. So recently, other than going to Amro for classes, Duan Henji spent all his time deciphering the documents. He even temporarily put aside his mecha design. But for Suminga and a bunch of colleagues at the research institute, Duan Henji had always been mysterious. They didn't know what Duan Henji was busy with. They only knew that their director had once again entered a frenzied state of work. At 7:30 in the morning, the research institute staff had already arrived at the research building. Because they came here by hover car, they noticed from afar that the lights in the dean's office were still on. The director has been waking up really early recently. I thought I was one of the earliest people to come to work, a staff member said to his colleague standing next to him while changing his clothes. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, the person first took a sip of the freshly brewed coffee on the table, then shook his head and said, "I was on duty a few days ago. When I left the building in the morning, it was around 5 o'clock. His office was lit up at that time." After hearing his colleague's words, a few people who arrived at the office early gathered together and began to talk about Duan Henji. "So how long does the director rest every day? I used to think that I was hardworking enough, but now that I'm compared to him, I'm so ashamed," said another person. "Hey, but do you guys still remember?" Someone sat on the table with a glass of water and said, "I remember a long time ago, no, last year, Professor Duan seemed to have been living in the research building. Do you guys think he's been living here recently and didn't turn off the lights in the office?" After hearing this, the person who spoke first also sat down on the chair. He hugged the back of the chair, shook his head, and said, "What are you thinking? The lights in the office are automatically adjusted. But I think the director has been living in the building recently. Otherwise, who can stand coming to work so early every day?" While they were chatting, people came into the office one after another, including the vice director of the research institute, Suminga. Suminga's office was not far from Duan Henji. If he wanted to go there, he had to pass by this public office area. So inevitably, Suminga heard everyone's conversation. At the same time, some staff members who heard Suminga's footsteps turned around and began to greet Suminga. Recently, because Duan Henji had been busy with documents, Suminga had been watching the research institute's work closely. Although the work intensity was far less than Duan Henji's, it was still difficult to come to work early in the morning. Suminga walked over and couldn't help but yawn. "What were you guys talking about just now?" Suminga rubbed his eyes gently and asked, "What happened to Professor Duan?" Unlike Duan Henji, who still gave people a sense of distance, no one hid anything from Suminga. They even often chatted with him. So when Suminga asked, the staff member gave him a seat and said, "We're talking about the director. Recently, he's been working early in the morning. When I came here just now, I saw that the lights in his office were on." After the staff member finished talking, the staff member who was in charge of the shift also told Suminga what he had encountered. Unlike the staff member's doubts, after Suminga heard their words, he almost immediately determined that Duan Henji probably didn't rest for a while. He didn't even wake up at 5 o'clock, he didn't sleep at all. To be able to enter the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, everyone here must be hardworking. Of course, as the deputy director, he was no exception. It was just that. Suminga had worked for so many years, but this was the first time he saw someone like Duan Henji who completely forgot to rest when he was busy. After hearing the staff member's words, Suminga's face became a little ugly. This time, he didn't continue to chat with everyone. Instead, he nodded slightly and walked towards Duan Henji's office. After seeing Suminga's expression, the staff members didn't dare to speak anymore. Although it was still early before the official working hours, everyone quietly sat back in their seats and acted as if nothing had happened. During the time they worked together, Suminga had been to Duan Henji's office countless times. Especially recently, because he had been keeping an eye on the progress of the work in the institute, Suminga had to go to Duan Henji's office almost every day. After standing at the light screen by the door, he very skillfully sent a request to Duan Henji in the office. In just a few seconds, the light screen in front of him lit up green. Just like the staff member said, Duan Henji was still working. Suminga left the light screen and stood at the door of Duan Henji's office. After a few seconds, the silver door slowly opened in front of him. As the director of the institute, Duan Henji's office was very large. However, the moment the door opened, Suminga smelled a strong coffee smell. Although Duan Henji liked to drink tea, he didn't know much about coffee. However, the quality of the coffee he drank daily was not bad. The smell alone was mellow enough. But now, the coffee smell in Duan Henji's office was a bit too strong. As a person who liked to drink coffee, Suminga couldn't help but frown after smelling the smell. Tisk. Suminga muttered softly as he walked inside, the coffee smell is so strong. Because Duan Henji had been staying in the room, he couldn't smell the smell himself. Therefore, when he heard Suminga's words, he was a few beats slower to react. Hearing this, Duan Henji finally moved his attention away from the light screen. Then, he suddenly looked at Suminga and said, "Sorry." Then, he opened his office window. In an instant, a cold wind unique to the early morning poured in from the window. Even Suminga, who hadn't changed out of his coat, couldn't help but shiver from the wind. Seeing this, Suminga looked at Duan Henji, who was only wearing a thin sweater, and asked him doubtfully, "Aren't you cold?" Duan Xianxia sniffled. Although he said "I'm fine," he still got up and took a beige coat from the side and put it on. Duan Xianxia didn't know that his complexion wasn't good to begin with, and with the white coat on his body, he looked like a wandering soul. "What's wrong?" After getting up and putting on the coat, Duan Henji realized that this time, Suminga didn't come in with the optical computer like before. At this time, Suminga was already standing in front of Duan Henji. In his eyes, the man in front of him was in a terrible state. Duan Henji's face was paler than usual. Even his lips were almost bloodless. Probably due to lack of sleep, the dark circles under Duan Henji's eyes were expanding day by day. Because of his excellent bone structure, this didn't affect Duan Henji's appearance. However, this terrible state still couldn't be ignored. Duan Henji saw Suminga sitting in front of him with a serious face. He frowned and said, "Did you rest yesterday?" Although Duan Henji and Suminga didn't get along well for a period of time, Suminga didn't directly call Duan Henji you. So for some reason, facing Suminga like this, Duan Henji felt very much like a primary school student who did something wrong. Even though Duan Henji didn't think he did anything wrong. I rested for a while. Duan Henji knew that if he lied, he would be seen through, so he said it in an extremely tactful way. As expected. Suminga could imagine that Duan Henji's schedule was extremely chaotic recently. He probably took a nap because he was too sleepy. Duan Henji saw Suminga shaking his head after hearing what he said, then sighed and said, "You're not in the right state now. You really need to rest." Duan Henji didn't expect Suminga to come to him this time because of this. After hearing what the other party said, Duan Henji was stunned for a moment. He then shook his head and said, "It's okay. Don't worry, I'll be done soon. I'll continue to keep an eye on the research institute." Now, Duan Henji wasn't the only one who felt like he was being taught a lesson by an elder. Even Suminga herself suddenly felt that the Duan Xianxia in front of her was really like a child who was avoiding the topic. Although Duan Henji was Suminga's superior, in terms of age, Suminga was actually older than Duan Henji. After seeing Duan Henji's reaction, Suminga rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "The main point isn't about the research institute, it's about your recent state." Speaking of this, Suminga suddenly remembered how Duan Henji fainted in front of him. It had to be said that the last time Duan Henji fainted, it really left an extremely strong shadow in Suminga's heart. It was estimated that it wouldn't go away for a long time in the future. As a person who was often described as having a poisonous tongue, Suminga wasn't a person who would patiently persuade others. So after seeing Duan Henji's obviously uncooperative appearance, he subconsciously forgot his initial mentality of having a good talk with Duan Henji. "What if you faint at the research institute again?" Suminga asked directly. "If something happens, Nan Zhuxing will hold us responsible." "It won't." Duan Henji was already a little sleep-deprived. Now that he heard Suminga's words, he had a headache. Duan Henji once again picked up the cold coffee on the table and took a sip. Then he said to Suminga, "I know what I'm doing." After working together for such a long time, Duan Henji and Suminga were already very familiar with each other. After hearing Duan Henji's words and seeing him directly pick up the iced coffee to drink, Suminga directly said to Duan Henji without mercy, "You didn't." Duan Henji often saw Suminga scold the staff like this. Although his facial paralysis attribute allowed him to maintain a calm appearance in such a situation. But in fact, Duan Henji was also a little afraid of this kind of person. This time, the person being educated was not another staff member, but himself. Duan Henji suddenly felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. Therefore, Professor Duan finally stopped arguing. He sighed and said to Suminga, "I have an important project recently, so I've been quite busy. But now that the most difficult problem has been solved, I'll go rest later." When Suminga heard Duan Henji's words, he knew that he could not say anything else. He looked deeply at Duan Henji, then he stood up from his seat and said, "Okay, just remember to rest." When Duan Henji saw Suminga stand up, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He also stood up from his seat and walked Suminga to the door of his office. When the silver-white door closed again, Duan Henji let out a long sigh of relief. He closed the door again and returned to his seat. However, Duan Henji would not have guessed that Suminga thought of someone after he left the door. When Suminga entered the office, the staff in the surrounding office pretended to look at their optical computers seriously. In fact, everyone was paying attention to the movements of Duan Henji and Suminga. When Suminga entered the office, the door to Duan Henji's office automatically closed. Because the soundproofing was very good, the staff members could not hear what was happening inside. However, when they saw Suminga's expression after he left the office, why did he seem a little happy? What was going on? The staff members' hearts were immediately ignited with the fire of gossip. However, these people would probably never guess the source of Suminga's happiness. After Suminga returned to his office, he did not immediately rush to work. Instead, he took out his optical computer and opened the communication panel. Suminga sat in his chair with his legs crossed. His fingers slowly slid through a long list of contacts. Then, he stopped at a special name, Meng Jinhui. In any case, Suminga was also the vice president of the research institute. He was very good at weapons research. Suminga had a lot of contact with the military. Of course, he had Meng Jinhui's contact information. Last time, when Duan Henji fainted in his house because of the poison, it was Suminga who sent a message to Meng Jinhui. After Suminga clicked on the name, he thought for a bit and reached out his hand to type on the virtual keyboard. After a while, a message was sent from Suminga to Nanjuxing. When Suminga looked back at the words that were sent out, he suddenly felt the joy of snitching on others. A few minutes later, Suminga's optical computer received a reply. Meng Jinhui, okay, thank you for your concern for Aheng. I'll come as soon as possible. Wait a minute, Meng Jinhui said, come as soon as possible? Is everyone in this family so capable of taking action? When Suminga saw this message, he was stunned. Although Duan Henji looked mature and rational, he also had a very childish side to him. For example, Duan Henji was like a child who promised his parents that he wouldn't watch TV anymore, but when the parents left, he picked up the remote control again. As soon as the office door closed, he switched the image on the screen back to the document and continued with his work. Although Duan Henji's work schedule had been very chaotic recently, when it was time, the robots in the office still followed the previously set program and sent his breakfast through a special robot channel. Duan Henji's work desk was very large. Other than a lit-up screen, there was nothing else on it. The position where the breakfast was placed was a little far from Duan Henji and the screen. Therefore, Duan Henji, who was once again immersed in his research, didn't notice that the robots had helped him put breakfast on the table again. Time always flew by when one was working seriously. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Xianxia, who had completed a portion of his work, finally moved his gaze away from the screen. Because he had been looking at the screen for a long time, Duan Henji's shoulders and arms were very sore at this time. He sat up straight and subconsciously reached out his hand to hit his shoulder hard. It was also at this time that Duan Henji finally saw the breakfast on the table. The food in the research institute was uniformly matched by nutritionists. Not only did it taste good, but the color and color were also very pleasing to the eye. Therefore, after seeing the few white porcelain plates on the table, Duan Henji realized that he was a little hungry. Seeing this, Duan Henji stood up from his seat and stretched. Because the desk was very large, it was difficult for Duan Henji to reach the breakfast in front of him from where he was sitting. Therefore, after getting up, Duan Henji circled around the desk, then walked over to pick up the milk and bread that had been cold for who knew how long. Although the research institute didn't advocate extravagance and waste, of course, breakfast wasn't just these two simple things. Duan Henji chose to pick them up because these two things weren't affected by the cold and heat, and also because they saved more time. Therefore, after standing up and eating the bread, Duan Henji once again sat down at the desk. At this time, the robot poured him another cup of coffee. The entire room was once again enveloped in the mellow aroma. Up until now, even Duan Henji himself didn't remember how long he had been working continuously. After sitting down again, looking at the data, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel sleepy. He yawned, then gently rested his chin gently on his palm, and began to slowly look back at his work record. Although Duan Henji's office was connected to his office, recently, it wasn't the first time he's SSS. After eating, Duan Henji's mind couldn't help but feel drowsy. Just when Duan Henji's eyelids couldn't help but feel sleepy and wanted to just lie here for a while, a notification popped up on his optical computer again: someone is requesting to enter the office. Every time he received this notification, Duan Henji would first click on it to see who it was. However, because he was too sleepy right now, after seeing this notification, Duan Henji didn't click on it for the first time. Instead, he gently pressed the button to open the door. Other than Suminga, there was probably no one else who would come looking for him at this time. Duan Henji, who almost fell asleep, was half a beat slower. After pressing the button to open the door, he gently closed his eyes to relieve the soreness caused by looking at the screen for a long time. Then, he moved his gaze to the door. Su. After looking up and seeing who was standing at the door, Duan Henji completely swallowed the rest of his sentence. Why is Meng Jinhui here? Duan Henji couldn't help but reach out his hand to gently rub his eyes. After confirming that the person in front of him wasn't his illusion, he finally looked at Meng Jinhui with a strange expression on his face. Is there a problem with the documents? Duan Henji really couldn't figure out why Meng Jinhui suddenly came looking for him. After all, as the Marshal of the military, Meng Jinhui's daily life was busier than his. If it wasn't for something big, Duan Henji didn't think that Meng Jinhui would suddenly change his already arranged itinerary. After hearing Duan Henji's question, Meng Jinhui didn't answer. As he got closer and closer, Duan Henji finally realized. Why does Meng Jinhui have a serious expression on his face? A second ago, Duan Henji was still sleepy, but when he saw Meng Jinhui's expression, his sleepiness instantly disappeared. Even though Professor Duan wasn't a very imaginative person, when he saw Meng Jinhui's rare serious expression, he instantly thought of countless possibilities in his heart. However, when Meng Jinhui saw Duan Henji's nervous expression, he finally put away his serious expression. Meng Jinhui stood across from Duan Henji's desk, then suddenly sighed at him. After walking through the door, Meng Jinhui noticed that there was a pile of breakfast in the corner of Duan Hengye's desk. It was obvious that he hadn't eaten much, and there was also a strong smell of coffee in the air. It was obvious that Meng Jinhui was just casually dealing with it. When Suminga sent the message just now, he had already explained in detail what happened in Duan Henji's office and his current condition. But when he walked over, Meng Jinhui realized that Suminga's words were not exaggerated at all. In fact, he was even being tactful. When Meng Jinhui first saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Logically speaking, the Marshal was usually rational and calm. He rarely got angry, let alone get angry over such a small matter. But no matter what his mood was, when he walked closer and saw Duan Henji sitting there dozing off, the anger in Meng Jinhui's heart subconsciously disappeared in an instant. Standing across from Duan Henji, Meng Jinhui also sighed softly, then said softly to him, "You can't just focus on work and ignore your health." After that, Meng Jinhui sat on the chair opposite Duan Henji. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. The results of the last physical examination were not optimistic. You should pay more attention to your work and life than others. Meng Jinhui raised his head and looked at Duan Henji. How many hours have you been working? He asked. Duan Hengji was not a good liar, not to mention that his acting skills and mind-reading ability were far inferior to Meng Jinhuai's. So after hearing the other party's question, Duan Hengji gently bit his lips and answered honestly, maybe a dozen hours. I didn't calculate. Unlike when he was chatting with Su Mingge, when faced with Meng Jinhuai's question, Duan Hengji felt a sense of guilt, so he was not as confident as before. After hearing Duan Hengji's tone, Meng Jinhui stopped talking about the previous topic. He got up again and looked at Duan Hengji's breakfast. He couldn't help but frown and say to him, the work will never be done, and the most difficult time to crack the document has passed. The most important thing you should do now is to go back and rest for a while. You can continue after you recover. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Hengji looked at his holographic screen again with some hesitation. But before he could say anything, he was completely intimidated by Meng Jinhuai's "you have to listen to me." He then obediently saved the document and turned off the holographic computer. As a marshal with countless soldiers under his command, Meng Jinhuai's tone was slightly cold, and it would make people feel oppressed. Although Duan Hengji was not Meng Jinhuai's subordinate, this trick was also very effective on him. Although Meng Jinhui did not come to Duan Hengji's office many times, he was also familiar with the structure of the office. Meng Jinhui knew that Duan Hengji lived here for a long time, and as the director's office, there was no lack of things here. But after Duan Hengji got up, Meng Jinhui continued to say to him, let's go back to the residential area, you need to rest well. Meng Jinhui's tone did not leave any room for Duan Hengji to refute. In fact, in most cases, Duan Hengji was not a person who compromised easily. But he subconsciously knew that his recent behavior was indeed not good, so Duan Hengji did not refute Meng Jinhui's words. A few of the staff outside Duan Hengji's office had seen Meng Jinhui before, but no matter what, the marshal appeared behind them without saying a word during working hours. No matter how they thought about it, it was a very scary thing. A few minutes ago, Meng Jinhui suddenly appeared at the door of Duan Hengji's office. After seeing him, all the conversations in the office stopped immediately. Not only was Meng Jinhui's aura as strong as before, but there was even a faint sense of pressure around him. So even though the marshal was standing in front of them, no one dared to greet him. Because of his appearance, the atmosphere in the office was stagnant for a moment. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths, then watched Meng Jinhui walk into Duan Hengji's office. After the silver-white door slowly closed, no one dared to speak. They even maintained their previous posture and didn't dare to move. But at the same time, the internal chat system of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute suddenly flooded with messages. Without exception, those messages came from this office area. About 10 minutes later, there was a sudden notification sound in the quiet office area. People familiar with this sound knew that it meant that the door of the Duan Hengji's office was about to open. So after hearing this sound, the staff who were slacking immediately turned their attention back to their work interface. Then, they secretly observed the door from the corner of their eyes. After a while, the office door opened, and Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui walked out together. Because they had been working at the door of Duan Hengji's office, everyone had unknowingly become accustomed to his recent state. So this time everyone's attention was focused on Meng Jinhui. Unlike the serious look when he entered the door, in just 10 minutes, Meng Jinhui's mouth suddenly raised a small arc. Even the black gas surrounding Meng Jinhui just now had disappeared. Everyone could see that Meng Jinhui's mood was visibly better. After Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui went out, they stopped talking, but there was a transparent barrier between the two of them. Obviously, they were in the same space as the two of them, but everyone felt like they were excluded by the two of them, even though they didn't go home for a while. Because of the robot's care, the house was always in a state where people could live at any time. Even though the distance from the research building to the residential area was not far, because of the lack of attention on work, Duan Hengji's stomach began to ache for a long time. Even though Duan Hengji deliberately endured it, his subconscious action of pressing his stomach and slightly frowning eyebrows made Meng Jinhui notice something was wrong. After entering the door, Meng Jinhui very naturally took off the black military jacket he was wearing, then hung it on the hanger at the door. Meng Jinhui glanced at Duan Hengji, who was moving slowly due to the discomfort in his stomach, and said to him, "Aheng, sit on the sofa and rest for a while. You can catch up on sleep after dinner." Meng Jinhuai's voice was particularly gentle when he spoke. After saying this, he gently touched Duan Hengji's head. In fact, Duan Hongye had already discovered long ago that although he usually had a serious appearance that couldn't be any more serious, Meng Jinhui had a pair of smiling eyes. Right now, Duan Hongye and Meng Jinhui were already very familiar with each other. However, when Meng Jinhui was speaking just now, Duan Hongye was close enough to see the other party's expression. Furthermore, he had been touched on the head and killed, so he couldn't help but become a little dizzy. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji replied with an "oh." Then, just like Meng Jinhui said, he walked to the sofa and sat down. After a while, Duan Hengji realized something. He seemed to have stopped the cooking robot at home a long time ago, so why did Meng Jinhui ask him to sit here and wait? Duan Hengji couldn't help but stand up from the sofa again, then he looked in the direction of the kitchen. At this time, the Marshal was standing alone in the beige kitchen. He gently rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, then bent slightly, and rummaged through the room temperature cabinet in front of him. It looks like Meng Jinhui is going to do it himself. Duan Hengji couldn't help but be a little surprised, but he was more curious. Even though his stomach was a little uncomfortable, after drinking the hot drink that had just been served by the robot on the table, Duan Hengji walked in the direction of the kitchen. When Meng Jinhui heard the footsteps, he also turned around. He looked at Duan Hengji and smiled, then said, "Although my cooking isn't as good as Professor Duan's, I still have to give him some face." Meng Jinhui deliberately said this in a joking tone, especially when he said the words Professor Duan. The smile on his face couldn't help but widen a little. Recently, Duan Hengji had been too busy with work, and he hadn't been so relaxed like now for a long time. Therefore, after hearing Meng Jinhui's words, he also cooperated, which was rare for him. Duan Hengji first pretended to think for a while, then he said to Meng Jinhui, "Okay, barely." Maybe it was because of the extended lifespan, the childishness of young people in this era was stronger than on Earth, and it lasted longer. Even though Duan Hengji was now famous in the interstellar, if one looked at his age alone, he completely fit the word young. In the eyes of people who knew Duan Hengji, he always had a calmness and maturity that was rare for people his age. Probably because Meng Jinhui knew about Duan Hengji's childhood experience, after seeing Duan Hengji's current state, Meng Jinhui's mood became better and better. The drug that the royal family used to monitor could affect the brain and nerves, causing the user's emotions to be dulled. Meng Jinhui knew that the toxins in Duan Hengji's body were still deposited, and the damage caused by the drug had not been healed. But after a period of metabolism and physical development, the drug's effect on his emotions gradually weakened. After drinking the drink, Duan Hengji's stomach was no longer as uncomfortable as before. But when he spoke, Duan Hengji still subconsciously supported himself with one hand on the bar counter. Seeing Duan Hengji's action, Meng Jinhui temporarily stood up and closed the door of the thermostat room. Meng Jinhui turned around and walked to the living room, then brought the hot drink over. "If you want to stand here and watch, then drink some more," Meng Jinhui said to him. Despite the ups and downs in his life, Meng Jinhui was still born into a top interstellar family. Since he was young, Meng Jinhui was surrounded by a bunch of robots, taking care of everything in his life. Logically speaking, someone who grew up in this kind of environment should have had everything taken care of. But Duan Hengji knew from a long time ago that although Meng Jinhui's movements were a bit rusty, he still knew how to cook. Now that he saw his natural movements, Duan Hengji once again realized that Meng Jinhui was very attentive when taking care of people. Although his movements were not as practiced as Duan Hengji's, Meng Jinhui's steps were still very clear in his mind. After passing the drink to Duan Hengji, Meng Jinhui began to prepare the raw materials for use later. The nobles of the Yetian Empire received strict etiquette education from a young age, and Meng Jinhui was no exception. What he was doing now seemed to have nothing to do with the word nobles, but in Duan Hengji's eyes, Meng Jinhui's movements were also incomparably elegant. There was a high stool by the bar outside the kitchen. Duan Hengji stood there for a while, then sat down on the stool. After noticing that Duan Hengji was looking at him seriously, Meng Jinhui also temporarily slowed down his movements. He turned around and asked Duan Hengji, "What's Aheng thinking about?" "I'm thinking, did you learn this when you were young?" Although Duan Hengji did not finish his sentence, Meng Jinhui still understood what Duan Hengji meant. Meng Jinhui carefully washed the vegetables in his hands as he shook his head and said to Duan Henji, "No, when I was young, the situation in Nanjushing was much worse than it is now. Other than the basic classes, the usual classes were related to mecha. Now." He paused for a moment. Then continued, "These are all things that I learned in recent years." When Duan Henji heard Meng Jinhuai's answer, he could not help but be a little surprised. As a marshal, Meng Jinhui had always been a disciplined and strict person in the galaxy. Although Meng Jinhui had countless admirers and had a lot of records and videos of him growing up, no one seemed to know what kind of entertainment Meng Jinhui had in his free time. No, it seemed like Meng Jinhui was not in the same dimension as entertainment and leisure. That was why Duan Henji was so surprised when he heard Meng Jinhuai's answer. In fact, it was not only the ordinary people who were far away from Nanjushing and the military, even people who were familiar with Meng Jinhui sometimes couldn't help but deify him. Now that he heard Meng Jinhuai's answer, Duan Henji suddenly saw the ordinary side of him. In fact, Meng Jinhui was not born to be on the battlefield like the articles on the Galaxy Network said. He also loved ordinary life. In his rare leisure time, Meng Jinhui would even study how to cook and always pay attention to the condition of the people around him. This was the side of Meng Jinhui that no one else in the galaxy knew about, and this side was only known to him. When Duan Henji thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. His eyes still followed Meng Jinhuai's movements, and after thinking of this, he finally couldn't help but smile. Although Meng Jinhui was washing the vegetables, he was also paying attention to Duan Henji from the corner of his eyes. After seeing his expression, Meng Jinhuai's heart couldn't help but soften. He took out the washed vegetables, then put them on the bar next to Duan Henji and said, "Okay, don't mind it if it's ugly." After chatting with Meng Jinhui for a while and drinking some hot drinks, Duan Henji's stomach felt a lot better. Meng Jinhuai's movements were not very proficient, so his speed was a lot slower. However, Duan Henji didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, he sat there quietly and watched the other person's movements. Time slipped away during this intermittent conversation. Although the two of them were involved in the recent file deciphering work, when they were preparing the meal, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui tacitly didn't mention this matter. If someone else was in this room and heard the conversation between the two, they would never think that these two people were the army's marshal and the director of the Mecha Research Institute. Their conversation was no different from that of a normal couple in the Interstellar. Although Meng Jinhui had a good grasp of the steps and the heat, he was still lacking in practice. After a while, Meng Jinhui finally finished a table of simple home-cooked dishes. Although the speed was a little slow, the thermal insulation in the Interstellar was excellent. Even after such a long time had passed, the things he had prepared earlier were still warm. The only robot in the room that was responsible for housework brought the food to the table. After washing his hands and sitting at the table, Meng Jinhui looked at the time and said with a little guilt, "Sorry, it took a long time." It's fine, it's fine." When Duan Henji heard Meng Jinhuai's words, he quickly shook his head and took a deep breath. "It tastes great." Duan Henji didn't lie. Even though Meng Jinhuai's movements weren't very skilled, the smell of these home-cooked dishes was enough to whet one's appetite. Compared to the food Duan Henji made himself last time, the food on the table now looked a lot more simple. However, when Duan Henji looked at the food on the table, he felt like he could understand why people liked to post food on the interstellar web. Actually, he really wanted to show off. After a long time of internal conflict, Professor Duan finally did something that was extremely out of character. He took the optical computer and used the automatic mode to take a picture of the table. After seeing Duan Henji's actions, Meng Jinhui wasn't surprised. In fact, he took 2 steps back. The dishes that Jing Guan had just cooked were very simple, but because of the good control of the fire, the dishes on the plate looked very good in the photos. Meng Jinhui just steamed 2 bowls of steamed egg soup. There was a small shrimp on each bowl, and it looked especially beautiful on the white porcelain plate. Because Duan Henji's stomach wasn't feeling well, in addition to the stir-fried vegetables, Meng Jinhui also cooked some dragon whisker noodles. The general was very particular about the food, and the exquisite tableware made the food in the picture look particularly exquisite. At this time, Meng Jinhui had already returned to his seat. Duan Hengji's hand hovered above the picture for a long time. Finally, while he was still excited, he pressed the send button. After the message was sent successfully, Duan Hengji finally returned to his seat. He put down the optical computer and eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Duan Hengji's taste wasn't very similar to what was popular in the galaxy, but it miraculously coincided with Meng Jinhuai's taste. Although Meng Jinhui intentionally made the food a little lighter, the taste was still to Duan Hengji's liking. Recently, Duan Hengji had been too busy with work. Just like this morning, he often forgot to eat or just casually made do. Therefore, when Duan Hengji smelled the aroma on the table, his hunger was finally completely aroused. He reached out his chopsticks and gently put some dragon whisker noodles into his mouth. Duan Hengji was instantly stimulated. When Meng Jinhui saw Duan Hengji's expression, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. Obviously, the two of them were extremely busy, but when they gathered together, they unconsciously became extraordinarily relaxed. Because the meal was relatively simple, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui finished their lunch in a short time. Now, the robot was washing the dishes. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the research institute. Because it was very sudden, Meng Jinhui still had some work to do. Therefore, after lunch, he went to the study room and turned on his optical computer. Duan Hengji was a little too relaxed just now, so when he saw Meng Jinhui's actions, he finally remembered that he still had things to do. However, Meng Jinhui seemed to know what Duan Hengji was thinking. He directly nipped Duan Hengji's idea in the bud. "Go rest first, you can work after you wake up," the Marshal ordered. The sun at 2 o'clock in the afternoon was always hot, and under this kind of sun, it was easy for people to feel tired. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji also felt a wave of sleepiness. Seeing that Meng Jinhui had no intention of leaving the research institute, Duan Hengji finally returned to his bedroom. Duan Hengji had been living in the research building for the past few days, so he couldn't help but wash up a lot faster. Now that he was back in a familiar space, although he knew that there was still a lot of work to be done, Duan Hengji couldn't help but relax. By the time he finished washing up and changed into a pure cotton nightgown, it was already more than half an hour later. Duan Hengji yawned and walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Meng Jinhui was also here. Although Duan Hengji's room wasn't as big as the one in the military headquarters, the space was enough to put a desk. Because the study room was next door, the desk wasn't used often, but it was still enough. Duan Hengji saw that Meng Jinhui was now sitting at the desk in casual clothes. Seeing Duan Hengji come out, Meng Jinhui nodded at him and asked, "I'm working here, am I bothering you?" Duan Hengji quickly shook his head and said, "Of course not." "That's good." Meng Jinhui used the system attached to the optical computer to adjust the transparency of the bedroom window. In an instant, the room was dark, but it wasn't completely dark. With the brightness and the gauze curtain, the atmosphere in the room changed from noon to evening. Meng Jinhui put down the optical computer and said to Duan Hengji, "Have a good rest." For workaholics like Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui, wasting time was a very shameful thing. But now, when Duan Hengji laid in bed and allowed himself to fall asleep, for the first time, he truly felt that killing time was also something to be happy about. Recently, Duan Hengji has been too tired. He fell asleep almost as soon as his head touched the pillow. Time slowly passed by, and the stars outside the window finally escaped to the position below the horizon. Meng Jinhui, who was working, suddenly closed the document he was browsing and switched the optical computer to the Star Web homepage. Meng Jinhui's hand paused on the Star Web search bar for a while, then he entered Duan Hengji. In an instant, the Star Web interface became crowded. All kinds of news and discussions about Duan Hengji appeared in front of Meng Jinhui's eyes, but he didn't click on any of them. Before today, Duan Hengji had never posted anything on his Star Web account, but the attention on him did not decrease at all because of this. Duan Hengji only casually clicked on a few likes, but it was enough to make the entire Star Web excited for a few days, let alone this kind of update. Unlike Duan Hengji, who had almost no concept of Star Web accounts, Meng Jinhui still had some understanding of them. However, even though Meng Jinhui was already mentally prepared before opening the Star Web page, when he saw the huge number of comments under Duan Henji's only status, he couldn't help but be shocked. The star web users paid more attention to Duan Henji's status than expected. It was also now that Meng Jinhui saw the photo that Duan Henji had just taken. It was taken by the optical computer from the top of the dining table. The warm yellow light shone from above, making the image particularly warm. Duan Henji had this wooden dining table since he was a child. Even though it was well maintained, one could still see some traces of age. These small traces were not at all out of place, and they even blended perfectly with the image. Just looking at this photo, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but smile. The photo had been posted for a few hours, but the comments were still accumulating at a rate of tens of thousands per second. Meng Jinhui opened the star web page. Then, he selected the order of popularity. As a military marshal who was usually so busy that his feet barely touched the ground, Meng Jinhui almost never wasted his time reading the comments on the star web. Anyway, there was a department in the military that paid attention to this matter. If something happened, he would be notified immediately. However, today, Meng Jinhui was unusually interested. Not long ago, Meng Jinhui posted a similar photo at the same location and said that it was Duan Henji's work. Therefore, the marshal saw that the people in the comment section seemed to be certain that the dishes in the photo were also made by Duan Henji. After all, these netizens couldn't see how much time was spent on the dishes on the table. They only knew that the menu looked good. Ah. Professor Duan actually posted a status, am I seeing things? He posted a photo? I think the marshal posted something similar before. Although I guessed that one day Professor Duan would remember his social media account, I didn't expect his first status to be this. After a while, Meng Jinhui saw that the most popular comments in the comment section of Duan Henji's status were almost all exclaiming that Duan Henji finally remembered his password or that there was something wrong with the style. Incidentally, these two keywords also dominated the star web. However, other than that, there were also comments with different styles. For example, Yu Xinlan's post. Although it was posted not long ago, due to the special status of the commenter, it quickly became one of the most popular posts. Yu Xinlan, hahaha, although it still looks good, the dishes are simpler than last time. Professor Duan, is it because you've been too busy recently that your skills have deteriorated? Meng Jinhui, I made it. When Yu Xinlan's message appeared, Meng Jinhui felt sleepy. Someone immediately handed him a pillow. Just like Duan Hongya, who stopped looking at his optical computer after posting his status a few hours ago, Meng Jinhui also logged out of his social media account after replying to Yu Xinlan and continued with his unfinished work. Yu Xinlan, who was on the other side of the galaxy, couldn't help but look like she had seen a ghost. No matter what, she had known Meng Jinhui for more than 10 years. Compared to Duan Hongya, it seemed that very few people would use the word aloof to describe Meng Jinhui. However, in her impression, the marshal had never been as down-to-earth as he was now. Faced with this reply, even Yu Xinlan could not calm down for a long time, let alone the others. On this day, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui used a photo and a sentence respectively to blow up the entire star web. However, while the netizens were going crazy over this, the people involved were unusually calm. This time, Duan Henji slept exceptionally soundly. When he woke up, he felt that his brain had become refreshed because of the sufficient rest. But Duan Henji slowly sat up in bed. He glanced at the tightly closed curtains and the half-empty bed. He finally picked up the optical computer that was quietly hanging by the side. It was now 8:00 a.m. on the Research Institute's star web. It seemed like this time was only a little earlier than Duan Henji's usual time of waking up. But when Duan Henji remembered that he went to bed at noon yesterday, he was shocked by how long his sleep was. The bedroom in the morning was a little too quiet. For some reason, after feeling the atmosphere, Duan Henji felt a little disappointed. It seems like Meng Jinhui has already left. Even though he knew that as a busy military marshal, Meng Jinhui's arrival yesterday was surprising enough. However, after discovering that Meng Jinhui had left early in the morning, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel depressed. After looking at the time, Duan Henji put down the optical computer. He stepped barefoot on the carpet and slowly walked towards the closet. Recently, Duan Henji had been too busy with work. He couldn't help but dress and wash up much faster than before. But today, when the string that had always been taut relaxed a little, Xianxia's entire body exuded a lazy aura. He couldn't help but slow down his movements. After a long time, he slowly walked out of the bedroom. The design of Xianxia's house was very reasonable. Even the corridor had windows let in the sunlight. As soon as he walked out of the door, he felt that someone had opened the window at the end of the corridor. A breeze carrying the scent of grass blew in from the window. The temperature outside seemed to be higher today. Even though it was still early in the morning, the wind was still warm. Since he was young, Xianxia liked the smell of grass. Therefore, after he walked out of the door, he stood there and took a deep breath before walking towards the corner of the corridor. After walking out of the blind spot, Xianxia suddenly realized that there was someone else in the house other than himself. He couldn't help but look downstairs. Then he saw Meng Jinhui sitting on the sofa watching the news through the optical computer. Today, he wasn't wearing a military uniform like he usually did. Instead, he wore a loose black t-shirt. He looked very casual. Meng Jinhui didn't leave. After seeing the person sitting on the sofa in the living room, Xianxia couldn't help but slow down his footsteps. At this time, Meng Jinhui also shifted his gaze from the optical computer to the stairs. Obviously, he also noticed Xianxia. "Good morning." Meng Jinhui smiled at Xianxia and said. "Good morning," Xianxia said as he walked down the stairs. In the past year, which planet Xianxia stayed on and where he went to participate in activities, it was all planned and sent to him by the military in advance. Unlike Xianxia, who mainly did research and rarely attended public events or meetings, Meng Jinhui had meetings almost every day. He often went to various planets in the galaxy. It could be said that he was extremely busy. Meng Jinhui's schedule didn't include coming to the research institute. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for him to come here. He definitely postponed a lot of work that was already arranged. Because of this, when Xianxia woke up just now, he mentally prepared himself for Meng Jinhui to leave. At this time, when Xianxia saw the other party sitting in the living room in casual clothes and greeting him, he couldn't help but look at the other party with a puzzled expression. Without knowing when, Xianxia and Meng Jinhui formed a kind of tacit understanding between each other. Xianxia wasn't a talkative person. Because of his facial paralysis, he hid his emotions better than other people. But even so, sometimes, Xianxia didn't have to say anything. Meng Jinhui could guess what he was thinking. The Marshal stood up from the sofa and said to Xianxia, "I still have some things to do in the military. After breakfast with you, I'll be leaving." So the reason Meng Jinhui didn't leave was because he wanted to wait for Xianxia to have breakfast together. Of course, this wasn't the first time Xianxia and Meng Jinhui had breakfast together. Maybe it was because they had been staying in the huge military building before this. Now that they were back in this residence full of traces of life, everything seemed warmer than before. Even though there was a lot of work to be done behind the scenes, Xianxia wanted time to stop at this moment. After Meng Jinhui left the research institute that day, Xianxia's work continued. Maybe it was because he had walked out of the bottleneck period, or maybe it was because he relaxed that time, but he was no longer as tense as before. This time, even though Xianxia wasn't as overworked as before, his efficiency was much higher. A few days later, in the evening, Xianxia sat at his desk in his study. He stared nervously at the data on the optical supercomputer in front of him. At this time, Xianxia's condition was very similar to the time when the mass-produced mechas were created. Even if the deciphering of the document failed, there was no danger of starting all over again. However, Xianxia's fingers couldn't help but tremble as he typed the last few lines of data. This time, Xianxia wasn't the only one who had finished the deciphering work. At the last step, every time he entered a character, Nanjushing and the other military organizations involved in the project would update simultaneously. Even though the live feed wasn't turned on, just by looking at how Xianxia suddenly slowed down, everyone could feel his nervousness. Xianxia's movements became abnormally slow. In the end, every time he entered a few characters, he would turn back to look at the previous content. Finally, Xianxia's hand stopped and he entered the last command in the background. Logically speaking, Xianxia only needed to press the start button and wait for the final result. However, because of his nervousness, Duan Hengji's hand didn't press the button for a long time. At this time, Meng Jinhuai's voice suddenly came from the originally quiet study. At this time, he was synchronizing the data in Nanjuxing. "Ahang, don't be nervous," said Meng Jinhuai. Even though the live feed wasn't turned on, the three parties' voice communication didn't stop. Before Duan Hengji entered the final program, the voice of the staff would often come from the communication channel. However, Meng Jinhuai didn't say anything before. Now that he suddenly heard Meng Jinhuai's voice, Duan Hengji wasn't disturbed. On the contrary, he finally nodded slightly. Duan Hengji knew that Meng Jinhuai couldn't see his movements. After checking the data one last time, Duan Hengji finally pressed the start button. He let out a long breath and slowly leaned against the leather back of the office chair. At this time, the optical computer started to show the progress of the file cracking. None of the three parties in the voice communication channel spoke. Duan Hengji put all his weight on the chair and felt like his soul had left his body. After a long time, he finally stretched out his hand and patted his face gently. Then, he sat up straight again. At this time, the file cracking progress bar was already at 70%. Because he was close to the optical computer, Duan Hengji could even hear the nervous breathing of the staff. Unlike the conflicted feelings he had before pressing the confirm button, Duan Hengye relaxed instead. He picked up the coffee cup beside him and sat on the sofa. Duan Hengye crossed his legs on the sofa, then casually took the photo album from the side. Although this kind of printing technology was very old and outdated in the galaxy, there were still families who chose to use this traditional method to print out photos and put them in the house as decoration. The photo album in Duan Hengji's hand was found in a bookcase at home a while ago. Because Duan Hengji's parents rarely brought him to public events when he was young, there were almost no family photos of him on the galaxy web. Including this photo, Duan Hengji had only seen a total of 3 or 4 photos. In the photo, Duan Hengji looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old. When the photo was taken, he had a serious expression on his face and his hands were properly placed on the side of his pants. Coupled with his overly young face, he looked indescribably cute. Duan Hengxing was even younger. Or rather, it could be said that he was still a baby. His face was full of ignorance and he didn't look like a spoiled brat at all. Standing beside Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing were their parents. Even though Duan Hengji's parents couldn't be considered young when he was born, they still looked like they were in their 20s or 30s. Unlike the serious-looking Duan Hengye, his parents were smiling at the camera when they were taking photos. Both of their expressions were extremely gentle. Duan Hengji's hand gently caressed the photo and then carefully put it aside. When Duan Hengji first transmigrated to this world, he didn't take the original owner's parents seriously. But now, he realized that he might have been in this world since he was a child. After receiving the document that had been covered in dust for more than a decade, Duan Hengji's curiosity towards the two people grew stronger. He thought, one day, he would remember the story of his childhood and tell the entire galaxy what kind of story was behind that so-called accident. Duan Hengji walked back to the optical computer. Coincidentally, when he sat down, he saw that the decoding progress of the document had reached 99%. Even though he was no longer nervous, Duan Hengji couldn't help but sit up straight and lock his eyes on the screen. The sound reception of the communication equipment was very good. Duan Hengye could hear the nervousness of the other staff members from the faint noise. However, seeing the 99% progress, Duan Hengji was unusually calm. He said to the other staff members, "It's okay, just wait patiently." Even though they had never worked with Duan Hengji before, they had already seen Professor Duan's role in this decoding work. After hearing his words, the staff members' heartbeats finally calmed down. Maybe it was because of Duan Hengji's calm attitude, or maybe it was because of Duan Hengji's strong professionalism. No matter where he was, Duan Hengji always gave people a sense of trust. Compared to before, the last 1% loading speed was especially slow. The interface on the screen didn't change for a long time, as if it was frozen. Just as everyone was getting nervous again, the originally dark blue screen suddenly lit up, and the loading progress bar disappeared. The screen went black again. What's going on? After seeing the pitch-black screen, even the experienced staff members were stunned. It's done, Duan Henji said, the file has been decoded successfully. The second Duan Henji finished speaking, the screen lit up again. Even though the system interface was still in the background, anyone who knew the code could see that, just like Duan Henji said, the decoding work had been successfully completed. Duan Henji heard a burst of cheers coming from the communication channel. Just like Meng Jinhui and himself, these staff members had a lot of work to do recently. Everyone put 100% of their attention into this work, and they were looking forward to the final result. Now that they saw this interface, the office over there instantly exploded. The pressure that had been building up for a long time was completely released at this moment. Even though the communication device sensitively lowered the volume, the sudden cheers still reached Duan Henji's ears. After a few seconds, these staff members finally remembered that Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were on the same communication channel as them. So they swallowed the sudden burst of cheers again. However, at this time, Meng Jinhui, who had only said 1 or 2 sentences since the beginning, suddenly spoke. Thank you for your recent work. Meng Jinhui's words carried a hint of a smile. He continued, now that this stage of the work is officially over, you can all have a good rest. The time of the 3 locations could be seen in the communication channel. In fact, except for the research institute where Duan Henji was located, it was still daytime in the other locations. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, everyone immediately understood that Meng Jinhui was urging Duan Henji to rest. For a moment, the staff members began to bid farewell to Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui in the communication channel. Not long after, the place quieted down. However, contrary to what the staff members expected, after they left, the communication channel did not end. Duan Henji did not immediately go to rest like Meng Jinhui said. For Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, the focus of today's work had just begun. At this time, the interface on the optical computer suddenly changed. The system background screen disappeared, and after a flash of white light, the software interface that Duan Henji was familiar with appeared in front of Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui at the same time. This is the mech design software. Duan Henji said. At first glance, his voice sounded very calm. It was a great contrast to the staff members who could not help but scream when they saw that the document had been successfully decrypted. However, only Meng Jinhui, who was familiar with Duan Henji, could tell that under Duan Henji's calm voice, there was an incomparable excitement. Compared to the successful decryption of the document, Duan Henji was more excited when he saw the software interface. As a mech designer, Duan Henji was more familiar with this software than anyone else. After all, he spent most of his day here. After saying those words, Duan Henji began to skillfully operate the software. Meng Jinhui did not say anything, nor did he do anything to interrupt Duan Henji's actions. After a while, several commands were issued by Duan Henji's subordinates, and the interface began to change. At this time, Duan Henji lifted his hand from the keyboard and said to Meng Jinhui, "This software is still stuck on a version from more than 10 years ago, so it's running a little slow." The technological advancement of the interstellar era was just too fast. Compared to the era of data storage, the mech design software alone had already been updated several times. The information stored back then was very complex, so using the old software to open it was a little slow. Duan Henji was not one to get anxious easily, but when he saw the mech model slowly loading before him, his fingers could not help but tap lightly on the table. Duan Henji himself did not notice this, but Meng Jinhui, who was in Nanjushing, could vaguely hear it. Meng Jinhui could understand Duan Henji's feelings right now. As a mech designer, the thought of being able to see the answer to a difficult problem that had been hidden for more than 10 years in just a short while was enough to make one excited. However, Meng Jinhui did not directly console Duan Henji like before, but instead suddenly asked him about his vision for the next mech. His words drew Duan Henji's attention, and Duan Henji's attention finally left the mech model that was slowly loading. Although the loading speed was a little slow, Duan Henji's parents had used the best system to record it. A few minutes later, a mech model finally appeared before Duan Henji's eyes. 90% of the mech was gray, only the area under the cockpit was painted blue. When he saw this, Duan Henji could not help but take a deep breath. He continued, "The gray parts are the original mech model, and the blue parts are the weapon assembly points." Apart from that, the two of them also noticed that the gray mech model was actually a top-class mech from the previous generation. The mech Meng Jinhui was piloting now was an upgraded version of this mech model. Meng Jinhui could not help but smile, and then said somewhat wistfully, "I haven't seen this mech in many years." Unlike normal mass-produced mechs, top-class mechs were genuine one-of-a-kind products. Just like how even the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute did not have a copy of Meng Jinhui's mech, there was only one top-class mech model from the previous generation that belonged to Meng Jinhui's father in the entire Interstellar. Although it was modified from the previous generation, the exterior of Meng Jinhui's mech was still somewhat different. Therefore, when Meng Jinhui saw this legendary mech model that had disappeared in the flames of war with the old Marshal many years ago, his tone suddenly changed. The two of them were not people who would easily fall into the emotions of the past, even though the mech and the confidential documents before them held a different meaning to both Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui. However, they did not just focus on reminiscing or lamenting. Duan Hengji did not hesitate to open the weapon assembly point, and then without hesitation, he clicked on the file and began copying all the data to his and Meng Jinhui's photon computers. While the file was being copied, Duan Hengji also began to study the mech model in front of him. Then, he suddenly realized something. Judging from the structure at first glance and his accumulated experience over the years, this model was not simple. However, when Duan Hengji saw it, not only did he not find it complicated, but he also felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Duan Hengji placed his hand back on the photon computer, then clicked on the internal structure of the weapon model and began to quickly observe its structure from every angle. After some time, Duan Hengji suddenly heard Meng Jinhui's familiar voice in his ear. "Ahang? Ahang?" Now that the file was copied, but Duan Hengji did not respond for a long time, Meng Jinhui subconsciously began to call out his name. After hearing Meng Jinhui's voice, Duan Hengji finally came back to his senses. He couldn't help but sniff. Then, he glanced at the document that had been completely copied. Meng Jinhui asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the model?" Duan Hengji could not help but shake his head, then he remembered that Meng Jinhui was not by his side right now. Thus, Duan Hongye gave a soft N and then told her everything he had just discovered. "When I saw the model just now, I suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After carefully thinking about it, I think I might have come into contact with it when I was young," Duan Hengji said. After hearing his words, even Meng Jinhui could not help but feel surprised. After all, when the so-called accident happened, Duan Hengji was only in his teens. According to his age, no matter what kind of genius he was, he should still be at the stage of accumulating basic knowledge. He should not have been able to come into contact with such a core technology so early. But Meng Jinhui also believed that since Duan Hengji said this to him, it meant that the truth was more or less like this. But because he lost the memory of his childhood, what Duan Hengji said now was only his own rough guess. "I think this model is very familiar. I probably saw it when I was young. So just now, I opened the weapon's internal structure and took a look at its structure." Duan Hengji once again synchronized the internal structure of the weapon with Meng Jinhui. He constantly adjusted the angle, and from time to time, he would click on some of the connections. While his hands were busy adjusting the angle, Duan Hengji's mouth was not idle either. He began to explain to Meng Jinhui the purpose of each of the connecting parts, and the significance of them being placed here. Perhaps because he was a little excited, Duan Hengji did not simplify things like he did in his previous lectures. He also did not consider in advance whether the content he was going to talk about would be too professional. This time, Duan Hongye told her everything that he had just discovered, and even his speed of speech couldn't help but increase by a lot. Even though Marshal Meng Jinhui had an incomparable understanding of mecha, he still did not fully understand Duan Hengji's words. However, this did not prevent Meng Jinhui from understanding the meaning behind Duan Hengji's explanation. Duan Hengji was not wrong. He had indeed been exposed to knowledge related to weapon systems since he was young, and his understanding of them was not just superficial, but extremely deep. One could imagine that other than learning the basics of mecha, Duan Hengji's parents had taught him about weapon systems every day. Even though Duan Hengji really did not understand the relevant content at that time, after such a long time, the relevant knowledge had long been imprinted in Duan Hengji's mind. Whether it was the royal family or other people in the galaxy, no one would have thought that the dean and his wife would teach a child such a difficult problem. In fact, if he had not deciphered this file, Duan Henji himself would not have realized that he could actually understand the structure of the system. After he finished speaking, Duan Henji paused for a long time. Then he suddenly smiled and said, "This way, I can save a lot of time to understand and research." Even though he could not see Duan Henji's expression, Meng Jinhui inexplicably felt that even though Duan Henji smiled, his mood when he spoke had nothing to do with being happy or relaxed. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Duan Henji sighed softly. Then he asked Meng Jinhui on the other end of the communicator, "Do you think, when they taught me this, they already thought of the worst-case scenario back then?" Duan Henji's words carried an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. For a moment, Meng Jinhui felt like a lot of words were stuck in his throat, but he could not say anything. Professor Duan was not a weak person, not to mention that he still had not remembered the events of the past. After a moment of silence, Duan Henji closed the internal interface of the weapon system. "Okay," Duan Henji let out a long sigh and said, "I'm going to rest, see you tomorrow." "Okay." Meng Jinhui did not want to disturb Duan Henji's mood. After he heard what Duan Henji said, he also softly said to the other end of the communicator, "See you tomorrow." Compared to before, Duan Henji's work and rest schedule had become much more regular recently. However, he and Meng Jinhui both knew that even though he said he was going to rest, the night owl Professor Duan obviously would not do so. After the communicator ended, Duan Henji once again walked to the sofa. However, he did not pick up the photo again. Instead, he took a small square box from the low cabinet in the corner of the sofa. Duan Henji was currently located at the Mecha Research Institute. Even though there was no replica of Meng Jinhui's top-level mecha, there was no shortage of mecha here. Duan Henji was currently holding an intermediate mecha activation medal in his hand. The mecha's codename was YL0. Other than the Yetian Empire, it was also exported in large quantities to other countries. It could be said that it was currently a very common medium-sized mecha in the interstellar. Unlike the design of mass-produced mechas, a top-level mecha took a longer time to design. Even though he now had the weapon system model in his hands, Duan Henji was still prepared for a long battle. He gave himself enough time to design the mecha, and during this time, he also had other things to do. Duan Henji took the metal out of the box and held it tightly in his hand. The metal's special metal material was frighteningly cold. As soon as Duan Henji held it in his hand, a bone-piercing chill came from it. Even so, Duan Henji did not let go of it. The Mecha Research Institute's experimental building and the residential area were in the same hemisphere. At this time, night had just fallen. After Duan Henji took out the metal, he took a short jacket from the hanger and put it on. He then walked out of the house. Duan Henji's movements were fast and without hesitation. After leaving the house, he directly boarded a hovercraft that had been parked here for a long time. He then quickly flew towards the other side of the planet. Compared to the other hemisphere, this side of the planet was mainly distributed with several experimental sites. The warehouse of the Research Institute was also here. Even though from a high altitude, the buildings were densely packed, but there were much fewer workers. Duan Henji stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window of the hovercraft. He saw the scenery outside the window quickly passing by. It didn't take long for the hovercraft to cross the twilight line and enter the brighter side of the planet. Just like how Meng Jinhui had the highest authority on Nanzhusheng and the other Marshal's planets, Duan Henji also had the highest degree of freedom on this planet. No one would have thought that in the middle of the night in the residential and working areas, Duan Henji would ride a hovercraft alone to the Mecha experimental site on the other side of the planet. After arriving at the destination, the hovercraft hummed softly twice. Then, it slowed down and descended. After the hatch opened, a gust of cold wind rushed in. This Mecha experimental site was empty most of the time. Its function was somewhat similar to a test flight planet, but the environment was much simpler. Now, only some auxiliary mecha tests or small-scale experiments would be used here. After getting off the hovercraft, Duan Henji saw an old mecha that had been scrapped from an experiment not far away. Other than that, there was nothing else here. Compared to the other parts of the planet where the research institute was located, this experimental site was a little barren. However, Duanhenji obviously didn't care about this. After all, he was looking for an empty space. After getting off the hovercraft and looking around, Duanhenji took out the mecha activation badge from his pocket and threw it high into the air. In the blink of an eye, a dark gray mecha appeared in front of Duanhenji. Compared to the mecha Duanhenji secretly activated on planet Duguang, this one was much larger. When he got close, he could feel the pressure coming from the mecha. After seeing it, Duanhenji felt a little nervous. However, after a few seconds of preparation, he chose to directly enter the mecha. That's right. The other thing Duanhenji planned to do during this time was to learn how to pilot a mecha. A long time ago, Duanhenji already knew that he had an extremely high spiritual power. If it wasn't for the fact that Duanhenji was currently working as a mecha designer, and that no one in the galaxy knew that his spiritual power had recovered, he would have been a very high spiritual power expert. Just based on this spiritual power value alone, Duanhenji would have received an olive branch from the military. Although Duanhenji still couldn't reveal his spiritual power value because he had to hide his strength from the royal family and didn't know how to explain it to the outside world. However, this didn't stop him from wanting to learn how to pilot a mecha. This was too tempting. Moreover, the previous few incidents clearly told Duanhenji that the environment he was in wasn't safe. Although Duanhenji managed to dodge the previous 2 attacks due to his outstanding skills, he wasn't naive enough to think that he would be so lucky next time. This was an era where danger lurked everywhere. Everyone should be prepared for the worst, Duanhenji already knew this. And just now, after discovering that his parents had been consciously teaching him about the weapon system since he was young, Duanhengye's perception of this became even stronger. After a while, Duanhenji boarded the mecha's cockpit. He slowly sat down and used his high level of understanding of mecha, as well as Meng Jinhuai's lecture last time on planet Nanwei, to slowly activate the mecha. At this time, Duanhenji was highly focused. He didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening around him. Therefore, Duanhenji naturally didn't see the message that Meng Jinhuai just sent him. Nan Zhuxing's matter had been dealt with, and Meng Jinhuai was now rushing to the research institute. Duanhenji forgot one thing, or rather, he didn't care at all. After the previous incident, Nan Zhuxing once again increased the security level around him. In addition to the increase in the number of security personnel, Duanhenji also carried a miniature tracker with him. It could actually send the location to Nan Zhuxing to prevent any accidents from happening. Because this thing was really inconspicuous, after a period of time, even Duanhenji forgot about its existence. However, regardless of whether the owner of this tracker remembered it or not, the fact was that this thing was still working diligently. Piloting a mecha wasn't an easy task. The reason Duanhenji dared to take on the task so quickly was because of his high spiritual power. With Duanhengye's spiritual power value, for a common mech like the YL0 with stable performance, he could directly achieve the effect of cross-level domination. Relying on the mecha's internal stability system and emergency measures, even if Duanhenji made a major mistake, the mecha would still be able to stabilize itself. Duanhenji slowly placed his hand on the activation screen. Then, a dark purple light appeared in front of his eyes and swept across his face. When the light was about to touch his face, Duanhenji gently closed his eyes. Because of his nervous state, Duanhenji's thin eyelids were still trembling slightly even after he closed his eyes. When he heard the mecha system notification, he finally opened his eyes and waited for the next round of iris verification. As a mecha designer, Duanhenji knew every detail of this mecha like the back of his hand. He knew it better than anyone else. The functions of every control button, the details of how to deal with different situations. Duanhenji couldn't be more familiar with all of this. In order to complete the unprecedented self-study of mecha piloting in interstellar history, Duanhenji even went back to his old profession. He once again snuck into the military's internal system and found the instructional videos. But no matter how rich Duanhenji's knowledge of mecha piloting was, he was still an armchair strategist after all. Now that he was actually sitting in the cockpit, the feeling was naturally different from what he had imagined. Duanhenji focused his spiritual power and then slowly floated the mecha in the air according to the theory he had learned before. No matter what, Duan Henji had taken many interstellar transportation vehicles by now. He was already used to rapid acceleration. However, the speed at which the mecha was rising into the air was obviously very slow. It was only a meter above the ground, but the moment it started moving, Duan Henji's back couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although the Duan Henji was not familiar with the controls, it was at least very standard. Due to the fact that his spiritual power was able to dominate the mech's performance was very stable after taking off. Duan Henji, who was sitting in the cockpit, slowly leaned forward and looked at the shadow of the mech on the ground. Duan Henji was clearly not far from the ground, but after seeing the projection, he couldn't help but feel excited. Duan Henji's mech was currently hovering in the air in its most stable state. Once he had calmed down, Duan Henji began to slowly test out the mech's most common attack techniques. A few seconds later, a large silver beam shot out from under Duan Henji's eyes. In an instant, a deep crater appeared on the mech's test field not far away. Although the mech was currently in a very stable state, such a large beam shot out would still produce some sort of recoil effect. Therefore, before Duan Henji could lift his hand from the mech's control panel, he felt the mech tilt slightly backward. The angle wasn't obvious. It was like a gentle breeze blowing past the side of a swing. If not for the fact that Duan Henji was operating the mech and his nerves were tense, he wouldn't have been able to feel it. However, the moment the mech swayed, Duan Henji couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. It wasn't until the mech stabilized that Duan Henji finally let out a sigh of relief. However, before Duan Henji could finish his sigh of relief, he finally realized something very serious. The beam shot just now had created a deep crater on the test field. Due to the fact that this was his first time operating a mech, Duan Henji knew all the steps, but his accuracy was still lacking by a bit. Furthermore, due to his high spiritual power, the mech also interpreted his commands at the highest level. Therefore, not only was the beam shot bad, but its attack power was also abnormally high. This was a test field to begin with, but there was a fixed location for weapon system tests. Although there would occasionally be random tests conducted on this field, the premise was that the test field was not destroyed. For example, Duan Henji's current actions were considered abnormal test operations and would be subject to a warning. As expected, just as Duan Henji realized this, a red light suddenly flashed in the corner of the test field. Before today, no one from the Mecha Research Institute had ever conducted a weapon test here and caused such serious damage to the test field. The entire Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute had a common network. When Duan Henji saw the warning, the staff on duty on the other side of the planet naturally also noticed the abnormality. The YL-0 mech that Duan Henji was piloting belonged to the Research Institute, so the staff on duty could use their authority to communicate with it in real time. Therefore, not long after the red light flashed, Duan Henji received a video call request. Knowing that he had caused the staff to panic, Duan Henji felt a little apologetic. He accepted the audio call and the staff on duty's nervous voice was transmitted to Duan Henji's ears. Mecha Research Institute A79 test field, please state your identity. The Research Institute does not have any records of experiments, please report the motive and process of the experiment. Although Duan Henji did not see anyone when he came here, it did not mean that this place was not important. Under normal circumstances, entering the test field without the Research Institute's approval was a serious violation, not to mention piloting a mech and smashing a hole in the test field. Although there was a panic in his voice that could not be ignored, the staff member still tried his best to stabilize his emotions. He ordered Duan Hongye very seriously. Duan Henji knew that if he did not respond immediately, it would alert the nearby staff. Therefore, when he heard the other party's question, Duan Henji quickly replied, "It's me, Duan Henji." Ah? The staff on the other side obviously did not respond. At this moment, Duan Henji sent his identity information through his photon processor. The other side was silent for a while. Obviously, they were verifying his identity. After a while, the staff on the other side finally changed his tone. He was a little excited and a little surprised as he said to Duan Henji, "I'm sorry, Professor Duan. We did not receive your notice in advance, that's why we disturbed you." "It's okay." In order to prevent his subordinates from questioning the Research Institute's typesetting system, Duan Henji quickly added, this experiment was a last-minute idea, I didn't have time to record it. Wait until tomorrow. I'll go and record it myself. The Imperial Research Institute had no lack of precedents like this. They decided to conduct an experiment on the spot, and then went back to record it after the experiment was over. Okay. The staff on the other side quickly wrote down Duan Hengji's words. Then, he couldn't help but ask, Professor Duan, do we need to synchronize the data of the pilot next to you? In fact, this question was not necessary. It was just that the staff felt a little unreliable from the hole in the test field, so he asked this question. After hearing his question, Duan Hengji quickly said, no. In order to prevent the staff from getting suspicious, Duan Hengji added, it's a member of the military. I see, then I won't disturb your work. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, the staff felt like he probably knew why this accident happened. It was most likely that the military pilot wasn't familiar with this area, so he accidentally damaged the docking area. But, why are military personnel so unreliable? After hearing this, Duan Hengji couldn't help but sigh in relief. Okay, thanks. After waiting for a few seconds, he finally turned off the communication device. Duan Hengji, who had just recovered from a crisis, didn't know that Meng Jinhui, who was watching the news on a starship heading to the research institute, suddenly sneezed. Perhaps this was the so-called inexplicable scapegoating. After the communication device ended, Duan Hengji began to slowly move his mecha. After a few minutes, he finally stopped outside the designated weapon test field according to the route shown on the holographic screen. Actually, this place was only about 100 meters away from the crater just now. Before Duan Hengji, no one had ever been so close to the test field to complete their work. However, Duan Hengji had already recognized his own strength from the crater just now, so in order to prevent further damage to the test field, he had no choice but to stay as close to the test field as possible. As a pilot with an incomparable wealth of theoretical experience, Duan Hengji wasn't in a hurry to proceed with the next step of the more complicated test. After Mecha YL-0 arrived at its destination, Duan Hengji once again focused his mind and stopped the mecha in place. Compared to the state he was in at the beginning, after a period of buffering, Duan Hengji's nervousness finally calmed down. He once again focused his mind and slowly raised the mecha's hovering altitude. Compared to before, the mecha was hovering much higher. Duan Hengji was a person with an extremely strong learning ability. After the previous experience, he was able to aim at the target in an extremely short amount of time. Then, he controlled the power of the weapon and fired at the target. Just like before, the mecha leaned back slightly. However, Duan Hengji was no longer afraid. This time, the beam was much dimmer and its accuracy was much higher. Before firing the beam, Duan Hengji had used the map of the weapon test field as a reference. Now, through the magnification function of the mecha's holographic screen, he could clearly see that the beam was landing very close to the reference point he had drawn. Although he hadn't reached his target, this progress was already very satisfying for Duan Hengji. Seeing this, Duan Hengji once again landed the mecha and repeated the previous steps. Now, he was no longer as nervous as before. However, this was still Duan Hengji's first time piloting a mecha by himself. He was much more excited than usual, not to mention sleepy. Thus, after repeating this process, a small part of the night had already passed. Due to his excitement, Duan Hengji had also lost track of time on the mecha since it was currently in the daytime hemisphere. While he was practicing his mecha piloting, the starship belonging to the military had already entered the airspace of the Research Institute. Sir Marshal, the starship has arrived at the planet where the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute is located. May I ask if we should directly land in the residential area? Asked Meng Jinhui's assistant as he walked over. After hearing the assistant's words, Meng Jinhui carefully recalled, Duan Hengji should have been working in the study room at home. Yes, let's go to the residential area. Meng Jinhui nodded, then took out his optical supercomputer to check the time, then stood up from his seat. The starship Meng Jinhui was on was moving very fast. It only took a blink of an eye to land in the airspace of the Research Institute. It was now nighttime in the residential area, so the temperature was a little lower than in the cabin of the starship. Thus, Meng Jinhui stood up and took his jacket from the side, then put it on and walked towards the exit of the starship. A few minutes later, Meng Jinhui appeared at the door of Duan Henji's residence. After this period of time, Meng Jinhui already had the authority to enter this place. Although he didn't know if Duan Henji was resting now, in order not to disturb him, Meng Jinhui used his authority to open the door of Duan Henji's house. After seeing the dark living room, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Recently, when Duan Henji was working, the door of his study room would be closed. If he wasn't resting now, there would definitely be light coming from the second floor. Meng Jinhui couldn't help but slow down and walk slowly towards the bedroom on the second floor. Meng Jinhui, who didn't want to disturb Duan Henji, soon found that there was no one in the house at all. Where did Duan Henji go in the middle of the night? Unlike when he deliberately slowed down when he came, Meng Jinhui walked down the second floor as fast as he could after confirming that there was no one in the house. Then, he said to the staff waiting outside the villa, "Start tracking Duan Henji's current location." Although they didn't follow Meng Jinhui into the house, when they saw his serious expression, they immediately realized that Duan Henji wasn't in the house right now. This was because he was no longer a dangerous undercover agent like before, and the environment of the research institute was very safe. Meng Jinhui had already ordered the military staff to stop paying attention to Duan Henji's location and his next move. This was also a way to respect his privacy. Therefore, after discovering that Duan Henji wasn't at home, Meng Jinhui didn't immediately ask his assistant Yipu to locate him. Instead, he directly asked someone to start tracking him. After Meng Jinhui finished speaking, he walked towards the starship not far away. However, before he could board the starship, he heard the staff behind him say, "General, Professor Duan is still in the research institute, but he's not in the hemisphere we're currently in." Hearing this, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but slow down. "Where is he now?" asked Meng Jinhui. "Mecha Research Institute's A79 test site," said the staff honestly. "Mecha test site?" Meng Jinhui couldn't help but frown. What was Duan Henji doing there in the middle of the night? When Meng Jinhui arrived at the Mecha Research Institute's A79 test site, he saw a medium-sized mecha from afar. In the few seconds it took for the hover to detect the mecha and get close to it, Meng Jinhui saw the mecha repeating a few basic operations. Did Duan Henji discover something new? At this time, Meng Jinhui clearly didn't realize that the person piloting the mecha wasn't an experimenter from the research institute, but Duan Henji himself. When the hover got close, Meng Jinhui didn't rush over. He stopped the hover and began to observe. However, to Meng Jinhui's disappointment, after a few minutes, the medium-sized mecha was still repeating the simplest steps. It showed no signs of stopping or changing modes. What the hell was it doing? Meng Jinhui looked at the time again. It was now late at night on the planet where the research institute was located. He didn't wait any longer. He ordered the hover to approach the mecha not far away. At this time, the mecha Meng Jinhui was riding in came from the military starship. Compared to the typical hover, it was much faster and had many more functions. Even the normal mecha piloted by Duan Henji couldn't detect the hover's approach at all. By the time Duan Henji noticed the hover, it was already in front of him. What is this? When he saw the hover that suddenly appeared, Duan Henji was almost scared out of his wits. Due to the strong fluctuations in his psychic energy, the mecha he was riding in activated its emergency program and began to slowly descend to the ground. Wait a minute, how did it descend? Because the mecha hovered only a few meters above the ground, it came to a steady stop in the blink of an eye. It didn't even give Duan Henji time to regain control of the mecha. When Duan Henji saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, before he could send a signal to the mysterious mecha that suddenly appeared and ask its members, Duan Henji noticed that the hover had flown to the opposite side of the cockpit. In an instant, the single-sided transparent window suddenly turned completely transparent. A person he couldn't be more familiar with appeared in front of him. Meng Jinhui. Right now, Duan Henji's control of the mecha was still at a very shallow level. Although he knew the functions of the mecha, he was still unable to operate them skillfully. So this time, Duan Henji forgot to adjust the single-sided transparent window of the cockpit. In other words, the moment the hover rose, Meng Jinhui saw that there was only one person in the cockpit of the mecha. And that person was none other than Duan Henji, who had no psychic energy. Before Duan Henji could react, the hover opposite him sent him a request to land. With his mind in a state of confusion and a broken jar, Duan Henji directly accepted Meng Jinhuai's request. After a while, the Grand Marshal in his military uniform appeared in the cockpit of the mecha. Meng Jinhuai's expression was very serious. Duan Henji, who had just managed to clear his mind, was stunned by the Grand Marshal's imposing manner. For a long time, he did not know what to say. Finally, after looking around the cockpit, Meng Jinhuai walked over to Duan Henji, who was sitting in the pilot's seat. He lowered his head and looked at Duan Henji deeply. Just as Duan Henji thought that Meng Jinhuai was going to start questioning him about his psychic energy, he suddenly heard the Grand Marshal say, "That crater in the back, was it you who smashed it?" Why is it such an awkward question? Duan Henji, who was already making up excuses in his mind, was interrupted by Meng Jinhuai's question. Even though he did not want to admit it, the truth was right there. So Duan Henji was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "It was me." Hearing this, Meng Jinhuai had an "I knew it" expression on his face. He suddenly sat in the empty co-pilot seat beside Duan Henji and said to Duan Henji, "Controlling psychic energy is a very important part of operating a mecha." After saying this, Meng Jinhuai looked back at the crater that Duan Henji had smashed. "You still need to practice more." "Oh, okay." Duan Henji did not think that Meng Jinhuai had forgotten about his zero psychic energy. After all, this was a well-known fact in the galaxy and had become a label for Duan Henji. So the more Meng Jinhuai spoke, the more nervous Duan Henji became. Without a doubt, Meng Jinhuai must have known that his psychic energy had recovered a long time ago. But, when did he find out, and how did he find out? Even though Meng Jinhuai was sitting opposite Duan Henji, and his aura was still very strong. But because the question just now was too serious, Duan Henji's mind could not help but wander to the side. Suddenly, Meng Jinhuai stopped talking. After realizing this, Duan Henji could not help but become more nervous. He looked up at Meng Jinhuai, then hesitantly asked, "What's wrong?" After saying this, Duan Henji felt that his question was a little stupid. It was like digging a hole for himself. After hearing Duan Henji's question, Meng Jinhuai stood up from the co-pilot seat. "And the most important thing." Meng Jinhuai suddenly dragged out his voice. At the same time, Duan Henji also became very nervous. "Meng Jinhuai is going to ask me about my psychic energy, right?" Meng Jinhuai walked behind Duan Henji, then gently put his hand on the back of Duan Henji's seat. Meng Jinhuai bent down slightly, then said in Duan Henji's ear, "As the Dean of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, your understanding of mecha is second to none in the entire galaxy." After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Henji nodded silently. "Okay." Meng Jinhuai stood up straight again, then patted Duan Henji's shoulder, and said to him seriously, "Then, Professor Duan must know that you need a certificate to pilot a mecha independently, right?" "Huh?" Duan Henji was taken aback by the question, then hesitated for a moment before answering, "I know." "So where's your mecha driver's license?" Meng Jinhuai suddenly changed the topic, turning to a question that Duan Henji had never thought about. "What should I do if the Marshal finds out that I'm piloting a mecha without a license?" In fact, apart from driving without a license, Duan Henji's actions today were considered dangerous driving. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, this sentence immediately flashed in his mind. As a person who was crowned by Duan Henji with the title of Best Actor, Meng Jinhuai was very good at hiding his emotions and true feelings. When he spoke just now, Meng Jinhuai's expression also became serious. He didn't seem to be joking at all. Even Duan Henji couldn't tell for a moment whether Meng Jinhuai was joking with him or not. But in any case, after hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel nervous. Duan Henji couldn't help but lower his head, then said with some uncertainty, "No." As a person who didn't know how to explain, after thinking for a long time, he finally said the truth without any hesitation. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhuai finally couldn't help but laugh. He sighed softly, then said to Duan Henji, "If you want to learn how to pilot a mech, you can come to me at any time." After that, Meng Jinhuai continued to gently put his hands on Duan Henji's shoulders. Although the YL0 is a stable mech, it's also a very powerful mech. But for someone with your level of mental power, it's a waste. Wait, did Meng Jinhui just say for someone with your level of mental power? After hearing this sentence, Duan Henji finally couldn't help but remove the protective belt on the mech pilot's seat, then turned around to look at Meng Jinhui. So, not only does the Marshal know that my mental power is not zero, but he also knows the specific value of my mental power. In this short moment, Duan Henji's mind quickly went through everything that happened after he transmigrated into the Toppling the Stars book. He thought that except for the time when he first transmigrated into this world, he didn't seem to have seen the value of his mental power before. If Meng Jinhui didn't see the value of his mental power with him that day, then it must have been detected through other means without his knowledge. These two possibilities, no matter which one it is, it's very scary. Duan Henji didn't take too long to recall this matter, but Meng Jinhui still saw through his hesitation. However, the Marshal didn't end, as Duan Henji expected. Instead, Meng Jinhui directly skipped over this matter. With a Hang's mental power and his mastery of basic theories, he can definitely learn how to pilot an advanced mecha. Meng Jinhui treated Duan Henji like he was treating a talented young subordinate in the military. Actually, mecha piloting isn't that complicated. Most people will spend a lot of time studying the theories and the final strategic layout. However, if you only want to learn the basics of piloting, then the amount of time you need to spend will be greatly reduced. Duan Henji knew that the not complicated that Meng Jinhui mentioned was naturally very different from the not complicated that most people understood. However, when the Marshal began to combine his own experience with Duan Henji's analysis, it didn't take long for Duan Henji to feel a surge of excitement. So in the future, if a Hung wants to learn more about mecha piloting, you can ask Yipu to rearrange your schedule. I'll teach you how to pilot an advanced mecha. In the end, Meng Jinhui offered. After hearing what he had to say, Duan Henji almost wanted to agree immediately. However, after calming down a little, the matter from earlier once again surfaced in the depths of his mind. Duan Henji swallowed back his words of confirmation. In the end, he still hesitated for a moment, and then asked Meng Jinhui as tactfully as possible, do you know that my mental power can really pilot an advanced mecha? I do, Meng Jinhui said, looking straight into Duan Henji's eyes. S-rank mental power. The Marshal immediately gave the correct answer, and Duan Henji's last bit of hope was ruthlessly extinguished. The atmosphere in the mecha's cockpit instantly froze. However, before Duan Henji could figure out how to explain his concealment to Meng Jinhui, he heard the Marshal say, I'm sorry. Duan Henji thought he was hallucinating. Why would Meng Jinhui suddenly say, I'm sorry to him? However, before he could ask, Meng Jinhui continued, for a period of time I sent someone to monitor you. His words were surprisingly frank, and Duan Henji didn't know how to respond. After all, for a period of time, he was still a spy. As the Marshal of the military, it was normal for Meng Jinhui to monitor him. Besides, if he thought about it carefully, there was still one more thing he couldn't explain about tampering with the data of the other party's mecha. As he was conflicted, Duan Henji couldn't help but bite his lip, and his gaze was somewhat evasive. Alright. Meng Jinhui changed the topic again. His finger gently rubbed Duan Henji's shoulder, and he continued, it's already late at night in the residential area. Hurry up and go back to rest. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji finally remembered the time. After understanding the other party's hidden meaning behind not mentioning the past, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. Duan Henji nodded, and then opened the exit of the mecha. At this time it was already afternoon in the hemisphere they were in, and the sun had become much gentler. After getting out of the mecha, Duan Henji naturally held Duan Henji's hand, and then he smiled and said to him, all mecha drivers' licenses in the Yetian Empire have to go through a series of tests, and in the end, they are issued by me. When he heard Meng Jinhui mention the mecha driver's license again, Duan Henji's reflexive nerves tensed up. Then he heard Meng Jinhui continue, but if a Hung learns from me, it won't be so troublesome. Meng Jinhui's tone was half joking, half serious. After hearing this, Duan Henji couldn't help but laugh, and he actually joked back, is this considered shady business in the military? Meng Jinhui shook his head and said seriously, it's a family matter. Just as he said, Duan Henji really did start learning mecha piloting from Meng Jinhui after that day. It didn't take long for Duan Henji to truly feel that piloting a higher-level mecha was indeed much more difficult than piloting an intermediate-level mecha. Because his schedule often conflicted with Meng Jinhuai's, Duan Henji didn't learn every day, and only had time for half a day every few days. But even so, Duan Henji's body, which had been slightly better recently, was still somewhat worn down by mecha piloting. A while ago, Duan Henji had been busy deciphering documents, and his paleo martial arts practice had also been put on hold. But ever since he started learning mecha piloting, Duan Henji had once again pushed his paleo martial arts practice to the top of his daily schedule. Over time, Duan Henji's life had become much more regular. But as a mecha pilot, Duan Henji's biggest gain during this period of time should be his new understanding of the mecha's internal structure. Duan Henji thought that if memorizing the mecha's internal structure was considered a beginner's experience, then using spiritual power to investigate the structure was considered an intermediate level. As for the advanced level, it was to gain a new understanding of the mecha's internal structure through practice after practice. Although the advanced mecha that Duan Henji was learning now was still different from the top-level mecha that he was about to design, the internal structure was already very similar. Thus, during this period of time, Duan Henji also gained a lot of new inspiration. Although he was no longer as busy working overtime as before, his efficiency had unknowingly increased. As he worked day after day, Duan Henji's life also entered the second period of peace since he transmigrated to toppling stars. During this period of time, regardless of whether it was Duan Henji's own life or the state of the entire galaxy, it maintained an unusually stable state. The only unstable factor was the important meeting between the Yetian Empire and the League of Lixing, which had been constantly postponed due to various reasons. A few months later, Amuro University welcomed its 400th anniversary celebration. As the #1 university in the galaxy, Amuro's real history was naturally much longer than this. The 400th anniversary was counted from the time it integrated the school and officially moved to planet Duguang. Although the lifespan of interstellar humans was much longer, 100 years was still something that could only be found and not sought. Long before the celebration started, the galaxy was already warming up. Other than various documentaries being broadcasted, news of famous alumni gradually returning to planet Duguang was also updated daily. Of course, Duan Henji also received an invitation to the celebration. Actually, when they sent out the invitation to Duan Henji, Amuro's staff were also a little nervous. Although Duan Henji was a guest professor and was even Amuro's most recent poster, he wasn't a graduate after all and was visibly busy with work. Under such circumstances, they weren't sure if Duan Henji would participate in this event. But what was slightly unexpected was that not long after the invitation was sent out, Duan Henji confirmed his participation. Duan Henji even confirmed that he would stay longer than what was written on the invitation. Not only would Duan Henji participate in the most important event, he would even stay for an extra day to watch the Amuro University History exhibition the next day. If this was a few months ago, Duan Henji would also participate in the celebration, but he probably wouldn't stay for an extra day. The reason for this decision was because Duan Henji thought of two people, his parents. Unlike Duan Henji, who walked the unorthodox path, Duan Henji's parents graduated from Amuro University, just like most of the staff in the research institute. Duan Xianxia saw on the school anniversary event schedule that on the day of the school history exhibition, his parents' names were written on the review list. Many of the people who came to participate in this event were their former classmates. Logically speaking, almost all of Amuro University's mecha graduates would enter the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute to work. However, Duan Henji's parents lived in a somewhat special era. The Mecha Research Institute wasn't as safe as it was now, and the upper echelons were mostly controlled by a bunch of veterans sent by the royal family, so the research environment wasn't very good. Therefore, after so many years, almost all of Duan Henji's parents' classmates were no longer on the front lines of research. Most of them entered mecha-related manufacturing organizations, and quite a few of them stayed on in the interstellar to become teachers in various universities. Duan Henji wanted to know more about his parents' past, so he specifically asked Yipu to adjust the schedule. On the day of the celebration, long before Duan Henji arrived, Amuro University was already bustling with activity. And because he would arrive directly at the venue, instead of going to his living quarters or classroom to rest like before, he would have to go directly to the venue. After receiving the notice, a medium-sized hover vehicle was already waiting at the starship docking area. And in the mecha department, the students who were already familiar with Duanhenji were also waiting there as volunteers. Before the attack incident, Duanhenji would always see students waiting here every time he came to work at Amro. Because they all agreed that there wouldn't be too much danger on campus, the army and Duanhenji didn't try to stop this behavior on a large scale in order to keep a low profile and not disturb the students. But after the attack incident, Duanhenji's security level was raised quite a bit, and this behavior was also curbed. This time, when Duanhenji got off the hover vehicle and saw a bunch of people waiting there, he was really shocked. But Duanhenji quickly realized that the dozen or so people waiting at the docking area were all familiar students from his class, and they were all wearing Amro University's uniform. At this moment, Yi Pu, who had been following closely behind Duanhenji, walked up and whispered in his ear, "These are Amro's volunteers." Before the event, they already communicated with the army and did a security check. After hearing Yi Pu's words, Duanhenji nodded. And not far away, when the students saw Duanhenji get off the starship, they immediately became excited. After all, they had been in Duanhenji's class for a long time, so they already understood Duanhenji's personality. The students knew that even though Professor Duan looked very serious, he was also a very gentle person. He wasn't like other professors who were disgusted by their liveliness. Compared to when Duanhenji first came to Amro, the atmosphere in class was a lot more lively recently. It wasn't class time now, so when the students saw Duanhenji get off the starship, they couldn't help but become even more excited. After seeing how happy they were, Duanhenji's mood also became better. He walked over to the students, and then under the guidance of this group of volunteers, he boarded the hover vehicle to the event site. Today, Amro was more lively than usual, and the sky was also a lot busier. Therefore, Duanhenji's hover vehicle was moving slower than usual, and at the same time, it was also a lot lower. From their current vantage point, they could clearly see the various activities happening below them. When the students saw Duanhenji looking down from the window, they began to spontaneously introduce today's event to him. Before today, even though Duanhenji knew that his students were lively by nature, he didn't expect them to be so talkative. It was unknown who started it, but after one person started speaking, the people on the floating device began to enthusiastically introduce it to Duanhenji. Even Duanhenji's assistant wasn't spared. Yi Pu wasn't a person who could endure as much as Duanhenji. After hearing the chatter around him, Yi Pu finally reached out his hand and made a stop gesture. He then said helplessly, "Actually, I'm also an Amro graduate, you don't have to be so detailed." In order to take care of the students' feelings, Yi Pu didn't show his impatience on his face. After hearing his words, the students didn't stop. Instead, they had a surprised look on their faces, and their eyes even lit up. "I didn't expect you to be our senior." After realizing that they had such a close relationship with Duanhenji's assistant, the students became even more excited. They even left Duanhenji and began to talk to Yi Pu. Unlike the students who didn't see the assistant's emotions, Duanhenji, who had worked with Yi Pu for quite some time, saw that he was having a headache. However, after Yi Pu secretly sent Duanhenji a look for help, not only did Professor Duan ignore this signal, but he even leisurely joined the group of students and began to ask the senior assistant questions. After knowing him for so long, this was the first time Yi Pu felt like he had misjudged Duanhenji. Duanhenji came to attend Amro's anniversary celebration. Even though his clothes were still as formal as before, his style was a lot more relaxed. Today, Duanhenji wore a neat three-piece dark blue suit. He even wore a tie. He rarely wore such formal accessories on his shirts. The blue of the suit was a bit lighter, and Duanhenji rarely wore it before. But today, it seemed like the color was really good. It neutralized the dull feeling of the tie and the three-piece suit. Because he had restrained the sharpness on his body, Duanhenji seemed abnormally gentle and full of scholarly aura. Just as he was making things difficult for Yi Pu with the students, Duanhenji's eyes couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. The morning sun shined through the window and shined on Duanhenji's body, making his blue suit look even lighter. After seeing Duanhenji's appearance, the originally lively hover device suddenly quieted down. The students couldn't help but stare at Duanhenji. Then they subconsciously lowered their voices, as if they were afraid of disturbing Professor Duan. Even though this person was chatting with Yipu with them just a moment ago. When Duan Henji noticed that everyone suddenly stopped talking, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He couldn't help but call the name of a student standing next to him. Then the student who had become a statue on the hover device finally came to life. Especially the person whose name was called by Duan Henji. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and ask Duan Henji, "Professor Duan. Did you just call me?" When Duan Henji saw the look of disbelief on the student's face, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Did I call him by the wrong name? It shouldn't be that awkward, right? Yes. Duan Henji hesitated for a moment, then asked, I didn't call you by the wrong name, right? After seeing Duan Henji's expression, the student immediately realized that Professor Duan had misunderstood. He quickly shook his head, then said loudly to Duan Henji, No, of course not. It's just that I really didn't expect Professor Duan to know my name. The Mecha Specialization circular classroom could seat up to 1,000 people. Although everyone rushed to the front row, wanting to familiarize themselves with Duan Henji. But no one really thought about whether Duan Henji would remember them through class. But now, there was an unexpected surprise. Not only did Duan Henji know his face, he even remembered his name. The more the student spoke, the more agitated he became. He even looked like he was about to cry. Duan Henji hurriedly said to him, I'm your teacher. It's only right that I remember you. After hearing Duan Henji's words, the other people around him were also jealous. One of them suddenly asked Duan Henji, Professor Duan, do you remember me? After hearing the voice, Duan Henji turned around and looked at the person who spoke. Then, he saw a pair of sparkling eyes. I remember. Duan Henji thought for a moment, then directly said the person's name. Instantly, a burst of cheers sounded in the hovercraft. Obviously, before this, they didn't expect Duan Henji to remember their names. Starting from that student, the other students who had already figured out Duan Henji's characteristic of not putting on airs, also began to ask Duan Henji questions. Duan Henji, who was in a good mood, was very cooperative. He began to patiently say their names one by one. Every time Duan Henji said a name, there would be a burst of cheers. It didn't take long for him to report the names of everyone in the hover device. Seeing this, even Yipu couldn't help but look at Duan Henji as if he was looking at a monster. Heavens, what kind of memory does this person have? Of course, Duan Henji couldn't remember everyone's names. It was just that the people who volunteered to be by his side today were the more active ones. Therefore, after more than a year, Duan Henji relied on his good memory to remember who they were. At this time, the destination was just below their feet. Seeing that they were about to arrive at the venue, the students couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to leave. After hearing Duan Henji say everyone's names, a student finally asked everyone's doubts, Professor Duan, how did you match our names to our faces? When Duan Henji heard this, he thought for a moment before answering seriously, I saw all the questions you asked at Amro University's back end. From the back end, you can see the system binding photos. Everyone knew that Duan Henji would answer questions from the back end from time to time, but they didn't think that he would really patiently read all the questions. Therefore, someone couldn't help but ask, is it really all the questions? Yeah, Duan Henji nodded and then added, occasionally, I also look at the exchange forum. When he said this, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. However, all the students couldn't help but widen their eyes. Exchange forum? You can talk about anything you want there. When everyone heard Duan Henji's answer, they suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blow from behind. Duan Henji didn't know much about the Star Web, but he had seen discussions about himself and Main Jinhui. Compared to the discussions on the Star Web, the content on the Amro Exchange forum was much milder. However, it was obvious that the students were very interested in this. Duan Henji logged in several times and found that on this exchange forum, other than the daily conversations and academic exchanges, there were also many people who were obsessed with him and gossiped about him. Even though Duan Henji didn't think much of those discussions, his words clearly frightened the group of students around him. The lively atmosphere instantly cooled down. Everyone was trying to recall if they had said anything that was out of line on the stage. While they were talking, the hovercraft finally arrived at its destination. The event was about to officially start and most of the guests had already arrived. The event was held in a large auditorium. From the looks of it, it was quite old. The decor was slightly old, but it had a very historical charm. The event hadn't officially started yet. On both sides of the auditorium were projected photos of Amro's history using light screens. Under the guidance of the volunteers, Duan Henji walked into the venue. At this time, the guests were either chatting or listening to the volunteers introduce the photos on both sides of the auditorium. However, when they saw Duan Henji walk in, all the chatter stopped. Everyone looked at Duan Henji in unison. Even though he had already become the director of the research institute, in terms of age, Duan Henji was definitely the youngest among the guests present. Even so, this didn't stop the other guests from looking at him with admiration or amazement. After entering the auditorium, Duan Henji didn't chat with the students around him. Under normal circumstances, Duan Henji was definitely the best spokesperson for the word cold. Even though everyone present had heard rumors that Duan Henji's personality wasn't as difficult to get along with as they thought. However, at this moment, everyone was still intimidated by Duan Henji's unapproachable aura. For a long time, no one came over to strike up a conversation. Since the event hadn't started yet, most of the guests didn't return to their seats. Instead, they stood in the open space of the hall. After seeing this scene, Duan Xianxia stopped just as he was about to reach his seat. Then, he looked at the screen beside him from afar. "Is this photo from the mecha department?" he asked the student beside him after looking at it for a while. The photo that Duan Henji asked about was taken in midair. Although the buildings below looked unfamiliar, the scenery on both sides was very familiar. After hearing Duan Henji's question, the volunteer's face immediately showed a look of excitement. Although there were a lot of volunteers, Onlua had even more students. To be selected to participate in this activity and to be by Duan Henji's side, one had to memorize a large amount of school history materials. Originally, everyone thought that Duan Henji wouldn't ask, so they were a little disappointed. But now that they heard Professor Duan's question, their disappointment was instantly swept away. "Yes, Professor Duan. This is the mecha department. The building in the picture is the predecessor of the circular classroom we're using now." The student beside Duan Henji immediately adjusted his state of mind and explained in detail. Duan Henji was an excellent listener. He was very good at responding to these enthusiastic volunteers. Thus, some of the guests who were secretly sizing up Duan Henji realized that he wasn't as cold as he appeared. Duan Henji would occasionally make eye contact with the volunteers while listening to their explanations. Occasionally, he would even follow up with questions. Although Duan Henji's status was very high, most of the people present were his seniors after all. Therefore, after seeing his interaction with his students, the way everyone looked at Duan Xianxia also had the amiable look of an elder looking at a junior. There were less than 10 minutes left before the event officially began. The guests standing in the open space of the venue began to walk back to their seats one after another. Duan Henji also looked at the time and prepared to walk back to his seat. But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Duan Henji. "Duan Henji." Although the voice wasn't loud, there weren't many people in the entire galaxy who dared to call out Professor Duan's name. Therefore, at the same time these three words appeared on the scene, not only Duan Xianxia, but the rest of the people who heard them also unconsciously looked over in that direction. The person who came was wearing a black skirt with a silver-gray loose silk shirt. Because she walked a little fast, her well-groomed long wavy hair swayed gently behind her head. The person who came was Xianxia. As the vice president of the Mecha Research Institute and an outstanding graduate of Amro University, he was also an important guest today. Speaking of which, it was interesting. Ever since the snitch incident, Duan Henji and Xianxia's relationship had become better and better. Now, in private, Xianxia rarely called Duan Henji Professor Duan. Instead, he directly called him by his name. Many of the guests present were industry members in the mecha industry or acquaintances related to the research institute. Before this, the relationship between Duan Henji and Xianxia had once been the subject of everyone's gossip. Now, although they knew that Duan Henji and Xianxia's relationship had improved, after hearing Xianxia's sudden shout, they couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Xianxia quickly walked up. He was originally about the same height as Duan Henji. Now that he was wearing high heels, he was even taller than Duan Henji by quite a bit. After smiling and greeting the volunteers around Duan Henji, Suminga very naturally put his hand on Duan Henji's shoulder. "Scared the hell out of me. I was almost late," Suminga complained. Although he was dressed very elegantly, Suminga didn't put on a show when he put his hand on Duan Henji's shoulder. Therefore, the unprepared Duan Henji couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, without giving any face, Duan Henji moved his shoulder to the side. After seeing Duan Henji's action, Suminga smiled even more happily. He turned around and asked the volunteer behind him, "Is my seat at table A?" After receiving an affirmative reply from the volunteer, Suminga once again walked to Duan Henji's side and said to him, "Okay, we're at the same table. Hurry up and go." Probably because the event was about to start, Suminga finally became serious. The people sitting at the same table as Duan Henji and Suminga were basically all representatives of important research institutes in the galaxy. Although they weren't in the same industry, Duan Henji got to know most of them through various banquets over the past year. Not to mention, there was the outgoing Suminga next to him. As soon as he arrived, he started chatting with the people around him very naturally. Suminga was really a master at livening up the atmosphere. Duan Henji was a bit reserved when he first greeted those people, but after a while, he became more relaxed. Now that everyone had greeted each other, there was only one unfamiliar face left at the table. After seeing Duan Henji looking at him, the man sitting diagonally opposite him smiled at him. Then, he stood up and shook hands with Duan Henji. "Hello, Professor Duan, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Xianxia from the Empire Pharmaceutical Research Institute." The man stood up and introduced himself. Although Duan Henji recognized him, when he heard the name, his expression couldn't help but freeze. The Yetian Empire Pharmaceutical Research Institute was also known as the Royal Research Institute. Unlike the Mecha Research Institute, which was gradually getting out of the control of the royal family, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute had always had a very close relationship with the royal family and the capital planet. Duan Henji previously guessed that the poison in his body was the product of this research institute. Because the Pharmaceutical Research Institute was relatively low-key and had a very close relationship with the royal family, the public rarely went out. The person in charge rarely appeared in public, and even didn't participate in activities related to the industry. Before coming here, Duan Henji had never imagined that Xianxia would appear here out of the blue, and even sit at the same table as him. In fact, it was still unknown whether the drug was the product of Xianxia's team. Even if it was the result of their research, it was unlikely that the other party would know that Duan Henji was one of the people controlled by the drug. However, after seeing Xianxia, Duan Henji still felt a little conflicted. Perhaps it was because he had been with Meng Jinhui for a long time, but Duan Henji had gradually learned how to hide and disguise himself. No one in the room noticed that something was wrong with him. Duan Henji stood up and shook Xianxia's hand, then said, "Hello, Mr. Shi. I've heard a lot about you." Now that the event was about to begin, the two of them sat down after greeting each other. After sitting down, Xianxia smiled at Duan Henji diagonally opposite him and said, "Professor Duan, you're too kind. Our department hasn't had much of a presence in recent years, so you probably didn't notice us before." After he said this, the people around him laughed. Xianxia's joking manner was somewhat similar to Suminga's. Even though Duan Henji could tell that Xianxia was making a self-deprecating joke to liven up the atmosphere, he still felt an indescribable awkwardness in his heart. After all, Duan Henji wasn't being polite. He had done a detailed investigation on Xianxia before. It could be said that Duan Henji was more familiar with Xianxia and the Empire Research Institute than anyone else at the table. Duan Henji didn't say these words out loud. He just politely shook his head and said, "Of course not, the Empire Research Institute is very famous." Seeing that Duan Henji really responded to him, Xianxia began to praise Duan Henji. In this atmosphere where the big shots in the industry were flattering each other, the event was finally about to begin. Duan Henji truly realized that Xianxia was a very talkative person. Compared to Suminga's straightforward personality, Xianxia's words were always a little awkward. Therefore, when the lights began to change and everyone quieted down, Duan Henji couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was also at this time that Duan Henji noticed from the corner of his eye that Suminga didn't seem to be looking at Xianxia in a friendly manner. It could even be said that he was a little conflicted. Obviously, not only Duan Henji, but Suminga also noticed the strange emotions behind Xianxia's words. After a while, the event finally began. As an event for the 100th anniversary of the school, the process was relatively traditional. Duan Henji saw that the retired principals of Amro University all appeared on the stage. After a long round of applause, they began to recount the history of Amro in the center of the stage. At the same time, they also gave their own speeches. It was only then that Duan Henji realized that he was somewhat out of tune with the people around him. Right now, the people at this table, other than Duan Hanya, all of them had studied in Anlua. Maybe the principals standing on the stage weren't the ones they used to be, but after all, they knew the history of Amro University and had deep feelings for it. The first few principals to go on stage were very old. Some of them couldn't even speak clearly. However, this was nothing to the alumni sitting in the audience. Just the stories and memories alone were enough to move them. Duan Henji saw that even Suminga, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but become emotional. His eyes were sparkling as if they were filled with tears. After a while, a lady in a navy blue formal suit walked on stage. Compared to the previous speakers, she looked slightly younger. If this lady was on Earth, she would be in her 50s or 60s. However, Duan Henji knew that this was the interstellar world. If she looked like she was in her 50s or 60s, her real age was probably several times higher. As soon as the lady went on stage, Suminga's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and began to applaud the person on stage. Because Suminga was sitting at the first table, although the sound of his applause wasn't very loud, it was clearly heard by the lady on stage. She couldn't help but lower her head to take a look. Then, she saw Suminga. Okay, little Su, you're giving me too much face. The lady on stage smiled and waved her hand gently. She then said, if only you gave me this face in class back then. As soon as the person on stage finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. Hearing her words, Duan Henji guessed that the lady standing on stage now should be Suminga's teacher. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Suminga smiled. Suminga also smiled, then slightly raised his voice and said to the person on the stage, okay, professor. Seeing this, the lady smiled and shook her head. At this time, Suminga also noticed a little confusion in Duan Henji's eyes. He leaned over slightly, then whispered in Duan Henji's ear, on stage is my department head, and also a former vice principal of Amro. After the speeches of the previous principals, the atmosphere at the scene had become lively. After the venue quieted down, the lady on the stage began to speak the words she had prepared in advance. Perhaps because she was slightly younger than the previous speakers, her overall state was very natural. While speaking, she didn't forget to interact with the few former students in front of her. Duan Hongya's train of thought, which had already run away, was pulled back. While speaking, the lady on stage also noticed Duan Henji's gaze. She couldn't help but soften her gaze. Now that I think about it, most of my life is related to Amro University and mecha design. In so many years, although I haven't achieved any significant results in mecha design, I have been fortunate enough to train batches of outstanding students. Speaking up to this point, the lady on stage smiled and read out the names of the invited students sitting in front of her. She also mentioned their grades. Of course, Suminga was also one of them. Her style of speaking was very humorous. After the speech just now, the scene became more lively. Now that she began to read out everyone's graduation date, the atmosphere became a little teary. After the names of the students were read out, the lady's gaze finally stopped on Duan Henji. Her voice suddenly became a little emotional. Today, everyone is able to come back to Amro and participate in this event. As your teacher, I am so touched and excited that I can't describe it with words. She suddenly stopped speaking and the atmosphere in the hall became serious. Duan Henji saw the lady on stage shake her head slightly. She looked in the direction of Duan Henji and said, but as a teacher, and as a friend to all of you, my heart is full of regrets today. In my many years of teaching, the former president of the Imperial Mecha Research Institute and the former leader of the system research team are my proudest students. But unfortunately, due to an accident, they are unable to come today. Although she did not mention their names, everyone present knew that the two people on stage were Duan Henji's parents. After hearing her words, Duan Henji was a little surprised. Because it was a long time ago and the empire was relatively chaotic, Duan Henji's parents did not leave behind much information in Amro. So now Duan Henji knew that the lady on stage had taught them before. Apart from that, there was an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Here, I would like to thank Duan Henji and Dean Duan very much for coming. From you, I can see the shadow of them back then. The lady on stage smiled and applauded Duan Henji lightly. She then said, also, thank you for choosing to come to Amro to teach. This is a good thing for the development of the industry. Your parents will be proud of you. After she finished speaking, the lady on stage bowed slightly to everyone and then walked down. At the same time, the entire venue was filled with a huge round of applause. Although Duan Henji's position was very close to the stage, it was not the only way down the stage. After walking down, the lady hugged the nearby students one by one. Across the sea of people, she smiled at Duan Henji and mouthed, "Work hard, little hung." Unlike how Meng Jinhui often called Duan Henji a hung, the two words little hung were only used by a few elders in Duan Henji's family in his previous life. Therefore, although Duan Henji had never seen her before, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness just from hearing the two words just now. After the lady had completely disappeared from the stage and the next person to speak came up, Suminga said somewhat nostalgically in Duan Henji's ear, "Professor really admires the old dean and the others." Back then, he would often mention them in class. Duan Henji did not respond to Suminga. At this moment, the two of them were immersed in their own memories, one clear and the other blurry. After the current principal of Amro University finished speaking, the segment finally ended. Duan Henji saw that the next segment on the screen was the student representative speech. The back row of the venue was filled with Amro's current students. Although the event did not specify who the representative was, after seeing the words on the screen, there was still quite a bit of applause. Duan Henji guessed that the students probably already knew who the representative was and admired him greatly. Mecha was Amro's trump card, but at the same time, it was also a very time-consuming major to learn. In Duan Henji's impression, the mecha department did not seem to have any outstanding students at the moment, so he guessed that this representative was probably someone from another school. For the vast majority of students in the galaxy, entering Amro University was already an extremely difficult task, let alone becoming a student representative. At this thought, Duan Henji could not help but cast a curious gaze towards the stage. Immediately after, he saw a familiar figure appear not too far away. Dressed in a black suit, the young man's temperament seemed more mature. But regardless of whether the temperament had changed or not, Duan Henji definitely recognized that face, Lan Jingqi. Who would have thought that the rebellious male supporting character who dropped out of Amro halfway in the original Toppling the Galaxy would now change and become the student representative of the entire school, and listening to the commotion behind him, Lan Jingqi probably already had a group of admirers in the school. Duan Henji saw Lan Jingqi, so naturally, the other party also saw him. After getting on stage, Lan Jingqi first flashed a bright smile towards Duan Henji before beginning his speech. As an expert in ancient martial arts, Duan Henji's hearing was extremely sensitive. It was also at this time that Duan Henji suddenly heard Xianxia, who was sitting not too far away, whisper Lan Jingqi's name. Then the person next to him approached and asked, "Dean Shi, do you know this student?" Yes, Xianxia nodded, Amro's pharmaceutical prodigy. A while ago, he rejected the invitation to come to the institute. Hearing this, Duan Henji could not help but frown slightly. Lan Jingqi actually rejected the invitation to go to the Royal Institute of Research? If he remembered correctly, a few months ago, he made an agreement with Lan Jingqi to become the future dean of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Although Duan Henji did not take the agreement seriously, as a student, Lan Jingqi actually rejected the invitation. It was really unexpected. Duan Henji felt that Lan Jingqi had changed a lot. Compared to the quiet and careful person he had met at Amro, he was like a completely different person. Lan Jingqi, who was standing on the stage, looked extremely confident. His words and actions were extremely appropriate. He was definitely able to take on the task of representing all the students of Amro University. But for some reason, as someone who had read the original novel, the more Duan Henji saw Lan Jingqi's perfect performance, the more he felt that the scene was strange. Even though Lan Jingqi wasn't a villain in the novel, he had a character that walked the line between good and evil. Duan Henji couldn't connect the person standing on the stage with him in the novel. Duan Henji admitted that he wasn't a person with a high EQ, but he knew that a person's personality wouldn't change so quickly. Lan Jingqi had learned to hide himself. After Shi Rongxi spoke to the people around him, he turned his attention back to the stage. From Duan Hengye's angle, he couldn't see his expression, but if he paid a little more attention, he could tell that Lan Jingqi's speech was of a high standard. Almost everyone at the table gave him a look of approval. Lan Jingqi spoke without a script. Facing the huge auditorium, he didn't show any signs of nervousness or fear. When the speech ended and he bowed to thank the audience, Duan Henji heard the excited applause of the students behind him. Lan Jingqi didn't take the initiative to tell Duan Henji about this because he had a lot of work and research to do recently. It wasn't until today that Professor Duan vaguely felt that Lan Jingqi's strength had been recognized by everyone. He had probably become a famous person in Amro University. As the student representative, Lan Jingqi followed the procedure and returned to the back of the venue after his speech. After a few more activities, today's welcome banquet finally officially began. The table behind Duan Henji was mostly occupied by Professor Amro. At the beginning of the banquet, the venue was relatively quiet, so Duan Henji could easily hear their low voices. Their conversation happened to be about Lan Jingqi. The one who spoke on stage just now was a student from your academy? Just from the voice alone, the person who spoke seemed to be quite old. He clearly didn't know Amro very well. Yes, the other person answered, then said, Lan Jingqi, who won the award last time. Now that he's skipped a grade, the future of young people is immeasurable. Sure enough, after hearing the word grade skipping, the person who asked the question first couldn't help but click his tongue. After a while, he said, he really does look like Professor Duan. When Duan Henji was suddenly mentioned, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Immediately after, the people at the table behind him began to explain the relationship between Lan Jingqi and Duan Henji to the person who didn't know much about Lan Jingqi. The speaker's tone was full of emotion. Obviously, he didn't expect that a simple encounter would develop into such a story. At this time, the venue gradually became noisy. The people around Duan Henji began to leave their seats and began to chat with their old friends or classmates. After a while, even Su Minggen next to him stood up and walked to a table at the back. It seemed like he was going to meet his classmates. At this time, there was no lack of people who wanted to chat with Duan Henji, but they were all intimidated by his aura. Therefore, Professor Duan's side was particularly quiet at this time. Seeing that the main part of the banquet was over, Duan Henji wanted to leave the venue directly. However, after getting up, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he gave up on leaving through the side door and turned to the back of the auditorium. Although there was no one around Duan Henji to chat, everyone was silently watching him. Naturally, Duan Henji's movement of getting up and walking to the back of the auditorium was naturally noticed. Duan Henji had long been used to this kind of scene. Although he knew that people were watching him, his expression and actions were not affected at all. Soon, Duan Henji walked to the back of the venue and saw Lan Jingqi surrounded by a group of students. Now, Lan Jingqi's side was very lively, so no one noticed that Duan Henji had silently walked over. Just as Duan Henji was thinking about whether he should leave this place first and wait until Lan Jingqi was free to go find him, Lan Jingqi, who was tightly surrounded by the crowd, suddenly raised his head. When he saw Duan Henji, Lan Jingqi's face instantly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He then shouted in that direction, Professor Duan. Lan Jingqi's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the people around him to hear clearly. Therefore, when Lan Jingqi's voice fell, the students around him immediately turned their gazes towards Duan Henji's direction. After all, they were not mecha students, so they were still a little afraid of Professor Duan. Therefore, when they saw that the person Lan Jingqi had just called was indeed Duan Henji, the students instantly switched to nervous mode. They then greeted Duan Henji and quickly left Lan Jingqi's side. Before Duan Henji could walk over, Lan Jingqi had already stepped up to his side. Duan Henji saw that Lan Jingqi was in a good mood, so he put aside his confusion and turned to talk to him about the speech just now. Although Duan Hengji was a little distracted, he did not miss much of the main content, so his praise was on point. After a few words, Lan Jingqi smiled a little embarrassedly and then said to Duan Hengji, "Actually, today's event. I was also very surprised when I received the notice. I didn't tell Professor Duan because I wanted to leave it as a surprise for today." Lan Jingqi's seat was near the back of the auditorium, but it was closer to the center. The way Duan Hengji stood there and talked with him was a little conspicuous. Therefore, while they were talking about the speech just now, Duan Hengji and Lan Jingqi walked towards the corner of the auditorium. At this time, behind Duan Hengji was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Because they were far away from the core of the auditorium, after standing there, they could almost only hear the sound of the man-made stream outside the window. After a little hesitation, Duan Hengji finally asked his doubts. "I just heard that you rejected the invitation of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute?" Although this matter was not widely spread, in the Pharmaceutical Research Institute that Lan Jingqi studied, everyone already knew about it. Even though Lan Jingqi also felt that this kind of small matter would not immediately spread to Duan Hengji's ears, he also knew that Duan Hengji would hear about it one day. When Duan Hengji came to find him today, Lan Jingqi was already mentally prepared for him to ask about this matter. When Lan Jingqi heard Duan Hengji's words, he slowly nodded and said, "Yes. But, I'm very grateful for Dean Xianxia's invitation. Working there is the best choice for a pharmaceutical graduate." Duan Hengji thought for a bit and asked, "Do you think it's still a little early?" Even though Lan Jingqi was currently a senior to a bunch of AMRO students, pharmaceutics was also a profession that required a lot of experience. This reason was somewhat reasonable. If other people were worried that their current qualifications were not enough, Duan Hengji could understand. But from the last time they met, Lan Jingqi's reaction and words, it could be seen that he was not someone who would reject an invitation for this reason. As expected, Lan Jingqi shook his head without hesitation. He said to Duan Hengji, "I don't like the atmosphere at the Empire Research Institute, and it's not suitable for me to work there." This reason was also within Duan Hengji's expectations. No matter how good Lan Jingqi looked now, he was still the teenager who chose to drop out of AMRO in a fit of anger. "Do you want to do independent research on your own?" Duan Hengji could not help but ask. Pharmaceutics research required a large amount of financial support. After dropping out of school, in order to continue his research career, Lan Jingqi began to deal with the interstellar gray organizations. But now that Duan Hengji was here, of course he would not let Lan Jingqi walk down the path described in the book. Even though that path also allowed Lan Jingqi to display his talents to his heart's content, it was also an extremely dangerous path. So before Lan Jingqi could answer, Duan Hengji continued, "If so, I can be the sponsor of the research." "No." Very unexpectedly, Lan Jingqi very straightforwardly rejected Duan Hengji's words. Could it be that he was too blunt just now? Duan Hengji was a little confused by Lan Jingqi's words. He could not help but reflect in his heart. Unexpectedly, Lan Jingqi smiled at Duan Hengji and continued, "I don't need your funding, and I also don't choose to do independent research on my own." As he spoke, he looked out of the window. "Even though I have some achievements, my qualifications are still relatively shallow. If I blindly start independent research at this stage, then it will undoubtedly be a waste of precious research and learning time." Duan Hengji realized that Lan Jingqi was a lot more mature than he was at the same time in the book. Lan Jingqi was right. Even though he already had the title of genius, he was still a little immature in many areas. Independent research was of course good, but for the current Lan Jingqi, it was a bit too early. Duan Hengji could not help but gently nod at Lan Jingqi, and he continued, "I plan to go to another pharmaceutics research institute." After listening to Lan Jingqi's words, Duan Hengji suddenly remembered something. Because of the poisoning incident, Duan Hengji had done a good analysis of the major research institutes in the interstellar. Xianxia's research institute did not have a very good atmosphere, and the degree of freedom of research was not high, but it was worthy of its name as a top research institute in the interstellar. Other than that, what other top research institute was suitable? Wait, could it be that Lan Jingqi chose the research institute under Nanjuxing? Speaking of which, ever since the research of the cloning drug was completed and he became busy with work, Duan Hengji had not chatted with the AI like before. So now, he suddenly could not remember the exact name of the research institute. After all, that research institute was only a code name. However, the more he tried to avoid the truth, the more likely it was to be true. Lan Jingqi did not even say its code name. Instead, he directly said to Duan Hengji, I plan to go to Nanjushing's Pharmaceutics Research Institute. Duan Hengji did not think that as a pharmaceutics major, Lan Jingqi would easily know that Nanjushing was behind the research institute. After seeing Duan Hengya's strange expression, Lan Jingqi unexpectedly didn't hide anything or keep him in suspense. He paused for a second, then said to Duan Hengji, this matter. The general personally came to talk to me. Meng Jinhui personally went to talk to Lan Jingqi? After hearing this, he could not help but feel that this world was a bit too mysterious. It did not matter how great Lan Jingqi's achievements were in the future. But the current reality was, Meng Jinhui was a high and mighty general of the empire that everyone in the galaxy knew, while Lan Jingqi was just a slightly famous student in his field. In the eyes of others, Meng Jinhui and Lan Jingqi did not belong to the same world. After hearing Lan Jingqi's words, Duan Hengji could not help but repeat his words. Meng Jinhui came to talk to you. Lan Jingqi nodded, he personally came to Amro to talk to me. Although the overall environment of the empire was relatively peaceful recently, Meng Jinhui was still very busy. Duan Hengji could not imagine when Meng Jinhui found the time to come to Amro to talk to Lan Jingqi. He didn't tell me to tell you this. Lan Jingqi added magnanimously. Clearly, he had turned a deaf ear to the Marshal's warning. Seeing how Lan Jingqi did not follow the rules, Duan Hengji did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, Duan Hengji decided to be like Lan Jingqi and directly expressed the doubts in his heart. Duan Hengji asked Lan Jingqi, Meng Jinhui, what did he say? Lan Jingqi thought for a while and then replied, the general said to me. The research that I won last time can help you, so he wants me to go to the research institute in Nanjushing to continue this project. Although Duan Hengji vaguely guessed in his heart, when he really heard these words from Lan Jingqi's mouth, he could not help but be shocked. Duan Hengji never thought that one day, as the empire's general, Meng Jinhui would actually look for a student for him. However, other than this, did Meng Jinhui say anything else to Lan Jingqi? At this moment, Duan Hengji's feelings were all written on his face. Before he could ask, Lan Jingqi said, Professor Duan, don't be nervous, the general only said a small part of it. But he also said that he will tell me the ins and outs of this matter in the future. Lan Jingqi did not tell Duan Hengji how shocked he was when Meng Jinhui came to find him that day. Meng Jinhui put down his work and specially rushed to planet Duguang to meet with Lan Jingqi. He also promised very attractive research conditions. However, before meeting Duan Hengji today, Lan Jingqi's heart was still hesitant. However, after seeing Duan Hengji's expression, Lan Jingqi was completely certain that he wanted to join the research institute in Nanjushing. Duan Hengji's heart was filled with mixed feelings. After a long time, he finally said to Lan Jingqi, thank you. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Lan Jingqi smiled at him and said, Professor Duan, you have helped me so much, don't say thank you. After all, Nanjushing is the most suitable research environment for me. Lan Jingqi was not being polite. Nanjushing's research institute was very strong and had a high degree of freedom. In addition, Meng Jinhui had promised Lan Jingqi, so going there was a very good choice for him. Because many of the guests who came to attend the anniversary celebration were old, today's event did not last very long. After the banquet officially ended, Duan Hengji went back to his residence after meeting the school leaders. He did not turn on his optical computer like he usually did. Instead, he opened a communication channel with Meng Jinhui. This time, the two used voice communication. On the other side, Meng Jinhui was working. As the Marshal of the Empire, Meng Jinhui had to deal with all kinds of affairs every day. Coincidentally, while Duan Hengji was chatting with him, Meng Jinhui happened to be looking at the military's recent mecha statistics. This was Duan Hengji's field of expertise, so Meng Jinhui shared the information with Duan Hengji as he worked. If other people were to hear this, they would probably think that Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui's conversation was a bit boring. However, the two of them really chatted like this, and it was not annoying at all. There was a big time difference between Nanjushing and planet Duguang. After talking for who knows how long, Duan Hengji started to feel sleepy. When the call ended, he was curled up on the small sofa in the study. Although the sofa was not big, it was very comfortable. As they talked, Duanhenji became more and more sleepy. In fact, Duanhenji was very good at staying up late, but he was recently learning how to pilot a mecha. Although his condition was much better than before, his body still needed more rest to replenish its energy. After some time, Meng Jinhui heard that there was suddenly no sound from the other side of the call. Since a long time ago, Meng Jinhui's optical supercomputer had added the time of planet Duguang and the research institute in addition to the standard time of Nanjushing. After hearing no sound from the other side, Meng Jinhui habitually looked at the time of planet Duguang. Then, he realized that it was already night time on Duanhenji's side. Even so, Meng Jinhui did not cut off the call. He maintained the signal and finished all his work. Meng Jinhui's office was so quiet that he could faintly hear Duanhenji's shallow breathing. After a while, Meng Jinhui finally finished his work. He was not in a hurry to rest. Instead, he found his assistant and temporarily rearranged his work for the next 2 days. Although the sofa was comfortable to sit on, it was still a little small. As he slept, Duanhenji felt a little uncomfortable. When Meng Jinhui arrived on planet Duguang, this was the scene he saw. Duanhenji was curled up on a small sofa with a beige blanket covering his body. This scene was very familiar. After seeing Duanhenji's sleeping appearance, Meng Jinhui could not help but slow down his footsteps. It was only then that Meng Jinhui went over and gently turned off the call. The Marshal did not wake up Duanhenji. Instead, he walked over and slowly picked him up from the sofa. Although Duanhenji was tall, he did not have much meat on his body. His weight was a little frighteningly light. Suddenly leaving the warm sofa, Duanhenji could not help but frown. However, probably because he was extremely sleepy and trusted the people around him, he did not have the slightest intention of waking up. In a daze, Duanhenji felt himself being gently placed on a soft bed. Then, suddenly, a light kiss fell on his forehead. Recently, Duanhenji's biological clock had completely recovered. The next morning, when the sky outside the window was about to brighten, Duanhenji opened his eyes on time. After a night of sufficient sleep, Duanhenji's mind was exceptionally clear at this time. Even so, after getting up, the first thing Duanhenji did was reach out his hand and gently touch his forehead. At the same time, there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth that he did not realize he was smiling. Then, his fully awake brain immediately told Duanhenji that the place where he fell asleep last night was not the bedroom, but the sofa in the study room. Could it be that what happened last night wasn't a dream? Duanhenji quickly turned around and looked at the other side of the bed. He found that although there was no one there, the position of the pillow was different from yesterday. Duanhenji stood by the bed and then walked barefoot out of the room. However, before he could go out, the bathroom door was pushed open from the inside. Meng Jinhui, who was wearing black silk pajamas, walked out of the bathroom. He had obviously just finished washing up. There were a few drops of water hanging from the tip of his hair. After seeing Meng Jinhui's appearance, Duanhenji was completely stunned. When he was in Nanjushing, Duanhenji also lived in the same bedroom as Meng Jinhui. However, probably because the room was too big and there was more than one bathroom in the bedroom, Duanhenji had never seen the Marshal like this before. "What's wrong?" Meng Jinhui asked with a smile. "Are you still not awake?" Right now, Duanhenji's state was very similar to that of sleepwalking. After hearing the Marshal's words, he quickly replied, "No. I'm already awake." Duanhenji silently looked away. He would never admit that he had temporarily fallen into a state called infatuation. Hearing this, Meng Jinhui smiled and then said to Duanhenji, "That's good." At the same time, Duanhenji finally adjusted his emotions. He was about to walk past Meng Jinhui and enter the bathroom. However, at this time, Meng Jinhui once again reached out and grabbed Duanhenji. Meng Jinhui looked at Duanhenji's puzzled eyes and gently shook his head. He smiled and said softly to him, "Remember to wear shoes." Since planet Duguang was one of the Marshal's planets, Meng Jinhui's sudden visit didn't alert anyone. Other than Duanhenji, no one else on the planet knew that the Marshal was at Amro University. Meng Jinhui knew that if he suddenly appeared, it would probably cause a lot of trouble for the organizers of the event, which was Amro University. Therefore, Meng Jinhui didn't choose to attend the event with Duan Henji. Instead, he stayed at his residence and continued to work. The news that Duan Henji would be attending the school history exhibition had already spread throughout Amro University. However, because there weren't many guests today and only a few volunteers were participating, the event wasn't very exciting. By the time Duan Henji arrived, there wasn't much of a commotion. However, not long after, Duan Henji was disappointed to find that his parents didn't seem to have much interaction with his classmates back then. The Yetian Empire and Amro University back then were much more chaotic than they were now. The Mecha Studies program involved the foundation of the empire. Other than a group of students who relied on their own abilities to get in, there were also many who were sponsored by various empire families. Because of the complicated environment around them, there was always a sense of politeness and alienation when interacting with their classmates. Duan Henji's parents weren't sponsored students. After seeing their talents, there were quite a few aristocratic families in the empire who wanted to rope them in. However, in the end, the two of them didn't choose to get close to anyone. Instead, they immersed themselves in research. If he had to say who he was familiar with, it would probably be the former vice principal of Amro University who spoke on stage yesterday. When he found out that the lady wasn't present today, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After attending a few public events for the school history exhibition, he prepared to head back to his residence. However, at that moment, a familiar face from the mecha department suddenly appeared in front of Duan Henji. The person who had come was the head of the mecha department. Duan Henji saw him almost every week during class. "Hello, Professor Duan. I'm sorry to disturb you." His voice was a little soft, obviously not wanting the people around him to hear. Duan Henji nodded and lowered his voice. "It's fine, please go ahead. It's like this. I don't know if you remember Ms. Zhu who gave a speech on stage yesterday. She used to be the vice principal of Amro," the teacher said in Duan Henji's ear. "She wants to see you." After hearing the staff's words, Duan Henji couldn't help but be a little surprised. Unexpectedly, that lady also wanted to see him. Duan Henji nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course, but where should we meet?" "That's up to you," the staff member said. Although Duan Henji came to Amro almost every week, his area of activity was limited to the mecha department and his own residence. After such a long time, Duan Henji still wasn't familiar with the other places on planet Duguang. He didn't even need to think to know that Amro University was holding a celebration recently. It was very lively. Not only on Amro's campus, but every corner of planet Duguang was probably filled with guests, reporters, and tourists from all over the world. Although he didn't know why Ms. Zhu wanted to see him, Duan Henji knew that it wasn't a good idea to appear in public. Duan Henji hesitated for a moment before saying to the mecha department teacher, "There are a lot of people on Amro and planet Duguang today. Why don't we meet at my house?" After hearing Duan Henji's words, the teacher immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll let Ms. Zhu know." As the former vice principal of Amro University, Ms. Zhu still lived in the house the university gave her many years ago even though she had already retired. Speaking of which, Ms. Zhu's house wasn't far from Duan Henji's residence. After talking to the teacher, Duan Henji directly boarded the hover device and flew towards his residence. As the Marshal, Meng Jinhui had a lot of bodyguards around him. However, because they didn't want to disturb the people nearby, the bodyguards all stayed in a secluded place. Looking down from the floating device, he couldn't see anything special at all. Duan Henji returned home. The moment he opened the door, he saw Meng Jinhui sitting in the living room working on some documents. Seeing Duan Henji come back so quickly, Meng Jinhui was slightly surprised. He put down his work and asked Duan Henji, "Why are you back so soon?" Duan Henji couldn't help but look at the time on his photon computer. He took off his coat and sat on the other side of the sofa. "My parents were classmates back then and I wasn't familiar with them, so I wanted to find Ms. Zhu. She was their teacher back then, but she didn't participate in today's event." "Okay." Meng Jinhui nodded silently. Duan Henji continued, "Just as I was about to leave, a familiar teacher from Amro's mecha department told me that Ms. Zhu wanted to meet with me in private. Because planet Duguang has been too lively recently, I invited Ms. Zhu to come directly to my house. Before Duan Henji could finish his sentence, the photon computer floating beside him rang with a notification. Ms. Zhu had arrived at Duan Henji's door. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui stood up from the sofa. At this time, Duan Hongye had already clicked on the optical computer to confirm the opening of the door, so just as they walked to the door, the wooden door slowly opened, and a lady in a dark green dress appeared there. Professor Duan. As soon as the door opened, Ms. Zhu smiled at Duan Henji and prepared to greet him. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw Meng Jinhui standing beside Duan Henji. Meng Jinhui's appearance clearly surprised Madame Zhu. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she raised her voice slightly and called out, "Marshal?" Good morning." "Hello, Ms. Zhu," Meng Jinhui smiled and nodded at her. He shook her hand and said, "Please have a seat." Only then did Madame Zhu recover from her shock. She smiled at Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui and said, "I didn't expect Marshal to be here too. If I knew, I would have informed the military beforehand." Meng Jinhui shook his head and said, "You're welcome. My arrival at planet Duguang was rather sudden. I didn't inform anyone." "I see." Ms. Zhu gently took the cup of coffee from the robot. She exchanged a few pleasantries with Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. After a while, she finally got to the main topic of the day. Duan Henji was sitting diagonally across from Ms. Zhu. After she put down the cup of coffee in her hand, she turned to Duan Henji and said, "Actually, I came here today to talk to Professor Duan about something serious." After hearing this, Duan Henji also put down the things in his hand and looked at Ms. Zhu seriously. "It's like this." Ms. Zhu looked out the window and said while recalling, "When your parents were young, Amra was quite chaotic, so they rarely socialized with their classmates. Instead, they spent all their time on research." Duan Henji already knew about this a long time ago, so he wasn't surprised to hear it from Madame Zhu's mouth. The woman continued to recall, "I was teaching them at the time, and I was one of the few people in the faculty who didn't have any special connections with the major forces in the galaxy. Therefore, they often came back to ask me questions. After a while, we became familiar with each other." Duan Henji nodded while listening. Later on, I found out that they had been researching the issue of flaming scale and related weapon assembly. Without any warning, Duan Henji heard the familiar fuel from Ms. Zhu's mouth. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui looked at each other. Ms. Zhu frowned slightly and continued, "But even though I was their instructor, I couldn't tell exactly how far the research had progressed. I could only feel that their research in this area was more in-depth than any other research in the galaxy." Although Duan Henji knew that the assembly of photon weapons wasn't a simple matter, he didn't expect this research to have started during their university years and to have taken such a long time. After seeing Duan Henji's reaction, Ms. Zhu guessed that he probably already knew about this research. Duan Henji saw Ms. Zhu turn her gaze back to him and said, "Although I don't know if the old data from decades ago is still useful, but since it's something your parents left behind, it's better to hand it over to you." After saying this, Ms. Zhu took her photon computer from the side and logged into a system that Duan Henji had never seen before. Seeing Duan Henji's curious expression, Ms. Zhu smiled and explained, "This is a data recording system that was popular in the mecha research field back in the day, but not many people know about it now." Just like Ms. Zhu said, the internal structure of this system looked a bit old and had a very obvious style difference from the various websites in the galaxy. The data from their experiments back then was recorded in this system. Ms. Zhu said as she entered Duan Henji's parents' account. Then she sighed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders and said to Duan Henji, "Because they passed away more than 10 years ago, according to the system's internal inheritance procedure, you can directly transfer the data to yourself." Although Duan Henji had received related training before and had a deep impression of this system in his mind, it wasn't as simple as the data recorded in the system. However, these impressions were not as detailed as data records. After hearing Madame Zhu's words, Duan Hongye immediately thanked the other party gratefully. Ms. Zhu waved her hand at Duan Henji and said, "Okay, I didn't do anything. It's only right that this data is in your hands." After saying that, Ms. Zhu opened the system's data transfer function and taught Duan Henji how to register his data bit by bit. A few minutes later, Ms. Zhu's photon computer screen suddenly flashed with a light green light. At the same time, Duan Henji's photon computer showed a notification. Ms. Zhu clapped her hands in satisfaction and said to Duan Henji, "Okay, Professor Duan, you can look at the experiment records now." Although she had a good relationship with Duan Henji's parents back in the day, it had been more than 10 years after all. After the sadness of the memories dissipated, Ms. Zhu's eyes were filled with longing for the future. On this day, Duan Henji, Meng Jinhui, and Ms. Zhu chatted for a long time. During the conversation, Duan Henji discovered that Ms. Zhu was indeed a very outgoing and straightforward person. It was easy to imagine how rare this personality was in Amro back in the day. When they finally left, they also took a group photo with Ms. Zhu. A few hours later, Duan Hongye boarded the returning starship again. Only then did Ms. Zhu post the photo along with the other photos on her social media account. As a former vice principal who had worked at Amro University for most of her life, Ms. Zhu had a large group of students who came to participate in the school's anniversary celebration. Thus, she posted more than 10 group photos with them. Although she had been retired for many years, as someone whose name often appeared in teaching materials related to mecha, Ms. Zhu still had a lot of fans on the star web. Especially after retirement, she couldn't stay idle and would occasionally open popular science posts on the star web to interact with the netizens. Thus, the moment Ms. Zhu posted the photo, she received a lot of comments and likes. After a while, when everyone saw who the person in the photo was, the comment section was filled with screams. X-Floor, am I seeing things? You actually took a group photo with Professor Duan and the Marshal. Is Professor Duan also your student? This earlier message was pushed to the top, and before Madame Zhu could reply, everyone started to explain to him that Duan Hongye did not receive any interstellar education. For people who knew Duan Henji better, seeing a group photo of him and Ms. Zhu on the star web was expected. But why was Meng Jinhui also in the photo? According to Nan Zhuxing's previously announced schedule, Meng Jinhui shouldn't be at Crossing Light now. After discovering this, some people began to ask when Ms. Zhu, Duan Henji, and Meng Jinhui took the photo. Because Suminga had been paying attention to his teacher, he also saw the group photo of Ms. Zhu and Duan Henji. Like the other netizens, Suminga couldn't help but ask, is the Marshal also participating in the event? Why don't I see him? After a while, Suminga received a reply from his teacher. Ms. Zhu wrote in the comment section, he's on Crossing Light, but he didn't participate in the school anniversary celebration. It's a private trip. Ms. Zhu's tone was very calm, but when the netizens saw this, they suddenly felt like they were being fed dog food. So, Meng Jinhui also changed his schedule at the last minute and came to visit Duan Henji. Ms. Zhu and Duan Henji's group photo quickly spread throughout the star web. At this time, Duan Henji was about to arrive in Nanjushing. Recently, Duan Henji returned to the house of the Marshal in Nanjushing more frequently than before because he had to learn how to pilot a mecha. Recently, the identity of the female lead, Xianxia, was officially announced. She was a member of the Duan family who was stranded in the star web because of the war. This story was simple and melodramatic. As a member of this ancient family, Xianxia also had her own residence in Nanjushing. However, as a movie queen, she was busy with work. Even though her identity had been restored, she still rarely appeared here. The house of the Marshal was very large and almost all of the rooms were empty. Walking along the corridor, Duan Henji, who had read some star web and Yuan history, couldn't help but feel lonely when he heard his own lonely footsteps. But today, everything seemed a little different. After arriving in Nanjushing, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui went back to their respective offices. But before Duan Henji walked to the door, he heard a noise from the other side of the corridor. Duan Henji couldn't help but be a little curious. He stopped walking into the office and walked in the direction of the noise. Although he heard the noise, in fact, the source of the noise was not far from where Duan Henji was now. But after taking a few steps, Duan Henji felt that there was a person there. No, there was another creature besides him. Duan Henji couldn't help but slow down his footsteps. After a while, he finally saw a little boy in a blue sweater standing at the end of the corridor, and a dog. Seeing this, Duan Henji finally remembered that in addition to himself and Meng Jinhui's nephew, Meng Heshi, also lived in the house of the Marshal. Because his class time was often different from Duan Henji's days here, and because he liked to play around, Duan Henji hadn't seen Meng Heshi for a long time. At this time, Meng Heshi finally noticed Duan Henji. children always changed a lot. Maybe it was because he was educated, but compared to the first time Duan Hengji saw Meng Heshi, he was much less arrogant. After seeing Duan Hengji, Meng Heshi couldn't help but bite his lips, then he stopped moving. At the same time, Duan Hengji saw that the little guy that was trapped by Meng Heshi at the end of the corridor was finally free. It didn't stop for a second, and it quickly slipped away from Meng Heshi. Although the little dog's legs weren't long, it was very agile. It quickly ran from Meng Heshi to Duan Hengji. Seeing that the dog was about to run away, Meng Heshi finally couldn't help but yell in Duan Hengji's direction, "Ah ah ah. Professor Duan, help me catch it." What? In his 2 lifetimes, Duan Hengji had never met anyone who asked him to catch a dog. Although he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, Duan Hengya's movements didn't hesitate at all. He slowly squatted down, and a few seconds later, the little dog ran into Duan Hengji's arms. Although its body wasn't big, it was quite strong. After being hit by it, Duan Hengji's body couldn't help but tilt back a little. However, he quickly stabilized his body and carried the little guy who was still dizzy. Duan Hengji saw that the little dog in his arms looked like the Shih Tzu from Earth. The little guy's fur was very long, and there was a small braid on top of its head. It looked very cute. At this time, Meng Heshi also ran to Duan Hengji's side. When he saw the little dog in Duan Hengji's arms that didn't dare to move, he couldn't help but pout and say, "Why is it suddenly so obedient?" Duan Hengji never had a pet before, so the way he held the dog was a little awkward. Seeing that its little owner was here, Duan Hengji slowly bent down and was about to return the dog to Meng Heshi. However, at this time, the little guy turned around and looked at Meng Heshi, then suddenly turned its head and tried to crawl into Duan Hengji's arms. The braid on top of its head rubbed against Duan Hengji's neck. Because it was a little ticklish, Duan Hengji finally put the little guy on the ground. Unexpectedly, it didn't run away. Instead, it wagged its tail and started to circle around Duan Hengji. Seeing this, Meng Heshi pouted even higher. He reached out and patted the puppy's head not very gently, then said to Duan Hengya in a fit of pique, "This was given to me by the Marshal, but I don't want it now." After hearing Meng Heshi's words, Duan Hengji couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, in his impression, Meng Jinhui didn't seem like someone who would give a child a pet at all. It seemed that after the previous incident, Meng Jinhui had also slowly tried to care for this child that he had carelessly neglected for a long time. Actually, Duan Hengji wanted to see what was going on before going to work. However, after seeing Meng Heshi's awkward expression, he changed his mind. Duan Hengji picked up the little dog again, then squatted down and said to Meng Heshi, "Touch it slowly, don't use too much strength." Perhaps because it was being carried by Duan Hengji, the little guy finally stopped running away. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Meng Heshi finally reached out his hand and touched the little dog's back. This time, it finally stopped running away. For the rest of the afternoon, Duan Hengji and Meng Heshi spent the rest of the afternoon with his little dog. Actually, at the beginning, Duan Hengji also thought about leaving to work. However, after seeing the obvious change in Meng Heshi's expression compared to last time, he rarely left. Meng Heshi reminded Duan Hengji of his younger brother, Duan Hengxing. For a moment, his emotions became a little complicated, mixed with emotions and a little bit of self-blame. Involuntarily, Duan Hengji's attitude towards Meng Heshi became gentler. When the sunlight outside the window turned warm orange, the tension between Meng Heshi and his pet finally eased. At some point, Meng Jinhui also appeared here. He looked at Duan Hengji with a smile, then slowly walked over and picked up the little dog under Meng Heshi's admiring gaze. Seeing this scene, Duan Hengji's heart once again had the desire to stop time. However, as someone who knew the progress of mecha research, he knew better than anyone else in this world that perhaps this peaceful life had already entered the countdown. Time quickly passed day by day. In the repeated and peaceful days of the interstellar era, Nanjushing was still as busy as before, and the progress of the Mecha Research Institute's work never slowed down. At the same time, the capital planet of the Yetian Empire was still bustling with activity. There would be a new banquet every few days. Other than being the director of the Research Institute, Duan Hengji's most well-known identity was that he was also an orphan who was adopted by the Empress family. In fact, the original host had always maintained close contact with the Empress family, especially before marriage. After marriage, although the original host had reduced the number of activities related to the Empress family, he would still show his face from time to time. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that ever since Duanhenji transmigrated into Toppling Galaxy, he suddenly cut off all contact with the Empress family. Of course, they would often send invitations to Duanhenji, but he would always use all kinds of reasons to refuse. But this time, Duanhenji finally met a reason he couldn't refuse. The father of the current empress of the Yetian Empire, who was Duanhenji's adoptive father in name, suddenly contracted an acute illness. He directly contacted Duanhenji and said he wanted to see him. In this era, illness was a very distant thing for most people. Some people didn't even know what it was like to be sick their entire life. As the father of the current empress, the duke, who was already old, had been raised with good food and drink all his life. Because of Duanhenji, his age had long exceeded the average lifespan of people in the interstellar era. But no matter how rich you were, no one could resist the laws of nature. Now, the news of the duke suddenly falling ill and his condition was not good had spread throughout the interstellar era. Everyone knew what it meant to be sick at this age. Although the Duanhenji and the Empress family no longer interacted with each other in private, they still maintained peace on the surface. For many people in the galaxy who didn't know the truth, although Duanhenji had achieved great things, he still had the label of being picked up by the Empire's #1 noble family. At the same time that the Empress family informed Duanhenji to return to the subordinate star, they reported this matter on a large scale in their own media. In those reports, they directly accepted the invitation on behalf of Duanhenji. Although it was a private event, the reports still piqued the curiosity of the entire galaxy. In fact, regardless of whether they released the news in advance, as long as they didn't completely fall out with the royal family, the Duanhenji would still attend this event. After all, it wasn't a good time to fall out with the royal family on the surface. But after seeing those large-scale reports that appeared at the same time, the Duanhenji's originally tense nerves immediately became more and more sensitive. The Empress family's subordinate planet was not close to the research institute at all. Duanhenji almost had to cross half of the Yetian Empire's territory to reach the destination. For him, this was the longest interstellar journey since he transmigrated. As a top noble family in the Yetian Empire, if he wanted to go to the Empress family's subordinate planet, he also had to follow the strict rules there. For example, the Empire's Marshal Meng Jinhui, who had military power, couldn't go as he pleased. If he wanted to go to the Empress family's subordinate planet, he had to apply a few months in advance or wait for their invitation. This time, of course, Meng Jinhui didn't receive an invitation. According to the Empire's laws, the number of staff around Duanhenji was reduced. At this time, Duanhenji was sitting on his own private starship according to the rules. The interior decoration style here was much more comfortable than the military starship. But even so, Duanhenji still didn't have any intention of relaxing. Duanhenji sat at the desk by the window. In front of him was an optical computer full of data. What was very unusual was that as a workaholic, Duanhenji was rarely distracted this time. After looking at the documents in front of him for a while, his mind couldn't help but fly somewhere else. After an unknown amount of time, Duanhenji's optical computer gently sounded a notification. It turned out that someone outside the starship's lounge sent him an entry request. Duanhenji looked at the time and stood up from his seat. Now that the starship only had a few hours to reach the destination, it was time to change clothes. Not long after pressing the button to open the door, Duanhenji's assistant, Yipu, walked in with a robot. "Professor Duan, this is your suit today." Yipu nodded slightly at Duanhenji, then looked at the black suit in the robot's hand. Going to the Empress family's planet was like going to the capital planet. There were certain rules and regulations that had to be followed. Although Duanhanya did not need to wear formal attire because this was a private event held by the family, such a full black formal attire still made people feel incomparably oppressed just by looking at it. Duanhenji nodded and took the suit to the lounge connected to the office. The suit in his hand was similar to the suits on Earth, but there were some differences. The style was more rigid. It didn't look like it was for nobles. It looked like it belonged to a clergyman. Even though Duanhenji didn't like it, he still quickly changed into the suit. He was wearing a black suit and a black shirt. At this moment, his entire body was trapped in this thick darkness. After looking at himself in the mirror, Duan Henji opened the door and walked out. After working for so long, Duan Henji and Yi Pu were already very familiar with each other. Under normal circumstances, the two would chat from time to time during work. But this time, after seeing Duan Henji's serious expression, Yi Pu didn't talk to him. Instead, he directly left. The soundproofing of the starship was very good. After Yi Pu and the robot left, Duan Henji's ears were eerily quiet. He stood in the middle of the study room for a while. Then he walked to the optical computer and looked at the route map. Because they were gradually approaching Empress's family planet, the speed of the starship was limited, and it was getting slower and slower. Seeing this, Duan Henji sat back at his desk and slowly opened the drawer. In the white space, there were a few silver pearl-sized buttons lying quietly. Duan Henji gently took them out and rolled up his sleeves. He picked up the buttons and gently attached them to his wrist. In the blink of an eye, the silver buttons grew several thin metal vines and tightly wrapped around Duan Henji's wrist. This was the same type of weapon as the sleeve arrow Duan Henji showed before, but it was smaller and more lethal. After all the buttons were attached, Duan Henji pulled down his sleeves and carefully buttoned the cufflinks. This was because the clothes were heavier and the style was more conservative. At this time, it was impossible to detect Duan Henji's wrist from the outside. Although he was a visitor with a special identity, Duan Henji still had to go through security before boarding the family planet. Although the thing on his wrist looked simple, it could easily avoid the most advanced and sophisticated detection equipment in the galaxy. Duan Henji had already tested this on Nan Zhuxing over and over again. Speaking of which, the more technologically advanced the era, the easier it was for people to be superstitious about technology. The weapon on Duan Henji's hand could avoid all special light, but if he touched it directly, he would definitely feel something strange. But in this era, people had long forgotten the role of humans and gave machines an unimaginable sense of trust. After all the miniature weapons were installed, Duan Henji sat back in his seat. At this time, there was still some time before the starship reached its destination, but Duan Henji's heart finally calmed down. Just as Duan Henji was preparing to work in peace, his photon computer suddenly received a message from Meng Jinhui. During this period of time, whenever Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were not on the same planet, they would send each other messages when they had the time. The content had almost nothing to do with work, it was all about daily trifles. As the owner of Nanjushing, Meng Jinhui knew better than anyone that Duan Henji would not refuse this trip this time. But perhaps it was hard to imagine that Meng Jinhui was the only person by Duan Henji's side who had tried to persuade him. However, as long as Duan Hongye made a decision, no one would be able to persuade him otherwise. Even though Meng Jinhui had made an unusual suggestion that was not in Nanjushing's interest, in the end, Duan Henji still boarded the huge starship to Empress's planet. Although the decision had been made for a long time, and Duan Henji was about to arrive at their destination. But in the message, Meng Jinhui's words were still full of concern. Although Meng Jinhui was not as taciturn as Duan Hongye, he was definitely a person who was not related to the word chatterbox. But today, he sent Duan Henji an unusually large number of messages. In addition to his own daily routine, there was also his little nephew's pet. As a top student who had received a comprehensive interstellar education, Meng Jinhui's ability to organize his words was top-notch. At first glance, his tone was very normal, but after reading more, there was an indescribable sense of warmth between the lines. After reading for a while, Duan Henji couldn't help but smile. Although Nanjushing could see Duan Henji's real-time location, Duan Henji still shared his coordinates with Meng Jinhui. Sure enough, not long after, Duan Henji received a bunch of notifications from the other side. Although the starship speed was slow, Duan Henji no longer felt that the journey was unbearable through this simple communication. After a long time, the starship's notification that they were about to arrive at their destination sounded. Only then did Duan Henji shift his attention away from the photon computer. "If there's a problem, remember to call me urgently," Meng Jinhui finally said. Duan Henji's positioning device also had an emergency call function. After seeing the other side's message, Duan Henji couldn't help but reach out and touch the location of the device. Then he replied to Meng Jinhui as usual with an aha. It was as if he wasn't going to the Empress family's planet, but rather, he was going to work at the research institute as usual. The starship finally arrived at its destination. The Empress family's planet wasn't large. From a high altitude, it looked like a giant garden planet. Although the original host spent a long time here, today was the first time Duan Henji came to the Empress family's planet. Although he had a lot of memories in his mind, everything here still felt new to him. Naturally, Duan Henji also noticed some details that he didn't notice before. For example, in this hemisphere, there were almost no civilian buildings. Even on the capital planet where the royal family was located, there were large urban settlements scattered around. Duan Henji didn't observe for long. As the starship gradually decreased in altitude, the scenery in front of him became bigger and bigger. After a while, Duan Henji could no longer see the edge of the planet. In front of him was a mountain-like palace-like building. If he wasn't in the middle of it, Duan Henji would have thought that the scenery in front of him was all CG. Thinking about it carefully, the original host could see the same scenery when he came to the Empress family's planet, but he never paid special attention to it. Duan Henji didn't think for long. After the starship landed, he followed the procedure. Because today's event was not public, there weren't many people on the dock. Seeing Duan Henji come down, a man in a gray suit walked over. He bowed slightly to Duan Henji and said, "Hello, Professor Duan." "Hello." Duan Henji nodded at him. Now that they have officially arrived at the Empress family's planet, other than Duan Henji, all the Nanjushing members were not allowed to move around freely. Including Yi Pu, they were all left on the starship. Then, the man in gray suit said to Duan Henji, "Sorry, Professor Duan, next is a routine security check." Then he used the optical computer's special light beam to shine at Duan Henji. Even though his words were polite, as soon as the man finished speaking, before Duan Henji could react, the light beam was turned on. In an instant, a somewhat dazzling blue light beam was cast on Duan Henji's body. He couldn't help but frown. As Duan Henji's assistant, Yi Pu also saw this scene from the starship. But because he knew that today's situation was special, even though he was extremely dissatisfied, he didn't say anything. He knew that the device on his wrist had been tested more than once, so there shouldn't be any problems. But when the light beam suddenly shone on him, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel nervous. He bent his fingers slightly towards his palm, then slowly rubbed the fabric of his sleeve with his fingertips. Duan Henji's movements were very subtle, so no one noticed. After he extended his fingers, the ray of light was finally retracted. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Duan Henji, the staff once again made a pleased gesture to Duan Henji, then led him to the hovercraft parked on the side. At this time, Duan Henji was moving away from his starship step by step. His nervous mood from the security check at the beginning had calmed down during this short journey. Duan Henji walked onto the hovercraft accompanied by the staff of the Empress family planet. If it was someone else, they would probably feel like they were being escorted. But at this time, in Yi Pu's eyes, Duan Henji's figure was still so calm. As a staff member beside Duan Henji, Yi Pu was extremely nervous today. But after seeing Duan Henji's calm appearance, he finally wasn't as nervous as before. Seeing the hovercraft take off, Yi Pu finally returned to the starship. Although they couldn't enter the Empress family planet at will, it didn't mean they could rest during this time. Yi Pu turned around and walked to another cabin of the starship, then said to the staff inside, "Start the detailed monitoring now." Actually, what Meng Jinhui didn't tell Duan Henji was that when he agreed to let him go to the Empress family planet, he also gave Yi Pu and the rest of the Nanjushing staff an order: if necessary, they could directly violate the rules and walk out of the starship. After all, this was a place that the original owner had been to more than once. After the hovercraft flew for some distance, he felt that the scenery around him was becoming more and more familiar. Duan Henji's eyes were fixed on the scenery outside the window, watching the green plants and buildings fly by. The staff member who boarded the hovercraft with Duan Henji hadn't stopped talking since they boarded. While looking at the scenery below, the staff member kept reminding Duan Henji, this was a place where he lived for a short period of time. Actually, on the surface, these words seemed like he was trying to get close, but in reality, it was also a kind of threat. This staff member in gray was reminding Duan Henji again and again about his involvement with the Empress family planet that was unknown to the galaxy, as well as his notorious identity as a spy. Duan Henji ignored the staff member's words. In the eyes of most people in the galaxy who weren't familiar with Duan Henji, he always seemed like he didn't care about anything and didn't care about anything. But at this moment, the slight contempt in Duan Henji's eyes immediately provoked the staff member who kept reminding him. As a staff member of a top noble family, he had always been held in high regard and rarely received this kind of gaze. Therefore, when the hovercraft was about to arrive at its destination, the staff member finally couldn't help but raise his voice and remind Duan Henji, "Professor Duan. Even though you're already an adult and have left the family, don't be blinded by the attention of others. Don't be confused by the attention in front of you and forget your original identity." Attention? Original identity. Even though the staff member's words weren't long, every word was magically aimed at Duan Henji's anger. It wasn't difficult to understand. As a traditional noble family, they essentially looked down on Duan Henji's attention because of his achievements in mecha piloting. Even though the world had developed into the galaxy era, this was still a traditional family that had lasted for thousands of years. In the eyes of the family members and the surrounding staff members, Duan Henji's attention was undoubtedly cheap. Only people from aristocratic families like them should be loved and respected by the citizens of Yitian. As for the last sentence, it was undoubtedly to remind Duan Henji of the fact that he was once adopted by this family. Unfortunately, Duan Henji was no longer the person who had lost his memories and was deeply brainwashed. This sentence didn't tell Duan Henji to be careful. Instead, it reminded him of the royal family's actions. Therefore, Duan Henji coldly glanced at the staff member. His gaze was like a cold wind mixed with ice shards. After seeing this, the staff member couldn't help but panic, but he quickly calmed down and said to Duan Henji, "You." Before the staff member could finish his sentence, Duan Henji interrupted him. "We're here," said the man in a black suit coldly as he looked at the scenery outside the window. Seeing this, even though the staff member was still unhappy, he had no choice but to let out a sigh of relief. Then, he stepped off the hovercraft before Duan Henji. "Sir, just recovered a bit. After you go in, Professor Duan, please mind your words and actions." After that, he stepped away from Duan Henji's side. Duan Henji gently touched his sleeves again and finally slowly walked into the house. As an old noble family, this building was also very old. Although the interior of the building still looked brand new thanks to the powerful repair technology of Interstellar, the old structure that had been designed many years ago still made Duan Henji feel a strong sense of oppression. Because there were patients in the house, Duan Henji didn't even take a few steps before smelling an unpleasant smell of medicine. His footsteps echoed in the hallway, making him feel unusually lonely. Finally, Duan Henji reached the dark red wooden door at the end of the hallway. He didn't hesitate to push it open. In an instant, the bitter smell of medicine once again spread to Duan Henji's nose. At the same time, a hoarse male voice was heard from inside. "Is this Duan Henji?" asked Duan Henji. Duan Henji walked into the house and closed the door behind him. He saw that not far in front of him, there was a frail man lying in front of him. The man's body was surrounded by smoke. It was obvious that he was administering medicine in the form of mist. During this period of time, Duan Henji had learned a lot about galaxy life. For example, he knew that this treatment was only used when the patient was terminally ill. The man's eyes were half open and he looked very weak. "It's me, Duke." Duan Henji stood there and bowed to the man. After hearing Duan Henji's voice, the man on the bed finally opened his eyes and said slowly, "As expected, you're already an adult." After that, the man stretched out his hand towards Duan Henji. "Come here and let me take a look," he said slowly. Because he was too old and had been bedridden recently, the man's voice was unusually hoarse, as if it had been forcefully squeezed out from a crack. Duan Henji had always believed that aging was an inevitable process. No matter how advanced technology was, no one could escape from the laws of nature. Natural aging was also a gentle and elegant process, but the man in front of him probably had nothing to do with these two words. He had lived a life of luxury, but in the process, he had also picked up a lot of bad habits. Duan Henji thought that if this was when he was young, Duan Henji would definitely be an upgraded version of Duan Hengxing. It might have been difficult to see him from a distance, but now that he was a little closer, he could see that the old man's skin was very poor. The layer of flesh was floating on top of his bones, like the bark of an old tree that had just survived the cold winter. Even though he had seen this man many times before, he already had this person's appearance in his memory. However, after seeing the Duke in an even worse condition with his own eyes, Duanhenji couldn't help but be shocked by the other party's appearance. However, Duanhenji remained calm on the surface, not revealing his previous emotions. The man lying on the hospital bed raised his eyelids again, then looked at Duanhenji with a tired expression. After looking up and down for a while, he slowly said, "The first time I saw you, you were still a child. At that time, you were affected by an accident and lost your memory. You really looked like a person in a daze." Many people in the Interstellar knew that Duanhenji lost his memory after the accident. After Empress's family adopted him, the first thing they did was to take Duanhenji for an in-depth physical examination. When the story was told, most people were in awe of the aristocratic family's care for the scientist's orphan. However, only a small number of people knew that the reason they took Duanhenji for a physical examination was to prove whether or not he really lost his memory. Just as the man had said, after a series of tests, they quickly discovered that Duanhenji had indeed lost his past memories. However, he had not lost his understanding of mecha and other knowledge. Duanhenji didn't say anything. The person on the bed continued, "Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, you're already the director of the Institute of Machine Learning?" Because he was standing very close to the man, the mist-like drug that surrounded him had also infected the Duanhenji. Duanhenji did not know what it was. He only knew that it was extremely bitter. After standing there for a while, Duanhenji felt a little dizzy. Although the old man had been a typical hedonistic son of a rich family in his youth, his ability to judge people wasn't bad at all. He could see some discomfort on Duanhenji's face. He suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, I called you here, because I wanted to see you." As the man spoke, he showed a loving expression. Duanhenji didn't know what kind of reaction he would give if the person standing here wasn't him but the original Duanhenji who had been brainwashed. However, when combined with the memories he had of this place, Duanhenji didn't believe that the person in front of him just wanted to see him. Although the man in front of him was the head of this huge family in name, his life was clearly coming to an end. Living in a family like this, Duanhenji believed that even the head of the family would most likely turn himself into bait for the family's benefit. But, why did they call him here? Duanhenji's relationship with the royal family and the Empress family was very delicate. He had already stopped the consulting business with the other side for a long time. However, the relationship between the two sides hadn't been completely cut off. For example, they would still provide Duanhenji with the special temporary antidote from time to time, as if to remind him of his identity. "Okay." The man on the hospital bed once again slowly waved at Duanhenji. Because the movement was slightly large, the mist of medicine around him was scattered by him, and then some of it flew towards Duanhenji's face. Although Duanhenji held his breath in time, it was inevitable that some of the powder was inhaled into his lungs. Because of the drug's effects, Duanhenji's physical condition wasn't very good. After inhaling the powder into his lungs, he couldn't help but have the urge to cough. Duanhenji immediately turned his body to the side and coughed hard. "Sorry, Mr. Duke." After coughing, Duanhenji turned around and bowed. "It's fine." The Duke on the hospital bed smiled and said, "Go eat lunch first, you don't have to stay here with an old man like me." Although Duanhenji couldn't wait to leave, after hearing the other side's words, he still pretended to refuse. In the end, he said goodbye and left the ward. Now the news of the Duke's serious illness had spread throughout the galaxy. Not only Duanhenji, but other people who were slightly related to the Empress family also rushed to this planet in the past few days. Under the guidance of the attendant, Duanhenji walked through a long and winding corridor and walked to the door of the banquet hall. The overall layout of the Empress family's planet was very retro. Even the wooden door of the banquet hall didn't have an automatic door opening device, which was rare. After arriving here, the attendant who had been following Duanhenji immediately stepped forward and opened the door. In an instant, the noise in the banquet hall rushed into Duanhenji's ears. Although the head of the family was still lying on the hospital bed, this didn't prevent people from continuing to be at ease in the banquet hall. In recent years, the power of the royal family and the nobles had been declining. Many members of the family's side branches also tried to climb up to new forces. So after entering, Duan Henji was not greeted with the awkward silence he expected. Instead, he was surrounded by a few unfamiliar faces that he had seen before. The smell of medicine that had yet to dissipate, coupled with the chattering in his ears, made Duan Hanya feel like his head was about to explode. But fortunately, he was originally a cold person. The words of the people around him went in one ear and out the other. After a while, those people also left Duan Henji's side. This was a buffet banquet. Although Duan Henji was a little hungry, he didn't have much interest in the food in front of him. After a while, he walked to a more secluded place in the banquet hall, then casually took a snack from the table. After running around for a while, Duan Henji actually wanted to eat. He gently stroked the edge of the snack with the small silver fork in his hand. After a while, a sweet and greasy taste spread from the tip of his tongue. It wasn't that Duan Henji didn't like to eat sweets, but this sweetness was a bit too much. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He then put the snack in his hand in the hands of a robot that was responsible for recycling. This time, there was no schedule for coming to this planet. Even Duan Henji himself didn't know how long he would stay here. The lingering smell of medicine on his body, coupled with the overly sweet snack, made Duan Henji's mood even worse. Even though Duan Henji was somewhat familiar with this planet, without anyone telling him the next step of the plan, Duan Henji didn't know where to go. So when he thought that he might have to stay on this planet for a while, Professor Duan once again walked to the table and gently picked up the white porcelain plate with the fruit. The plate was very delicate, but there wasn't much inside. The moment Duan Henji gently picked up the plate, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Professor Duan, good afternoon." Duan Henji's hand paused. He was very familiar with this voice, but he couldn't remember who it was. Even though he didn't want to talk to anyone at this banquet, after hearing someone call him, Duan Henji politely turned around. The navy blue suit with a black bow tie. Duan Henji didn't expect the person who called him from behind to be Wen Mujia. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen this former love rival for a while. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wen," Duan Henji also said to the other person. Wen Mujia was holding a half-empty wine glass in his hand. He smiled and walked over to Duan Henji. For someone of his status, his family was inextricably linked to the various aristocratic families. Therefore, after the initial surprise, Duan Henji wasn't surprised to see Wen Mujia here. Duan Henji remembered that the last time he saw Wen Mujia deliberately set up a small trap to trick him. But now, looking at Wen Mujia's expression and reaction, it was like that incident never happened. When Duan Henji saw that Wen Mujia was playing dumb, he acted like Wen Mujia and made a simple greeting. Wen Mujia glanced at the food in Duan Henji's hand and asked, "Is Professor Duan eating this for lunch today?" Even though Wen Mujia wasn't from this family, he had the temperament of a host. The man tilted his head slightly and smiled at Duan Henji. Then, he continued to speak in a joking tone, "If you only eat this, people will spread the news." Duan Henji really didn't understand why Wen Mujia was talking to him. However, as a person who was afraid of trouble, he chose to shut Wen Mujia up with his actions. Duan Henji gently picked up a small piece of freshly grilled steak from the small table beside him and said, "To Wen Mujia, thank you for reminding me." Wen Mujia didn't expect Duan Henji to be so direct. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. For the time being, regardless of the taste of the steak, it smelled really good. When the fragrance of the meat wafted over, the medicinal smell that had yet to dissipate around Duan Hongye was also offset a little. But soon, Duan Henji noticed that the steak was still bloody. Duan Henji and Wen Mujia stopped talking, but they didn't want to leave his side. Fortunately, at this moment, the banquet hall's door was pushed open from the outside again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door, and Wen Mujia was no exception. After seeing his action, Duan Henji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He took the opportunity to put the thing in his hand aside. Because of the person who came in, the banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Duan Henji's place was a little remote, so after a while, he finally saw the person who suddenly appeared in the banquet hall was Empress of the Yetian Empire. From the moment the woman came in, a wave of greetings sounded in the hall. At this time, Wen Mujia picked up his wine glass again and looked in the direction of the person who came in. Although this banquet hall belonged to a top noble family, it was not as big as the imperial families or the militaries. Duan Henji and Wen Mujia's location was very remote, but they were still noticed by Empress at a glance. Although today's clothes were a little simpler than when they were on the capital planet, Empress's dark green dress was still very conspicuous against the dark formal clothes in the room. Today's banquet was a private event organized in the name of the Count, but everyone who was invited knew about his health condition. Although they didn't feel anything in their hearts, facing Empress, they still forcibly pretended to be serious and sad. However, Empress herself didn't seem to be affected by her father's illness at all. Before she walked over to Wen Mujia, Empress raised her wine glass high. "Your Highness Empress." After the woman walked over, Wen Mujia respectfully bowed to her. After recalling for a moment, Duan Hongye also greeted the Empress of the Empire according to his identity. Just like the last time he saw Wen Mujia, the two didn't get along very well. The relationship between Duan Henji and Empress might be a little worse. He once threatened this woman at the royal banquet. So when Duan Henji saw the other party looking at him, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. But on the surface, Duan Henji didn't reveal his emotions at all. As someone born in a traditional noble family and became the Empress of the Empire, the woman's disguise was quite good. The woman in front of him was obviously good at disguising herself. Although her eyes were still sharp, she controlled her expression well. "Professor Duan." Empress glanced at her wine glass with a smile, then said slowly, "You came here when you were young. Father has always raised you as his own child. Even when he was sick, he didn't forget to remind us to ask you to come and see him." Empress's words could be said to be sincere, as if the old earl really had been thinking about Duan Henji. No, maybe he really did think about me, but his purpose was different from what Empress wanted to express at this time. Before Duan Henji could speak, Wen Mujia, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but respond, "The entire Interstellar knows that Professor Duan was adopted by Mr. Earl. It's really touching that Mr. Earl still cares about Professor Duan." Hearing this, Duan Henji couldn't help but laugh silently in his heart. "Yeah." Empress nodded and said to Wen Mujia, "Father is especially concerned about Professor Duan's health. If it weren't for his reminder, I might have forgotten to give Professor Duan a gift." Although she didn't say it explicitly, Duan Henji and Empress both knew that the gift she mentioned was the temporary antidote. Wen Mujia didn't know what Duan Henji and Empress were talking about, but he sensitively felt that there was definitely something between the two of them. Seeing this, Wen Mujia suddenly said to Duan Henji and Empress, "Sorry, Your Highness Empress, and Professor Duan, I just came from somewhere else and I'm a little hungry, so I won't disturb you too." After that, Empress nodded at him in satisfaction, then Wen Mujia left the corner without looking back. Seeing that the other party didn't want to stay for a moment longer, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a little funny. Empress held a glass of wine and watched Wen Mujia's back. After he completely disappeared in front of her, the woman finally turned around. She took a sip of wine and said to Duan Henji, "Professor Duan, a while ago, you didn't have a good time either, right?" The royal family didn't know that Duan Henji had already cloned the antidote. According to the frequency of the antidote being sent to Duan Henji from time to time, Empress naturally came to the conclusion that Duan Henji wasn't having a good time recently. Duan Henji obviously wouldn't tell her what he had. After the woman's voice fell, Duan Henji didn't directly answer her question. Instead, after a moment of silence, he asked, "Is there anything else?" Duan Henji's tone wasn't very gentle, but Empress wasn't angry this time. She shook her head at Duan Henji and said, "You have a good relationship with Meng Jinhui, so I won't stop you. But today, I want to remind Professor Duan again, no matter what, don't forget your identity. Otherwise, we won't feel good, and you won't feel good either. Right?" Duan Henji went silent, but in Empress's eyes, his silence was a tacit agreement. The woman continued, "Why don't you think about it again? If you continue to work together, not only will the royal family forgive you, but they will also give you a big gift." "A big gift?" Duan Henji couldn't help but repeat. "That's right." Empress looked up at him and said, "The real antidote." So this is what she was waiting for. Duan Henji had to admit that what Empress said was indeed very tempting. If she said this not long after Duan Henji transmigrated to this world, or before Meng Jinhui invited Lan Jingqi to join the research institute, Duan Henji might have hesitated for a while. But now, Duan Henji was very clear that with Lan Jingqi, a pharmaceutical genius, it was only a matter of time before the antidote was obtained. But as for the royal family, Duan Henji didn't know if they had a real antidote, or if they would give him something new. Even though he didn't care about Empress's words at all, Duan Henji still had a somewhat conflicted expression on his face. After seeing his expression, Empress felt a little more confident. "Why don't you think about it more carefully?" Empress said. Duan Henji nodded slowly, then cast his eyes to the ground in the distance. "Then I won't bother Professor Duan." Empress smiled at Duan Henji again, raised her cup, and left. After she left, Duan Henji's expression immediately returned to his previous incomparably calm state. Duan Henji walked to the small table closest to him again, then slowly picked up a plate of snacks that once left a good impression on him. In short, if Empress was next to him at this time, she would definitely be surprised by Duan Henji's current appearance. There was no schedule for today's visit to the subordinate planet, but Duan Henji guessed it now. In the afternoon, the Empress would probably call him to another place to discuss the details. Duan Henji, who had decided to continue pretending to restore the cooperation, breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone in his heart was finally lifted. Even the ordinary snacks in his hand were much more pleasing to the eye at this time. However, although he guessed that today would definitely not be simple when he came here. But after a few minutes, Duan Henji realized that this day was probably far more exciting than he thought before. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door of the hall was pushed open from the outside again. Although the quality of this wooden door was good, the person who pushed the door at this time was too rough. There was a harsh sound in the hall. Because of this sound, everyone's eyes turned to the door at the same time. But before they could figure out what was going on, almost at the same time, the huge glass windows around the hall also burst with sounds of explosions. "What's going on?" Duan Henji immediately put down the things in his hand, then gently touched the protruding weapon on his wrist. Although he didn't know what was going on, at least Duan Henji knew that today's big show finally officially began. Duan Henji quickly retreated to a more inconspicuous position. At this time, there were walls behind him on three sides, and he could only see the hall from the front. In fact, when Duan Henji walked here just now, he had already observed the terrain. His current position was very conducive to observing the overall situation of the hall, but it was difficult to be discovered by the people on the other side at a glance. At the same time when Duan Henji retreated here, dozens of men in black poured in from the door and windows. There were not many guests in the banquet hall today. According to Duan Henji's observation, the number of men in black at this time was probably more than the guests. He slowly unbuttoned his cufflinks. At this time, the air in the hall stagnated, but this quiet state did not last long. After a while, Duan Henji heard a sharp scream from the other side of the hall. Although he couldn't see the other side for the time being, he definitely recognized the owner of this voice. The owner of this voice was His Highness Empress of the Yetian Empire. Then, there was a commotion in the crowd. When Duan Henji saw clearly, Empress had already walked out of the crowd with a gun pointed at him. Empress's dark green dress was a bit narrow. Although it looked very stylish, it was completely useless. When it was time to take action, the clothes would feel like they were being tied down. For example, Empress, who was surrounded by 3 or 4 men in black, would be pushed forward by the people behind her if she slowed down a little. If the others didn't push her, with her usual speed, her temple would hit the muzzle. After the woman's terrifying scream, the hall was completely silent. Everyone stood still. From Duan Henji's perspective, he even felt that the scene in front of him was a frozen and ironic photo, not a scene that would appear in real life. In the luxuriously decorated banquet hall, men and women were wearing dark, strangely tailored clothes. Panic, worry. All kinds of emotions that were difficult to detect on the faces of these nobles now emerged one by one. Out of instinct, the moment the panic began, everyone gave up the most central position in the hall. Now Empress was held at gunpoint by the people behind her and walked to the open space. Her steps were a little hurried, and her extremely thin heels hit the stone floor again and again, constantly making ear-piercing footsteps. In addition to the retro decoration of this hall, there was another big feature, and that was exaggeration. In the center of the room, there was a 3-story golden chandelier hanging. Under the chandelier, the stone used for the floor was also very special. Just now, the hall was really lively. There were people standing everywhere, so Duan Henji didn't see what was under the chandelier. But until now, after the open space was given up, Duan Henji could see clearly. At this time, although the stone on the floor had been polished flat, there was a kind of broken jade-like texture. Although Duan Henji didn't know about mineral resources, he knew that this floor was definitely worth a lot. Of course, the situation was urgent, so Duan Henji only paid attention to the floor for a short while. He only took a glance and then moved his eyes away from there. Then, he looked at the broken windows in the hall. Fortunately, when Duan Henji came, he observed the nearby scene along the way. Therefore, even though he had followed people in a big circle in the corridor, Duan Henji immediately judged what was outside every window after looking at the scenery not far away from the window. It hadn't been long since the men in black broke in, so Duan Henji didn't know who today's incident was and what they wanted to achieve. But the 2 accidents already told Duan Henji that his identity was very special. No matter what, he couldn't let his guard down. Therefore, although the black-clothed man on the field did not pay attention to Duan Henji, nor did he show any signs of wanting to find anyone in the crowd, Duan Henji still slowly lowered his head, then slowly walked sideways into the shadows. Fortunately, this hall was quite old, and the structure used was not columnless. Duan Henji only needed a little time to hide behind a dark red pillar. It was at this moment that a few loud noises came from the center of the hall. The voice was so sudden that Duan Henji couldn't help but look in that direction. Then, Duan Henji saw the men in black, who had already spread out in all corners of the hall, picking up their laser guns and aiming at the robots in the corners of the hall. In the blink of an eye, all the robots were destroyed, and some of them even exploded. At the same time, Empress instinctively rushed forward. Because the heels of her shoes were too high, and her clothes were not suitable for movement, after screaming, Empress directly fell to the ground. As the daughter of the Count and the Empire's Empress, she had never been in such a sorry state in her life. Although she was at the top of the pyramid of power for so many years, she had never seen a real war. So in just a few minutes, her spirit completely collapsed. Even though Duan Henji didn't think the current situation was a big deal. In fact, it wasn't just Empress. After a few minutes, many people in the hall had their minds broken. Duan Henji saw Wen Mujia standing not far away with a pale face, and beside him, there was already a woman who was about to faint. He knew in his heart that he couldn't anger these people, but there was no way to control his physiological reaction. One after another, cries and pleas came from all over the hall. After hearing those cries, the men in black began to impatiently threaten. Finally, he took advantage of this opportunity. Duan Henji rushed out of the broken window not far away as fast as he could. Then he directly jumped out of the 2-story building without hesitation. Even the men in black standing by the window didn't have time to react. Duan Henji heard a burst of exclamations from the hall the moment he jumped out of the window. Although the physical fitness of people in the interstellar era was much better than before, and because people flew around in the sky every day, people's fear of heights had almost disappeared. But in any case, this group of people who were used to living with the help of machines definitely didn't have the courage to jump out of the building without any help. Duan Henji's memory was correct. There was a garden downstairs. He landed steadily on the grass and used the soft soil to offset most of the force. Duan Henji saw that there were several hovercrafts hanging above his head. Those men in black should have come from there. After a glance, Duan Henji immediately continued to run to the other side of the garden. If he remembered correctly, that place was also a hovercraft parking area. Although he hadn't been here for a long time, he still had the authority to activate the hovercraft. There were too many trees on both sides of the garden, making it difficult for the hovercraft to land. As long as he could make use of this time to run to the hovercraft, he would be able to return to the starship. Duan Henji ran to his destination while gently touching his collarbone. As if he had a premonition, Duan Henji found someone to change the tracking device on his body some time ago. This new tracking device was smaller and directly embedded in Duan Henji's neck. Not only could it not be seen, but it also couldn't be touched. Although it was smaller, the tracking device's functions didn't decrease because of this. Duan Henji's current settings allowed him to directly contact Nan Zhuxing and Meng Jinhui, but he didn't do so right now. Before jumping down from the window, Duan Henji had already planned his escape route in his mind. Therefore, Duan Henji didn't hesitate or stop at all. He quickly ran through the forest. Duan Henji saw that the hovercrafts above his head were already chasing after him. However, because the hovercraft's danger warning system hadn't been cracked, no matter how many attempts they made, they still couldn't land in the forest. After a while, Duan Henji saw the hovercraft parking area in his memory. Because of the recent conscious training, Duan Henji was already panting, but his speed didn't slow down. Especially when he saw the parking lot, he sped up again. Now's the time, Duan Henji rushed to the location of the hovercrafts, but an accident happened. Just when Duan Henji was about to reach his destination, someone suddenly walked out of the hovercrafts in front of him. F***ck. Seeing this scene, Duan Henji finally couldn't help but curse. His worst-case scenario had still happened. This group of black-clothed men who had appeared out of nowhere and for some unknown reason had already taken over the Empress family's subordinate planets. Today's incident wasn't a power struggle in the family, it was more serious than that. One had to know that the Empress's family was one of the top 3 noble families in the entire Yitian Empire. No matter what happened in the empire in recent years, whether the nobles had begun to decline or not, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Their security was absolutely unquestionable. To be able to control an entire subordinate planet in a short period of time, the strength of the people who came was undeniably strong. Seeing the men in black walk out of the hovercrafts, Duan Henji stopped in place, then began to adjust his breathing, which was rapid from running. He looked a little too calm, like what just ended wasn't an escape, but a simple fitness exercise. Just when Duan Henji adjusted his breathing, the hovercrafts in the air also landed. More than 20 people surrounded Duan Henji one after another, more than the people around Empress just now. Duan Henji didn't speak, and the group of people surrounding him also remained silent. The two sides confronted each other silently. After a while, someone seemed to have received an order from a miniature earpiece, then finally stepped forward and pressed a gun against Duan Henji's temple, using the force to push him onto the hovercraft. After the hovercraft lifted off, Duan Henji saw the military starship not far away. However, from his point of view, the starship was still the same as when he left, and he couldn't tell what was going on inside just from the outside. However, Duan Henji knew that he was now moving strangely. Even if the anomaly of this subordinate planet was still unknown to anyone, the Southern Star should be able to deduce something based on the data of his movement alone. The actual situation was indeed like this. The moment Duan Henji jumped, not only Yipu's starship, but Nan Zhuxing also received an alert. When Yipu saw the optical supercomputer display that Duan Henji jumped from a 2-story building, he was scared out of his wits. However, because he still didn't know what was going on, after seeing the notification, Yipu didn't choose to directly use his authority to take people to the subordinate planet like Meng Jinhui told him before. He also didn't rashly send a message to Duan Henji. But at this moment, Yipu suddenly received a call from Meng Jinhui. On the other end of the voice call, Yipu heard Meng Jinhui quickly say to him, "Continue monitoring. Don't act rashly for now." "Yes." Yipu immediately agreed. Then, he vaguely heard the mecha activation notification on the other end of the call. After a pause, Meng Jinhui continued, "The security level of Empress family's subordinate planet is almost the same as Nan Zhuxing's. If something really happens, you guys won't be able to do anything." Yipu could hear the mecha's data continuously coming from the other end. It looked like Meng Jinhui was really piloting his mecha and rushing towards Duan Henji's planet. "Okay." Yipu hurriedly agreed. Then, Meng Jinhui finally said, "Report to me immediately if anything happens. Pay attention to Duan Henji's position and status at all times. If he contacts you guys, listen to his commands." Yipu had never seen Meng Jinhui so nervous before. After the call ended, he immediately stared intently at the optical supercomputer's screen, afraid that he would miss even the slightest change in the data. And so, Yi Pu, who had been staring intently at the optical supercomputer, discovered that Duan Hengji had now returned to the densely populated area. However, he was not at the banquet hall from before. After a brief pause, the hover vehicle took off again and flew towards the other side of the planet. The moment Duan Hengji was escorted into the starship, he raised his eyes and saw a bunch of familiar faces. On the way to the hover vehicle docking area, Duan Hengji had wondered what the black-cloaked men were planning to do by causing such a huge ruckus today. Or perhaps they were trying to find someone in the crowd. But now that he saw the familiar faces in the cabin, Duan Hengji immediately understood they weren't trying to find anyone, they were trying to take everyone away. Even though he wasn't very familiar with the starship, Duan Hengji was able to determine the model of the starship from a few details in the cabin. This starship was probably quite old, but it was considered a very common model. It was originally considered a civilian starship, but many countries would modify it to be a military model. Duan Hengji was forced to sit down on a sofa at gunpoint. But in this short period of time, he had already thoroughly observed the entire cabin of the starship. Even though it was decorated like a civilian starship, the moment he sat down, Duan Hengji came to a conclusion: the starship he was on had indeed been modified. But after looking around, Duan Hengji didn't find any details in the cabin that could prove where it came from. Could it be that this starship actually belonged to a galactic pirate organization? This seemed to make sense. Empress's family planet was located in the border area of the empire. According to the Yition's special regulations, their security was all their own responsibility and not guaranteed by the military. Duan Hengji didn't know the military strength of their family planet, but based on the current level of chaos outside the galaxy, it didn't seem too difficult to be visited by a large galactic pirate organization. There were many cabins inside the starship. After entering, it could be seen that Duan Hengji was now in the big shots of the empire. In addition to himself, there was also Empress, whose makeup was already ruined from crying, and Wen Mujia, who had her head lowered. And Duan Hengji, who appeared out of nowhere. After seeing the other party, Duan Hengji wasn't too surprised. Although he didn't see the other party at the banquet, it didn't mean that Duan Hengxing didn't come today. Just like him, Duan Hengxing was also adopted by Empress family. Even compared to Duan Hengji, who was sent to be a spy early on, Duan Hengxing really grew up on this planet. It wasn't strange for him to be here. It could even be said that it would be strange if Duan Hengxing didn't appear on his family planet. Just as Duan Hengji was calmly brought in with a gun pointed at him, other than Wen Mujia, who had her head lowered, the other two people in the cabin were looking at him. Empress obviously hadn't recovered yet. She sat on the sofa across from Duan Hengji, gasping for breath. And beside Duan Hengji, Duan Hengxing was also looking at the person with a complicated expression. Duan Hengji ignored Duan Hengxing. After sitting on the sofa, he gently pushed away the gun that was pointed at his head. Then he slowly raised his head and said to the person standing beside him, "Be careful." When he said this, Duan Hengji wasn't sure if there was such a thing as accidental discharge in the galaxy. But after seeing the other party hesitate for a moment and finally put away the gun, he calmly sat there, as if he wasn't pointed at by a gun, but a guest invited by the host. If it was said that Duan Hengya's calm appearance when he entered the door was enough to surprise people, then his current performance made the rest of the hostages widen their eyes and look in his direction. Even when Mujia, who had her head lowered, slowly sat up straight. Then, Duan Hengji finally saw her lips trembling with fear. The people in the cabin stopped talking. Through the narrow window, they could see that the starship had slowly flown out of the atmosphere of Empress's planet. At the same time, the seat belt on the sofa popped out by itself. But in this obviously modified starship, the seat belt was obviously not to prevent passengers from getting hurt during the turbulence, but to trap them. The material of the seat belt was very special, and the fastening method was something Duan Hengji had never seen before. After a while, he felt that he couldn't move. His whole body sank into the soft sofa. After confirming that the seatbelt was fastened, the men in black who brought Duan Hengji and the others here finally left and stood behind them. This sofa was made of leather, so it was very easy for people to sink into it. The strange thing was that after being restrained by those things, other than Duan Hengji, several people couldn't help but sit up straight to get more space to move, but he somewhat strangely let himself relax, then sank into the sofa. Seeing this scene, Duan Hengxing, who was sitting closest to Duan Hengji, couldn't help but open his mouth, but before he could make any sound, he was frightened by his brother's sharp glare. Duan Hengji knew that Duan Hengxing didn't deliberately make a sound just now, he just couldn't help it. But fortunately, the other party has some ability to observe people's expressions over the years. After seeing his gaze, Duan Hengxing immediately sat up straight, not daring to look here. At this time, the starship had already flown far away from Empress's planet. No one in the cabin spoke for a long time, and even the sound of breathing couldn't help but become shallow. Of course, Duan Hengji's current sitting posture was not without reason. The sofa he was sitting on now was very big, so when he leaned back, it formed a small visual blind spot. Other than Duan Hengji himself, no one else cared about this. After all, the space was really too small. But even if it was only this small amount of space, it was enough for him to use. After a while, Duan Hengji slowly lowered his chin, then gently lowered his head and tapped twice between his collarbones. His movements were very fast and very small. If others saw this, they would only think that Duan Hengji was doing this subconsciously. However, right after those two signals, another starship that had taken off from the other side of the subordinate planet immediately received the message. Crash! Suddenly, this kind of sound rang out in the originally quiet office. Yi Pu, who had been in his elite state all this time, shouted very abnormally. Then he stood up straight and said to the staff around him who had been waiting for his order, "Crash into the suspicious starship ahead." Crash. Obviously, Yi Pu's words had scared a lot of people. Even the military staff on Nanjushing who were used to obeying orders hesitated for a moment before asking, "But Professor Duan is still there." Yi Pu turned around and said slowly to the person with a serious expression, "This is an order from Professor Duan himself. Listen to him." As the one who gave the order directly, Yi Pu knew where the danger lay. He also knew what he would have to face if something went wrong. Of course, Yi Pu wasn't the only one. Everyone in the room knew how dangerous this crash was. As Yi Pu spoke, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. If the person who gave the order today wasn't Duan Hengji, Yi Pu would probably be hesitant as well, even wondering if the other party had accidentally triggered the signal just now. But this person was Duan Hengji, so he definitely wouldn't make such a low-level mistake just because he was nervous. After working with him for so long, Yi Pu was used to trusting the other party completely. Even though Yi Pu still didn't know what Duan Hengji was going to do, he still chose to trust him. "Okay, Mr. Yi." After seeing Yi Pu's attitude, the staff member didn't hesitate anymore. He turned around and sent a signal to the starship's control room to prepare for the crash. For the staff on the starship, Duan Hengji's order was absolutely frightening. During normal navigation, the starship was usually in autopilot mode. But if they were to follow Duan Hengji's order to hit the starship, they had to control it manually. This starship belonged to Duan Hengji, but the staff on it were all from Nanjushing. For example, the starship's pilot was a soldier. But even though he had walked out of the battlefield, when he heard Duan Hengji's terrifying order, his hands couldn't help but start trembling. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, after setting off from Empress's planet, Duan Hengji's starship had been deliberately keeping a distance from the target starship. If they wanted to hit the starship in front, they had to speed up first. So at this moment, the civilian starships on the same flight path noticed that a private silver starship suddenly accelerated and flew out of the fixed flight path, heading towards the deepest part of the starry sky. Duan Hengji's starship called Zhilian was currently the most high-end civilian starship model in the interstellar. Its various functions were far superior to ordinary starships. And because of the owner's special identity, the military even made special modifications to the starship. Not only was the starship's hardware greatly improved, even its internal system was upgraded. For example, Duan Hengji's starship could break through the speed limit of the interstellar flight path, and could also jump out of the flight path and fly freely. Although it had been following the starship, there was still some distance between the two sides. Just as Zhilian was getting closer to the target, a special message suddenly appeared on the Imperial family's official website. The official website announced to the public, Empress's planet was attacked by unknown space pirates, and the guests who were attending a private event on the planet were taken away. Currently, the purpose of the space pirates is unknown, but their starship is about to fly out of the Empire's territory and head towards the interstellar ungoverned area. At this moment, Yi Pu on the starship also saw the Imperial family's announcement. He slowly bit his lower lip. For the time being, Yi Pu did not want to study how the usually inefficient royal family had determined that this was a galactic pirate act so quickly. His attention was completely focused on the words interstellar ungoverned area. In the interstellar era, each country's territory was divided by the number of planets they owned. There were special laws in the universe that strictly regulated the different interstellar spaces attached to different planets of different sizes. The Empire's territory was connected by these interstellar spaces. According to this law, the sparse planets within the Empire would be automatically filled in and included in the Empire's inner planets. However, at the borders of different countries, there were unmanned interstellar regions of different sizes. The place where the space pirates were going to was one of the unmanned interstellar areas. Although the Empress family had already sent an invitation to Duan Henji, and everyone knew that he would be participating, Duan Henji didn't want to go. However, this was a private event after all, so the official start time was not announced to the public. The Imperial family's sudden announcement only took a few seconds to spread through the entire star web, and then it received the highest traffic of the year. The public's sensitivity was not as high as Nan Zhuxing's, so after seeing this announcement, everyone's focus was not on how it was determined to be a galactic pirate act so quickly. Instead, they focused on the guest list of the event that had not been announced yet. Was Duan Henji going to participate in this event? However, they soon received an answer. This time, it wasn't the Imperial family that made the announcement, but Nan Zhuxing. Just as everyone was trying to eliminate the list of possible guests, Nan Zhuxing directly announced that Duan Henji was on the starship right now. Immediately after, the Imperial family finally released the complete list of guests. At this time, everyone realized that it wasn't just Duan Henji who was a guest, but even the Yetian Empire's empress had become a hostage of the galactic pirates. In an instant, the Yitian atmosphere became tense. All the media in the Empire paused their programs and began to pay attention to this sudden incident. After sending out the signal, Duan Henji adjusted his sitting position. Other than Duan Hongye and the others, everyone else in the cabin had nervous expressions on their faces. Now, probably because of the Imperial family and Nan Zhuxing's announcement, the black-cloaked people in charge of guarding the hostages became more and more serious and nervous. In this atmosphere, Duan Henji's performance seemed a little too calm. At this time, Empress sitting opposite him gradually recovered. After seeing Duan Henji sit up straight, the woman raised her head and then slowly looked at Duan Henji's face. While Duan Henji looked up, Empress mouthed something to him. Duan Henji didn't see what she wanted to say, but he guessed from the other's expression that Empress probably wanted him to think of a way to save her. Seeing this, Duan Henji couldn't help but look at the other with a bit of ridicule. It seemed that Empress of the Yetian Empire had been in a high position for too long. Not only was she used to giving orders, but she also didn't know how to look at the situation at all. In summary, she was definitely a pig teammate. Although he didn't have a brain, Duan Henji could already guess what would happen next. Sure enough, because of the excessive panic in his heart, not only was Empress seen by Duan Henji, but also by the black-clothed people standing behind him. Someone quickly walked over from behind Duan Hongye, took out a laser gun from his side, and used the handle of the gun to hit the woman's shoulder hard. That was where there was less fat, and she was wearing a gown that couldn't be any thinner. When that hit the shoulder, Duan Henji even had the illusion that he heard the sound of bones cracking. A few seconds later, a scream sounded in the cabin again. When Mujia, who was sitting not far away, jumped in fright. But miraculously, Duan Hongye discovered that his younger brother, Duan Hongxing, didn't seem to feel much about this. If Duan Hongye wasn't mistaken, Duan Hongxing even seemed to be sneering at the empress. Duan Henji couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In fact, he could imagine that as a teenager who relied on Empress family to survive, but had a strange self-esteem. Over the years, Duan Hongxing probably started to hold a grudge against Empress, who liked to bully people. Even though the current situation wasn't very optimistic, Duan Hengxing still revealed his emotions when he saw the other party being taught a lesson. Because he already gave the order to Yi Pu, Duan Hengji's mood was particularly relaxed. Therefore, he began to involuntarily observe Empress, who was sitting opposite him, and the man in black who was teaching her a lesson. This was originally something that Duan Hengji did subconsciously, but then he noticed something that he didn't notice before. After hitting the woman's shoulder with the gun handle, the man in black didn't immediately put away the weapon. Instead, he temporarily held it in his hand. The cabin wasn't large, so Duan Hengji clearly saw the man in black's movements and the gun in his hand. Professor Duan saw that the weapon carried by the man in front of him actually had a code engraved on it. This laser gun was very small, and the code on it was extremely fine. Duan Hengji couldn't help but squint his eyes and carefully look at the thing in his hand. KLY-7A. Duan Hengji was now sure that the code wasn't an illusion. After warning Empress, the man in black standing in front of Duan Hengji finally put away his weapon and stood in his original position. While he was walking back, Duan Hengji slowly closed his eyes. He thought that he already knew where this group of people came from. Even though the interior of this starship was well disguised, the people who prepared for this event obviously missed out on some details. The large galactic pirate groups that were active in the interstellar ungoverned areas used small weapons made by themselves. They didn't look like anything, and no one had time to code them. But the weapons from the Empire's army were different. Compared to the weapons used by the galactic pirates, the weapons they used were newer and had their own unique number on them. If Duan Hengji remembered correctly, the weapon with the code KLY-7A should belong to the Yetian Empire's royal army. Even though the Empire's military power was in Nan, just like how Empress was responsible for the security of his family, the royal family also had their own team. Today's galactic pirates should be disguised by them. Duan Hengji couldn't help but smile. Regardless of the purpose, Zhu Yan's choice to disguise themselves as galactic pirates and attack Empress's family planet was indeed a smart choice. Duan Hengji opened his eyes. He glanced at the woman who lost control of her emotions again and seriously injured her shoulder. Then he retracted his gaze and began to silently calculate the time in his heart. This cabin only had a narrow window. Through it, Duan Hengji could see that there were almost no planets outside the starship. Obviously, they had entered an ungoverned area. As time passed, the atmosphere in the starship became more and more solemn. This was especially true for the Queen. Because of her injuries, her entire face had lost all color. She looked extremely terrifying. Every time Duan Hengji's gaze fell on the woman opposite him, her expression would immediately become nervous. Obviously, today's Empress had forgotten the unpleasantness she had with Duan Hengji and placed her hopes on Duan Hengji. To be honest, Duan Hengji was still a little scared when people looked at him like this. At this time, the view outside the window became dark, and there was almost no object to use as a reference. But at the same time, Duan Hengji suddenly felt that the starship began to move slightly. Duan Hengji's hand, which had been gently resting on the sofa, clenched into a fist. If he guessed correctly, his starship was probably about to catch up. In order to get rid of the starship behind them, the group of space pirates increased their speed to the maximum. Duan Hengji only guessed part of it right. His starship, which belonged to Nan Zhuxing, wouldn't be discovered by the royal family, but its fast flight was still witnessed by many people. Although they didn't expect the silver starship behind them to receive the order to ram, the space pirates still began to accelerate at the same time as they received the order. In addition to the starship, Meng Jinhuai's mecha was about to arrive in this area. Not only Duan Hengji, but the rest of the people in the cabin also felt the obvious acceleration. Duan Hengxing couldn't help but look at Duan Hengji. He had a hunch that this acceleration was definitely related to him. After noticing Duan Hengxing's gaze, Duan Hengji also turned to look at him, then suddenly spoke, breaking the long silence. "Sit down," Duan Hengji said. His words were a bit sudden, and even Duan Hengxing didn't understand what Duan Hengji wanted to say for a moment. He opened his mouth, showing an obvious look of confusion. After seeing Duan Hengji suddenly speak, the man who hit Empress with the butt of his gun also suddenly said sternly, "Shut up." However, he didn't directly attack Duan Hengji like before. Although this was a small matter, Duan Hengji felt like he had discovered something. Just as the black starship fell into silence again, Duan Hengxing began to repeatedly recall Duan Hengji's words in his mind. On another starship not far away, the atmosphere could not have been more intense. Yipu walked from the office cabin to the cockpit, then stood next to the pilot. He watched the other party and the autopilot mode, then reached out his hand to the control stick, then pulled it to the maximum angle in one breath. At the same time, the silver starship immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, crashing towards the tail of the starship in front of it at an unimaginable speed. According to the data of Duan Hengji's positioning device, he should be at the head of the starship. Duan Hengji only gave a single signal to hit the starship. According to Yipu's understanding, it was to create chaos for the other party. The tail of the starship is usually the storage area, so it's safer to hit it here, and it can achieve the desired effect. It wasn't just Yipu. Even the pilot of this starship had never piloted a starship at such a fast speed before. As they flew quickly towards the other party, they also adjusted their angle and started to aim at the starship that was getting closer and closer to them. Although Zhi Lian had already made some adjustments to the program beforehand, reducing the system's restrictions, as they gradually approached the other party's starship, an alarm still sounded in the cabin, reminding them that they were about to engage in a dangerous activity. Yipu gritted his teeth and slowly placed his hand on the cabin wall. A few seconds later, the scenery outside the window changed from the endless universe to the cabin wall of the other party's starship. Accompanied by a loud siren, Zhi Lian finally crashed into the target. After shaking for a while, the pilot quickly adjusted his direction and flew away from the other party's starship. Although Zhi Lian had been modified, it still couldn't compare to the other party's starship's attack power. So after the collision, they quickly left this place. At the same time, the alarm also sounded in Duan Hengji's starship. This starship's basic performance wasn't as good as Zhi Lian's, so it wasn't very stable when it accelerated just now. After being hit by the other party's starship, it immediately started shaking. Although the starship's soundproofing was pretty good, Duan Hengji even thought he heard screams coming from the other cabins at the same time as the collision. Unlike Duan Hengji and the others who were sitting and secured by seat belts, the men in black standing behind them staggered a few times. Some of them even accidentally fell to the ground. Now's the time, with a flick of his wrist, Duan Hengji opened the weapon attached to his seat belt. Then he adjusted the angle slightly and the seat belt was cut open. Duan Hengxing had been silently watching Duan Hengji since a while ago, so he naturally saw all of Duan Hengji's movements. Duan Hengxing, who didn't even scream during the collision, finally let out a soft cry of surprise at this moment. The starship was still shaking, but Duan Hengji's movements weren't affected at all. After he got up, he didn't hesitate for a moment and slashed the body of the man in black on the ground with the laser weapon in his hand. Then, Duan Hengji used his hand to support himself on the back of the sofa, got up, and kicked a row of people standing there. The people in this cabin have seen Duan Hengji's video on the candidate planet before. But after seeing his movements with their own eyes, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Duan Hengji's movements were as if they were programmed by an optical computer. They were unbelievably accurate. Even before the starship stabilized again, the men in black in the cabin were all knocked to the ground by Duan Hengji. Duan Hengji bent down and picked up 2 weapons from the ground. Then he glanced at them coldly and planned to walk to the cabin door. But just as Duan Hengji was about to use the weapon, he seemed to have remembered something and returned to the sofa. Duan Hengxing was stunned. He didn't recover until the man stood beside him. Duan Hengji nimbly unfastened the man's seat belt. Put away the weapons of the group of people on the ground, Duan Hengji said as he walked out of the cabin again. When he passed by Wen Mujia, the man who had been sitting with his head down suddenly began to struggle violently. He began to try to stop Duan Hengji with his free legs regardless of his image. "Let me go! Let me go!" he shouted loudly. Suddenly hearing Wen Mujia's voice, Duan Hengji couldn't help but frown. But before he could do anything, Duan Hengxing stood up from the sofa and walked over first. Then Duan Hengji saw. Duan Hengxing actually kicked Wen Mujia, then turned to him and said, "You go, I'll watch over here." Duan Hengji felt that he needed to get to know Duan Hengxing again. Even though he was thinking about something, Duan Hengji didn't stop moving at all. He quickly walked to the door and used the weapon in his hand to shatter the door's security lock. After a muffled sound, the silver door began to flash red. Duanhenji ignored it and walked out without looking back. Just as Duanhenji thought, the starship corridor was very different from the disguised cabin. It was very primitive, just like the starships from the military. Seeing Duanhenji suddenly appear here, the men in black guarding the corridor immediately raised their weapons and surrounded Duanhenji. But even with so many weapons pointed at him, Duanhenji didn't look nervous at all. He didn't hesitate and opened the weapon on his wrist and the laser gun at the same time and fired forward. Duanhenji didn't stay in the same place. He fought with these people while moving to the other side of the corridor. At this time, Duanhenji suddenly heard a voice notification from the corridor, detected unknown mecha at 17. 9-star position in the southeast. This wasn't the usual mechanical voice, it was a real person's voice. The person's tone was very panicked. Obviously, they had encountered some big trouble. Duanhenji, who was busy dealing with the matter at hand, couldn't help but look diagonally ahead. Then he saw a faint light coming from the distance. And behind that light was clearly a familiar mecha. Duanhenji's hands moved faster and faster. In a short while, the remaining men were forced into a hall inside the starship. At this time, Duanhenji suddenly looked forward and smiled. Then, out of nowhere, he pulled out a small gray medal. This was the mecha activation medal. People in the interstellar era were always superstitious, so when they searched Duanhenji after entering the starship, they didn't find a special mecha activation medal on him. Duanhenji saw from the corner of his eyes that there were people not far away running towards him. Obviously, they were here to support the men in black. Taking advantage of this, before the men in front of him could react, Duanhenji threw out the gray mecha activation medal in his hand without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a medium-sized mecha appeared in the middle of the hall. This mecha wasn't small in size. The top of the cockpit was already touching the ceiling. Duanhenji used his weapon to force the men around him to back off as he quickly ran to the bottom of the mecha's landing port. At this time, the starship's internal alarm sounded again. Southeast 4. 5-star position, unknown mecha is approaching. Initiating attack. As soon as the alarm sounded, Duanhenji saw a flash of light coming from outside the window. The starship he was in opened up its weapon bay and aimed at the mecha outside. After standing at the foot of the mecha, Duanhenji adjusted the laser beam to the maximum and swept it forward. In an instant, the hall became frighteningly bright. At this time, a light sound rang in Duanhenji's ear. The bottom of the mecha's landing port opened. Before the light faded, Duanhenji's figure disappeared from the sight of the men in black. The landing port closed and the silver mecha slowly lit up with a blue light. Clearly, Duanhenji had successfully entered the cockpit. But, didn't he have no spiritual power? Although they had weapons in their hands, the lethality of those weapons could not compare to the lethality of a mecha. After Duanhenji entered the cockpit, the mecha was surrounded by dozens of men in black. All kinds of weapons were aimed at his position, but no one dared to move for a long time. Everyone in the galaxy knew that Duanhenji did not have spiritual power, so when they saw him in the mecha, they were subconsciously willing to believe that Duanhenji was only using the mecha as a temporary hiding place. In short, there was no way he could have successfully activated the mecha. Block the exits. The leader of the men in black waved his hand behind him as he ordered. As soon as he gave the order, a dozen men immediately surrounded the exits at the bottom of the mecha. In fact, there were several mecha pilots on this starship, but at this time, another unknown mecha was about to reach their position. Because of technical reasons, they could not determine who was in the mecha for the time being. But now, the starship had entered level 1 alert mode, and everyone who could pilot the mecha had been sent out. No one had expected Duanhenji to be hiding a mecha activation badge on his person. Unfortunately, Duanhenji was destined to disappoint these people. There was no doubt that Duanhenji was very talented in the field of mecha piloting. Right now, he was in an intermediate mecha, and with Duanhenji's spiritual power, he could easily control the mecha above his level. With his extremely high spiritual power and Meng Jinhui as his special teacher, after a period of practice, Duanhenji's skill level had already surpassed most of the mecha pilots in the galaxy. In addition to his talent, Duanhenji was also an exceptionally hardworking person. Recently, whenever he had free time, Duan Henji would go to the research institute to practice. So now, it was no exaggeration to say that Duan Henji had already developed muscle memory for some of the basic mecha skills. Sitting in the cockpit, Duan Henji pursed his lips tightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that he was surrounded by a group of people, but he was not the least bit nervous. Duan Henji's eyes kept darting between the screens, and his hands did not stop moving for a moment. After a few flashes of dark blue light, an announcement came from the mecha. Identity verified. The corner of Duan Hongya's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He stretched out his hand and slowly stroked the mecha's control panel. His movements were abnormally gentle, as if what he was holding wasn't some terrifying weapon from the interstellar era, but a soft little lamb. In an instant, the mecha's edge. This light illuminated the entire hall, and the mecha hidden within it also seemed to have a hint of divinity in it. But to the people surrounding Duan Hongya, this kind of light was like a will-o'-the-wisp coming from a crack in hell. Their worst fears had come true. Duan Henji really did have spiritual power. Judging from the speed at which he activated the mecha, Duan Henji's spiritual power was probably not low, and he was very skilled in operating the mecha. Although they knew that their laser weapons would not be able to harm the huge mecha in front of them, when the blue light flashed, they did not hesitate. Without any orders, everyone pulled the trigger instinctively. Countless silver beams shot towards Duan Henji's mecha, but it was no different from mayflies trying to shake a tree. The mecha's side arm slowly raised, and then it began to move forward. In truth, Duan Henji could have just killed the people in front of him, but he still had some reservations about doing so. Duan Henji's rationality told him that he should keep these people alive. They would become important clues in the future. Duan Henji continued to move forward in his mecha, and the group of people in black followed suit. Finally, someone's back was pressed up against the cold wall of the starship. Duan Henji also stopped, and the huge mecha began to silently face the people in front of it. They could see that Duan Henji had no intention of killing them, so after a while, someone finally took the lead and threw his weapon to the ground. Then, in the next few minutes, the people in black followed the first person's example, and one by one, they placed their laser guns on the ground. After seeing this, Duan Henji, who was sitting in the cockpit, finally spoke. Now open the cockpit door, and bring everyone into the hall. Duan Henji's voice was cold to begin with, but now that it was transmitted through the mecha, when it reached the ears of the people in black, it was as cold as a machine's voice. Duan Henji's tone was clearly not threatening, but in these people's ears, it was more lethal than anything. In fact, before Duan Henji could say it a second time, the people in black who were trapped by the wall and didn't dare to move immediately dispersed, and then opened the door as fast as they could. Because the cabin door had been violently destroyed by him, the people in Duan Hongya's cabin had roughly figured out what had happened in the hall by listening and guessing. As for the remaining captives, until they were released, they were still in a daze. Some people even thought that they were about to be dealt with, and when they walked, their legs were weak. In less than a minute, everyone was gathered in the hall. When they looked up and saw the white mecha, finally, some of the people with low mental strength couldn't help but fall to the ground with a plop. Obviously, they mistakenly thought that this mecha belonged to a galactic pirate. At this moment, Duan Hengxing, who had been standing in the crowd without speaking, suddenly raised his head, then took a few steps forward and asked Duan Henji's mecha. What do we do now? Everyone in the cabin already knew that Duan Henji had spiritual power and was piloting a mecha. However, it seemed that Duan Hongxing was the only one who quickly digested this fact and accepted it very well. Empress and Wen Mujia, who were also the first to know, already had a look on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. As a playboy, Duan Hengxing's reputation in the gossip circle was very high, but in the real upper class of the empire, he didn't have much of a sense of existence. So when they heard him suddenly speak, many people around couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at him. Then, something beyond their imagination happened. Duan Henji's voice actually came from the mecha. Check if the weapons have been thrown away, then lock the people in the back cabin. Wait a minute. Everyone who heard this voice had their brains short-circuited. Who can explain to them what the hell is going on? How did Duan Henji get into the mecha? Who else is there other than him? Most of the people were so shocked by this sentence that they stood motionless on the spot. At this time, Duan Hengxing had already begun to check if the people in the Black Mecca had handed over their weapons like Duan Henji said. After all, this is a moment of life and death. Even though the shock in their hearts didn't end, after seeing Duan Hengxing's actions, the rest of the people standing in the hall began to follow him and checked the weapons on the people in Black Mecca, then sent them to the back cabin. In just a few short minutes, Duan Henji had successfully logged into the starship system through the Mecca's internal photon processor. So when all the space pirates were sent into the cabin, everyone saw a transparent partition slowly fall down in the middle of the hall, separating them from the Mecca. What is Duan Henji trying to do? These people still haven't recovered from the shock of Duan Henji being able to activate the Mecca, but they saw the Mecca suddenly turn around. Then, the front cabin door opened, and the Mecca flew out without looking back. After the Mecca left, the cabin door closed again. Through the windows, the people in the hall were still reluctantly watching the shrinking silhouette of the white Mecca. At this time, there were dozens of people standing in the starship's hall. Although they had just walked out from the shadow of death, none of them had a relaxed expression on their faces. After a long silence, someone finally tentatively asked Duan Henji, the only person who spoke to Duan Hengxing just now. "Professor Duan, this is he piloting the Mecca?" The person who spoke was a noble from the empire. He was quite familiar with Duan Hengxing. It's just that before today, he had never spoken to Duan Hengxing in such a polite tone. Obviously, the conversation between him and Duan Hongye just now had also made his former scoundrel friends look at him in a new light. But then again, for some time now, this person had already felt that Duan Hengxing was a lot more mature than before. After the white Mecca flew out of the starship, Duan Hengxing's eyes never left the window. When he finally couldn't see the starship from his angle, Duan Hengxing finally withdrew his gaze. After hearing the person's question, he slowly nodded and said, "That's right, he's piloting the Mecca." After hearing Duan Hengxing's answer, the man who asked him earlier couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He then quietly asked the person next to him, "Why do I remember that Duan Henji doesn't have consciousness? Did I remember wrongly?" "I remember that too." The person next to him turned around and said with a bitter face. Even though these two people didn't speak loudly, the cabin was a bit too quiet at this time. Their words were clearly heard by everyone. Then, the hall fell into an even more terrifying silence. These people couldn't help but feel a sense of fear towards Duan Henji. This feeling wasn't the same as when their lives were threatened. It was an instinctive fear towards a powerful and mysterious person of the same race. Thinking about it carefully, in the past year, Duan Henji had given the entire galaxy a lot of surprises. Perhaps it was because they were already used to the title of genius, everyone seemed to be very receptive to those surprises, and the speed of it was also very fast. But when they calmed down and thought about it carefully, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, not just the Yetian Empire, but the entire galaxy's structure would be reshuffled because of these two people. The danger hadn't passed yet, but this group of upper echelons of the empire had already begun to silently calculate in their hearts. After flying out of the starship, Duan Henji immediately saw the familiar Meng Jinhui's mecha in front of him. Right now, it was surrounded by 20 mechas, but its posture was still calm. Even though it was only the mecha and not Meng Jinhui himself. But just by looking at the familiar mecha, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Nan Zhuxing was slightly closer to this unmanned area, but Meng Jinhui definitely put in a lot of effort to get here so quickly. After all, the situation was urgent now, so this feeling didn't last long. After getting closer, Duan Henji quickly discovered that Meng Jinhui wasn't trying to shoot down the opposing mechas, but was trying to capture them. In fact, it was easy to imagine that with Meng Jinhui's strength, if he wanted to directly shoot down a mecha, it would be ridiculously easy. The reason why he did this was probably because he had already sensed the abnormality of these space pirates long ago. If dealing with Meng Jinhui alone was already troublesome enough, now that Duan Henji had suddenly appeared, the mechas in front of them were in a predicament of being attacked from both sides for a short period of time. They were clearly the ones with the advantage in numbers. At this moment, Duan Henji's mecha suddenly received a signal from Meng Jinhui. Because they had already established a communication link before, Duan Henji didn't even need to click on the confirmation button. After the notification tone sounded, Meng Jinhuai's voice came through. Ahang, pay attention to the right side of the mecha. Meng Jinhuai's voice was still as gentle as ever. Even though they were currently in the vast interstellar space and there was a row of mechas flying across from them, he didn't panic. This voice brought Duan Hengji back to the state he was in when he was learning how to pilot a mecha from Meng Jinhuai. The excitement of personally participating in a battle for the first time disappeared quite a bit, and his whole person became more focused. Duan Hengji couldn't help but nod and say, okay. Although Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai had never fought side by side in a mecha before, as mecha pilots who had been personally taught by Meng Jinhuai, the tacit understanding between the two of them was far beyond that of an average person. As soon as Meng Jinhuai's voice fell, Duan Hengji quickly adjusted the direction of his mecha, then launched an attack towards the right side, successfully trapping a mecha that was about to take advantage of the chaos to escape. There were still people on the starship now. Although many of them were aristocrats who had gradually lost their power, if an accident were to happen to these people, it would still cause a huge uproar in the empire. In particular, the empire's empress was among them. After experiencing what happened in the starship's cabin just now, Duan Hengji had reason to believe that not only himself, but Empress was also the target of this operation. Therefore, after cutting off the mecha's escape route, Duan Hengji moved his mecha without Meng Jinhuai's warning. Now, as long as someone wanted to return to the starship, they would have to pass by Duan Hengji's position. At this moment, Duan Hengji suddenly heard a soft chuckle in his ear. It was Meng Jinhuai. The situation outside was clearly still chaotic, but this person was still calm and unhurried. Meng Jinhuai's performance was too relaxed. It was as if he was not facing a real battlefield, but a virtual screen in a simulator. After that, Meng Jinhuai's voice continuously rang in Duan Hengji's ears. He began to teach Duan Hengji battle strategies, as well as the best frequency to use various types of weapons. At this moment, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai's mecha were facing each other, so the situation they were facing was different. Obviously, in addition to constantly paying attention to the mecha in front of him, Meng Jinhuai was also paying attention to the situation on Duan Hengji's side. As expected of the famous empire's god of war. Perhaps Duan Hengji did not have a direct understanding of this title before. But now, after this on-the-spot teaching by Meng Jinhuai, he finally understood the hidden strength behind this title. Duan Hengji saw that at this moment, the mecha belonging to the galactic pirates in front of him were already showing signs of wanting to escape. But at this moment, Meng Jinhuai's movement slowed down. Meng Jinhuai even began to pause his attacks and began to analyze and guide Duan Hengji. From Duan Hengji's point of view, this scene was really like a cat and a mouse that had reached the end of its road. Meng Jinhuai did not seem to have any intention of eating them. Instead, he was just toying with them. Duan Hengji knew very well that this kind of scene would only occur when the opponent's strength was completely suppressed. But, as a student of mecha piloting, Duan Hengji really needed this kind of training opportunity. In the following time, Duan Hengji began to focus on studying mecha piloting according to Meng Jinhuai's instructions. His progress was rapid. It did not take long for him to be able to attack before Meng Jinhuai's judgment. Although Meng Jinhuai was observing from the opposite direction, there was bound to be a certain amount of time delay, but one must remember that his opponent was the Empire's Marshal. To be able to attack before Meng Jinhuai's judgment was already a very, very impressive feat for a mecha pilot. After an indeterminate amount of time, the still Meng Jinhuai finally began to move again. Duan Hengji saw that in a short span of 10 seconds, this big cat who was already tired of playing with the mecha finally gave up on his childish teasing of the mecha in front of him. After a few flashes of light, Duan Hengji saw Meng Jinhuai accurately cut out the energy storage of the mecha in front of him like a surgeon operating a scalpel. After losing the energy storage, the mecha lost all of its supplies and the cockpit immediately dimmed. Then, as if dead, the mecha in front of him were suspended in space, motionless. As a mecha designer, Meng Jinhuai's actions just now taught Duan Hengji a lesson. Before Meng Jinhuai did that in front of Duan Hengji could not have imagined that there could be such a precise and direct attack. Although he knew in his heart that Meng Jinhuai was probably the only person in the entire galaxy who could pull it off. But after seeing this, Duan Hengji secretly made up his mind. In the next generation of mecha designs, I will definitely hide the energy storage again. Just as Duan Henji was thinking about this, the escape pods in the mecha in front of him finally popped out. Seeing this, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui each piloted their respective mecha and began to capture the escape pods. Duan Henji had practiced this maneuver many times on Nanjushing, so he was exceptionally familiar with it. In just a few short minutes, the escape pods were all collected by Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui's mecha. At this moment, Duan Henji realized that the first real mecha battle he had participated in had ended in a one-sided crushing. After seeing the notification on the optical supercomputer, even Duan Henji could not react for a long time. Finally, Meng Jinhui's voice once again rang in Duan Henji's ear, pulling him back to reality. "Stop daydreaming, let's go back." Meng Jinhui's words carried a hint of a smile. Although the two of them only had a voice communication and could not see each other's expressions, after hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji could clearly see the other person's face when he spoke now. "Okay." Duan Henji nodded, then slowly piloted his mecha towards the starship not far away. At the beginning, there was still some distance between the starship and the mecha. But at the same time, the distance between the two sides also became shorter and shorter. Later on, those in the starship hall witnessed the perfect cooperation between Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui with their own eyes, and how they easily trapped those mecha in the palm of their hands. Of course, the moment they saw Meng Jinhui's mecha, they were still shocked. But soon, everyone's attention was focused on Duan Henji's piloting skills, which did not lose out to the galactic pirates at all. Now that the two mecha had flown back and began to put the escape pods into the hull, the onlookers' emotions still hadn't recovered from the battle just now. A few minutes later, all the escape pods were put into the starship. Then, the bottom hatch of the two mecha was connected to the starship, and Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui walked out of it one by one. After the two of them came in, the starship's hatch closed, and the mecha began to fly with them. Although Duan Henji had heard the voice communication not long ago, now that he saw Meng Jinhui with his own eyes, the strange feeling in his heart rose again. It was also at this time that he realized that he had an unusual dependence on Meng Jinhui. When he left Nanjushing, Meng Jinhui was still working, so he was naturally wearing a military uniform. Meng Jinhui, dressed in black, slowly walked over to Duan Henji. Compared to Duan Henji, who was wearing ordinary leather shoes, he was half a head taller in military boots. The distance between the two was constantly shortening, and finally, Duan Henji couldn't help but sniff, then softly called Meng Jinhui's name. Then, Duan Henji was embraced by the other party. He felt Meng Jinhui's palm tightly pressed against his head, and it was trembling slightly. Because of the height difference, Duan Henji's face could not help but bury in the other party's neck. "I was so worried about you," Meng Jinhui finally hugged Duan Henji tightly and said. Meng Jinhui's voice was muffled, as if he had mixed all his complicated emotions into this one sentence. After hearing his words, Duan Henji couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and hugged Meng Jinhui back. Although when doing research, Duan Hongye's mind was extremely meticulous. However, it must be admitted that Duan Henji was often a little careless in his daily life. Therefore, it wasn't until now that Duan Henji realized that perhaps Meng Jinhui wasn't as relaxed as he appeared to be. It didn't matter how deep Duan Henji's understanding of mecha was, or how perfect his previous practice was. None of these could change the fact that today was the first time Duan Henji had participated in a real battle. In the previous 10 minutes, Meng Jinhui had been observing the situation on the opposite side and directing Duan Henji's attacks, but more importantly, he was concerned about his safety. Earlier, Meng Jinhui had hidden these emotions because he was afraid that they would affect Duan Henji. Now that the two of them had resolved the problem, he finally said what he wanted to say the most. He was worried about Duan Henji. As the god of war and marshal of the Yetian Empire, Meng Jinhui grew up on the battlefield. He had seen more death than anyone else, and even his parents had passed away because of war. Before meeting Duan Henji, Meng Jinhui thought that he had already gotten over these things. However, Meng Jinhui knew very well that there were still things that he couldn't let go of. Finally, Meng Jinhui slowly let go of his hand. He smiled at Duan Henji, then gently rubbed Duan Henji's shoulder with his palm and said, "Okay, our cooperation today was perfect. Duanhenji nodded silently, then finally stood up straight and looked at the captured escape pods. Now, Duanhenji and Meng Jinhui were separated from the captives by a transparent curtain wall. However, after the long hug, none of them looked at their old acquaintances. Once the escape pod was captured by the mech, it would automatically fix itself in place. Therefore, the people inside the escape pods couldn't come out by themselves, unless Duanhenji or Meng Jinhui used their authority to open them. Meng Jinhui walked to the side of an escape pod, then slowly squatted down and carefully looked at the model number engraved on it. Logically speaking, Meng Jinhui only needed to take a look, but this time, he was extra careful. He even reached out his hand and gently touched the escape pod's wall, as if he was repeatedly checking the engraved letters with his fingertips. Although Meng Jinhui's actions had nothing to do with them, when he squatted down, the people standing behind him couldn't help but feel nervous. At this time, the entire Starship Hall became unusually quiet. Everyone could only hear their own heartbeats. When Meng Jinhui finally stood up slowly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After Meng Jinhui got up, he turned around and smiled at Duanhenji. Then, he slowly walked to the front and opened the transparent curtain wall separating the hall. This curtain wall had a soundproof function. When the transparent curtain wall was completely raised, Meng Jinhui's footsteps could immediately be heard clearly. His military boots hit the metal floor, producing a series of clear sounds. Meng Jinhui walked over. In the eyes of ordinary people, these guests who came to the Empress family's banquet and Meng Jinhui belonged to the category of upper-class members of the empire. But in fact, as long as one had some understanding of the Yetian Empire, they would know that Meng Jinhui belonged to two different factions. Therefore, even though they had seen Meng Jinhui many times at various banquets, except for a few people, not many people here could be considered familiar with Meng Jinhui. Therefore, they were instinctively fearful of the Empire's Marshal. Meng Jinhui walked over and glanced at the crowd. Meng Jinhui was smiling at this time, but after seeing him, the people standing in the front row couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, Duanhenji, who was standing behind Meng Jinhui, also slowly walked over. But at this time everyone's attention was focused on Meng Jinhui alone, and not many people noticed Duanhenji's actions. According to the Empire's etiquette, they should greet Meng Jinhui now, but in fact, no one dared to speak. Meng Jinhui was very gentle when he hugged Duanhenji just now. But now, as he slowly walked over, the familiar aura on his body returned once again. The person in front of them was Meng Jinhui, Marshal Meng Jinhui, who just came back from the battlefield. Meng Jinhui, who was dressed in black, slowly walked around the crowd and then walked to the corner of the hall. Following his gaze, the rest of the people finally noticed that the Empress had been staying here all this time. She didn't know when it happened, but the hem of her long dress had been accidentally cut open. Her hair and makeup were messed up, and coupled with the fear in her eyes. In short, probably no one would associate this woman in front of them with the Empire's Empress. After seeing Meng Jinhui walking towards her, Empress suddenly turned her head. She faced the metal wall of the starship, and her shoulders began to tremble slightly. Meng Jinhui ignored the woman's current emotions. He walked over and stood behind Empress, then suddenly whispered to her. The Mecha Escape Pod's code name is YBC, I don't know if Your Highness Empress is familiar with it? After this sentence, the woman's trembling back suddenly swayed again. She didn't respond to Meng Jinhui's words, but when he spoke, she stretched out her hand and tightly grasped the hem of her dress. The fine silk skirt was scratched by her long fingernails. After a while, she finally turned around and took a deep look at Meng Jinhui's back. When Meng Jinhui spoke just now, his voice wasn't loud. Even Duanhenji, who was standing behind him, couldn't hear what he said to Empress. When Meng Jinhui came back, Duanhenji finally couldn't help but ask curiously. Then Meng Jinhui followed Duanhenji to the corridor outside the hall, and said to him. I told her the model of the escape pod is YBC. YBC, just like how weapons have their own code names and codes, mechas and escape pods also have their own codes. Duanhenji knew that this code belonged to the royal family, and he also believed that Empress must also know who the owners of the escape pods were. Because the photon computer was confiscated when they were captured, until now, the news of Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui working together to defeat the so-called space pirates hadn't spread out of this starship. Now that the danger was over, the starship slowed down. Not long after, the people in charge of receiving the starship from the military arrived at the unmanned interstellar area. Even though the starship's functions weren't damaged, the military still moved all the captives, as well as the men in black and the escape pods in the starship's cabins, over to the unmanned interstellar area. The starship that was still in the unmanned area was busy because of the incident just now. Little did they know that outside the starship, the entire Yetian Empire was also in chaos because of this incident. Or it could be said that the entire empire had fallen into the biggest chaos in recent years. Before the battle officially began, Duan Henji used the photon computer on his mecha to hack into the internal system of the starship. This was an extremely simple matter for him, and the purpose of doing so was just to open the hatch of the starship. But he didn't expect that an unintentional action would succeed. What Duan Henji didn't know was that at the same time he hacked into the starship's program, he also cut off the connection between the starship and the mastermind behind it. So the royal family could only intermittently guess what happened in the unmanned area through the combat signals on the mecha. After all, there were too many accidents today, so the royal family still didn't know what happened here. So the trouble began. After discovering the details of the weapons and the escape pods, and guessing the mastermind behind the scenes, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui knew that today's incident was definitely premeditated for a long time. Sure enough, the reality was just as they thought. Before the battle here was over, the interstellar media arranged by the royal family had already sent out the prepared news. So the entire Yetian Empire and even the entire Interstellar received the wrong message. Today's incident was caused by the space pirates wandering in the unmanned interstellar area. Because of the improper security of the Empress family, many important members of the empire were in danger. Because the space pirates had already left the country, the empire couldn't track their whereabouts. But they had already sent people to the Empress family's planet and strengthened the security there. Such a piece of news completely blew up the calm waters of the entire empire. At the same time, they also directly pointed the finger at the Empress family. The royal family's preparations were not lacking. The reason they sent out the news so early was to catch Meng Jinhui off guard and take over the security of the Empress family before the military headquarters did. In other words, expand the scope of their garrison. Now that they hadn't received any news from the starship for a long time, the royal family began to panic. At the same time when the garrison was sent to the Empress family's planet, they felt that the situation had changed and began to withdraw a large number of press releases that had already been sent out. They also sent out a calm-down signal to the outside world. But at this time, the entire Yetian Empire had already been thrown into chaos because of this incident. The royal family, who made a big mistake, didn't expect that their action of withdrawing the news not only didn't restore peace in the galaxy, but instead added fuel to the fire. At this time, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui had already returned to the military starship. Although a battle had just ended and there were still many doubts in his heart that had not been solved, Meng Jinhui still asked Duan Henji to change into casual clothes first. After Duan Henji finished his long-delayed lunch, he returned the optical computer. Duan Henji finally saw the galactic news, although the royal family had already begun a large-scale withdrawal. But there were still countless words and pictures left by netizens and continued to spread on a large scale. To be honest, although Duan Henji was somewhat mentally prepared, after seeing the overwhelming news, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. He slowly put down the optical computer, then couldn't help but stretch out his hand to massage his temples. It turned out that today's events were more exciting than he originally thought. After seeing Duan Henji's reaction, Meng Jinhui also put down the optical computer in his hand, then asked Duan Henji, "What's wrong?" Although the Marshal, who was busy piloting the mecha, also just saw the news on the galactic network, looking at him now, Meng Jinhui's acceptance of this matter was obviously much higher than Duan Henji's. After hearing the Marshal's words, Duan Henji couldn't help but let out a long sigh, then he recalled and said, "Empress told me at the banquet not to forget my identity." It was clearly something that happened only a few hours ago, but because what happened just now was too exciting, Duan Henji felt a little distant when he recalled it now. He continued to say, "Empress told me to think about it carefully, and to continue working with them." When the time comes, not only will the royal family let bygones be bygones, but they will also give me a big gift. Duan Henji paused for a moment, then added, this big gift refers to the real antidote. After listening to Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui was silent for a moment, then finally opened his mouth to summarize. He said, it seems that Zhu Yan wants to play the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind trick. Empress, you're here to talk about the family planet. Zhu Yan and Empress should have discussed and decided on this together. But obviously, that woman didn't know that her husband had such a trick up his sleeve. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji's palms couldn't help but sweat a little. If he really had no spirit power like the original owner, and if Meng Jinhui couldn't come in time, he would probably be transferred away with the people on the starship, and then completely disappear from the universe. And because the person was kidnapped by the space pirates on Empress family planet, the blame would undoubtedly fall on Empress, who was also unlucky. Although Duan Henji didn't have a good impression of Empress at all, after thinking about these things, he couldn't help but sympathize with this woman. While Duan Henji was thinking about this, Meng Jinhui continued, there are still a lot of abandoned planets in this ungoverned area. I think the royal family originally planned to transfer all the people there first, then rescue some insignificant people. Then control the rest of the people on those abandoned planets. Duan Henji added in a rather sarcastic tone. Obviously, if the plan succeeded, Zhu Yan would use the unfavorable security as a bait to send the garrison troops, whose sphere of influence had been shrinking in recent years, to Empress family. At the same time, people like himself who had some use would also be kept and controlled for research. But Duan Henji wasn't so easy to control. Perhaps the moment the royal family placed their plans on Duan Henji, this plan was already doomed to fail. After a while, the military distributed the optical computers confiscated from the nobles on the starship just now. People in the interstellar era were inseparable from their optical computers. After taking back their optical computers, the people of the interstellar era could not live without optical computers. When they got their optical computers back, they immediately picked them up and posted on the interstellar web that they were safe. After all, everyone was a reputable figure in the empire. Once the missing or captured incident spread, it would negatively affect their own businesses. Therefore, because of these optical computers that were distributed, another inconceivable incident occurred in the already chaotic Yetian Empire. Netizens who were constantly paying attention to the interstellar web saw that in just half a minute, the people who were listed on the missing list in the royal family's notice actually appeared on the interstellar web. Most of these statuses were to say that they were safe. Although because of the urgency of the situation, the statuses weren't long, but they clearly conveyed a unified message to the outside world. They had just experienced a dangerous kidnapping incident, but because of Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, the situation was now smoothly resolved. It was probably because Duan Henji's spiritual power wasn't zero, and he was extremely skilled in operating the mecha that these people were shocked. In these statuses of varying length, everyone also mentioned the Duan Henji's mecha piloting. This sentence obviously had an unexpected effect. Because the fact that Duan Henji didn't have spiritual power was too deeply ingrained in people's minds. Therefore, after seeing these statuses, many people actually had this suspicion, was this content sent by the galactic pirates to confuse everyone? Otherwise, how could they have made such a unified mistake? Probably in the entire galaxy, the only people who took these statuses seriously at first glance were the royal family. After seeing the news of safety continuously appearing on the interstellar web, Emperor Zhu Yan, who was standing alone on the sofa in the study room, finally slowly sat down. Although the people from the military hadn't returned yet, the outcome had already been decided. Zhu Yan knew that he was finished. Quickly turning off the lively and somewhat dazzling information on the screen, Zhu Yan buried his face in his palms. He took a deep breath, then raised his head with bloodshot eyes. At this time, Zhu Yan's screen was still automatically refreshing. He saw a familiar face on the screen, Duan Henji. This was a thank you letter sent by a noble who was just rescued. The attached picture was a picture of Duan Henji that he just found on the interstellar web. This picture was very common. Duan Henji was used on the official website of Amro University and the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. In the picture, Duan Henji quietly looked at the camera. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. This person was perfect and cold, as if it was drawn by AI. Even though Zhu Yan didn't know how many times he had seen this picture, but now, after seeing it again, he actually had the illusion that the person in the picture was mocking him. He suddenly stood up from the sofa and threw a punch at the screen. Duan Henji. Zhu Yan gnashed his teeth and said the person's name. Unfortunately, the screen couldn't be broken. After a brief distortion, the picture returned to the original picture. After seeing it, Zhu Yan finally slowly slid back to the sofa. He kept muttering, "It's over. It's really over." After reporting his safety through his personal account, the people who just walked out of danger finally began to look up the news on the interstellar web. They thought that since it hadn't been long since the incident happened, there might not be many detailed reports on the interstellar web. However, after seeing the results of the search, everyone was dumbfounded. It was completely different from what they expected. Not only did the interstellar web have the complete story and ending of the incident, but the story and ending were completely different from what they expected. What exactly happened in the Yetian Empire? The captives who were involved in the incident were confused. The netizens who have been following this news were also extremely confused. After the status updates were sent out one after another, the Yetian Empire's military also confirmed what those people said on their official account. Meng Jinhui piloted a mecha to the interstellar unmanned area alone and worked together with Duan Henji to capture all the space pirates in escape pods. In that case, the news just now wasn't made up by the space pirates. Duan Henji really has mental power and can pilot a mecha. This time, the discussion on the interstellar web completely deviated in another direction, that is, Duan Henji's mental power and his cooperation with Meng Jinhui to capture the space pirates in escape pods. At the same time, the Nanjushing starship carrying the people involved in the incident finally flew out of the dark interstellar unmanned area. Through the window, people saw a few lit-up planets not far away. For people who lived in the interstellar era, this was just a normal scene in their lives, but when they saw it, many people felt like it was a lifetime ago. Considering that these people lived on different planets, after returning to the Yetian Empire's territory, the Nanjushing starship contacted a nearby large planet. At that time, the starship would stop here for an hour to transfer the rescued people back to the starship where they lived. A few minutes later, this news spread throughout the galaxy. The netizens who had been following this incident finally felt relieved. The residents of the destination planet went completely crazy. Because the population density of the planet was extremely high, there were several large cities not far away from the starship docking area that the military contacted. Although a certain no-fly zone was set next to it, when the starship was about to land, Duan Henji saw a dense crowd in the air around the docking area. Obviously, everyone was here for them. From the time Nanjushing's starship's arrival to the official arrival of the starship, it only took about 10 minutes. But in such a short time, all the residents who were free in the surrounding area actually gathered here. Looking down from the sky, it was really a dark mass. It was a very spectacular sight. After seeing the scene below through the window, Duan Henji couldn't help but be shocked. After seeing his reaction, Meng Jinhui also walked over and looked down. Obviously, he didn't expect so many people to come here today. Today's matter has a great impact in the interstellar. After Meng Jinhui finished speaking, he looked away from the window. After thinking for a while, he turned to another assistant in the cabin and said, "Don't be in a hurry to land later. Fly around the parking lot." Now that the starship was about to arrive at the destination, not long after Meng Jinhui's order was issued, the onlookers found that the huge starship in front of them was not in a hurry to land. Instead, it adjusted its direction and appeared above their heads. At first, no one realized what the starship was doing. After all, the military starship was loaded with a lot of weapons, and it looked very oppressive to the naked eye. But it didn't take long for someone to figure out what Meng Jinhui was trying to do. In fact, the Marshal was greeting the people in this way. Unlike the nobles on the starship today who were far away from the flames of war, the residents who lived on the edge of the empire knew better than anyone else that peace was not easy. The planet that the starship chose to land on today was an inconspicuous one among the countless ordinary residential planets of the Yetian Empire. Some people couldn't even pronounce its full name. However, the people who lived on this planet had deep feelings for the military. Although it was not a military planet, the security here was still in charge of Nanjushing. There were no precious resources on this planet, and the economic level was also very average. And because it was located close to the edge of the empire, the security here was more complicated than most other planets. Duan Henji, who was standing by the window, saw that while the starship was flying above the crowd, the people below were screaming and waving enthusiastically. Recently, Duan Henji had been studying the history and geography of the empire. Therefore, he knew that Meng Jinhui had been here many times in recent years due to its special location. Clearly, Nanzhuxing had not neglected this place, and the residents here would never forget Nanzhu. The scene beneath his feet was so shocking that Duan Henji could not help but place his hand on the cold window. While he was quietly looking at the scenery below the starship, Meng Jinhui placed his hands on Duan Henji's shoulders. It was clear that Duan Hongye and Meng Jinhui were not the only ones in the cabin, but the atmosphere between the two naturally separated them from the rest of the people. The accompanying assistant, who had also been looking down from the window, silently shifted his gaze to the side. After a few laps, the starship flew back to the docking area. After all, the conditions of the planet they landed on were limited. The military did not give each guest a separate starship. Instead, they were divided into several groups. Even though they usually took luxurious private starships to travel back and forth in space, no one was picky now. After the starship landed, the first group of people immediately followed the military staff out. After all, the scene was a bit chaotic. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui did not show up again. At this moment, Duan Henji suddenly received an entry request. It was from Duan Hengxing. After seeing the name, Duan Henji was a little surprised, but he still accepted the request. After boarding the starship, Duan Henji changed into casual clothes. It was a simple black t-shirt. Although it was very suitable for the current temperature in the starship, when the two hands on his shoulders left, he suddenly felt a bit of coldness and reluctance. After turning around, Duan Henji's gaze paused there for a moment, then he looked at the door. It just so happened that Duan Hongxing also walked to the door at this time. Compared to his usual sloppy appearance, Duan Hengxing's temperament today was particularly serious. At the same time, the military staff in the cabin also saw Duan Hengxing. These staff members were already very familiar with Duan Henji. As for Duan Hengxing, the staff members have seen him at banquets or on the Star Network before. But today, after suddenly turning around, they finally realized the similarities between Duan Hengxing and Duan Henji for the first time, and then they realized the close relationship between the two. Duan Hengxing, who was standing at the door, gently put one hand on the edge of the door, and his eyes fell on Duan Henji. After seeing Duan Hengxing's expression, Meng Jinhui glanced at Duan Henji, then walked out of the cabin. Seeing that Marshal Meng left, the other staff members looked at each other and followed Meng Jinhui out. After a while, only Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were left in the cabin. Duan Henji remembered the last time he was alone with Duan Hengxing. He didn't feel anything when the situation was critical, but now, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. After the other people in the cabin left, Duan Hengxing finally walked in slowly. Duan Henji didn't know if it was because Duan Hengxing was wearing a formal suit today, but he looked a lot more mature than before. When he was standing at the door just now, Duan Hengxing still had a calm expression, but after everyone in the cabin left, Duan Hengxing became nervous. At this time, Duan Henji and Duan Hengxing stood on opposite sides of the room, separated by a sofa. Duan Henji looked at the man in front of him and said, "Sit down first." Hearing this, Duan Hengxing walked over and sat on the sofa. He couldn't help but look up at Duan Henji, and then he became nervous. Duan Hengxing's nervous expression didn't escape Duan Henji's eyes. After he sat down, he waited for a while and estimated that Duan Hengxing's emotions had calmed down, so he hesitated and asked, "What's wrong?" After saying that, Duan Henji felt that he didn't ask the right question. But seeing Duan Hengxing's reaction, he didn't choke on Duan Henji's question. In fact, the two's previous conversation was like this, blunt and straight to the point. I wanted to say thank you to you." Duan Hongxing spoke very slowly, and his hands were tightly clenched together as he spoke. Although his movements weren't obvious, Duan Henji still saw it. When he saw Duan Hengxing standing at the door, Duan Henji was already a little prepared in his heart. But when he heard these two words from Duan Hengxing's mouth, he still felt that it was a little unreal. After saying this, Duan Hengji didn't wait for Duan Hengxing to react, and then he suddenly stood up from the sofa. Duan Hengji saw that Duan Hengxing's expression was now a lot more relaxed. It seemed that after saying those words, the huge stone in his heart had also been lifted. At this moment, the young man standing in front of Duan Hanya felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Seeing Duan Hengxing stand up, Duan Hengji also stood up. The two were standing on opposite sides of the sofa, and after getting up, they still maintained a short distance. It seemed that there was a bit of politeness and alienation that couldn't be ignored. Duan Hengxing was silent for a moment, and then he said, "You're very good. What I said before was indeed a bit ridiculous." When he said the first sentence, he looked straight into Duan Hengji's eyes, looking very sincere. But when he said the last sentence, his eyes carried a bit of disappointment that couldn't be ignored. It had to be said that Duan Hengxing's words just now surprised Duan Hengji. But before he could figure out how to reply, he saw the other party sniff, then his expression changed as he said, "Okay, then I'll be leaving." Compared to the tense and nervous tone just now, the other party's expression changed. At this moment, Duan Hengxing was relaxed. After he finished speaking, he nodded to Duan Hengji and directly walked out of the cabin. After Duan Hengxing's back completely disappeared from the door, Duan Hengji finally realized something. Before today, almost every meeting between him and Duan Hengxing was unpleasant, and most of the time, it only happened when Duan Hengxing asked him for money. And in those previous meetings, Duan Hengxing would basically call him brother, even though his tone was often sarcastic. But this time, Duan Hengxing didn't call him that. The two of them were like strangers, and finished this conversation with incomparable politeness. After the conversation between Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing ended, Meng Jinhui also finished his work and walked back. When he opened the door and saw Meng Jinhui walking towards him from the other side of the corridor, Duan Hengxing politely nodded to him, then followed the instructions of the staff beside him and walked to the starship's exit. "What's wrong?" After entering the starship, the door closed again. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji slowly shook his head, then slightly frowned and truthfully said to Meng Jinhui, "Duan Hengxing just came to say thank you to me." While speaking, Duan Hengji's fingertips couldn't help but gently rub the edge of the sofa. Although Duan Hongye had simply repeated Duan Hengxing's words and didn't add his own opinions, Duan Hongye still hadn't said anything. But after he finished speaking, Meng Jinhui immediately understood what Duan Hengji wanted to express. Although Duan Hengji didn't have any memories of his childhood, and the few times he interacted with Duan Hengxing before were not pleasant. But the man who just left was still Duan Hengji's only family in this world. The two words "thank you" were both gratitude and a reflection of distance. Duan Hengji was a little lonely, not because of Duan Hengxing, but because of his own loneliness. This was what Meng Jinhui guessed, but what he didn't expect was that because of this feeling, Duan Hengji once again thought of his family in his previous life. Because the Interstellar didn't have a very standard concept of years, Duan Hengji didn't remember how long he had been in this world. Coupled with his busy work, he often forgot to recall the past. However, Duan Hengxing's estranged conversation just now reminded Duan Hengji of the faces that were slowly becoming blurred in his memory. Thinking of this, Meng Jinhui reached out and patted Duan Hengji's shoulder, then lowered his head and said softly, "I'm still here, it's okay." After listening to Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji's furrowed brows relaxed, then he smiled and said, "Okay." The incident that happened on Empress's family planet began with a bang. But it ended a little too abruptly. After Nan Zhuxing's starship sent Empress back to her planet, she and the other family members were placed under house arrest on this planet. Because of the chaotic news at the time of the incident, the royal family was also questioned. But things were just as Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui imagined. For the time being, the royal family threw all the blame on Empress's family. After a while, Duan Hengji found out that while he and Duan Hengxing were talking in the starship cabin, Meng Jinhui and Empress also had a conversation. However, he didn't ask Meng Jinhui about the results and content of their conversation. As for the focus of people's attention, it seemed that in a very short period of time, the incident itself had shifted to Duan Hengji actually knows how to pilot a mech. Because the incident happened too quickly, and because the incident happened in an unmanned interstellar area, no video was released. But the more this was the case, the more curious people were about the incident. Not long after, the interstellar media reconstructed the incident according to the captive guest's words. Not long after the video was released, it quickly spread throughout the interstellar. But not long after, a lot of people who witnessed the incident reposted it and pointed out that the operation in the simulation video was not even 1/10 of what it was in real life. The topic of discussion on the interstellar came and went quickly. Clearly, people were very concerned about the galactic pirate incident before, but once the video was released, the previous incident was washed away in people's minds. But, this speed seemed to be a bit too fast. After seeing the discussion on the interstellar network, Duanhenji wondered if someone was deliberately obscuring the incident behind the scenes. In fact, his guess was right. Not long after the incident, Nan Zhuxing began to deliberately lead the discussion on the internet. At first glance, it seemed to be obscuring the main point, but in fact, it was secretly burying a bomb. A few days later, the royal family's report on the incident was finally released under the urging of the empire's parliament. But if Duanhenji saw it, this report was really deceptive. As long as you had a little understanding of the incident, you would find the loopholes in it. When the report came out, Meng Jinhui was in a meeting on Nanjushing. The rest of the military staff saw that after the meeting was paused and read the report, Meng Jinhui suddenly smiled coldly at the holographic screen. The military staff present all came down from the battlefield with Meng Jinhui and had seen the murderous look on his face countless times. But today was different. In addition to the murderous look, Meng Jinhui's body was more chilling. If the previous Meng Jinhui was a lion that claimed to be the king of the grassland, then today he was more like a giant python hidden in the jungle. Seeing Meng Jinhui like this, Yu Xinlan couldn't help but look at Dong Fenghuan sitting opposite him. Although the two of them didn't speak, the tacit understanding accumulated from years of working together made them immediately reach a consensus. Meng Jinhui probably already prepared a gift for the royal family. He was just waiting for the right time to send it out. Because of Meng Jinhui's expression, the dozen people in the military conference room didn't dare to breathe loudly. After a while, the Marshal finally reached out and closed the holographic screen from the royal family's report and returned to the previous meeting. The perfunctory tone in the royal family's report was too obvious. Seeing that Meng Jinhui didn't say anything, a staff member sitting next to him hesitated for a moment before asking, "Marshal, do we need to do anything?" Meng Jinhui shook his head and said, "Now is not the time, wait a little longer." Meng Jinhui was waiting for Lan Jingqi to solve the last major issue. The poison in Duanhenji's body was really complicated. Even with the addition of Lan Jingqi and the cooperation of the entire research institute, the antidote still couldn't be created in a short period of time. Because he officially joined the research institute in Nanjushing and began to preside over the antidote work. Lan Jingqi also knew about the relationship between Duanhenji and the royal family, as well as Empress's family. Although he felt that Duanhenji was a very mysterious person, Lan Jingqi never thought that there was such a past behind him. While waiting for the antidote to be made, Duanhenji often went to Nanjushing or the research institute to do regular physical examinations. Unlike last time, these physical examinations were not to check the effects of the poison on his internal organs, but to detect the amount and movement of the poison. A few months ago, Lan Jingqi began to adjust the temporary antidote. Although each adjustment wasn't big, after several rounds of physical examinations, it could be found that the poison in Duanhenji's body, which was originally still and even constantly growing, finally showed signs of movement. This was a good thing, but also a very risky thing. As a supporting male lead who was once half a step into the ranks of villains, Lan Jingqi was also very bold when it came to making an antidote. Probably in the entire interstellar now, except for Lan Jingqi, no one dared to use the fight poison with poison method on Duanhenji. When he first heard Lan Jingqi's idea, Duanhenji was also shocked and hesitated for a while. But in the end, when he remembered the description of Lan Jingqi in the book and saw the other's confident expression, Duanhenji still accepted the other's suggestion. Lan Jingqi was indeed a person who didn't disappoint. After a period of experimenting with using the antidote, the poison in Duanhenji's body began to move and gradually weaken. But because the antidote and the poison attacked each other, Duanhenji's body once again visibly weakened at the same time as the poison decreased day by day. Although he knew that this was a necessary process to detoxify the poison, Meng Jinhui still told Duan Hengji to temporarily move his main work location from the research institute to Nanjushing. In this day and age, working in a foreign place was no longer a difficult thing. It was only because the research on mecha was confidential that the research institute's normal staff had to use the institute's photon computer to conduct research to prevent information leakage. But Duan Hengji wasn't a normal staff member, at least he didn't have to worry about information leakage. Although the location was changed, Duan Hengji still had a video conference with the research institute's staff every other day after returning to Nanjushing to start work. Because of the time difference between the two places, the meeting time was always in the afternoon where the research institute was located and in the morning where Duan Hengji was located. Yesterday, Duan Hengji had just taken the new drug developed by Lan Jingqi. Although his mind was still as strong as before, his body was a bit too weak. In the morning, his biological clock didn't work. If it wasn't for the fact that he had set up the robot beforehand, Duan Hengji would have slept through the meeting. But even though he got up before the meeting started, it was still a bit rushed. Duan Hengji walked out of bed a bit shakily. After washing up, it was already time for the meeting to start. Thus, Duan Hengji, who didn't have time to go to the office, walked to the desk in the corner of the bedroom, put on a coat over his pajamas, and started the video conference. The only people participating in the video conference at the Research Institute were Su Mingge and a few of the more important research team leaders. After working for a while, not only Su Mingge, but everyone else was no longer as afraid of Duan Hengji as before. They even joked with him from time to time during the meeting. But today, after Duan Hengji opened the video conference with a rare delay of 1 minute, everyone who saw the video became serious. When the video started, Duan Hengji was still adjusting the photon computer, so he didn't appear on the screen immediately. But the beige wall behind the desk told the people on the other side of the video that Duan Hengji wasn't in the previous office. Then, Su Mingge determined Duan Hengji's current location by looking at the floor lamp behind him. Duan Hengji, are you in the bedroom right now? Su Mingge hesitated for a moment before asking. Hearing his words, Duan Hengji couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After adjusting the photon computer, he walked over to the desk and sat down. Then, he organized the meeting documents while nodding slightly. When he was washing up, Duan Hengji didn't notice that his complexion was as bad as Duan Hengji's. If he had to make an analogy. From Su Mingge's point of view, today's Duan Hengji was very similar to the time when he fainted in front of him. Before Duan Hengji could raise his head, the image on the holographic screen in front of him suddenly changed. The images of the other staff members disappeared. Only Su Mingge was left on the holographic screen with a serious face. What was going on? Before Duan Hengji could react, he heard Su Mingge's extremely serious voice. It was as if he was torturing himself as he asked, Duan Hengji, what happened to you? Don't hide it from me. Even though Su Mingge didn't say anything, Duan Hengji felt that Su Mingge was imagining things. After all, Professor Su was someone who once asked him if he was dying. Su Mingge was a person who liked to gossip, and he also liked to chat with his colleagues. The video conference ended smoothly under Duan Hengji's insistence. From the video, it could be seen that other than looking a little weak, Duan Hengji was in good condition. However, this still didn't stop Su Mingge's imagination from running wild. After a few days, the news about Duan Hengji's health spread throughout the research institute. Immediately after, Duan Hengye's communication account received countless messages from his colleagues who were concerned about him in a short period of time. Although it was very touching to receive everyone's concern, after reading carefully, Duan Hengji vaguely guessed that Su Mingge was exaggerating. However, for Duan Hengji, this rumor that had spread to Amro University wasn't the focus of his life. While Duan Hengji was recuperating in Nanjushing, he was also carefully studying the research records that he obtained from his parents and teachers during the last anniversary celebration. Duan Hengji had been subconsciously learning related knowledge since he was young. However, this time, the information in his hands was undoubtedly helpful for his research. Because he had been staying in Nanjushing for a while, Yu Xinlan often came to Duan Hengji's office to visit him. Because Yu Xinlan's identity was special, and she didn't know much about mecha research. Every time she came, Duan Hengji wouldn't deliberately hide his research progress. In the past few days, Yu Xinlan noticed that Duan Henji wasn't doing numbers or calculations on the virtual keyboard like before. Instead, he was carefully looking at the holographic screen. She was curious, so one day, she couldn't help but ask Duan Henji, "Professor Duan, did something go wrong with your research recently? I feel like the progress has suddenly slowed down." As Yu Xinlan asked, he couldn't help but move closer to Duan Hongye to take a look. Duan Henji shook his head and said, "These are the experiment records that my parents left behind." Oh. I see. Yu Xinlan had heard about Duan Henji's experiment records before, but she still didn't understand. Since the model of the mecha's weapon compartment was already created, what was the point of these records? Yu Xinlan was someone who liked to get to the bottom of things, especially now that Duan Henji's research was related to her own work. So she saw Yu Xinlan put her hand on the table and looked at the holographic screen and said, "Aren't these records very old?" In the process of research, the records of failures are more important than the final results, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Yu Xinlan turned to look at the source of the voice. It turned out that the person who answered her question wasn't someone else, but Marshal Meng Jinhui, who had appeared out of nowhere. Speaking of which, before Duan Henji came to Nanjushing, Meng Jinhui's daily routine was to fly around the galaxy. But after Duan Henji came here, Meng Jinhui's business trips had visibly decreased. Actually, this was how the military's work was supposed to be. As the marshal, Meng Jinhui didn't have to personally attend every event. In the eyes of Yu Xinlan, who was very familiar with Meng Jinhui had arranged his work too tightly and did not have any time to relax. At first glance, this kind of state could be called dedication, but in reality, it was also an abnormal pace of life. Yu Xinlan hadn't mentioned it before, but after seeing Meng Jinhui's current state, she felt a faint sense of relief in her heart. After Meng Jinhui finished answering Yu Xinlan's question, he ignored her existence and walked over to Duan Henji to exchange knowledge about mecha design. Seeing this, Yu Xinlan couldn't help but feel like she was a bit of a wet blanket. As a famous golden single woman in the galaxy, Yu Xinlan had always thought that dating was a boring and time-consuming thing. But now that she saw the two people in front of her, Yu Xinlan couldn't help but feel a faint sense of envy. She looked at the two people in front of her who were talking about mecha design problems that she didn't understand and finally silently left Duan Henji's office. Just like what Meng Jinhui said to Yu Xinlan, in the process of research, the record of failure was more important than the final result of success. With the model of the auxiliary and weapon system recorded in the past, combined with Duan Henji's long-term research, the time spent on the design of a top-level mecha was almost the same as the time spent on mass-produced mecha. Just like when the mass-produced mecha design was about to end, Duan Henji temporarily stopped his work on planet Duguang and focused on the research institute. Recently, Duan Henji also applied for a slightly longer personal leave from Amur University. It was quite a coincidence. If this was a while ago, the always dedicated Professor Duan's sudden leave would definitely cause a lot of speculation among the students. Maybe after the news spread to the galaxy, people would have guessed that the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute was about to do something big. But a while ago, the news of Duan Henji's illness spread through Suminga. So when they received the news of Duan Henji's leave, they immediately attributed it to his health. This was a good thing for Duan Henji. It could be seen from the example of his parents' generation that a new and stronger mecha wasn't as simple as an industry advancement. It also involved the complicated interests of the empire. As for the birth of a top-level mecha, it was closely related to the future of the galaxy. Duan Henji and the military had to keep the news of the experiment a secret for the time being. After all, now wasn't a good time for it to appear in the galaxy. Early in the morning of the Nanjushing house of the Marshal, Duan Henji pushed open the office door and walked in. He finished the design of the new mecha a week ago. Recently, Duan Henji had been conducting a lot of data review and review work. Last night, all the reviews were completed, and now it was time to verify the results. Not long after Duan Henji walked in, Meng Jinhui also came into the office. He just finished an important task and came back from another planet, so he was still wearing a short dark blue military uniform. After entering the office, Meng Jinhui walked directly to Duan Henji, who was sitting at the desk. The two of them were facing the military's super photon processor. Later, the model generation and virtual experiments would be carried out here. Maybe it was because of his experience, or maybe it was because he was already mentally prepared for the second design, but this time, Duan Henji was a lot more relaxed than last time. After seeing Meng Jinhui come over, Duan Henji showed him the data and said, "The next step is to generate the virtual model of the mecha. If there's a mistake, all the previous data will be automatically destroyed by the photon processor." After speaking up to this point, Duan Henji paused for a moment before continuing to explain to Meng Jinhui, "After the model is generated, it's time for the virtual experiment. Because of the special mecha model, this virtual experiment is 3 times as long as the previous one." When Duan Henji first came, he was still in a relaxed mood. However, as the introduction went deeper, Duan Henji's fingertips couldn't help but lightly tap on the table. Meng Jinhui knew that this was a sign of Duan Henji's nervousness. Although Duan Henji didn't forget to eat and sleep during this period of time, he still poured all his energy into this project. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui both knew that mecha design wasn't a simple task. Although Duan Henji's work last time went very smoothly, it wasn't as if there hadn't been a senior who had been stuck at the model generation step for more than 10 years before him. Moreover, the virtual experiment that followed was not an easy task. Meng Jinhui didn't say anything. He reached out and held Duan Henji's left hand that was tapping on the table. Because of his nervousness, Duan Henji's fingertips were as cold as ice. Just now, all his attention was on the data in front of him, so it wasn't until his hand was in the other's warm and dry hand that Duan Henji finally reacted. The Marshal didn't say anything. He just stood there and silently supported Duan Henji. Unlike the last time when he completed the research alone in the laboratory under pressure, Duan Henji first slowly took a deep breath when he felt the support of the other person. Then, he stretched out his other hand and hovered it over the virtual keyboard. Confirm generation. Duan Henji's finger pressed the button, and then the progress bar began to load. The mecha model generation system interface was only seen by a few people in the entire galaxy, and Duan Henji was the one who saw it the most. What was different from the previous instant generation was that after Duan Xianxia pressed the button, the progress bar began to load. This speed was neither fast nor slow, just enough to keep people in suspense. The office was extremely quiet. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui both held their breaths, waiting for the results to be born. As the number continued to increase, Duan Henji's hand also began to exert more strength. Even though Professor Duan's physical fitness was average, he was still an ancient martial arts expert. After a while, Meng Jinhui's hand turned white because of the blood circulation obstruction. It was only now that Duan Xianxia finally discovered this matter. When Duan Henji saw the color on Meng Jinhui's hand, he was a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Sorry. I didn't mean it." Duan Henji looked away while he spoke, and his ears slowly turned red. When Meng Jinhui saw Duan Henji's awkward expression, he smiled and gently touched Duan Henji's head while he was standing behind him. Duan Henji thought that Meng Jinhui looked like he was teasing a child or a pet. But the scary thing was, he was actually enjoying it. This is not good. After a while, Duan Henji finally turned his attention back to the optical supercomputer. He saw that the optical supercomputer had already loaded 95% of the model. There were only a few minutes left until the final result. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui stopped talking. The flow of time seemed to be deliberately slowed down. Finally, the screen turned black. Duan Henji held his breath. However, the super-optical supercomputer did not give them any time to breathe. After a few seconds, a mecha model appeared in front of Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. Duan Henji succeeded. After all, the mecha design progress had to be kept a secret. After the excitement, Duan Henji quickly calmed down. However, even though the simulation of the mecha model had begun, Duan Henji was not idle. The final antidote for the control drug was also released at this time. Unlike the previous temporary antidotes that could only be seen as painkillers, this antidote developed by Lan Jingqi could completely remove the poison in Duan Henji's body. However, because this antidote was even more ruthless than the materials used before he officially took it, Duan Xianxia knew that he would not feel good for the next 10 or so hours. Nanjushing, in the hospital where Duan Henji had a physical examination, a glass nutrition pod filled with dark blue liquid was already set up in a laboratory about 10 square meters. Unlike the previous times, after taking the antidote, Duan Henji would enter the nutrition pod and wait for 10 hours for the poison to be removed before he could come out. The environment inside the nutrition pod was very strict. Only Duan Henji and a doctor who was mainly responsible for this matter could enter. When the time was about to come, although Duan Henji's ears were listening to the doctor's words, his mind inevitably began to wander. When the doctor finished speaking, Duan Henji looked up as if he had just woken up from a dream. At this time, Meng Jinhui, who had been standing next to him and listening to the doctor's words, suddenly came forward. "Don't be nervous." Meng Jinhui gently pushed Duan Henji's bangs to the side and then said to him. Duan Henji's forehead was very full. After the bangs were pushed away, he suddenly looked a few years younger. Hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji nodded silently. Immediately afterward, before he followed the doctor into the laboratory, Meng Jinhui suddenly leaned forward and gently kissed Duan Henji's forehead. This kiss was extremely gentle, but when it fell on Duan Henji's forehead, it made him feel like he was accidentally burned. Meng Jinhui smiled at Duan Henji, then said, "Go, I'll wait for you here." Although this was not the first time Duan Henji entered the nutrition pod, the last time was to heal the trauma on his arm. It was incomparable to this time. Duan Henji changed into a white lab coat and walked into the cabin behind the doctor. Even though Duan Henji was mentally prepared, after seeing it, he couldn't help but feel nervous. There was a dark blue liquid in the nutrition pod. All of this made Duan Henji feel like he was in the deep sea. Because the experiment hadn't officially started yet, the dark blue nutrient solution was in a completely static state. This color looked a bit lifeless, and Duan Henji felt like he was suffocating. "Professor Duan, in a while, a floating device will send you to the second floor of this laboratory. You will enter the nutrition pod from there." The staff member next to Duan Henji explained to him. Recently, Duan Henji had heard the procedure countless times, but after entering the room, the doctor was still worried. He continued to explain, "The structure of the nutrient solution is quite special, so there won't be an oxygen supply device. After you enter, you must adjust your breathing immediately." "Okay." After hearing the doctor's words, Duan Henji nodded solemnly, then he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just like the doctor said, after entering the nutrition pod, Duan Henji's entire body would be soaked in the dark blue nutrient solution in front of him. Even though this liquid was very special, he could still maintain his normal breathing after entering. However, for Duan Henji, who had never experienced a large nutrition pod before, quickly adjusting his breathing rhythm was still a difficult problem to overcome. "If you're sure, please stand on the floating device now," the doctor said to Duan Henji. After the doctor finished speaking, Duan Henji saw a small gray indoor floating device in front of him. At this time, Duan Hongye's emotions had almost completely adjusted. He glanced forward and then walked up without looking back. At this time, Duan Henji was wearing a special lab coat. Although the texture wasn't ordinary, it didn't look much different from an ordinary white shirt, but the style was looser. The doctor couldn't follow him to the second floor of the experiment pod. After standing on the floating device, Duan Henji took out the dark gray antidote from his pocket and swallowed it directly. The antidote wasn't small, Duan Henji could clearly feel it sliding down his esophagus. After it fell into his stomach, a bitter feeling emerged from his body. Duan Henji couldn't help but frown, then he finally looked down at the dark blue liquid under his feet. He hesitated for a moment, then he held the metal railing on the side and walked forward. Duan Henji didn't stand there for too long. After standing on the edge of the nutrition pod, he looked up at the virtual clock on the wall and finally stepped in. Duan Henji knew how to swim, but in his memory, other than when he first learned how to swim when he was a child, he didn't seem to have been in contact with this sport at all. Now that he saw such a large sealed water tank for the first time, even though Duan Henji knew that he wouldn't suffocate, his biological instincts still made him nervous. The temperature of the nutrition liquid was neither high nor low. Duan Henji's toes gently touched the surface of the water, paused for a moment, then directly jumped in. This time, he didn't hesitate. Duan Henji held his breath and jumped in. The nutrition pod was about 3 meters high. Perhaps because the liquid was special, Duan Henji didn't fall quickly. After jumping in for a while, Duan Henji opened his eyes. Because of the slow descent and the smooth cabin wall in front of him, the journey seemed extraordinarily long. Combined with the dark blue liquid, Duanhenji had the illusion that he was falling into the deep sea at this time. After a while, the descent finally stopped. Duanhenji looked down and saw that he was suspended in the nutrition pod, about 30 centimeters away from the bottom. He tried to continue falling, but he was once again pulled up by an invisible force. Duanhenji's ears were extremely quiet. After adjusting his posture, he slowly reached out his hand in front of his eyes, then made a grabbing motion in the air. Of course, Duanhenji didn't grab anything. However, he was a little surprised to find that the liquid at the bottom of the cabin felt a bit like jelly. As a curious person, after discovering this, Duanhenji couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently move it in front of his eyes. However, this leisurely time didn't last for a few seconds. When Duanhenji jumped down just now, he was holding his breath, and now this breath was finally used up. After feeling the suffocating feeling, Duanhenji finally retracted his hand. Then, like the doctor said before, he began to slowly adjust his breathing. However, the experiment on land was really simple. It was a completely different experience from breathing underwater. Soon, Duanhenji found that his biological instinct was constantly stopping him and disrupting the rhythm of his breathing. It was true that he could breathe in the nutrition liquid, but if he didn't grasp the rhythm well, he would also choke. If it was just choking on water, it would be fine, but the texture of this nutrition liquid was obviously stranger. Because of holding his breath for a long time, Duanhenji's head was a little dizzy. At this moment, through the dark blue liquid, Duanhenji suddenly saw Meng Jinhuai's familiar figure. At this time, the other party had changed into a lab coat, and his hands were tightly pressed against the cabin wall. Meng Jinhuai's eyes were fixed on Duanhenji in the cabin. His expression was incomparably firm. After seeing Duanhenji looking at him, Meng Jinhuai quickly raised his palm and then kept sliding his fingers up and down the cabin wall. At the same time, Meng Jinhuai was also mouthing to him. Because of the cabin wall and the nutrition liquid, Duanhenji couldn't hear the sound outside. But even so, Duanhenji could still see the meaning of Meng Jinhuai's movements. Meng Jinhuai was helping himself find the rhythm of his breathing. Because of the lack of oxygen, Duanhenji was still a little nervous. However, he finally began to follow Meng Jinhuai's gestures and began to try to overcome his fear of water. Something magical happened. Just now, he was worried about choking, but after seeing Meng Jinhuai's movements, Duanhenji's mood calmed down. Even, the dark blue sea in front of him seemed more approachable. Meng Jinhuai's movements didn't stop. After a while, Duanhenji finally found the rhythm of his breathing in the nutrition liquid. As his breathing resumed, Duanhenji's slightly dizzy head gradually became clearer. "Don't be afraid." Through the water wall, Duanhenji saw Meng Jinhuai talking to him. For Duanhenji, these 10 hours were both long and short. He did not know what was added to the nutrient solution, but after he entered the cabin for a while, he started to feel sleepy. At the same time, the poison began to move in his body. A dull pain that could not be ignored spread throughout Duanhenji's body. If one had to describe it in words, this process was very similar to breaking the bones in the body and piecing them back together bit by bit. Because he was now in the nutrition cabin, Duanhenji was surrounded by the dark blue liquid. When he first entered the cabin, Duanhenji accidentally choked. The taste was not good. It was not very bitter, but it was extremely astringent. Therefore, as the pain came in waves, the man floating in the nutrient solution could only clench his teeth. After an unknown amount of time, Duanhenji finally fell into a deep sleep. The moment before he closed his eyes, he saw Meng Jinhuai standing quietly outside the nutrition cabin. Duanhenji did not sleep well at all. Because the pain in his body was constantly eroding his nerves, he had nightmares after nightmares in the past few hours. Duanhenji could not remember the specific plot of the dream. It was probably the scenes from his previous life that kept replaying in his mind, especially the last moment when he was stabbed to death. It was repeated several times. In addition to these, Duanhenji felt that he also vaguely saw the explosion from more than 10 years ago. The small window on the side of the room was gently opened. Warm sunlight shone through the window into the room. This was a beam of orange-yellow light. When it fell on the beige bedsheets, it was exceptionally warm. It was now afternoon in Nanjushing. Along with the sunlight, a gentle warm breeze entered the room. It was mixed with the unique fragrance of some plants. Everything was exceptionally gentle. After finishing the dream, Duan Henji opened his eyes again. When he saw the light-colored ceiling, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. For a moment, he did not know whether he was now on Earth or Nanjushing. Not sure if it was because he just came out of the nutrition cabin. Even though Duan Henji woke up, he still did not have much strength in his body. He slowly moved his fingers, then felt discomfort and stiffness in his joints. But soon, Duan Henji found that he was in a good state. It seemed that except for the lack of strength in his body, the pain from before had completely disappeared. Duan Henji lay on the bed for a while with his eyes open. After he felt his strength gradually returning, he slowly sat up. At this time, the wooden door of the bedroom was pushed from the outside. Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui and a robot. After entering the door and seeing Duan Henji, Meng Jinhui smiled at him as usual, then walked to the bed and sat down. Although Duan Henji knew that he had recovered now, after seeing Meng Jinhui's expression as if nothing had happened, he was stunned for a moment. Meng Jinhui's performance was really calm, as if the previous 10 hours were just a dream of Duan Henji. However, this mood did not last long. Duan Henji seemed to be born to not like to be the center of attention. On the contrary, excessive concern would make him feel somewhat at a loss. After Meng Jinhui sat on the bed, he slowly reached out his hand and tidied up Duan Henji's messy hair on the pillow. Then he said, "Get up and have breakfast, a day has passed." After speaking, Meng Jinhui stood up, then reached out to Duan Henji and gently pulled him up. At this time, Duan Henji's strength gradually returned. Although the toxins have been removed, it will take some time for the body to fully recover. Meng Jinhui turned around and said to Duan Henji seriously, "During this period of time, the simulation experiment will be conducted. You should stay in Nanjushing and have a good rest." Although Meng Jinhui's words were not very harsh, combined with his expression, Duan Henji read a bit of meaning from his words. However, what the general said was not wrong. Now that the experiment had reached the simulation stage, Duan Henji did not have anything important to do during this time. Although in his heart, he secretly planned to take advantage of this time to continue learning how to drive in Nanjushing. But after hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji nodded seriously. Duan Henji walked into the bathroom in his slippers. After a while, he saw that Meng Jinhui was already sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, looking at the optical computer. Next to the general, the white porcelain bowl was still quietly releasing steam. Seeing Duan Henji come out, Meng Jinhui moved his gaze away from the optical computer. After a while, the warm light in the room slowly moved to Meng Jinhui's side. At this time, half of his body was hidden in the darkness, while the other half was illuminated by the light. The scene looked very beautiful, just like an oil painting. After walking over, Duan Henji sat on the other side of the table, then he took out the spoon from the porcelain bowl. Although he didn't feel anything before, after smelling the aroma in the bowl, Duan Henji finally felt hungry. Because of the special medicine, Duan Henji has been on an empty stomach for a long time. He only injected some nutrient solution before entering the laboratory. Although the nutrient solution can ensure the consumption of physical energy, it can't eliminate the hunger. Duan Henji couldn't help but sniff, then he gently picked up the spoon. Not sure if it was because he was hungry for a long time, Duan Henji tasted the soup and felt that it tasted really good, then he showed a surprised expression. After seeing his expression, Meng Jinhui, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but ask, "How is it?" "It tastes very good." Duan Henji put down the thing in his hand and said seriously. As a person who doesn't know how to praise, although Duan Henji's words were very simple, his expression was serious enough. After hearing his words, Meng Jinhui leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, then he said with some pride, "I made this." Although it wasn't the first time he ate Meng Jinhui's cooking, after hearing his words, Duan Henji couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Although Meng Jinhui's cooking last time tasted good, it was just some simple home-cooked dishes. This time was different. From the rich ingredients at the bottom of the bowl, it can be seen that this bowl of soup was very rich. After all, Duan Henji has been in this world for a while, so he knows that these ingredients are not easy to handle, and it is very difficult to make them well. Duan Hengji guessed that Meng Jinhui probably took a long time to prepare. Ever since he woke up and saw Meng Jinhui, Duan Hengji's heart was touched. Now, after knowing that the thing in his hand was made by Meng Jinhui, Duan Hengji even felt that the bowl in his hand was heavy. In fact, Duan Hengji could clearly feel that when he first transmigrated into this world, Meng Jinhui was also gentle, but the gentleness was obviously perfunctory and routine. But now, Meng Jinhui was obviously not as deliberately intimate as before, but the gentleness that he inadvertently showed was even more intoxicating. In particular, Duan Hengji knew that he was the only one who could see Meng Jinhui like this. In front of him, Meng Jinhui was not a marshal of the Yetian Empire, nor was he a Black Star War god, he was just a normal man. Duan Hengji wrote all his thoughts on his face, but he did not notice that the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a slight smile. Meng Jinhui also noticed this. Probably because the toxins had been removed, both of them were in a particularly good mood. While Duan Hengji was having breakfast, Meng Jinhui gave him a brief summary of the progress of the simulation experiment over the past 10 hours. Time seemed to pass very quickly that morning. It seemed like they had only spoken a few words when Meng Jinhui received a message from the army and went back for a meeting. After Meng Jinhui left, Duan Hengji suddenly felt a little disappointed. Duan Hengji knew that he was a person who would easily get too immersed in research, so he did not turn on the optical supercomputer as usual. After thinking for a while, Duan Hengji changed his clothes, then walked out of his bedroom and wandered around the house of the Marshal. As a top residential planet, Nanjushing's scenery was very beautiful. Duan Hengji had known this for a long time, but he did not have much time to seriously explore this place. Now that he had a rare break, Duan Hengji finally started to explore this place that he had lived in for a long time, but had never really understood. At this time, Duan Hengji's range of activity had entered the work area of the house of the Marshal. The morning was the busiest time of the day, so the corridor and the outdoor garden were quiet. If no one said anything, no one would think that this was the work area of Nanjushing. Instead, they would think that it was a quiet and uninhabited park. Not long after, Duan Hengji met an acquaintance here, Yu Xinlan. Actually, General Yu was originally here to work. She had just finished a meeting when she turned around and saw Duan Hengji in the corridor. Duan Hongye heard a series of footsteps beside his ears. He raised his head and saw Yu Xinlan, who was wearing a white dress, walking quickly towards him. After seeing Duan Hengji, Yu Xinlan was very happy. She first looked at Duan Hengji from afar and said, "Just now, the Marshal said that you have recovered, so I was hesitating whether to come and see you. I didn't expect to see you here." After that, Yu Xinlan clicked her tongue and said, "It seems like you have recovered well. You don't know how nervous the Marshal was before." Even though Yu Xinlan's tone was a bit exaggerated, Duan Hengji could tell from her relieved expression that she wasn't lying. However, when he woke up, Meng Jinhui was clearly very relaxed. She saw Duan Hengji's slightly confused expression. Yu Xinlan immediately understood what happened. Therefore, Duan Hengji saw Yu Xinlan's expression change. Then, she suddenly said to him in a serious tone, "When you were in the nutrition cabin, the Marshal was outside the whole time. He didn't rest for a minute. After the experiment ended and he came back here, he also moved all his work here." Yu Xinlan paused for a moment, as if she was thinking. After a while, she continued, "In short, after knowing each other for so many years, this is the first time I've seen the Marshal put his work second place." When Duan Hengji heard Yu Xinlan speak, he couldn't help but look down at the carpet under his feet. He didn't notice that at the same time, Yu Xinlan had been silently observing him. Seeing that Duan Hengji didn't respond for a long time, Yu Xinlan finally patted Duan Hengji's shoulder again and sighed. The Marshal has really changed. Recently, Yu Xinlan often saw the undercurrent between Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui. But after a long time, she realized that compared to Dongfeng and Wen, these two actually felt like they were in a relationship when they were students. Although this feeling was equally beautiful, in Yu Xinlan's opinion, it seemed a little strange for a couple who had been married for a long time to have this kind of feeling. After thinking for a while, Yu Xinlan attributed it to Duan Hengji's lack of understanding. After finishing the call, Yu Xinlan chatted with Duan Hengji briefly and left. She could already feel that Duan Hengji was absent-minded. However, Yu Xinlan's goal was really achieved. After she turned and left, Duanhenji first stood in place for a while, then walked to the side of the window and began to stare blankly. Duanhenji was a person who couldn't stay idle. He knew that it was not suitable for him to continue his research now, so in the afternoon, he began to recompile the Mecha Professional textbook. For the current Duanhenji, this matter was extremely simple. It was almost as if he only needed to collect and integrate the content and information from the previous classes. The current Duanhenji compared to when he first entered this world had gradually changed his understanding of teaching. Therefore, this book also broke away from the previous simple accumulation of information and results, and became truly guiding and educational. In less than half a day, Duanhenji had already sorted out the general framework of the textbook. After looking at the time, Duanhenji slowly stretched and sat up from the office chair. Although the sorting was not finished, it was now 7 p.m. Duanhenji knew that he was in a recovery period and couldn't work too much, so he ended today's task early, which was rare for him. It was also at this time that Duanhenji's optical computer received a message from Meng Jinhui. Meng Jinhui reminded Duanhenji to end his work and that it was now dinner time. Meng Jinhui was after all a busy marshal, and according to Yuxinlan, he probably accumulated a lot of work during this period of time. Today's dinner was not like this morning where the marshal personally prepared it. When Duanhenji walked into the dining room, he was shocked by the pile of incomparably rich bowls and plates on the table. Although the upper echelons of the Yetian Empire worshipped luxury, the house of the marshal had always been very low-key. The dinner here was rarely like today, where the entire table was filled with food. When Duanhenji walked over, Meng Jinhui stood up from his chair and said to him, "This was made by someone from Nanjushing. I hope it will be to your taste." Obviously, the large pile of things on the table today was to celebrate his recovery from a serious illness. After the conversation with Yuxinlan this morning, Duanhenji looked at Meng Jinhui with a complicated expression. Fortunately, Duanhenji also felt this. He lowered his head and sat on the stool, then he casually looked at the food in front of him. Although it wasn't as extravagant as the royal family and most of the nobles of the empire, the house of the Marshal of Nanjushing was also very particular. For example, there would be a lot of bowls and plates placed in front of him for every meal. In the past, Duanhenji never cared about these things. But today, in order to hide his emotions, Duanhenji actually looked at the dishes one by one. Because today's dinner was more formal, in addition to the bowls and plates, there were 4 glasses of different sizes in front of Duanhenji. They were filled with different colored liquids. After seeing these glasses, Duanhenji couldn't help but be curious. He picked them up one by one, put them at the tip of his nose, and sniffed them gently. Although Duanhenji rarely drank beverages, he could roughly tell what was in 3 of the glasses. Only the 4th glass was filled with a light red liquid. Duanhenji couldn't tell what was in it even after smelling it for a long time. Duanhenji couldn't help but take a closer look at the glass. At this time, the glass in his hand was thin and long, very much like the champagne glasses on Earth. From time to time, small bubbles would appear on the surface of the light red liquid. "What is this?" Duanhenji couldn't help but ask Meng Jinhui. Then, Duanhenji saw Meng Jinhui, who was sitting opposite him, pick up the glass. After smelling it, Meng Jinhui thought for a while and said a name that Duanhenji has never heard of before. After saying that sentence, the marshal couldn't help but frown and said, "This is a very popular beverage in the galaxy, but I remember that it wasn't prepared today." Even though the beverage was only a small matter, after thinking about it, Meng Jinhui took the optical computer next to him. After looking at it for a while, he said, "This is from Yuxinlan." Yuxinlan sent a beverage? After hearing this, Duanhenji couldn't help but be stunned. At first, this sounds a bit strange, but when it falls on Yuxinlan, it seems unexpectedly reasonable. Even though Duanhenji didn't understand what Yuxinlan was trying to do, after hearing Meng Jinhui's answer, he was still a little curious. He picked up the glass again and took a sip. Just like what Meng Jinhui said, Duanhenji was holding a very popular beverage in the galaxy. After drinking it, Duanhenji felt that this thing was indeed delicious. As a person who wasn't very interested in beverages, after taking a sip, Duanhenji couldn't help but pick it up again. This glass wasn't big to begin with, so it didn't take long for him to see the bottom. After realizing this, the robot that had been standing in the corner of the restaurant suddenly moved. It walked over with a rose-colored glass bottle, then poured the liquid inside into Duan Henji's glass. After seeing this scene, Meng Jinhui, who was sitting across from him, finally remembered something. By the way, this drink contains alcohol. Meng Jinhui reminded him. Yeah? He really felt that the taste of the thing in his hand had nothing to do with wine. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hongya couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he hesitated and said, "The poison has been removed. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Actually, in the past, drinking alcohol wouldn't have affected Duan Henji, let alone now. After hearing Duan Henji's cautious tone, Meng Jinhui smiled and shook his head. He said, "Of course not, I'm just reminding you." He had to admit that Yu Xinlan was indeed a person who knew a lot about food. Meng Jinhui didn't expect Duan Henji to like this alcoholic drink so much. After hearing Meng Jinhui's answer, Duan Henji became even more relaxed. It didn't take long for him to finish all the drinks that Yu Xinlan brought over. When Meng Jinhui saw that the table was only a little empty, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. However, the smile on his face never disappeared. Meng Jinhui liked the popular Duan Henji now. He was no longer the omnipotent Professor Duan. He was now an ordinary young man in his 20s. It was only at this moment that Duan Henji realized that this drink that tasted no different from ordinary drinks also had alcohol content. Not long after, Duan Henji felt that the scenery in front of his eyes began to shake. Although it wasn't as serious as seeing stars or seeing double, Duan Henji's remaining rationality still told him that he had drunk too much. Dinner was over. The general's robot began to clean up the table. Meng Jinhui also stood up. However, he noticed that Duan Henji didn't have any intention of getting up. Instead, he suddenly sat there and stared silently at the table. When Meng Jinhui saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. What's wrong? After secretly observing for a while, Meng Jinhui finally couldn't help but ask. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji raised his head. He pursed his lips and was silent for a while. Then, he finally frowned and said to Meng Jinhui with a slightly serious expression, "I think I seem to have drunk too much." Duan Henji spoke with a slightly nasal voice. It was very different from his usual self. This voice coupled with a serious expression was several times more lethal. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui walked over and reached out to gently pull Duan Henji up. "Then have a good rest," he said. "Okay." Although Duan Henji was a little drunk, it didn't affect his walking. After gently standing up, he stood still again. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but look down. The moment Meng Jinhui lowered his head, he saw Duan Henji look up at him and smile. Then, a light kiss landed on the corner of his mouth. The drink sent by Yu Xinlan was fruity. After drinking it, Duan Henji's lips inevitably had a sweet fruity taste. This fruit was very special. It didn't exist on Earth. Especially when it was brewed in wine, it tasted sweet and not greasy at all. It even had a faint floral fragrance. This aura seemed to be very different from Duan Hongya's cold temperament, but it didn't seem out of place when it appeared on the other party's body. In Meng Jinhui's eyes, the current Duan Henji was such a contradiction. His appearance that was once described as a flower on a mountain didn't disappear, but at the same time, there was a soft aura that never existed before. After feeling the strange touch on his lips, Meng Jinhui was stunned and didn't move for a long time. This was a very special experience for the Marshal. In just a few short seconds, a feeling similar to an electric current spread through his entire body from his lips. After Duan Henji left, the strange feeling still didn't disappear. The Marshal rarely had such a moment in his life. He stood there and slowly raised his hand, then gently touched the corner of his mouth that was kissed by Duan Henji. It was as if he was confirming whether this feeling was real or fake. Although Duan Henji drank a little too much, he didn't lose his rationality. After realizing what he did because of the alcohol, Duan Henji's face slowly turned red. Speaking of which, whether it was in his previous life or now, Duan Henji's skin was very good. Perhaps his only problem was that his face was too pale. Now that the poison had disappeared, Duan Henji's face had some color. At this time, the involuntary physiological reaction, coupled with the catalysis of the alcohol, caused Duan Henji's cheeks to be stained with a light red color. When he saw Meng Jinhui looking at him, Duan Henji looked away embarrassedly. Then, he coughed and said, I didn't do it on purpose." After saying that, Duan Henji felt that he really needed to revise his language. Didn't do it on purpose? What kind of strange words is that? Although Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui had been married for a long time, just like Yu Xinlan, the two of them had always been a little polite. This kind of politeness continued until now. Even after that light kiss fell, Duan Hongye reflexively explained. After he finished speaking, Meng Jinhui didn't speak for a long time. In fact, this didn't last long, but Duan Henji's heart. Although his head was still a little dizzy, his rationality had all returned. At this time, Duan Henji understood more clearly than ever that he definitely didn't worship Meng Jinhui, but the feelings between lovers. He wouldn't try to kiss God, but he couldn't control his love for his lover. Meng Jinhui didn't speak. Duan Henji was extremely nervous. After a while, when Duan Henji hesitated whether to pretend that nothing had happened or continue to pretend to be drunk, the man standing opposite him finally changed his expression. He took half a step closer to Duan Henji. At this time, the two were almost close to each other. "You." Before Duan Henji could finish speaking, the man's face in an instant magnified in front of him. Then, Duan Henji felt a warm object on his lips. Unlike the fleeting kiss just now, this time, the sweet taste of fruit wine also stained Meng Jinhui's lips. Yu Xinlan felt that Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were very strange recently. After the successful detoxification, Duan Henji's body was visibly getting better day by day. However, the simulation of the new top mecha was not over yet, and the research institute didn't have anything too important to do for the time being. Therefore, Duan Henji wasn't in a hurry to go back. Instead, he stayed in Nanjushing for the time being. A while ago, Duan Henji finally resumed his teaching job at Planet Duguang Amro University. Other than the days when he went to class, Yu Xinlan could see Duan Henji almost every day in Nanjushing. After all, Yitian was an empire. Many of the institutions had a strong family brand, and the empire's military was no exception. To make a slightly exaggerated analogy, even the female lead, Shang Mingjin, who didn't know anything about empire politics, could work in the military if she wanted to. Of course, although it was possible in theory, Meng Jinhui wouldn't let this happen. However, although the great movie Queen Shang wouldn't work in the military, this didn't mean that Duan Henji wouldn't come over to take a look. As the legal spouse of a marshal, according to the empire's laws, Duan Henji had the highest authority on Nanjushing and the other marshals' planets. In addition to almost no restrictions on his daily activities, Duan Henji could also officially participate in the military's meetings. When the empire allowed Duan Henji to marry Meng Jinhui as a spy, it was with the hope that one day he would be able to participate in official meetings and work in the military. However, man proposes, God disposes. Duan Henji was now participating in the military's daily activities, but he wasn't doing it with the intention of being a spy. Recently, Duan Henji often participated in the military's meetings regarding mecha and weapons. At the same time, as the head of the research institute, Duan Henji also gave many useful suggestions during these meetings. Therefore, after observing for a long time, Yu Xinlan noticed that something was wrong. For example, she noticed that the polite feeling between Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui was decreasing day by day. At the same time, the two's personalities seemed to have changed. Although Yu Xinlan couldn't pinpoint the specific changes, her keen sixth sense as a mecha pilot told her that these changes were definitely not her imagination. TSK, there was definitely a problem. The meeting between the Yetian Empire and the League of Lixing still didn't show any signs of starting, and the matter between the Empire and Empress's family didn't seem like it was going to be resolved soon. Anyone who had a little understanding of the interstellar situation could see that the Empire and the entire interstellar had fallen into a calm before the storm. Although the external environment was relatively peaceful, the military's work didn't stop. Every morning, the mecha docking area in Nanjushing would start training on time. Because of the recent special situation, the people in charge of training had changed from a normal lieutenant general to two generals, Yu Xinlan and Dongfang Hewen. Sometimes, even Meng Jinhui would appear here. A silver-gray mid-sized hovercraft appeared on the mecha docking area. Through the large military logo on it, the pilots who hadn't taken off yet recognized it. The busy work on the docking area suddenly stopped. Those who hadn't boarded their mechas all stood in place and saluted towards the hovercraft that was about to land. In less than a minute, the silver floating device that was floating in the air had already slowly landed on the ground. After a while, the hovercraft's door opened, and Yu Xinlan, dressed in black trousers, was the first to walk out. During normal working hours, Yu Xinlan would always wear a formal military uniform, usually a skirt. Unless she was on a mission related to mecha piloting, it was rare to see Yu Xinlan wearing trousers like this. Speaking of which, General Yu's figure was already very good. Now that she had changed into this uniform and matched it with her red hair, she looked even more valiant. Right now, they were at the largest mecha docking area in Nanjushing. In addition to the daily work of taking off and landing, there were also daily combat simulation missions here. After seeing Yu Xinlan's attire, everyone wondered if she was going to participate in combat training. Although she wasn't as famous as Meng Jinhui, the Empire's god of war, everyone knew that as a general, Yu Xinlan was also very strong. Being able to see her piloting a mecha with their own eyes was an opportunity for everyone to improve. However, what was slightly unexpected was that after walking out of the hovercraft, Yu Xinlan wasn't in a hurry to speak or board her mecha. Instead, she walked to the side. Could it be that there were other people in the hovercraft? Under everyone's curious gaze, two other people wearing black training uniforms finally walked out of the hovercraft. It was actually Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. This wasn't the first time Duan Henji appeared on the mecha docking area, but the atmosphere was completely different. The last time they came here, Duan Henji was just a mecha designer in everyone's eyes. However, not long ago, the galactic pirate incident had already spread throughout the entire galaxy. They had already seen Duan Henji's mecha piloting on the galactic network over and over again. Therefore, the way everyone looked at Duan Henji now, in addition to admiration for the research director, they were also curious about their peers. After seeing Duan Henji's attire, everyone guessed that Professor Duan was probably going to conduct combat simulation training here today. After Meng Jinhui walked out of the hovercraft, he gently nodded at the surrounding staff members. Then, everyone finally put down their hands and began to do their own things. Although no one was willing to do so. Of course, the Marshal knew what these mecha pilots wanted to see. By the time those people had reluctantly begun piloting their mecha for their own training, Meng Jinhui finally turned slightly to the side in front of the finally empty mecha and said to Duan Xianxia, "You can take out your mecha and activate your medal now." TSK. After seeing Meng Jinhui's actions and the distance between the two, Yu Xinlan silently moved his head to the side. Although he had seen this kind of scene many times recently, he still felt a little sick of it when he saw it again. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were both focused on their work. Neither of them noticed Yu Xinlan's expression at this time. After seeing that the mecha docking platform in front of him had become empty, Duan Xianxia finally took out the mecha activation medal from his pocket and threw it towards the empty space in front of him. In an instant, a light gray mecha appeared in the empty space just now. The mecha in front of them was not a model commonly seen in the interstellar. It was a real advanced mecha. Almost everyone who had not left the mecha parking area recognized this model of mecha. After all, the same model often appeared here. This was the model that Dongfang Hewen often piloted. After seeing this mecha, all the military members who had not yet left were stunned. Although they had heard of Duan Henji piloting mecha before, at that time the mecha he piloted was only an intermediate mecha. So although they knew that Duan Henji's spiritual power was not zero, this did not make the mecha pilots in Nanjushing feel too much. After all, everyone around them had spiritual power. But now it was different. Duan Henji could actually pilot an advanced mecha? When they saw this gray metallic object appear in the empty space, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, some people here also thought that the mecha would be piloted by Duan Henji, but in just a few seconds, Professor Duan's actions shattered their expectations. They saw Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui briefly exchange a few words, then walked towards the mecha alone. His movements were very elegant, and there was no sense of fear that ordinary people would have towards mechas. Although they have seen videos of Duan Hengji using ancient martial arts before, in the eyes of these military personnel, Duan Hengji's image was still gentle and gentle. In short, his image did not seem to be associated with a mecha pilot. But now, Duan Hengji's back clearly told these people, he was a person who could control the metal behemoth in front of him. He walked to the bottom of the mecha, then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing Duan Hengji enter, Yu Xinlan, who was still standing in the same spot, turned around and glanced at Meng Jinhui. When the other party nodded at her, Yu Xinlan also took a step forward. Today, Yu Xinlan was particularly serious, very different from her usual self. The red-haired woman first looked at the grey mecha not far away, then slowly took a deep breath, then gently threw the mecha activation badge in her hand in front of her. There were people present who had seen Yu Xinlan on the battlefield, but they did not know whether it was an illusion or not. In the eyes of these people, her movements were not as elegant as before, but rather, there was a hint of hesitation. However, no matter how she felt, the activation speed of the mecha would not change. Not long after the activation badge was thrown out, a pure white mecha appeared on the other side of the empty space. This mecha had also witnessed the glory of the Southern Star Empire and the military headquarters. Although it was still thinking about some nonsense just now, it knew that the Southern Star Empire and the military headquarters had won countless glory. But after seeing it, the staff members who hadn't left suddenly felt a sense of awe and veneration. Although there was hesitation, it was only for a moment. After seeing her mecha, Yu Xinlan quickly walked in and skillfully opened it. Duan Hengji seemed to be competing with Yu Xinlan. After seeing the two of them, the people came to the same conclusion. At this time, Meng Jinhui, who was standing on the side, took 2 steps back, his expression unchanged. It should be known that although Yu Xinlan was usually in charge of Nan Zhuxing's affairs, she was a genuine mecha pilot. Just like her identity as a general, Yu Xinlan's battle record was on par with Dong Fenghuan's. In the entire Nan Zhuxing and even the entire Interstellar, she was only inferior to Meng Jinhui. Duan Hengji actually wanted to compete with Yu Xinlan? Meng Jinhui actually agreed, regardless of who won in the end between Duan Hengji and Yu Xinlan. Just the fact that he had the ability to compete with the other party was enough to prove something. After seeing this scene, everyone felt that it was a bit magical. After all, Duan Hengji's current strength was too different from what they knew before. The people watching were stunned. The people who actually boarded the mecha did not feel relaxed either. Duan Hengji habitually reached out and touched the cold control panel of the mecha as if he was communicating with it. After a while, not far away, Yu Xinlan also boarded the mecha. Duan Hengji finally started the activation process. After a period of practice, Duan Hengji's mecha activation speed was much faster than the last time in the unsupervised area. After a while, the people standing outside the mecha saw Duan Hengji's cockpit light up with a silvery white light. By now, the news of Duan Hengji and Yu Xinlan activating the mecha had spread throughout the entire house of the Marshal. Many staff members who were less busy now came over to watch from afar. Of course, Meng Jinhui noticed these people, but the Marshal had no intention of telling them to leave. Seeing this, the people who came to watch also relaxed. They began to patiently stand there and watch the 2 mechas not far away. Opposite Duan Hengji, Yu Xinlan, dressed in black, clenched her fists tightly. Then she closed her eyes and waited for the identity verification to begin. Yu Xinlan usually looked carefree, but as someone who sat in the position of general, she was definitely bold and cautious. Yu Xinlan would not underestimate the enemy. Recently, because she had watched Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui's training, Yu Xinlan was very familiar with Duan Hengji's terrifying power. Although she did not know Duan Hengji's unit of spiritual power, Yu Xinlan guessed that it was probably not below her own. After the identity verification was completed, the control panel in front of Yu Xinlan lit up. The red-haired woman slowly narrowed her eyes and looked in Duan Hengji's direction. Duan Hengji's understanding of mecha theory was very deep. No one in the entire galaxy could compare to him. Not to mention his teacher was Meng Jinhui, the Marshal of the military. Thinking about it carefully, Yu Xinlan felt that the only thing she could surpass Duan Henji in was her rich mecha combat experience. The mecha that Duan Henji was piloting was the same model as Yu Xinlan's old partner, Dongfeng Huan. Yu Xinlan was very familiar with the mecha's capabilities. Unlike her own mecha, which was more inclined towards attacking, Duan Henji's mecha was more comprehensive and did not have many attributes. Therefore, Yu Xinlan decided to make the first move. The onlookers saw that not long after the two mechas started up, the white mecha took the lead and rushed forward. The mecha's movements could even be described as strange. It was obviously a huge metal object, but in Yu Xinlan's hands, it was unbelievably agile. It was not that the audience did not trust Duan Henji, but Yu Xinlan's operation was just too skillful. After seeing this momentum, many people secretly had the thought of Duan Henji definitely won't be able to dodge it in their hearts. At this thought, many people's eyes moved to Meng Jinhui, who had been standing there quietly all this time. The Marshal was still as calm as ever. His eyes were full of trust as he looked at Duan Henji's mecha. Did Meng Jinhui think that Duan Henji could dodge it? In Duan Henji's opinion, mecha piloting had many similarities with ancient martial arts. For example, victory and defeat were often decided in an instant. Just as the white mecha was about to attack him, Duan Henji had already predicted its movements. The moment the two mechas were about to collide, the grey mecha lightly flew over the other's head. What's going on? No one would have thought that such a terrifying close encounter would be so easily resolved by Duan Henji. But after seeing this scene, Meng Jinhui, who was standing there, couldn't help but smile. Yu Xinlan, who was sitting in the mecha, secretly gritted his teeth. Then, he quickly adjusted his direction and continued to attack Duan Henji's position. A fight between mecha masters was not only exciting, but also beautiful. The two mechas were clearly huge, but in the hands of an expert, they were incomparably agile. Even their attacking and dodging postures were as beautiful as a dance. If Yu Xinlan's movements were a little impatient, then Duan Henji's movements were completely natural. However, despite his calm appearance, Duan Henji, who was in the cockpit, could not help but feel a little anxious. Yu Xinlan was indeed a battle-hardened fighter. Her attacks were not flashy at all, and after a single failure, she was able to instantly plan a new attack path. Although Duan Henji dodged in time, Duan Henji did not find a single opportunity to attack in the 10 minutes since the start of the match. He could not help but feel nervous. The current situation was within Yu Xinlan's expectations, but it was different from what the spectators had imagined. They did not expect Duan Henji to be able to hold on for so long. After a while, many people could not help but look at the time on their optical computers. After confirming the time of the match, the spectators looked forward with an expression of shock that they had never seen before. What's going on with Duan Henji? Meng Jinhui, who was standing nearby, of course saw everyone's expressions. Unconsciously, as a teacher, he also felt proud. Meng Jinhui had once told Duan Henji that a person's personality could be seen from the way they piloted a mecha. After learning for a while, Duan Henji agreed with what Meng Jinhui had said. In contrast to Yu Xinlan's aggressive piloting style, Duan Henji gave off a much more peaceful vibe. At the beginning of the match, he had been dodging almost all the time. This was partly because Yu Xinlan's attacks were too precise, making it impossible for Duan Henji to find the time to counterattack. It was also because of his own mecha piloting habits. The current scene was so exciting that the onlookers were dumbfounded. However, Meng Jinhui, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but frown. After a period of learning, Duan Henji's piloting skills had become very advanced. As a mecha pilot, he was definitely outstanding. However, Duan Henji also had a very big shortcoming: he didn't know how to kill. Just like how Duan Henji spared the life of the attacker on planet selection, he would also subconsciously make the same choice when piloting a mecha. Meng Jinhui's expression gradually became serious. In the end, there was no clear winner or loser in this match. About 20 minutes later, Duan Henji and Yu Xinlan stopped their mechas at the same time. The area of the mecha parking area was very large. Due to the influence of the mecha's movements, the wind in this training ground hadn't stopped for a while. Now, with the mech's movements paused, the wind gradually dissipated. However, although their movements had stopped, the excitement of the onlookers did not calm down. Just like ancient martial arts, a mecha pilot could also learn a lot from a battle between experts. In the short span of 20 to 30 minutes, many people had learned a lot from the duel between two masters. After the mecha stopped moving, Duan Henji and Yu Xinlan walked out of their respective cabins. Although the temperature was suitable, Duan Henji couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat because of the high concentration and the exhaustion of piloting. After getting out of the mecha, the wind that hadn't completely dissipated blew the strands of hair on his forehead up. Some strands of black hair gently stuck to the side of his face, while others were blown to the side by the breeze. Duan Henji couldn't help but reach out his hand to gather the strands of hair that were flying in the wind. At this time, Yu Xinlan also walked out of his mecha. After seeing Duan Henji, Yu Xinlan stood there shrugged, then quickly walked over to him. Many people around were observing Yu Xinlan's reaction. In their minds, although General Yu was not serious at times, he was actually a person who was very strict with himself. In particular, many people who had been on the battlefield with Yu Xinlan knew that his desire to win was extraordinarily strong. Today's battle was just a simple one, and there was no winner or loser in the end. However, for Yu Xinlan, it was already a rare failure. The mechas were parked not far away, so Yu Xinlan walked over in a short while. Duan Henji saw that Yu Xinlan's expression was rarely serious. Although Duan Henji was now very familiar with Yu Xinlan, in reality, he still couldn't figure out what the other party wanted to do. Just as Duan Hongya was about to ask, he saw his heart suddenly stop more than a meter away. Then, he raised his hand and saluted him with an incomparably solemn military salute. Not only did Duan Henji not react, but the others also didn't expect to see such a scene. No one spoke in the entire mecha parking area, only the sound of the wind echoing in their ears. After a few seconds, Yu Xinlan finally put down her hand. Then, she returned to her previous state. Amazing, Professor Duan. Yu Xinlan smiled and patted Duan Henji's shoulder, then walked over to Meng Jinhui with him. Meng Jinhui was indeed worthy of being the marshal of the military. Duan Henji noticed that even when he was competing with Yu Xinlan still maintained an elegant posture. From afar, Meng Jinhui had an extraordinary aura and an elegant posture. Even if no one knew that he was the marshal of the military, he was still the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Yu Xinlan, who was standing next to Duan Henji, noticed the change in the expressions of the people around him, so when he was about to walk up to Meng Jinhui, he gently leaned over and whispered in Duan Henji's ear, "Tisk. Why do you look like you're smitten?" Thinking back carefully, Duan Henji really did change a lot compared to a year ago. For example, in the past, Yu Xinlan would have never imagined that such an expression would appear on his face, but now, everything seemed so reasonable. Because they were closer, Meng Jinhui also heard Yu Xinlan's words. He took a step forward, glanced at Duan Henji, and said to Yu Xinlan, "Do you have any objections?" No. Well, other than Duan Henji, the marshal's body also changed a lot. When Yu Xinlan got out of the mecha, the wind outside was still a little strong, so the loose hair on her forehead that wasn't tied up was a little messy. After she walked over, she undid her hair and tied it up into a neat ponytail. After she finished tidying up her hair and was about to discuss the competition with Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, she saw that the two had already ignored her and were walking away while talking. Okay. Miss Yu shrugged again. She was already used to this kind of scene. The long period of calm before the storm finally came to an end. The one who broke this calm was none other than Nan Zhuxing. After the last galactic pirate incident, the Empire's Empress never appeared in public again. She was placed under house arrest on her family's subordinate planet. At the same time, the old Duke finally couldn't overcome this hurdle and walked into the most unstable period of the family. Although the entire Empire's aristocracy was gradually declining, the Empress family's power was still very strong. In addition to the invisible distribution of power, their various industries were also spread throughout the Yitian. People couldn't see what happened at the top, but they could see the changes in those industries. Many of the industries that originally belonged to the Empress family were taken over by the royal family. The royal family's actions weren't small, and it seemed like they didn't intend to avoid it. After all, they did this for hundreds of years. But the Yetian Empire today was no longer the same as before. The royal family didn't come out to explain the last galactic pirate incident. Just when people who had been paying attention to this incident thought that they would choose to ignore it, the empire's parliament, which had been very quiet, appeared. This time, together with Nan Zhuxing, they sent a public inquiry to the royal family. On the distant capital planet, Emperor Zhuyan's study room was filled with smoke. He held a cigarette between his fingers, and the smoke had already enveloped his entire body. Is there any movement from the parliament? Zhuyan quickly browsed through the information on the photon computer while using his free hand to press the space between his eyebrows. Although Zhuyan had been trying to regain control of the empire bit by bit since the Selector Star incident, his workload was still far less than Duan Hongya, Meng Jinhui, and the others. Now that he encountered a real problem, Zhuyan looked at the pile of documents on the optical computer in front of him and felt like his head was about to explode. After hearing his words, the man standing next to him immediately bowed and said to Zhuyan, "Your Majesty, the parliament is still the same, but Nan Zhuxing might be in trouble." In fact, Zhuyan's assistant came to the office to tell him about this. As a person who has been following the emperor for many years, he has seen all kinds of situations and has long developed a fearless temperament. When the assistant said this sentence, his voice couldn't help but tremble due to nervousness. "What does Meng Jinhui want to do?" Zhuyan asked impatiently. While speaking, the cigarette in his hand had already burned out. The man threw the cigarette butt in his hand into a glassware not far away and continued to look up at the assistant. "Nan Zhuxing just informed that there will be a press conference in an hour. However, the content of the press conference hasn't been announced yet," Zhuyan's assistant said. Press conference?" Zhuyan slowly repeated these words. In fact, in addition to Duan Hengji, the royal family also planted other spies in Nan Zhuxing. Unfortunately, except for Duan Hengji, the rest of the spies didn't enter the high-level areas there, and a large number of spies had been discovered recently. Zhuyan didn't know what Nan Zhuxing wanted to do, what they had investigated, and what results they had obtained. However, after hearing the assistant's words, Zhuyan's first reaction was still nervousness. He knew very well that Meng Jinhui hadn't taken action not because he was afraid of him, nor because he didn't have enough evidence. On the contrary, Nan Zhuxing had never been afraid of the royal family, and they definitely had a lot of evidence in their hands. The reason why Meng Jinhui hadn't taken action was that he was lying in wait for the best opportunity. Zhuyan lit a cigarette again and took a deep puff to ease the anxiety in his heart. After seeing Zhuyan's expression, the staff member lowered his head and didn't dare say anything. After a while, Zhuyan's voice rang in his ear again. "Switch to the galactic channel that will be broadcasting the press conference live." "Yes, Your Majesty." Nan Zhuxing's press conference started a little abruptly. After receiving the news on the galactic network, everyone in the Yetian Empire who didn't have anything important to do stopped what they were doing and began to nervously wait for the press conference to start. The channel that the military would be broadcasting the press conference live was a little special. It wasn't like most galactic channels that had programs to broadcast throughout the day. Instead, it would only appear after important events had started. Those who received the notification and turned on their photon computers were greeted with a grayish-white screen. However, at this time everyone was unusually patient. No one switched the channel, afraid that they would miss out on important information. However, while the entire galaxy was nervous and anticipating the upcoming live broadcast, there were still some things that couldn't be paused, for example, the students' normal classes. Today happened to be the day that Duan Hengji went to class on Duguang Amro University. He had arrived on this planet a few hours ago. As the Marshal spouse, Duan Hengji already knew when the press conference was going to start. He even knew what the content of the press conference was going to be. When Duan Hengji walked into the classroom, he saw the students whispering to each other. Basically, everyone was staring at their photon computers non-stop, afraid that the press conference would start early and they would miss it. Today, Duan Hengji came to class earlier than usual. This didn't mean that he wasn't looking forward to the press conference or that he wasn't curious at all. In fact, Duan Hengji was more nervous than anyone else, even more nervous than Emperor Zhuyan. The reason he came here early was because he wanted to go to class early. Duan Hengji wanted to focus on his work and not think about the press conference. After Duan Hengji stood on the podium, he couldn't help but clench his fists under his windbreaker sleeves. When they saw Professor Duan suddenly appear here, the classroom suddenly quieted down. Actually, when they were waiting for the live broadcast, a lot of people were chatting with their classmates about how they were looking forward to seeing Duan Henji. Because they were going to class later, they were destined to miss the military press conference. However, Duan Henji was the other legal owner of Nanjushing. They believed that if something big happened, they would be able to get some spoilers from Professor Duan's expression. It was even very likely that Duan Henji would talk about this in class. After all, last time when Nanjushing and the League of Lixing were at war, Duan Henji did this. But to everyone's surprise, Duan Xianxia, who had arrived at the classroom early, didn't say what they wanted to hear. His expression didn't even change much. After everyone quieted down, Duan Henji nodded at the students in the classroom. He then turned on his optical computer and said, "There are a lot of things in class today, so we'll start class early." What? Duan Henji's words were different from what they expected. Could it be that what they were going to talk about at the Nanjushing press conference wasn't important? But why did they make such an urgent announcement? From Duan Henji's position, almost every student had a big question mark on their face. However, today's Professor Duan was just that cold. Not only did he not mention anything that everyone wanted to know, but he also did as he said and started class early. Mecha-related professional classes were originally very difficult, and now, after more than a year, the contents of Duan Xianxia's lecture had gradually become more and more profound. In Duan Henji's class, a second of distraction meant a lot of knowledge that couldn't be filled in later. So when they saw that Professor Duan was really going to start class, they hurriedly put down their optical computers and focused on the center of the classroom. At the same time, Duan Henji's optical computer received a message from Meng Jinhui. "Trust me," he said. Right now, Amro University was in two completely opposite moods. On one hand, the lecture area was still unbelievably quiet. It still maintained the original look of Amro University. On the other hand, the students who didn't have classes started to watch the press conference. All kinds of exclamations never stopped. The person who hosted today's press conference was General Dong Fenghoen. He always gave people the impression that he was very serious. So when they saw Dong Fenghoen appear on the screen, everyone's originally excited and even restless mood sank. People who were familiar with Nanjushing knew that there were two generals in the military. Yu Xinlan was mainly in charge of Nanjushing's affairs. Generally speaking, she was also the one who spoke to the public. But occasionally, this spokesperson would be Dong Fenghoen. According to previous experience, every time Dong Fenghoen appeared in a press conference with a serious face, something big must have happened. After starting class in advance, Duan Xianxia, who had officially entered work mode, was gradually immersed in teaching. Because he was too focused, the nervousness in his heart disappeared a lot. But not long after class officially started, Duan Henji's heart couldn't help but beat faster. This was his instinctive reaction. After feeling this, Duan Henji couldn't help but look sideways at the optical computer on the side. At this time, the press conference on Nanjushing had officially started for 10 minutes. As the spokesperson, Dong Fenghoen went straight to the point and didn't say any nonsense. In just a short 10 minutes, he had already dropped a lot of heavy bombs on the Yitian Empire and even the entire interstellar galaxy. There was too much information for a while. Many people were still thinking about the last one, but a new bomb had already fallen next to them. Shui Yan was right. The reason why Nanjushing was silent for so long was because it was waiting for the final moment to hit the weak spot. Dong Fenghoen had a lot of evidence in his hands, and he sorted it out before the press conference began. Therefore, in these 10 minutes, the people watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. Dong Fenghoen even brought a video to restore what happened on the Empress family's planet. Oh, so the so-called galactic pirate wasn't a galactic pirate, but someone from the royal family pretended to be one. Their purpose was to take away the power of the Empress family and kidnap the useful guests who participated in the event. The Empress family called Duan Henji back to their planet not because they wanted the old duke to see him one last time, but because they wanted to threaten him. This story was as melodramatic as a soap opera. It was so melodramatic that most people didn't immediately worry about the future of the empire. Instead, they guessed the reason behind it. What threat did Duan Henji have? After listening to Dong Fenghoen's words, most people still couldn't figure this out. In their opinion, although Duan Hengji was adopted by the Empress family, the more than 10 years of upbringing wasn't enough to threaten them. As for Duan Hengji's brother, it seemed that their relationship wasn't very good. Using Duan Hengji as a threat seemed a bit stupid. After saying this, Dong Fenghuan, who was standing on the stage, couldn't help but pause. Although the notice was a bit late, in fact, the content of this press conference had been confirmed countless times by the military. In the end, they decided to tell the truth. But when it was time to tell the entire galaxy, Dong Fenghuan couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. The hesitation was very short, but hundreds of millions of people were staring at Dong Fenghuan. This hesitation didn't escape the eyes of the audience. Dong Fenghuan glanced at the light screen, then said to the camera, "They threatened Mr. Duan Hengji's drug antidote." Duan Hengji's drug antidote. After hearing Dong Fenghuan's words, everyone found that the doubts they had just had were not answered. On the contrary, a bigger mystery was born. The military's research meeting decided to directly put everything on the table this time without holding anything back, even including Duan Hengji's identity as an undercover. In fact, this was also forced by the situation. Although Duan Hengji has deleted some important information from the royal family's intranet. But if the royal family wanted to retaliate by disclosing his identity, there was a way. Instead of being exposed later and reducing the authority of the military's press conference, it was better to say it from the beginning. At this time, Duan Hengji's class was a large circular classroom with thousands of people. Although most people were listening carefully, there were always people who couldn't help but turn on their optical computer and watch the press conference. The amount of information in today's press conference was too much. Because the previous things were explosive enough, when he heard this, the student had already clenched his teeth and didn't scream on the spot. After swallowing the scream, the student secretly poked the person next to him and then handed over the optical computer. Thus, as Duan Hengya continued his class on the podium, this new piece of news spread like wildfire in the classroom. Duan Hengji saw a lot of strange looks from the students below, but he didn't care. The person on the podium was so calm that the students who knew the progress of the live broadcast had a sense of disconnect, as if the live broadcast was happening in a parallel world. At this time, the content of Dong Fenghuan's talk finally spread out from drug control to the main part of today's press conference. At this time, the people who were watching the Nanjushing news broadcast would never have thought that in fact, the galactic pirate incident and the relationship between the royal family and the Empress family just now were today's appetizers. Dong Fenghuan spoke again, and the image displayed on the screen behind him also changed to a mecha design blueprint. The real exciting content had just begun. It was a long passage that spanned decades and was written by countless people. The direction of this press conference was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. When the audience turned on the live broadcast channel, they thought that Dong Fenghuan would talk about the Star Island incident in a while. Many people even guessed early on that the incident was definitely not simple, and it had a lot to do with Duan Hengji. But no matter how imaginative they were, no one would have expected that the story Dong Fenghuan was about to tell could be traced back to decades ago. It turned out that Duan Hengji's parents had been conducting research on large-scale weapons carried by mechas. It turned out that the relationship between the former dean and his wife in Nanjushing was so close, and the two sides were even good friends for many years. It turned out that the so-called experimental accident back then was actually caused by humans. These things were like bombs and thunder, and the audience watching the live broadcast was stunned one by one. After hearing this, they had completely forgotten the chaos and crisis of the empire. Instead, they couldn't help but focus all their attention on the content Dong Fenghuan was talking about now. In fact, just like every audience watching the live broadcast, when Dong Fenghuan first learned about these things, he was also shocked. But today, the content of this press conference had already been confirmed in the military meeting over and over again. So when he talked about it, Dong Fenghuan's expression was still as calm as before. In the eyes of the general audience, the calmer the narration, the more it contrasted with the story being told. Dong Fenghuan's tone was unusually flat, without a trace of personal emotion. It was as if he was not telling the story of the people around him, but an overview of the plot of a movie or TV series. After only 10 minutes, the content of Dong Fenghuan's talk had already extended from the accident back then to Duan Hengji being adopted by the Empress family. This press conference was not only a simple narrative but also a matching graphic. Although Duan Hengji participated in the military meeting, he did not read all the materials. So Professor Duan, who was working diligently at this time, didn't know that Nan Zhuxing actually contacted the Empress family and found some of the materials he learned on the Empress family's planet. It could be seen that although Duan Hengji was adopted by the Empress family on the surface, in fact, he had always been remotely controlled by the royal family. Because of the name of a genius since childhood, Duan Hengji had never had a complete childhood like most people. This was very obvious from Dongfeng Hewen's description of Duan Hengji's parents' intention to teach him about mecha weapon systems in his early years. And after Duan Hengji fell into the hands of the Empress family, he lost his memory, was brainwashed while undergoing learning and training that deprived him of his humanity. This was more than a decade. During those 10 years, Duan Hongye had no friends and no spare time to pass the time. What he faced every day was complex mecha knowledge, and his life was as boring as a robot's. After reading this, the people realized that behind the simple word genius, there was so much hidden information. The information industry in the interstellar era was very developed. Like the series of events that Duan Hengji experienced when he was young, if it fell on the head of an ordinary person, it would definitely be recognized by everyone's identity system. But the people that Duan Hengji met were the royal family of the empire. They originally controlled everything in the Yetian Empire. After that incident, the royal family directly closed the monitoring of Duan Hengji by the empire's youth protection system. In addition to brainwashing, they also used drugs to control Duan Hengji. This was something that many people living in the galaxy did not expect. After hearing this, people were stunned for a moment. This story actually happened in the current era. The protagonist of this incident was actually Duan Hengji. After saying this, Dongfeng Hewen paused for a moment. He seemed to be waiting for people to digest the information just now, but also seemed to be preparing for the next bombshell. After about 10 seconds, Dongfeng Hewen continued, because of years of brainwashing, Duan Hengji had the identity of a royal spy in the beginning. Today's press conference would definitely be firmly engraved in the history of the galaxy. No one thought that after Dongfeng Hewen's speech, there would be such a hidden piece of information. Of course, the military didn't announce everything that Duan Hengji did. Dongfeng Hewen only briefly mentioned this identity. He then said that as the body grew, the influence of drugs on Duan Hengji's brain gradually weakened, and the brainwashing effect also disappeared. As a result, Duan Hongye's identity was no longer a spy for the imperial family. After reading this, in the circular classroom on planet Duguang, the students who were secretly watching the press conference finally couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Duan Hengji began to ask everyone to look at the light screen model in front of him, and the classroom was extremely quiet. The scream attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Hengji, who was standing on the podium. Duan Hengji could roughly guess where the press conference was going. After hearing the scream, Duan Hengji, who was standing on the podium not far away, also reflexively clenched his fists. Although on the surface, Duan Hengji still couldn't help but worry. He didn't know if people could accept his identity. After hearing the scream, Duan Hengji delayed for a while before his eyes fell on the student. Then he tried to remain calm and asked, "Is there a problem with the model in front of you?" After hearing Duan Hengji's words, the student quickly shook his head at him, then stuttered a little and said, "No." "Okay." Then, Duan Hengji calmly looked back. He just saw that the student's eyes were filled with curiosity, panic, and even worship. There was no disgust. Duan Hengji, who was pretending to look at the photon computer, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Long before Duan Hengji came to this world, the original host had the identity of Interstellar Prince Charming. And now, because of the recent stunning appearances, Duan Hengji's admirers only increased. Duan Hengji clearly knew this. He also understood that when people found out that the person they admired was different from what they imagined, their disgust would increase exponentially. Before the official start of this press conference, Duan Hengji was most worried about whether his previous identity would be accepted by people, and whether people would hate him because of this. However, Duan Hongye did not expect that after Dongfeng Hewen finished speaking, not only was he not hated because of this, but his image became even more plentiful. He had turned from the high and mighty Professor Duan who did not have the slightest bit of popularity into a Duan Hongye who had experienced pain and helplessness. Of course, this was also thanks to Nan Zhuxing blurring the specific things that Duan Henji did. Compared to the class time at Amro University, Nan Zhuxing's press conference was much shorter. Duan Henji's class was halfway through when Nan Zhuxing's press conference came to an end. After telling the story that spanned 2 generations and decades, Dong Fenghuan finally gave a big gift to the entire galaxy. Now the poison in Duan Henji's body was completely removed, and the top-level mecha he developed before also passed the simulation test on the super photon computer a few days ago. A giant black mecha model appeared on the live broadcast screen. Dong Fenghuan stood in front of the model and said, "This top-level mecha has improved greatly compared to the previous generation, almost leapfrogging 2 major stages of development. And what I can tell you in advance is that the mecha in front of you has been equipped with the weapons described in the press conference." This press conference wasn't as simple as being engraved in the history of the galaxy, it was simply rewriting the history of the galaxy. After seeing the black mecha in front of them, everyone thought so. Because someone screamed just now, even though Duan Henji wasn't angry, no one in the classroom dared to continue watching the live broadcast. As students of the mecha design major, they had missed the opportunity to witness such a grand moment in a single class. But the rest of the Amro University students saw it clearly. Even though the press conference was announced in advance, Amro didn't expect the news to be so explosive. Before the press conference officially ended, people arrived in front of the huge circular classroom in the mecha department one after another. By the time Amro realized this, there were already a lot of people gathered outside the classroom. Other than the students of the university, there were also reporters who had snuck in at some point, as well as tourists who had visited the school before. So seeing that the evacuation wasn't going to work, the university had to send people to control the atmosphere. Of course, the security guards sent by the military to Duan Henji were all nervous. Even though after the last incident, Amro's security was now very professional, they still needed to keep an eye on the surroundings at all times to prevent any accidents from happening. Also, because of the special nature of the incident, even though the photon computers in the area could still record, the live broadcast function was temporarily suspended. Right now, there were still 20 minutes before the end of the class. The people waiting outside all took out their photon computers and began to share the situation with everyone on the Star Web. Speaking of which, ever since the end of the live broadcast, the Star Web had experienced an unprecedented surge in traffic. The amount of information in the live broadcast was ridiculous. For a moment, people didn't even know where to start discussing. So in just a few minutes, the discussion threads about this incident on the Star Web broke the Star Web's tallest building record one after another. In the past, this would definitely cause the netizens to lament for a long time. But there were just too many things to discuss today, and it was too exciting. For a moment, no one actually paid attention to this matter. Live broadcast, OP is now outside the circular classroom in Amro University's mecha department, that's the title. OP isn't Amro's student. Today, he just came to Planet Duguang for a tour and to visit Amro. He didn't expect to encounter such a huge incident. Picture, it said that Professor Duan is now teaching in this circular classroom. There are many people waiting outside. The school and the military have already begun to maintain order. N building, OP is amazing. Although I'm not there, I can already feel the atmosphere from your picture. N1 building, so spectacular. If there's any new information, OP must report it immediately. N2 building, what a coincidence. I'm here too. I heard from a student inside about 10 minutes ago that Professor Duan heard someone secretly watching the live broadcast in the classroom. But he didn't do anything special. Could it be that Professor Duan didn't know the content of today's live broadcast? N3 building, he should know. It's such a huge incident. OP, There's a starship coming. After saying this, the host of the livestream building disappeared completely. Along with him was the student from Anlua University who had replied that he was also at the scene. After the OP finished his sentence, the rest of the OP forum went through several pages of discussion in just a few seconds. But even so, the OP was not summoned. Just like the last sentence left by the OP before he disappeared, just as the class was about to end, a huge black starship flew over everyone's head and then hovered beside the classroom. This starship was huge. After it flew over, the people below were shrouded in a large shadow. In addition, there was a huge dark military emblem at the bottom of the starship and various weapons attack ports. This scene made the onlookers feel a huge sense of oppression. Why did the military starship come to Amuro University at this time? Did they come specifically to pick up Duan Henji? Although this black starship only stopped near the classroom and didn't do anything special, after seeing it, everyone put down the optical computer in their hands at the same time. No one spoke in the classroom. The atmosphere became extremely tense. It was getting closer and closer to the end of the class. Just as some people were silently counting in their hearts, they saw a black hover device fly out of the military starship and land in front of a small walkway on the side of the classroom. Then, a man in a black coat walked out from inside. Although the 4 seasons on planet Duguang weren't very obvious, this could be considered winter on this planet. The man who walked out of the hover device was wearing a very long coat. After carefully estimating his height, a lot of people had the feeling that the man's coat was longer than their height. Wait, this back. After seeing this, everyone finally realized what was going on. The man who just walked out of the hover device in front of them was Meng Jinhui. Unfortunately, this man in black didn't stay at the entrance for long. After he got off the hover device, he was accompanied by a few staff members and quickly walked in through the side door. Even though he only appeared in front of them for a few seconds, they still couldn't see his back. But after the man disappeared from the classroom, the entire classroom was in an uproar. At the same time, the onlooking Amuro students sent messages to their classmates in the classroom. Because the live stream and class were held at the same time, Duan Henji found that other than the students who were secretly watching the live stream, there were always some people who were uneasy and kept estimating the end of the class. Today's class started much earlier than usual. When Duan Henji thought about this, he once again looked down at the content he prepared. After confirming that he had finished explaining everything he had prepared for this class, Duan Hanya moved his gaze away from the light brain, then raised his head and said to the students, "Alright, there are still a few minutes before the official end of class. Because I started the class early today, students who don't have any questions can leave first. If you have any questions, you can stay in the classroom and ask me." Amuro University's students had always been hardworking and had a strong thirst for knowledge. Duan Henji guessed that even if someone was in a hurry to watch the live stream, there would always be someone who would ask him questions through the photon computer. But strangely, after Duan Henji said this, the photon computer didn't immediately receive any questions. What's going on? After seeing this situation, Duan Henji even thought that there was a problem with his photon computer. Thus, when the students in the classroom saw Duan Hanya standing on the podium, they couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Eh?" Then, they turned to look at the optical computer at the side and reached out to lightly tap it twice. After refreshing, Duan Henji saw that the photon computer still didn't receive any questions. What's going on today? Is the livestream really that attractive? With this thought in mind, Duan Henji raised his head suspiciously. Then, Duan Henji realized that other than the fact that no one was asking questions, no one in the classroom left early. There were even a lot of people who were looking at him strangely. After catching those looks, Duan Henji turned off the mecha model and photon computer in front of him and couldn't help but turn around to look behind him. Then, Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui standing at the entrance not far away, dressed in black. Because the classroom was too crowded, and because Duan Henji was very familiar with Meng Jinhui's presence, he didn't sense Meng Jinhui's arrival immediately. Although Duan Henji could read the attitude of the galactic people from the faces of the students who were secretly watching the live stream, the faint sense of nervousness in his heart didn't disappear. But at this moment, after seeing the familiar figure standing at the side door, Duan Henji's heart finally calmed down a little bit. Duan Henji didn't know that Meng Jinhui was coming to Amuro University today, so his sudden appearance undoubtedly gave him a big surprise. The students sitting in the front row noticed that Professor Duan's eyes suddenly lit up. Although Duan Henji's image in everyone's mind was very amiable and approachable, the students had never seen him like this before. When Meng Jinhui noticed that Duan Henji had noticed him, he, who was originally standing at the side door, smiled at him and then quickly walked towards him. This 1,000-person circular classroom was very large, but perhaps because of the Marshal's height and long legs, the students felt like he appeared next to Duan Henji in just a few steps. "Why are you suddenly here?" Before Meng Jinhui walked to his side, Duan Henji habitually asked. Before coming to Amro University, Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui's schedule and knew that he had work to do today. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui, who finally walked to his side, stepped forward and hugged Duan Henji, then said in his ear, "I missed you, so I came." Meng Jinhui's voice wasn't loud, so it wasn't amplified by the speaker on the podium. Although the students didn't know what Meng Jinhui said to Duan Henji, they all saw the tips of Duan Henji's ears slowly turning red. Just a moment ago, everyone was still paying attention to the galactic news and couldn't wait to go back and watch the live broadcast on the galactic network. But now, after Duan Henji clearly said that they could leave the classroom, no one moved. Everyone sat steadily in their original seats, and they were immersed in this pink atmosphere. After Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui's hug ended, the classroom finally rang with the sound of the end of class. Although everyone in the classroom was a top student who loved to study, this was the first time they didn't want to hear the sound of the end of class. After the hug with Meng Jinhui ended, Duan Henji looked strangely at the students who were still sitting there. However, before Duan Henji thought about whether he should say something to the students, he saw Meng Jinhui, who was standing next to him, suddenly turn around and face the students. Although the general seemed to be in a good mood, the powerful pressure on his body didn't reduce at all. After seeing Meng Jinhui looking at them, the students' nerves immediately tensed up, and they couldn't help but sit up straight. From Meng Jinhui's point of view, the group of students who suddenly became serious was a bit funny. Although they adjusted their sitting posture, in the eyes of the general, they were still leaning. "Don't be nervous." Meng Jinhui finally spoke. He slowly looked around the huge classroom, then said with a smile, "I'll borrow your teacher first. Is that okay?" When Meng Jinhui said this, his voice was unbelievably gentle. After hearing the general's question, the students in the classroom began to nod together, looking really cute. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui smiled and said thank you, then walked out of the huge silver classroom with Duan Henji. The hovercraft was still parked outside the classroom door, and the crowd outside the classroom didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. After Duan Henji went out, he looked up and saw a black mass of people. Then, he was startled by the unprepared sight. Almost at the same time that Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui appeared, there were uncontrollable screams outside the classroom. Meng Jinhui didn't directly board the hovercraft like he did when he arrived. Instead, he stopped there and waved at the crowd in a good mood. After the screams dissipated, Meng Jinhui grabbed Duan Henji's hand and boarded the hovercraft together. Then, they flew towards the starship. As the protagonists of today's event that was destined to affect the future of the galaxy, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui knew better than the crowd what kind of impact this event would have on the entire galaxy. Although Meng Jinhui took the time to come to planet Duguang to pick up Duan Henji, it didn't mean that his job was easy. After boarding the starship, Meng Jinhui went straight to his study to deal with today's press conference. The distance between planet Duguang and Nanjushing wasn't far nor close. Normally, Duan Henji would choose to use this time to read professional documents or deal with school matters. But today, after Meng Jinhui left to work, Duan Henji felt a deep sense of fatigue wash over him. Duan Henji sat in his study for a while, then walked to the lounge behind the study and slowly laid down on the bed. During today's class, Duan Henji appeared calm, but only he knew that he didn't sleep at all last night. Now that the boulder had fallen, the exhaustion from both physical and mental aspects had multiplied. The window in the lounge automatically adjusted to the opaque mode, and the room instantly darkened. Duan Henji was lying on his side on the bed. His head was gently pressed against one corner of the upright pillow, while his arms were tightly hugging the other side. Although Duan Henji was thin, he wasn't short. Now that he was curled up into a ball, he looked particularly pitiful from the side. Under normal circumstances, Duan Henji would return to his residence on planet Duguang to rest after Amro's classes. He would return to Nanjushing or the Research Institute the next day. However, because of today's press conference, Duan Henji boarded the starship in advance and didn't even have time to eat. Not long after Duan Henji went to sleep, the staff on the starship prepared food and sent it to Meng Jinhui. After seeing the food on the table, Meng Jinhui, who had been busy working with his head lowered, finally shifted his attention away from the optical computer. Meng Jinhui stood up, then gently picked up the food on the table and walked towards Duan Henji's office. On this starship, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhuai's offices were in the same large suite. After the sensor captured the information, the silver-white door opened just as Meng Jinhuai was about to reach the door. Then the Marshal realized that Duan Henji was actually not working today, which was rare. Seeing this, Meng Jinhuai paused for a moment. He gently placed the things in his hands on the table, then couldn't help but slow down his footsteps and walk towards the lounge hidden behind the office. As the door on the starship quietly opened, Meng Jinhuai saw Duan Henji lying on his side on the bed. Although he had calmed down and was no longer nervous, Duan Henji's brows were still tightly furrowed in his sleep. Seeing this, Meng Jinhuai, who had already slowed down, walked even more carefully towards the bed. He saw that because Duan Henji was sleeping on his side and hugging a pillow, most of his body was not covered by a blanket. At this time, the Marshal's eyes were unusually gentle. He slowly reached out his hand and pulled up the blanket piled on Duan Henji's back. Meng Jinhuai looked at Duan Henji for a while, then couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch his cheek. Only then did he slow down and walk out of the lounge. After the door closed again, Meng Jinhuai quickly walked back to Duan Henji's desk. He picked up the things again and handed them to the staff standing outside the door. "Store them at room temperature," Meng Jinhuai said. Although he knew that the soundproofing on the starship was very good, Meng Jinhuai still couldn't help but lower his voice when he walked out, as if he was afraid of disturbing the people inside. The staff standing outside the door was newly transferred to the starship. Before this, the person he met the most was Meng Jinhuai, who worked in the military. In the staff's mind, Meng Jinhuai's image had always been tall, calm, and extremely intimidating. Now that he suddenly saw Meng Jinhuai showing such a gentle side in private, the staff couldn't help but be stunned. He then carefully took the things from Meng Jinhuai's hands and put them aside to be stored at room temperature. A few hours later, the starship landed steadily on the huge dock in Nanjushing. Logically speaking, after Duan Henji and Meng Jinhuai disembarked from the starship, it would be stored in the warehouse. However, today was different from usual. Before leaving for work, Meng Jinhuai specifically left a group of staff on the starship and told them not to disturb Duan Henji. When he woke up, the starship would be stored in the warehouse. Because the starship's windows were no longer transparent, when Duan Henji woke up, he saw the dark scenery outside. For a moment, he didn't realize where he was now. He sat up from the bed in a daze, then rubbed his eyes and picked up the optical computer beside him. It has been a few hours since the press conference ended. Duan Henji's optical computer received a lot of information, even the specific numbers couldn't be displayed. After looking at the time and the location marked on the optical computer, Duan Henji finally clicked on the detailed information. Fortunately, Duan Henji was using the most advanced optical computer in the galaxy, so he didn't get stuck on the sudden influx of information. However, there was so much information in today's press conference that it was within Duan Henji's expectations that he would receive so much information. After sitting up straight, Duan Henji reached out and pressed his forehead. Then, he used the filtering function to delete the basic invalid information, as well as the things sent by people he didn't know. Then, he patiently replied to them one by one. Most of the messages that were left were sent by Duan Henji's colleagues at the Research Institute. Although today's press conference contained enough information about Duan Henji to make it into an 8 o'clock show, as colleagues, they were most concerned about the new mecha. There were also some special ones. For example, Suminga, who was already familiar with Duan Henji, used a very exaggerated tone to question Duan Henji why he didn't tell him about such a big thing in advance. Duan Henji replied to the congratulatory messages, and also casually joked with Suminga. At this time, Duan Henji's optical computer received two special messages one after the other. They were sent by Duan Hengxing and Lan Jingqi. During the previous period of treatment, Duan Henji and Lan Jingqi met more than once. In Duan Henji's eyes, while Lan Jingqi became more mature, he also became more peaceful. He didn't know what influenced him, but Lan Jingqi's stubborn youth was gradually learning to live in peace with the world. Duan Henji was surprised to see that Lan Jingqi had sent him a long letter. Lan Jingqi didn't mention the past. In the letter, besides congratulating Duan Henji on his achievements, he was like a child who had just gotten a high score on a test. He introduced Duan Hengji to the results of his research based on the detoxification process in his body. Although Duan Hengji didn't know much about fields other than Mecca, the saying that a long illness makes a good doctor wasn't wrong. After this period of time, Duan Hengji could more or less understand what Lan Jingqi was talking about. It could be seen that Lan Jingqi's results this time were not small. It was enough to be written in a pharmacy textbook. In fact, after the detoxification process, Duan Hengji had already met Lan Jingqi a few times. But this time, after receiving the long letter, Duan Hengji habitually asked about Lan Jingqi's life and his recent studies. After a few back and forth, the two chatted quite a bit. Lan Jingqi was currently on a planet where it was almost late at night. After a few words, he prepared to go to sleep. To Duan Hengji's surprise, before he left, Lan Jingqi suddenly sent him a short message. "See you next time, brother." After knowing each other for a while, Lan Jingqi was no longer overly polite like before. However, he had always addressed Duan Hengji as Professor Duan. This was the first time Lan Jingqi had addressed Duan Hengji as brother. It seemed a bit abrupt, but this sentence made Duan Hengji feel that Lan Jingqi must have taken a long time to type these words. "See you next time." The text itself was cold, but the person who used it gave it emotion. Today, Duan Hengji's photon computer received a lot of news. However, the two latest and most unique messages had a common characteristic. These two people both addressed Duan Hengji as brother. For some reason, Duan Hengxing only sent a message to Duan Hengji a few hours after the press conference ended. Unlike Lan Jingqi's long essay, Duan Hengxing's message was very short. "Brother, can we meet?" Duan Hengxing was a famous hedonist in the galaxy. His name and picture often appeared in the corners of the entertainment section of the Star Web. However, Duan Hengji had recently discovered that ever since the last galactic pirate incident, Duan Hengxing had suddenly become exceptionally low-key. In the past few months, Duan Hengxing seemed to have become a completely different person. Not only did he no longer have anything to do with the entertainment circle, he even rarely attended large banquets held by the upper echelons of the empire. Perhaps the phrase "living in seclusion" was more appropriate for Duan Hengxing's current lifestyle. After receiving Duan Hengxing's message, Duan Hengji was somewhat surprised, but not too surprised. "Okay," Duan Hengji replied. After a while, he added a meeting with Duan Hengxing to his schedule. The time was in a few hours. The standard time on Nanzhuxing and Duguang planet was different. In the past, whenever Duan Hengji traveled between the two planets, his assistant would calculate the time in advance. This time, because of the press conference, Duan Hengji came back in a bit of a rush. Naturally, the time was messed up. It was currently morning at the military headquarters. After Duan Hengji got off the starship, he went back to sleep. When it was almost time to meet with Duan Hengxing, Duan Hengji woke up again. Compared to Duguang planet, which was currently in the winter, Nanzhuxing's temperature was much higher. After Duan Hengji woke up, he changed into a set of black knitted home clothes. Then, he walked to the reception room to wait for Duan Hengxing's arrival. The reception room was only about 20 square meters in size. The floor was covered with a thick layer of carpet. After stepping on it, one would have the illusion that they were walking on clouds. Because there was still some time before Duan Hengxing's arrival, Duan Hengji habitually started fiddling with the tea set on the table. After a while, the room was filled with a faint tea fragrance. When Duan Hengxing walked in, he saw this scene. Sunlight shone in from the huge floor-to-ceiling window at the side, and Duan Hengye's black knitted shirt was also illuminated with a hazy edge. Because he was making tea, Duan Hengji's head was slightly lowered. His fringe covered his eyebrows and only his jawline was exposed. He looked exceptionally elegant. Although they were brothers, ever since the accident more than a decade ago, Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing rarely saw each other. When they were both on Empress's family planet, one of them was receiving a strict all-round education, while the other was walking on the path to becoming a galactic hedonist. Therefore, even though they were on the same planet, Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing didn't have many opportunities to meet. As for after they became adults, because of a few years ago, Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing walked on two completely different paths. When they saw each other again, the only thing they talked about was money. Duan Hengxing stepped on the soft carpet and slowly walked towards the sofa. At this time, he noticed that Duan Hengji was actually wearing a pair of slippers. He really hadn't seen Duan Hengji in a long time. "You're here." Duan Hengji looked up at Duan Hengxing, then turned his gaze back to the tea set in his hand. "Sit down." He lowered his head and said very naturally. Although the previous incident happened a long time ago, it would be a lie to say that Duan Hengxing wasn't embarrassed to see Duan Hengji again. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Duan Hengxing quietly sat on the sofa. For a while, the two didn't speak. Looking at the light green tea leaves floating in the teacup in front of him, Duan Hengxing couldn't help but think back to when he was young. "You actually still remember this?" Duan Hengxing finally spoke. His sentence was a bit sudden. When Duan Hengji turned around and saw Duan Hengxing's eyes, he understood what he was talking about. Duan Hengji nodded slightly. "I didn't forget," he said. At this point, Duan Hengxing, who was sitting to the side, suddenly let out a long sigh. Then, he slowly said to Duan Hengya, "I saw the press conference." In fact, after calming down, Duan Hengji could feel from the previous conversation that Duan Hengxing wasn't someone who didn't have feelings for his parents. However, because of his years of education and his childish jealousy, his feelings were hidden. The press conference a few hours ago meant a lot to the Yetian Empire's upper echelons, but for Duan Hengxing, it only allowed him to understand a small truth about his family. Duan Hengxing wasn't a fool. After watching the press conference, he completely understood the price behind his life. After digesting it in his mind for a few hours, Duan Hengxing finally stepped on planet Duguang. Duan Hengxing didn't give Duan Hengji time to react. After saying that sentence, he suddenly reached into his pocket and took out a small black box. This is? After seeing the thing in Duan Hengxing's hand, Duan Hengji couldn't help but ask hesitantly. From Duan Hengji's point of view, Duan Hengxing might be unreliable at times, but he wasn't someone who would do strange things. Seeing Duan Hengji's confused expression, Duan Hengxing suddenly sniffed and said, "You probably forgot that in a week after your parents' accident, it will be your birthday." In the interstellar era, the length of each planet's orbit was different, but according to the settings in the book, the people here also had a fixed calendar to calculate their age. It was almost the same as on Earth. But ever since Duan Hengji transmigrated into this world, he had never carefully considered topics related to birthdays. Now that Duan Hengxing suddenly mentioned this matter, Tu vaguely remembered his birthday in this world. After all, unlike Duan Hengji who lost part of his memory, Duan Hengxing might be young, but he still had a lot of memories of his parents. Therefore, Duan Hengji noticed that Duan Hengxing's gaze towards the thing in his hand also became gentle. Speaking of which, during this time, Duan Hengxing's impetuous and arrogant temperament gradually dissipated. The current Duan Hengxing hadn't appeared on the interstellar web for a long time. If he appeared like this, many netizens wouldn't be able to recognize him immediately. After speaking until here, Duan Hengxing slowly opened the box in his hand. Duan Hengji saw that inside the box was a light blue mini mecha model. This thing in the eyes of Duan Hengji as a mecha designer was as childish as a plastic toy car model, but it was the favorite toy of interstellar children. It was obvious that the thing in the box was definitely not cheap. Even though more than a decade had passed, this small model still looked the same as before. Duan Hengxing slowly took it out of the box, then carefully placed it in his palm. "This is the gift your parents prepared for you back then. They wanted to give you a surprise, so they kept it hidden. But back then, I liked to look around the house." After saying this, Duan Hengxing gently turned the model in his hand and said, "I accidentally took it out of the cabinet." Duan Hengji sat there quietly and didn't speak. Duan Hengxing continued, "After the accident, I was first sent home by the Research Institute staff for a few days. During that time, I didn't know what happened outside. It wasn't until a few days later that someone finally came home and said that they wanted to pick me up." Duan Hengxing was too young back then, and more than a decade had passed, so his memories were a little blurry. As he recalled this, Duan Hengxing shifted his gaze to the ceiling not far away, and his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Duan Hengji heard Duan Hengxing continue, "The person who took me away looked very serious, and he didn't say much. But maybe it was a premonition. I always felt that this time I would be going on a long trip. At that time, your birthday had already passed, so I subconsciously put the gift in my pocket. Duan Hingxing, who didn't know, originally wanted to bring the gift over for his parents, but he didn't expect that this time, he was directly taken to Empress Family Planet. Because Duan Hengji's brainwashing hadn't ended at that time, the royal family didn't ask Duan Hengji and Duan Hingxing to meet. When the two met again, things were already different. After saying this, Duan Hingxing put the mecha model back into the small box in his hand, then handed it to Duan Hengji again. Happy birthday. After more than 10 years, Duan Hingxing finally said this sentence, then he experienced a feeling called relief. Feeling the weight in his hand and hearing the blessing in his ear, Duan Hengji couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Duan Hongxing, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help but joke, your emotions now are similar to when you were young. I should have noticed this before. At the end of his words, there was a hint of loneliness in his words. Although the relationship between Duan Hengji and Duan Hingxing had eased a lot, the emotional rift wasn't so easy to mend. After handing that thing to Duan Hengji, Duan Hingxing left Nanjuxing. At this time, when the box was opened again, the real owner Duan Hengji discovered the mystery inside. This was the interstellar era, even a small box had an identity verification system. After all, Duan Hingxing wasn't the real owner of the gift. Although he could take out the toy, he couldn't pass the verification. When Duan Hengji personally took the gift out of the box, the small note sandwiched between the compartment finally fell gently. The words on the note were very simple, handwritten. Happy birthday, love you forever. The short words in front of him had unexpectedly tugged at Duan Hongya's heartstrings. Although he was sure that he still didn't have any memories of his childhood, after seeing these words, Duan Hongya couldn't help but have the illusion that he had seen the scene from back then. In his parents' eyes, Duan Hengji was a somewhat taciturn child who was more mature than the average child. On the one hand, they were grateful for Duan Hengji's maturity and early wisdom. This way, he had the ability to take over the work of the research institute and was more suitable to survive in that kind of environment. But on the other hand, when they saw this child who had lost his innocence and joy, how could they not feel heartache? Although Duan Hengji's childhood was not as bad as the later years, compared to other people, he had lost a lot of joy. Duan Hengji's parents knew that as a child who started learning mecha design from a young age, he probably would not like the simple and childish model in front of him. Even though it was indeed popular among the children in the Interstellar. But as his parents, they still bought the model and gave it to Duan Hengji as a birthday gift. In the Interstellar era, it was rare for people to write notes by hand. Duan Hengji lowered his head and looked at the paper lying quietly in his hand. The handwriting on the paper was very neat. Probably because it was rare for people to write by hand, the words were not linked together, but the structure was very standard and clear. The paper in the Interstellar had a special manufacturing process. Although more than 10 years had passed, the white paper in Duan Hengji's hand did not show any signs of yellowing. Even the words written with a carbon fountain pen on the paper gave off a feeling that the ink had not dried yet. It was clearly just a few simple words, but Duan Hengji still read the paper in his hand over and over again. When Meng Jinhui walked into the living room, he saw Duan Hengji sitting quietly on the sofa with his back facing him. Duan Hengji lowered his head as if he was looking at something. His expression was unusually focused. After Meng Jinhui entered the room, the door behind him slowly closed. The thick wool carpet swallowed all footsteps. It was not until Meng Jinhui walked up to Duan Hengji that the man who was sitting on the sofa noticed her arrival. What are you looking at? Meng Jinhui sat beside Duan Hengji and asked. After hearing Meng Jinhui's question, Duan Hengji did not speak at first. Instead, he handed the small piece of paper in his hand to Meng Jinhui. This is. The Marshal said as he took the piece of paper in his hand. Then, Meng Jinhui saw the words on the note. Happy birthday. I'll love you forever. Seeing Meng Jinhui's gaze fall on the note, Duan Hengji finally came back to his senses and said, This is what Duan Hingxing gave me just now. It was originally a birthday present my parents prepared for me back then. After that incident, Duan Hongxing took it out of the house before he was taken away by the Empress family. It wasn't until just now that he finally gave it back to me. Duan Henji's tone just now had nothing to do with the word heavy. But Meng Jinhui heard the meaning in his words. Duan Henji lost his childhood memories. Perhaps the thing in his hand was one of the few things left that had anything to do with the past. Meng Jinhui did not speak. He carefully handed the note back to Duan Henji. After receiving the note, Duan Henji carefully put it back into the box and gently closed the lid. Unlike his usual gentle appearance in front of Duan Henji, Meng Jinhui, as the Marshal, did not show any mercy to his opponents or enemies. It could even be said that the Marshal held a little grudge. What Meng Jinhui did not tell Duan Henji and would not tell him was that he had not forgotten what happened in Duan Hengxing's house last time. He had even been waiting for the opportunity to make Duan Henji pay the price. But today, after seeing this birthday gift that was more than a decade late, Meng Jinhui gave up on his previous plan, which was rare. That press conference was destined to rewrite the history of Interstellar. This was the consensus of almost everyone in the world. After the press conference, the entire Yetian Empire held countless important meetings in just a week. Many old nobles and former rulers of the Imperium, who had retired for many years and had become historical figures in everybody's impression, suddenly appeared in the meeting. In the past few decades, the Yetian Empire had not been peaceful at all. The upper echelons of the empire were all over the place. Probably no one would have thought that one day, the nobles of the empire would actually gather together and stand behind Meng Jinhui. It was not until this scene that people had a better understanding of the hidden forces in Nanjushing. This week's meeting produced countless results, big and small. One of the biggest results was the control of the imperial family's power. Now that the mech simulation experiment was over, the production of the real mech had begun. Duan Henji finally returned to his busy life of research. Duan Henji, who had been keeping an eye on the mech production progress, did not have much time to watch the news. By the time he did, the imperial family was already a mere figurehead. As for the emperor and the other core members of the imperial family, they were waiting for their own judgment. The most surprising thing was that Nanjushing did not rise to power as people had expected. Instead, the imperial parliament, which had not had much of a presence before, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although it was obvious that the imperial parliament and Nanjushing had a very close relationship, this did not mean that people admired Meng Jinhui personally. Meng Jinhui actually gave up a chance to completely take back the Yetian Empire. After the heat of the meetings died down a little, the internet began to discuss Meng Jinhui's purpose in doing so. Although Duan Henji did not have much interest in who the real power of the empire fell into, when Meng Jinhui came to the research institute a few days later, Duan Henji could not help but ask this question. At that time, the two of them were facing a top-level mech that was still in the production stage. Just like the one Meng Jinhui was piloting, the new top-level mech would not be mass-produced. There was only one of it in the entire galaxy. There were more complex blueprints and more functional upgrades. Compared to the previous mech, the production time of the top-level mech had been extended by a lot. But looking at the bare metal frame in front of them, other than Duan Henji, no one could equate it with the most powerful weapon in the galaxy. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui could not help but raise an eyebrow. He then said in a joking tone, "Didn't the internet say that Nanjushing is actually the mastermind behind the Senate?" Meng Jinhui was talking about a rather boring speculation on the internet. As soon as this speculation came out, it became the target of ridicule. After all, everyone knew that if Nanjushing wanted to control the Yetian Empire now, there was no need to use such a troublesome method. Although Duan Henji knew that Meng Jinhui was joking, he still could not help but organize his words to explain. Fortunately, Meng Jinhui had no intention of making things difficult for Duan Henji. When he saw the slightly conflicted expression on Duan Henji's face, the Marshal was in a good mood and said, "Nan Jushing would not do such a thing." Meng Jinhui finally returned to his usual serious self. The Yetian Empire's overall structure is problematic to begin with. If it's as simple as taking away power from the royal family and putting it in Nanjushing's hands, then, perhaps it's better to do nothing and keep it the way it is. As they spoke, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui sat down on the resting area opposite the mech that was being assembled. The top-grade mech was so large that even looking up at it made one's neck feel sleepy. Do not have too high expectations of humans, whether it's others or yourself. Meng Jinhuai's tone was exceptionally cold. When the Marshal said that, he was looking up at the mech not far away. When he saw the Marshal's expression, Duan Henji could not help but look at the large metal object opposite him. Meng Jinhuai was not wrong. Although Nan Zhuxing's prestige was extremely high and had contributed a lot to the empire, the future was uncertain. However, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Holding power in their hands, would it bring prosperity or disaster to the Southern Star? Many people understood this principle, but there were not many who could truly push away the power in their hands. After speaking up to this point, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhuai fell silent. Because top-grade mechs were many times larger than mass-produced mechs, the ceiling of the mech manufacturing room had been raised by quite a bit. Although the surface area did not change, the visual space had increased by several times. Although the Marshal's voice had died down a long time ago, Duan Henji felt as if his voice was echoing in his ears as he looked at the huge and empty space in front of him. Under this background, it was as if he and Meng Jinhuai were the only two people left in the world. Besides, even if I know how to fight, I won't be able to manage Tian well. Meng Jinhuai's tone relaxed again, and a smile slowly appeared in his eyes. Looking at the large mech in front of him, Meng Jinhuai thought for a while and said to Duan Henji, "I've been working with my parents in the military since I was young. When the interstellar era truly settles down, I still want to quickly retire." As soon as these words came out of Meng Jinhuai's mouth, Duan Henji could not help but laugh. Although Meng Jinhuai had been the Marshal of the military for many years, he was still too young in the interstellar era. In addition, people in this era aged slowly, so in Duan Henji's eyes, Meng Jinhuai looked like he was in his early 20s. In Duan Henji's eyes, Meng Jinhuai saying the word retirement was very strange. Seeing that Duan Henji could not help but laugh, Meng Jinhuai's mood couldn't help but improve. After a while, the Marshal continued to let his imagination run wild. Looking at Aheng, "I guess you don't want to retire early. When the time comes, I'll come to the research institute to accompany you." Although there was a smile on his face, Meng Jinhuai's tone was somewhat serious. After saying this, Meng Jinhuai turned his head and looked into Duan Henji's eyes with incomparable affection. "Aheng, what do you think?" In an instant, Duan Henji's mind went blank. After a while, he slowly nodded. "Okay." At the same time as the mecha was being manufactured, Lan Jingqi's thesis was also published. Now that the big problem was solved, Nan Zhuxing directly announced the identity of Lan Jingqi, the genius behind the scenes who single-handedly resisted the royal family's control of the drug, to the public. Although Lan Jingqi was already somewhat famous in the industry a long time ago. However, after this promotion by Nan Zhuxing, Lan Jingqi still made it to the interstellar trending list in a short period of time. Then, he became a household name, similar to Duan Henji a few years ago. Removing the poison from Duan Henji's body was a very troublesome and difficult task. While researching this problem, Lan Jingqi also solved several well-known problems in the industry. Therefore, after the thesis was written and published, the entire pharmaceutical field was shaken. There were a lot of big and small award ceremonies in the interstellar, and recently, there was a comprehensive award ceremony that was quite authoritative in the scientific community. Lan Jingqi's results were enough for him to stand on the podium. From the moment his nomination was announced, the entire interstellar was waiting for Lan Jingqi to receive the award. At the same time, this award ceremony also sent an invitation to Duan Henji through the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. They hoped that Duan Henji would be the guest of honor for this award ceremony. Although this award ceremony was comprehensive, the awards involved in it had little to do with mecha design. Before this, it wasn't that they hadn't sent an invitation to the research institute, but they had never been successful. This time, after knowing that Lan Jingqi was nominated, Duan Henji accepted the invitation without any hesitation. Lan Jingqi knew that Duan Henji had been busy with the assembly of the new mecha, so after receiving the nomination, he didn't want to disturb Duan Henji, so he didn't send a message to Duan Henji. What Lan Jingqi didn't expect was that he would actually see Duan Henji's starship on the host planet of the event. The process of this award ceremony was quite meticulous. There was even a red carpet ceremony before the event began, just like the entertainment industry. However, as the guest of honor, Duan Henji didn't have to participate in this event. As soon as he stepped onto the red carpet, Lan Jingqi saw a silver object flying towards the starship docking area in the distance. Duan Henji was riding on his own starship today, not the military's. On the surface, it looked like a luxurious private starship, so it didn't attract much attention. However, Lan Jingqi, who often saw it, recognized this starship. Although the silver-white starship looked no different from a normal private starship, there were many traces of modification in the details. Lan Jingqi didn't expect Duan Henji to come here today. He didn't have any special preparations, so when he saw the starship, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. At this time, Lan Jingqi just happened to be standing on the red carpet. His expression wasn't missed by the various cameras. After seeing Lan Jingqi's expression, several cameras immediately turned to the direction he was looking at. Unfortunately, the starship was moving very fast. By the time the cameras turned, the silver starship had already landed on the ground. Today, Lan Jingqi was wearing a black velvet suit. His hair was all combed back, and he looked a lot more mature. After seeing the starship land, Lan Jingqi, who didn't plan to stay on the red carpet for long, quickened his pace. In just a few minutes, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After all, today was a scientific award ceremony. Unlike the entertainment awards ceremony, which needed to create suspense to attract attention, here, the list of award winners would be directly announced on the intergalactic network a few days before the ceremony. Although there was a lot less suspense this way, the atmosphere of the ceremony was more relaxed and elegant. After walking down the red carpet, everyone he met congratulated Lan Jingqi. He was now a person who could deal with this kind of situation skillfully. Therefore, although he was anxious to find Duan Henji, Lan Jingqi's performance on the surface was still flawless. He began to skillfully socialize and exchange greetings with people, but if you looked closely, you would find that Lan Jingqi's eyes were wandering around the venue. Lan Jingqi was today's important award winner, and his time on the red carpet was relatively late. Therefore, not long after he entered the door, the award ceremony was about to officially begin. The current Lan Jingqi was no longer the him from 2 years ago. After the announcement that the ceremony was about to begin, Lan Jingqi was led by the staff to sit in the first row of the venue. When Lan Jingqi saw that the seats around him were almost full, he finally couldn't help but ask the staff member who brought him here, "Excuse me, where are the guests?" Probably because he didn't believe that Lan Jingqi took the initiative to talk to him. After hearing his question, the staff member standing at the front said, Mr. Lan, today's guests are all backstage." After the staff member finished speaking, Lan Jingqi couldn't help but show some disappointment. He nodded, then said thank you to the staff member, and turned on his optical computer. His hand was hovering over Duan Henji's profile picture, but after hesitating for a while, Lan Jingqi didn't click on it. The process of this award ceremony was very tight. Not long after Lan Jingqi sat down, the ceremony officially began. Because this event was broadcasted to the entire galaxy, even though Lan Jingqi had the urge to turn on his optical computer several times, he didn't really do it. Also because Lan Jingqi was now the hottest new pharmaceutical star in the galaxy, the live broadcast camera often swayed around him. Although Lan Jingqi's temperament was now a lot gentler, after being chased by the camera for a while, he couldn't help but feel a little irritated in his heart. As a popular supporting actor in Toppling Stars, Lan Jingqi's appearance was also outstanding. Lan Jingqi, who was calculating in his heart when he would be able to see Duan Henji, didn't know that at this time, the video of his live broadcast was cut out and then placed on the forum for appreciation. Duan Henji now had a lot of experience in participating in large-scale events, but this seemed to be the first time he appeared as a guest presenter. Although he had seen people give out awards many times before, when it was actually his turn, it felt different. For example, when he actually arrived at the venue, Duan Henji realized one thing: this award ceremony didn't have a host. In other words, in a while, he would stand on the stage alone and either talk to himself or interact with the audience for a few minutes before the award was given out. Duan Henji was used to appearing in front of the camera, but this didn't mean that he could smoothly complete his speech task. After hearing the news from the conference committee, Duan Henji didn't panic, but his assistant Yipu couldn't help but frown. "Professor Duan, do you need me to write a speech?" "Obviously. In Yipu's mind, Duan Henji wasn't someone who could successfully do this job. Although Duan Hongya, who was standing backstage, could see that many of the guests had written their own scripts in advance before him, Duan Hongya couldn't help but laugh. However, after hearing Yipu's suggestion, Duan Henji shook his head and rejected the suggestion. Duan Henji paused for a second and said, "No, it's fine, I'll just say it myself." Since Duan Henji was always calm and collected, Yipu didn't know if Duan Henji was confident or not. A long time ago, Duan Henji was tricked by his former love rival to speak on stage, and he also spent some time in Amro University's classrooms. However, those were all related to Duan Henji's field of expertise. This time, it was a completely unrelated topic. Could Duan Henji do it? Even though Yipu was worried, after all, he was only an assistant. After hearing Duan Henji say that he could do it, he didn't mention this matter again. The award ceremony progressed quickly. Before long, it was Duan Henji's turn to go on stage. He reached out his hand and adjusted the cuffs of his suit. Then, he turned around and walked onto the stage. Duan Henji's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone under the yellow light. Because the guest presenter did not walk the red carpet before Duan Hongya appeared here, no one would have thought that he would actually attend this event. As this was a scientific award ceremony, there wasn't anything special about the stage lighting. It could even be said that it was a little too casual. However, when Duan Henji appeared under the warm light, everyone was stunned. After a while, there was a round of applause. This was Duan Henji's first public appearance after the press conference. Duan Henji's appearance here was unexpected, but it was also expected. Lan Jingqi's research results were closely related to the toxins in Duan Henji's body, and it was common knowledge that he had a good relationship with Lan Jingqi. However, the situation in the galaxy wasn't simple. As the spouse of the Marshal, Duan Henji's every move was scrutinized. Not to mention, the press conference a while ago was closely related to his personal experience. During this period of time after the incident ended, all the famous media outlets in the galaxy sent interview invitations to Duan Hongya through the Research Institute and the military. Unfortunately, even though everyone was looking forward to this interview, Duan Henji didn't accept any of them. During this period of time, Duan Hongya had even used his busy work as an excuse to reject many jobs that required him to make a public appearance. However, the popularity of the incident didn't die down. Even though some time had passed, the discussion on the internet still hadn't stopped. Because Duan Henji didn't appear, people's curiosity was piqued. It could be said that if today's award ceremony was held before the press conference, a lot of people would have bet that Duan Henji would attend the event. However, it was held after the press conference. Seeing how Duan Henji deliberately lowered his presence, the audience didn't guess his arrival in advance. The applause was surprisingly long. After Duan Henji stood on the stage for a long time, the applause gradually stopped. Seeing this, Duan Henji, who hadn't appeared in public for a long time, stood there and gently bowed. He then stood up straight and said, "First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation. It is my honor to stand here and present such an important award." After transmigrating to this world, Duan Henji's eloquence had improved through the Research Institute meetings and Amro's lectures. If someone who knew him in his previous life saw this scene, they wouldn't have thought that this man in front of him was Duan Henji, who was slightly socially phobic. Then, Duan Henji's gaze fell on Lan Jingqi, who was sitting in the first row. After seeing that Duan Henji was looking at him, Lan Jingqi smiled back at him, then slowly moved his hands to his chin. It can be said that all of my knowledge of pharmaceutics came from Lan Jingqi. And everyone knows that the reason I'm standing here today is because of Lan Jingqi's research. Duan Henji's expression was unusually serious when he spoke, especially toward the end. He slowed down the speed of his speech. Today, there were many people in the audience who were involved in pharmaceutics research, and even if they weren't in the field of pharmaceutics, they had recently been taught a good lesson by the Star Network about the complexity of Duan Henji's toxins. Now that they heard Duan Henji mention this matter, in addition to admiration and worship for Lan Jingqi, the audience also sighed with emotion for Duan Henji's experience. After that live broadcast, Duan Henji's image was no longer a simple research institute director or Prince Charming like before, but more like a real person. As researchers, the people here knew how much trust it took to ask a student to be responsible for the detoxification work. Therefore, after seeing these two people appear at the event, everyone's hearts were filled with admiration for Lan Jingqi's results, and also appreciation for Duan Hengji's courage. From the live broadcast, it could be seen that after hearing Duan Hengji's words, Lan Jingqi, who was sitting in the first row, had a faint trace of moisture in his eyes. Duan Hengji continued, Lan Jingqi is a very outstanding young pharmaceutical researcher. From him, I can see the future and hope of this profession. And now, besides his identity as a researcher, Lan Jingqi is also a student at Amro University. Then, Duan Hengji looked into Lan Jingqi's eyes and said, Amro will be proud of you, and so will I. After speaking, Duan Hengji once again nodded in the direction of Lan Jingqi in the audience. After seeing the other party's action, Lan Jingqi finally stood up amidst the applause and quickly walked onto the stage. Duan Hengji opened his arms towards Lan Jingqi and hugged the young man. It could be seen that Lan Jingqi was very excited today. When he hugged, Duan Hengji caught the slight tremor in his body. Thus, the audience saw Professor Duan on the stage reach out his hand and pat Lan Jingqi's back, then whispered a few words in his ear. After a while, Lan Jingqi sniffed and stood up straight again. Unknowingly, Lan Jingqi's height had already surpassed Duan Hengji's by quite a bit. Duan Hengji handed the trophy to Lan Jingqi, but after receiving it, Lan Jingqi suddenly became silent. After noticing this, the crowd suddenly quieted down, everyone was waiting for his next words. According to the flow of the award ceremony, once the trophy was in Lan Jingqi's hands, Duan Hengji should walk off the stage. However, Lan Jingqi's gaze was still on Duan Hengji. After noticing this, Duan Hengji did not immediately walk off the stage. Instead, he stood there and waited for Lan Jingqi's next words. After the award ceremony, Duan Hengji took a step back. Thus, Duan Hengji was looking at Lan Jingqi with his back facing the camera. At this moment, only Duan Hengji could see his expression clearly. Duan Hengji saw that although Lan Jingqi was smiling, his gaze was very complicated. Duan Hengji might not have been able to understand this gaze in the past, but now he could see it clearly. A long time ago, Lan Jingqi had developed some special feelings for him. However, perhaps after the long letter last time, Lan Jingqi, the twisted male supporting character in Toppling Stars, finally walked out of this feeling. After a moment of silence, Lan Jingqi pursed his lips, walked up to Duan Hengji and said softly, "Thank you, brother." After saying this, Lan Jingqi finally turned to face the audience and began to give his award speech. Seeing the word brother in the letter and hearing it from Lan Jingqi's mouth were two completely different concepts. After hearing this word, Duan Hengji was first stunned, then he could not help but reveal a smile. At this time, Lan Jingqi had already turned around and began to speak. Duan Hengji's expression was only seen by the audience below. Although a simple smile was not a big deal, one must know that this person was Duan Hengji. From the press conference, everyone already knew that the medicine used by the royal family to control Duan Hengji had some components that suppressed his emotions. This was an important reason why he looked lifeless in the past. Although Duan Hengji had become lively recently, it seemed to be the first time he smiled at the camera like this. Because Lan Jingqi was speaking, although the audience was very excited when they saw Duan Hengji's expression, they still swallowed back the screams that had already rushed to their mouths. However, Lan Jingqi's eyesight was not bad. He immediately saw that the audience's emotions were a bit off. Then, he habitually turned his body slightly and looked at where Duan Hengji was standing just now. Unfortunately, the moment he showed that expression, Duan Hengji had already turned around and left the stage. When Lan Jingqi looked down, he only saw the person's back as he left. Lan Jingqi retracted his gaze, and even the words that he was speaking didn't stop because of this. His performance was very natural. Only he himself knew how sour his heart was when he saw the person's back. This emotion only lasted for a few seconds. Lan Jingqi continued his speech, and Duan Hengji took advantage of the fact that the media had yet to react. He quickly walked with his assistant Yipu to the nearby suspension device that was waiting nearby. It was as if nothing had happened. Those who had been paying attention to the production of the new mecha could see that compared to the design and production of the mecha not long ago, the introduction of the top-level mecha was much more low-key. As a weapon that could shock the entire galaxy, there were too many people paying attention to its production and experimental progress. In order to ensure that the later experiments would not be disturbed, Nan Zhuxing specifically sent staff to control the relevant discussions. This was not only to temporarily keep the results a secret, but also to reduce the pressure on Duan Hengji. Now that the production of the mecha was about to end, the burden on Duan Hengji's heart did not lessen. Instead, it became heavier day by day. As the production countdown approached, the frequency of Meng Jinhuai's visits to the research institute increased. One afternoon, Meng Jinhuai, wearing a black military uniform, walked through the long silver-enclosed corridor outside the manufacturing room and entered the room. After hearing the sound, Su Mingge, who was standing opposite the mecha and looking at the data screen next to it, greeted Meng Jinhuai, then very consciously left the room. Meng Jinhuai saw that Duan Hengji was currently researching something in his optical computer. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his whole person looked particularly heavy. "What's wrong, Aheng? Is there a problem?" Seeing that Duan Hengji was ignoring him, Meng Jinhuai finally walked over and asked him. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Hengji seemed to wake up from a dream. He put down the things in his hands and looked at Meng Jinhuai. Duan Hengji gently bit his lips, then shook his head and said, "Nothing, I'm just looking at the progress of the mecha assembly." Meng Jinhuai went over and pulled Duan Hengji into his arms, then the two walked over to the experiment table on the side. In fact, Meng Jinhuai noticed a while ago that as the end of the production of the mecha approached, Duan Hengji was visibly nervous day by day. In the beginning, Meng Jinhuai didn't take the initiative to mention this matter, but now, he felt that it was time for him to talk to Duan Hengji. "What are you nervous about, Aheng?" Meng Jinhuai didn't ask whether Duan Hengji was nervous or not. Instead, he directly asked why the other party was nervous. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's question, Duan Hengji went silent for a while. After they sat down on the chairs next to the experiment table, Duan Hengji hesitantly said, "I don't know, maybe I'm worried that the results won't be satisfactory." Duan Hengji had long realized that after the recent events, many people in the galaxy had put him on the altar. Not just distant netizens, but even the staff from the research institute around him. They couldn't seem to imagine the word failure appearing on Duan Hengji's face. However, Duan Hengji himself wasn't that confident. Even though the virtual model of the top-level mecha had successfully passed a series of simulation experiments, as a designer, he knew that there were many more variables in a top-level mecha than a mass-produced mecha. Just because it could pass the simulation experiments didn't mean that it could pass the subsequent tests so easily. Right now, Duan Hengji was shouldering too many people's expectations. Not only from his own students, but also from his colleagues at the research institute. It was no exaggeration to say that there were also the expectations of the entire empire. They were all looking forward to the emergence of this new mecha to lead the Yetian Empire out of the long period of war. Duan Hengji only said that he was worried that the results won't be satisfactory, but Meng Jinhuai, who spent a lot of time with him, could read the deep concern on his face. Even though he didn't usually show it, Meng Jinhuai knew that Duan Hengji was someone who cared about the opinions of others and didn't want to betray the trust of others. Now that everyone in the empire was looking forward to the new mecha, not only did it give Duan Hengji trust, but it also indirectly increased the pressure on him. Meng Jinhuai gently held Duan Hengji's hand. After being in a high position for so long, the Marshal wasn't very good at comforting people. After thinking for a while, Meng Jinhuai finally said, "You're standing at the top of the pyramid at your age, and you've achieved so much. It's already unimaginable for the average person. Don't be so tired, just live for yourself." After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Hengji didn't seem as nervous as before. Of course, Duan Hengji understood what Meng Jinhuai meant. He knew that he was much luckier than his predecessors who had done years of research, only to have their results all go to waste in the simulation experiments. Even Duan Hengji knew that even if the simulation experiments failed, no one would come out to criticize him. However, this still couldn't offset the nervousness in Duan Hengji's heart. It was more appropriate to call it fear. After a moment of silence, Duan Hengji turned to Meng Jinhuai and said, "No. Actually, that's not what I'm most worried about." After seeing Duan Hengji's suddenly serious expression, Meng Jinhuai couldn't help but be curious. "Then what is it?" he asked. After saying that, Duan Henji's gaze fell on the mecha not far away. Unlike last time, when there was only a rough metal frame, the general outline of the mecha was infinitely close to the virtual model. I'm worried about the test flight. After a while, Duan Henji said this. Duan Henji's answer was a little too sudden for Meng Jinhui to react. However, before the Marshal could say anything, Duan Henji turned to Meng Jinhui again and said, in the entire galaxy, the only person who can pilot this mecha is you, right? After listening to Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but nod. Seeing this, Duan Henji continued in a confident tone, then the test flight will be carried out by you. A while ago, Duan Henji was really busy, and he really didn't think in this direction. But recently, as the mecha gradually moved closer to the design on the blueprint, Duan Henji's mind suddenly flooded with questions about the test flight. Unlike the mass-produced mecha that most people can pilot, this top-level mecha in front of him was originally designed for Meng Jinhui. In the entire galaxy, only the Marshal, whose spiritual power has increased again, can pilot this mecha. Other than him, there is absolutely no one else who can pilot this mecha in front of him. Because of this, the dangerous task of testing the mecha naturally fell to Meng Jinhui. The mecha that the Marshal is currently piloting is directly upgraded from the previous generation. Compared to that, the test flight of this completely new mecha in front of him is much more dangerous. Meng Jinhui didn't expect Duan Henji's nervousness to come from this matter. After hearing his words, Meng Jinhui opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. After a while, Meng Jinhui suddenly gave Duan Henji a hug, then softly whispered in Duan Henji's ear, "You have to trust me." Although Meng Jinhui is not a person who is good at comforting others, Duan Henji's heart was unexpectedly relieved. Right now, Duan Henji is already very nervous. If Duan Henji says trust you at this time, Duan Henji won't say anything on the surface, but the pressure in his heart will definitely be greater. Meng Jinhui didn't say that he trusts Duan Henji, but he asked the other party to trust him. This wasn't something Meng Jinhui carefully thought out, it was his instinctive reaction. Hearing this, Duan Henji was slightly stunned at first, then he buried his face in Meng Jinhui's shoulder and softly said aha. Last time when the first mass-produced mech was born, not only were the main people in charge of the research institute present, but there were also a lot of people from the military. It was very lively. But this time was different. On the day when the production was expected to be completed, Duan Henji didn't invite anyone over. Instead, he locked himself in the mech production room alone. At this time, several small manufacturing robots were flying around the mech, preparing for the final assembly work. Duan Henji, who was wearing a white research suit, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the mech in front of him expressionlessly. The size of a top-level mech was far beyond that of a normal mass-produced mech. If someone who hadn't seen it before suddenly walked in, they would definitely be shocked by the huge aura. In terms of height alone, the mech in front of him was no different from a small mountain. If he looked up, he would even feel a little dizzy. He didn't know if it was because he was facing mechs every day, or because Duan Henji was a mech designer himself, but when he looked at the mech at this time, he was surprisingly calm. The Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute's lab clothes were very similar to the white lab coats of the Earth era. Now, Duan Henji's expression was very similar to that of a surgeon. He saw from the corner of his eye that at this time, the assembly progress bar on the side of the mech was already at 99%. Seeing this, Duan Henji walked over and lightly tapped on the screen. After that, a more detailed progress number appeared in front of Duan Henji's eyes. 99, 97%. It was infinitely close to completion. Because the mech was too tall, Duan Henji couldn't see it clearly. So from a moment ago, Duan Henji's eyes were fixed on the real-time monitoring screen. Although it looked like the progress was only a little bit away, this little bit of loading still required a lot of time and patience. Duan Henji stood there without moving. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the progress was finally at 0. 1%. Please enter the name of the mech. The last step of the mech manufacturing process was to engrave the name of the mech. The last time he chatted with Meng Jinhui, although to a certain extent, Duan Henji's anxiety eased to a certain extent, he was still nervous about the real-time monitoring of the assembly data. Until now, when he saw the prompt on the screen, Duanhenji remembered that he hadn't named this new top-level mech. Duanhenji adjusted the screen to handwriting mode, then thought for a while before picking up the matching pen. Nanwei. Duanhenji wrote these two words. The last mass-produced mech produced by Duanhenji was called Nanjuxing. This time, he gave the name Nanjuxing to Meng Jinhuai's mech. This name suddenly appeared in Duanhenji's mind. For a moment, he didn't know why he gave this name to the mech in front of him, but he instinctively asked Duanhenji to write it. Just as Duanhenji put down the pen, the robot flying in the air also received the signal. It followed his instructions and engraved the two words on the mech. After hearing the sound from above, Duanhenji took a few steps back, then looked up at the highest point of the mech. On this huge mech that had already been painted black, the two words Nanwei slowly appeared. Although the manufacturing progress of the mech Nanwei was semi-confidential, some people on the internet could roughly guess the time of its birth based on previous examples. Since Nan Juxing controlled the discussion, there weren't many related reports on the star web. However, the discussion on the forums didn't decrease at all. Now that the estimated time of the mech's birth had passed, the people who had been paying attention to this matter couldn't help but feel anxious when the research institute didn't announce it. This was when the surprise came. The birth of the new mech wasn't announced by the research institute or Nanjuxing. Instead, it was Marshal Meng Jinhuai who personally posted it on his social media account. Meng Jinhuai posted a picture of the mech with its name. From Duanhenji, Nanwei. If one didn't look at the picture and just listen to the words, it would sound like Duanhenji really gave a bouquet of roses to Meng Jinhuai. Since the manufacturing of the new mecha was completed, the test flight work had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. However, even though he had the conversation with Meng Jinhuai last time, as the designer, Duanhenji's worries did not lessen at all. While the mecha was being manufactured and waiting for the final test flight, Duanhenji did not slack off at all. He stayed in the research institute and did not go anywhere. Apart from the usual meetings and daily research tasks, Duanhenji spent all his time inspecting the mecha. If Duanhenji's previous nervousness was hidden, by now, almost everyone in the research institute could see that he was worried about this matter. In addition to the size of the mecha, its internal structure was also known for its intricate design. Compared to the complicated structure and connections, the effects of observation and inspection with the naked eye were incomparably small. Even so, Duanhenji still did his best to inspect the mecha in detail. Every time a new mecha was born, it was a major event for the entire Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. Although these two mechas were almost all developed independently by Duanhenji, seeing that the test flight time was approaching, a tense atmosphere gradually spread throughout the entire research institute. As the dean, apart from his own research, Duanhenji was also guiding the work of others. For example, during the inspection of the mecha this time, Duanhenji was followed by many people observing. At the same time, these researchers also had a better understanding of the new mecha. Just like what Duanhenji said to Meng Jinhuai before, as the person with the highest spiritual power in the galaxy. The mecha was tailor-made for Meng Jinhuai, and only he could operate it. As the Marshal, Meng Jinhuai's daily work was busy, but the test flight of the mecha was still the top priority of the military. For the sake of the test flight, the relevant personnel of the army had specially adjusted the schedule for Meng Jinhuai. They pushed back some of the less important matters or handed them over to the other two generals. Then, he gave Meng Jinhuai a lot of time to prepare for this event. In addition, the Mecha Research Institute had also formed the largest team in recent years to monitor the flight test data. When the day of the test flight arrived, everyone would go with Duanhenji to the test flight planet to participate in this activity. Not long after the birth of the new mecha, Duanhenji held a meeting with the members of the test flight monitoring team to explain the new mecha. After all, there were really many parts to upgrade the top-level mecha this time. Even these staff members who were constantly paying attention to the progress of the mecha field acting might not be able to understand all the important points at the first instance. Now that the date of the test flight was approaching, the frequency of the monitoring team's meetings increased. Facing Duanhenji, the staff members felt as if they had returned to school. This time, the intense preparations finally ended on the day of the test flight. When they followed Duanhenji onto the starship to the test flight planet, compared to the last time, the excitement in everyone's hearts had lessened significantly. In contrast, the tension in everyone's hearts had increased exponentially. Because the mecha would be tested by Meng Jinhui himself this time, before Duan Henji arrived at the test flight planet, the Marshal and the staff members had already arrived at the planet in advance to make preparations. Meng Jinhui's work was extremely busy. Those who paid attention to the news would be able to read about him almost every day on the intergalactic web. In addition, those who were interested could also check out Meng Jinhui's schedule on Nanjushing's official website in advance. This time, because the whole process was low-key, the military did not announce the test flight time in advance like last time, nor did they have any intention of calling the intergalactic web media to broadcast it live. Therefore, even when the actual test flight date approached, the intergalactic web still did not confirm Nanjushing's progress. However, just 3 days before the test flight officially began, the netizens who had been paying attention to Nanjushing finally discovered that Meng Jinhui's schedule seemed to have suddenly changed. In the next few days, all the work he had originally arranged was postponed or handed over to the generals. Several public events were also abruptly cancelled. It could be seen that Meng Jinhui's originally packed schedule suddenly became empty. For the usually busy Meng Jinhui, this was an extremely rare occurrence. Therefore, although Nanjushing did not publicly announce this matter, news of Meng Jinhui's schedule circulated on the intergalactic web. It did not take long for news of the suspected test flight to spread throughout the galaxy. Although Nanjushing deliberately kept a low profile, it could not be helped that people were paying too much attention to this matter. Although they deliberately tried to control the discussion of this matter, in just a short while, all the major pages of the intergalactic web were flooded with related news and discussions. On the starship to the test flight planet, Duan Henji had been using his optical supercomputer to communicate with Meng Jinhui. Naturally, he did not miss the sudden real-time hotspot notification that popped up on the intergalactic web. When Duan Henji saw this thing that suddenly appeared in front of him, he hesitated for a moment before clicking on it. He saw that it had only been 10 minutes since the news of Meng Jinhui's schedule had spread, but there were already hundreds of discussion threads on the intergalactic web. Obviously, everyone was very concerned about this matter. Duan Henji was a person who easily gave himself pressure. After seeing these discussions, Duan Henji let out a long sigh and turned off his optical supercomputer. After a while, Duan Henji slowly buried his face in his palms. It was not until the starship sent a notification that they were about to land that Duan Henji raised his head again. At this time, Duan Henji was in his own lounge in the starship. Only his assistant, Yi Pu, was by his side. As an assistant who got along with Duan Hongye day and night, Yi Pu knew how much pressure Duan Hongye had been under recently. When he saw Duan Henji's movements just now, he originally wanted to go up and ask, but in the end, he gave up on this idea. However, Duan Henji's emotional recovery ability was also very good, or rather, he was very good at hiding his emotions. When he raised his head again, Yi Pu could no longer see any abnormal emotions on Duan Henji's face. On the contrary, after seeing Yi Pu standing there, Duan Henji looked at him with some doubts, then frowned and said, "The starship is about to land on the test flight planet. Is it safe to stand here?" The weather conditions on the test flight planet were still as bad as ever. Through the window beside him, he could see that although there wasn't a huge tornado outside, the sky was still covered in dark clouds. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Yi Pu reacted for a moment, then quickly sat down on a chair. After confirming that Yi Pu was still sitting, Duan Henji retracted his gaze from Yi Pu and looked outside the window. Compared to the last time he was here, Duan Henji's mood had changed quite a bit. The people who were originally accompanying him were also not here. When the starship began to shake slightly, Duan Henji couldn't help but clench his fists, then pursed his lips and looked outside the window. Today's weather conditions were much better than last time. It was no longer dark outside the window. However, to be safe, the starship's landing speed was still a lot slower. After a while, Duan Henji saw the landing ground below through the window. This time, there were quite a few people from the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. Because the conditions on the test flight planet were quite special, they didn't all come out at once. Instead, they waited by the door and left on the hovercraft. Therefore, Duan Henji wasn't in a hurry to leave the lounge. He stood there and looked outside for a while until he saw the hovercraft taking the staff away one by one. Then, he slowly walked towards the door. Because he had been here before, Duan Henji was very familiar with the process. Yi Pu, who had been following behind Duan Henji, saw that when Duan Henji left the lounge, he took a deep breath again. When he walked into the test flight hall, he returned to his usual calm appearance. It was as if the person who was nervous on the starship wasn't Duan Henji. Yi Pu has always admired Duan Henji, especially now. There was still some time before the test flight officially began. Duan Henji was the last person from the research institute to arrive at the test flight hall. By the time he arrived, the staff members who came by the floating device were already seated in their seats. The test flight was about to begin, and the person who was responsible for this task was the Empire's Marshal. After sitting in the familiar control chair, Duan Henji saw that all the staff couldn't help but show a nervous expression on their faces. The staff of the research institute had long discovered that after more than a year of experience, Duan Henji was no longer the researcher who only knew how to fight alone. Now, Duan Henji had long been trusted and respected by the entire research institute. He had become a real backbone. After seeing Duan Xianxia come to the test flight hall, although he hadn't said anything yet, just by showing his face, the tension on the staff here had dissipated a lot. Everyone knew that as the main person in charge of the experiment, Duan Henji was definitely more nervous than them. Especially since Meng Jinhui was his spouse. But after seeing Duan Henji's expression, everyone gradually calmed down. Duan Henji didn't say any special words of comfort. Instead, he stood in the center of the test flight hall and began to give everyone instructions as usual. It was as if today was really just an ordinary mecha experiment, and not the first test flight of a new mecha. How much time is left until the test flight? After the work was arranged, Duan Henji sat in the front seat of the experiment and asked Yi Pu, who was standing next to him. Duan Henji's voice was very soft, but because he was very close to Yi Pu, not only did he hear what Duan Henji said, but he also didn't miss the slight tremor in his voice. 2 more hours, Yi Pu replied. Duan Henji nodded. Then, he returned his attention to his optical computer and began to check the performance of all the optical computers in the room. Duan Henji looked very serious as he looked at the optical computers. The people around him couldn't help but lower their voices as they worked. After a long time, the sound of footsteps finally broke the silence. Now that the test flight mission was about to begin, Meng Jinhui and the rest of the military personnel who arrived here early finally arrived at the test flight hall from the other preparation areas. Mecha test flight was a very heavy task. Because of his special status and limited time, Meng Jinhui's test flight was very different from the previous mecha production. The most obvious difference was that the number and content of the test flight had been greatly changed. So in order to accommodate this change, Meng Jinhui also wore a special experimental suit today. This black suit was equipped with many monitoring devices. It looked very similar to the one Duan Henji wore when he first tested whether he had mental power at Amro University. In addition to the monitoring devices, this seemingly simple black suit also had a safety protection system. It could be said that this suit was like a mecha, a masterpiece of interstellar science. Unlike the elegant military uniform Meng Jinhui usually wore, he looked quite imposing in this experimental suit. When Duan Henji turned around to look at Meng Jinhui, he couldn't help but be shocked by the other party's imposing manner. Even though he was nervously discussing the test flight with the people around him just a second ago, when he saw Duan Xianxia's gaze fall on him, Meng Jinhui seemed to have immediately changed into a different person. He smiled at Duan Henji, then gently gestured to the military personnel beside him. After seeing Meng Jinhui's gesture, the personnel nodded and left. Meng Jinhui walked to Duan Henji's side and looked at the other party's optical computer screen. Even though Meng Jinhui wasn't a staff member of the research institute, he had been working with Duan Henji during this period of time. Therefore, the general knew that Duan Henji had already completed what he was supposed to do. The reason why he kept staring at the optical computer screen was to relieve his nervousness and bring the other staff members into the atmosphere. When the other party came closer, Duan Henji saw that Meng Jinhui's experimental suit wasn't just a simple black suit. There were many patterns on his clothes that flashed with a dim light. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the original author's settings, but Duan Henji didn't feel that the clothes and furniture were futuristic. However, the clothes that Meng Jinhui was wearing were very much in line with Duan Henji's imagination of the interstellar era. After seeing the dark patterns, Duan Henji couldn't help but be stunned. When Meng Jinhui noticed Duan Henji's expression, he ignored the people in the room who were silently observing him and Duan Henji. He then reached out and gently tousled Duan Henji's hair. This is a special military mecha experimental suit, there are many practical functions on it. Meng Jinhui couldn't help but soften his tone when he spoke. In the ears of some staff members who were familiar with him, it really sounded like he was trying to coax a child. Meng Jinhui speaking in such a tone was very strange, not to mention that the person he was talking to was Duan Henji. Even though the distance between the two wasn't very close, and there wasn't much of a problem with what he said, after hearing it, many people still felt like they were being careless. Just a second ago, they were still in a tense state of preparing for battle, but after seeing these two people appear in the same space at the same time, the atmosphere immediately developed in another direction. This was the most intuitive feeling of General Yu, who had been following behind Duan Hongya. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji nodded, then finally exited the interface on his optical computer. At this time, the experiment was about to begin. The weather observer sitting in the other corner of the office also began to monitor the data in real time. At the same time, he also reported the situation outside to Duan Henji and the others. "Okay, don't be nervous, trust me," said Meng Jinhui. Just like how Duan Henji could reassure the staff of the research institute, Meng Jinhui was also someone who could reassure Duan Henji. In fact, everyone knew that the test flight was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Of all the people present, the one who bore the greatest risk was Meng Jinhui. By the way, if there really was an accident later, Meng Jinhui was the one who couldn't control the situation. In fact, the person he should trust the most should be Duan Henji, but now Meng Jinhui asked Duan Henji to give him a sense of trust. I know. Duan Henji nodded again, then he glanced at his holographic screen and said, "You have to trust me too." When Duan Henji said this, he was sitting in the office chair much shorter than Meng Jinhui. When he spoke, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Duan Henji with wide eyes. Normally, Duan Henji's eyes were slightly longer, coupled with his expression and temperament, he was really worthy of the word cold and elegant. But now, because he unintentionally widened his eyes, Duan Henji's expression was a little more innocent, and he even looked a lot younger. Meng Jinhui smiled. Of course. Because it was almost time for the experiment to start, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui didn't say anything else. After this sentence, Meng Jinhui walked to the middle of the hall and began to confirm and adjust the black lab coat he was wearing with the help of the military staff. Duan Henji, who was sitting next to him, saw that during the adjustment process, Meng Jinhui's coat was constantly emitting a dark blue light, and the lines on the coat became more and more obvious. With his perfect facial features, body, and the coat, the current Meng Jinhui looked like a robot in a sci-fi movie in Duan Henji's eyes. Seeing that Duan Henji had been looking at Meng Jinhui, his assistant, Yi Pu, who was standing next to him, also came over and said, "In addition to the surveillance on the coat, it can also guarantee 30 minutes of independent movement outside the cabin." Even though Duan Henji knew a little about this before, after hearing Yi Pu's words, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. "General, Professor Duan, it's now the golden time for the test flight." At this time, the weather observer, who had been sitting there for a long time, finally spoke. After hearing his words, Meng Jinhui adjusted the black lab coat he was wearing again, then reached out his hand and quickly pressed confirm on the light screen in front of him. Meng Jinhui turned around and nodded at him. "Okay, let's start preparing." When he said this, Meng Jinhui's tone was unusually calm, as if what he was about to do was just a daily routine, and not some dangerous mecha test flight. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, the two generals behind him couldn't help but look at each other, then walked to their respective offices. Even though they wouldn't be as busy as the people at the research institute, they still had a lot of responsibilities to bear. Long before this, the research institute was already in place. Meng Jinhui looked at the hall again, then turned around and walked to the preparation room at the back. In a while, he would log into the mecha here. After the laboratory confirmed that there were no problems, he would directly fly out of the experiment hall through the hatch above. At the same time Meng Jinhui turned around, the wall opposite the experiment hall also became transparent in an instant. Just like last time, when the test flight began, everyone would be able to see the outside through this originally metal-covered wall. Unlike the narrow window just now, after the wall became transparent, the scenery outside was more clearly transmitted to Duanhenji. Just like the previous time, the scenery outside was also full of doomsday style. Even though Duanhenji didn't know much about meteorology, experience told him that this kind of weather may be able to test the performance of the mecha, but it definitely shouldn't be associated with the word good. Duanhenji had always been a competent person, especially when it came to his work, but today, when it was related to Meng Jinhui, Duanhenji finally lost his confidence. Now, the light screen in the center of the hall had begun the countdown. As the number gradually decreased, the sound of the staff reporting the data kept coming from the hall. A burst of data reports sounded in the originally quiet hall. Not only did this sound not make the experiment hall lively, but it also made the atmosphere more solemn. At this time, Meng Jinhui was walking towards the preparation room, and Duanhenji happened to be sitting on the same path. The staff next to the general saw that Meng Jinhui, who had been walking steadily towards the destination, suddenly stopped when he saw Duanhenji. Then he lowered his head and smiled at Duanhenji, then gently mouthed, "Trust me." "Okay." After Meng Jinhui left, Duanhenji turned his attention back to the holographic screen in front of him. The holographic screen that originally only had a few words on it was now filled with densely packed data. A normal person would have a headache just by looking at it. However, Duanhenji was different. This kind of complex data was what he worked with every day, so he would be able to detect any small abnormalities. Although the soundproofing of the test flight hall was very good, Duanhenji could still faintly hear the sound of metal scraping against metal coming from behind him. This was a normal phenomenon when a mecha was first activated. As the designer, Duanhenji knew this very well. Duanhenji's assistant, Yi Pu, was probably the most relaxed person present. His work had not yet started, so he stood beside Duanhenji to observe his reaction. Yi Pu saw that at the same time the sound of metal scraping against metal was heard, Duanhenji's hand that was hovering over the virtual keyboard suddenly trembled slightly. Although Duanhenji's subconscious reaction only lasted for a few short seconds, Yi Pu was still sensitive enough to catch the other party's nervousness. The test flight had officially begun, but the mecha had yet to officially leave the test flight hall. Therefore, the staff members who were patiently waiting for the data to change were also unbelievably quiet. Finally, Duanhenji heard the faint sound of air scraping against metal. When he lifted his eyes from the holographic screen, the mecha had already appeared in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. This mecha that Duanhenji named Nanwei was painted black. It was now nighttime in the hemisphere where the test flight hall was located, so the mecha's huge body was perfectly hidden in the darkness. In an instant, the black mecha was illuminated by a light that came out of nowhere. This was a lighting system that was specially turned on for the test flight. It made it easier for the naked eye to track the mecha. When they were in the manufacturing room, they didn't think much of it. But now that they saw the mech in front of them through the huge window, they once again had a new understanding of its size. In the setting of the book Toppling the Stars, the size of the mecha was also a symbol of the pilot's strength. The larger the mech, the higher the requirement on the pilot's spiritual power. For today's test flight, many people from the military had come. Now, after seeing the mecha in front of them, these people's hearts couldn't help but surge. Although Nanjushing and the Research Institute had deliberately tried to minimize the presence of the new mecha, as members of the military, they were already very familiar with the new top-tier mecha in front of them. Unlike the researchers who first thought about the industry innovation, the people in Nanjushing first thought about the impact the mecha would have on the interstellar landscape after Nanwei was officially put into use. For a time, although no one spoke in the entire hall, the atmosphere was not cold and cheerless. Meng Jinhui's mecha stopped in front of the window for a long time. Unlike the preparation room of the test flight hall, the mecha was now in the interstellar space. The environment here was very harsh. Whether it was the temperature, humidity, or the nameless rays, every one of them was a huge test for the mecha. Therefore, before officially flying out of the hall, the mecha stopped outside. A special light was used to scan the mecha for a second time. The moment the light red beam landed on the mecha, the photon computers of the staff in the test flight hall displayed the scanned data. Duan Henji was the same. He quickly scanned through the virtual model of the mech that had just been scanned. After that, he received confirmation messages from the staff in charge of monitoring different parts of the mech. The mecha was operating normally. After seeing this, not only Duan Henji, but everyone else also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the test flight of a new mecha was dangerous, the most dangerous of all was the first time the mecha was activated. Seeing that all the data of the mecha were normal, everyone's hearts were lifted. In less than a minute, Duan Henji's photon computer received confirmation messages from all the monitoring staff. After confirming them one last time, Duan Henji's hand, which had been hovering over the virtual keyboard all this time, finally fell. Test flight confirmed, commencing. This command was instantly transmitted to Meng Jinhuai's mecha. In an instant, the huge mecha in front of them reactivated and flew into the deep space in the distance. Meng Jinhuai's work was too busy, and the new top-level mecha was a little special. The number of scheduled test flights was much less than before, but the duration of each test flight was exceptionally long. Although today was only the first test flight, all the important tasks were scheduled for a full 9 hours. Although the physical fitness of humans had improved a lot in the interstellar era, 9 hours of high-intensity mental work was still very challenging. For this mission, a lot of people came to the research institute. For normal monitoring posts, after 4 hours, they would take a break. However, as the main person in charge of this mission, Duan Henji couldn't leave. Therefore, during these 9 hours of work, Duan Henji's eyes never left the photon computer in front of him for even a second. As the tasks listed in advance on the photon computer came to an end, the pace of work was no longer as tense as it was at the beginning. When the entire test flight was about to end, some people in the hall finally began to whisper to each other. However, Yipu saw that at this time, Duan Henji was completely unaffected by other people's words. It was as if he had blocked out everything around him. Finally, it was time to return from the test flight. Everyone only had one task left on the screen in front of them. Although returning to work wasn't complicated, it was unfortunate that the experiment was about to end. After seeing this notification, the slightly relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense again. For a moment, the sound of various numbers being broadcast rang out in the test flight hall again. Duan Henji also adjusted the screen to the external video of the mecha. They could see that the mecha had now passed through the atmosphere of the test flight planet and was now flying towards the hall. Now that the external lighting equipment of the mecha had been turned off, the black body of the mecha almost blended into the night. However, at this time, the cockpit wasn't set to opaque mode. Through the video, they could still see the sparkling light in the cockpit. This was the only light at this time. The mecha's flying speed was very fast. After a short while, it reappeared outside the test flight hall. The first test flight of the mecha Nanwei has ended. The moment the mecha landed, a mechanical synthesized voice rang out in the test flight hall. At the same time, the photon computers of all the research institute staff returned to the main control interface in the hall. After hearing this notification, everyone in the hall stood up and couldn't help but applaud excitedly. For the staff of the Research Institute, the work this time was definitely not as simple as 9 hours of high-intensity monitoring. Before this, they had already gone through dozens of hours of training and meetings in the Research Institute. Now that they heard the notification that the first test flight had ended, the heavy burden that had been weighing on their minds was finally lifted. Hearing the applause in his ears, Duan Henji was a little absent-minded for a moment. Yipu saw that Duan Henji was the only one left in the test flight hall. The light screen in front of him slowly fell along with the program, but Duan Henji's eyes were still fixed in the same position as before. Duan Henji was in a daze? This was very rare. Because Duan Henji was sitting at the front of the entire hall, it didn't take long for everyone to notice this. After seeing Duan Henji's back, the hall gradually began to quiet down. But at this time, Duan Henji finally calmed down. When the light screen in front of him fell, Duan Henji gently placed his hands on the table and stood up. Even though the poison in his body had been removed, his body still hadn't fully recovered from the years of accumulation of toxins. After 9 hours of high-intensity work, Duan Henji's body couldn't help but feel a little sore. After standing up, he first took a break, then turned around and looked at the crowd behind him. At this time, the applause in the hall hadn't completely stopped. After turning around, Duanhenji gently bowed to everyone, then clapped together with them and said, "Thank you for your hard work during this period of time. The first test flight work is now over. Even though there is still some time before the Nanwei officially enters service, these 9 hours of test flight still represent the preliminary completion of the work." When Duanhenji spoke, his tone was very sincere. After hearing his words, the staff couldn't help but applaud even more. Everyone present knew that the birth of this new mecha was almost entirely due to Duanhenji's contribution. And with the naked eye, Duanhenji was also the busiest person here. Even though Duanhenji's personality wasn't as cold as before, just by looking at him with the naked eye, he still wasn't as approachable as the other owner of the research institute, Suminga. But after interacting with each other for a period of time, everyone had developed a sense of admiration for Duanhenji, just like Amura's students. After hearing the other party's words, along with the applause, some people actually began to jeer. Now, in addition to the Research Institute staff, there were also a lot of Nanjushing's people in the test flight hall. Even though these military personnel were already very familiar with Duanhenji, they still couldn't compare to these staff members who spent almost all their time together. Now that they suddenly discovered that the people in the Research Institute had such admiration for Duanhenji, the staff members in Nanjushing couldn't help but feel a little surprised. At this moment, the door at the back of the test flight hall opened again. Even though the door didn't open with a sound, after noticing the light in front of them that lit up at the same time, everyone present couldn't help but look back. 9 hours later, Meng Jinhui reappeared in the test flight hall, dressed in black. At this time, the clothes on his body were constantly emitting a dark blue light. From Duanhenji's angle, it looked like there were thin lightning bolts circling his body. He looked very mysterious. After entering the door, Meng Jinhui stopped there for a short while, then walked directly to Duanhenji's location. On the way, while walking, Meng Jinhui reached out his hand to press the small detection screen on his collar. The second the shutdown program was activated, the thin lightning bolts that were constantly moving around Meng Jinhui's body became more and more conspicuous, some even circling his shoulders. Whether it was in Nanjushing or the Research Institute, many people were still afraid of Meng Jinhui from the bottom of their hearts. Normally, just seeing Meng Jinhui's expressionless face was enough to scare everyone. But now, although the general was not like this, the lightning bolts on his body added a lot of momentum to his whole person. Meng Jinhui was walking through the corridor towards Duanhenji's location, but all the staff members he passed by could not help but have the urge to avoid him. Of course, the general didn't care about this. Although the test flight hall was very large, Meng Jinhui's walking speed was not slow. It didn't take long for him to appear next to Duanhenji. "I'm back," Meng Jinhui said while standing next to Duanhenji. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, the staff members who were stunned just now finally remembered what they were here to do. Although the work this time had changed a lot compared to the previous mass production mecha test flight, the main process, such as the summary and review after the test flight, was still indispensable. After realizing that they were automatically blocked by Duanhenji and Meng Jinhui, the staff members finally returned to their seats and began to communicate with the others around them. In just a few seconds, the entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement again. However, at this time, Duanhenji and Meng Jinhui didn't seem to hear the noise in their ears. The two of them stood facing each other and didn't speak for a long time. Although they haven't seen each other for only a few hours, seeing Meng Jinhui at this time, Duanhenji actually had the illusion of being in another world. At this time, the special lab coat on Meng Jinhui's body was completely closed. After the dark blue light disappeared, it turned into an ordinary black coat. Finally, Meng Jinhui smiled at Duanhenji and opened his arms. The hug this time was not quite the same as before. Perhaps it was because Meng Jinhui's clothes were made of special materials, or because he had just come down from the mecha, but at this time, his body temperature seemed to be unusually low. As the marshal of the military, Meng Jinhui not only had extremely high spiritual power, but he also had a body of muscles that were definitely not for show. Now that he was hugging Meng Jinhui, Duanhenji actually had the illusion that he was hugging a large block of ice. Involuntarily, Duanhenji's body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui finally ended the hug. Duan Henji's hair was always a little long, and at this time, his bangs were gently resting on his eyebrows, looking exceptionally soft. When the hug ended, Duan Henji originally wanted to retreat, but unexpectedly, Meng Jinhui gently pulled him back. Unlike the short hug just now, this time, Meng Jinhui directly kissed Duan Henji's lips. Just like the other party's body, Meng Jinhui's lips were soft and cold. Perhaps because of the long hours of work, Duan Henji was already a little tired, but when the kiss fell, his brain instantly sobered up. They were kissing in the test flight hall. Of course, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, who were already old man, had kissed in many places before. Moreover, the interstellar era was much more open than Earth, so Duan Henji had seen young couples kissing more than once. But, this didn't mean that Duan Henji, who was a homebody by nature, wouldn't feel uncomfortable because of this. The staff member who was walking over with his optical computer looked up and saw that Duan Henji's entire neck was covered in a thin layer of pink, as if he had a fever. Seeing this, the staff member quickly lowered his head, made a 180-degree turn on the spot, and quickly walked back in the direction he came from. Obviously, now was not a good time to appear in front of the Marshal. Interstellar had always been very concerned about the test flight. 9 or 10 hours ago, the internet had already guessed the approximate time of the test flight based on Meng Jinhui's empty schedule. And in these 9 hours, finally, someone mentioned that besides Meng Jinhui, the other 2 general schedules were also empty today. Naturally, everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. But this time, Nan Zhuxing didn't officially notify Interstellar of this matter, nor did they call for reporters to come over for an interview. So the more heated the discussion on the interstellar web, the more curious people who didn't know the real situation became. The test flight has already started, right? How is the new mecha performing? Did Meng Jinhui's test flight go smoothly? With so many discussions going on the star web, the Army's staff had naturally caught wind of the relevant information. At that time, the test flight had already officially started, so they didn't suppress the news as much as before. They just monitored the situation in real time to see if the discussion spread unfavorably. Now that the test flight was over, the staff also reported the situation on the interstellar web. After seeing this, Meng Jinhui finally took out his optical computer and announced the successful first test flight of the top-level mecha through official channels. The citizens of the Yetian Empire had always had great faith in the Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. In their minds, they had already rehearsed 10,000 ways to celebrate. Now that they saw Meng Jinhui's announcement, the entire Yetian Empire went crazy. Every citizen here knew that the birth of a new suppressive mecha was not just a step forward for the mecha industry, but also a sign that the empire was about to emerge from the haze of years of war. In the next few days, several important test flights were carried out on the test flight planet. The workload of these few days was very heavy, and the most important experiments were all carried out during this period. Although it was a little hectic, both Nan Zhuxing and the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute were well prepared, and so the experiments were successfully completed. Now that the main event before the mecha officially entered service was over, all that was left was to wait for Meng Jinhui to find time to complete a few simpler but more time-consuming experiments before the mecha Nanwei could officially enter service. In this period of time, Meng Jinhui also found time to go to other places to complete several important tasks that were difficult to reject. However, Duan Henji had never left the test flight planet. Other than monitoring the data in real time, he had been reviewing the results with the staff here. Now that the experiments were completely over, Duan Henji finally left the test flight planet. Because of this work, Duan Henji had pushed back his plans to teach at Amro University. Now that the test flight monitoring period was over, Duan Henji directly returned to planet Duguang where Amro University was located. Recently, Duan Henji's work was a little special and had to be carried out in secret. Therefore, when he was away, the school didn't update the class schedule like before, but instead issued a notice 12 hours before the scheduled class date. Meng Jinhui had already announced this on the star web when the first test flight had ended smoothly. However, the situation after that wasn't announced as expected, and instead returned to its original state. Therefore, Duan Henji's students, like everyone else, didn't know how long the test flight would take. On this day, everyone thought that they would be notified of the delay of classes again, but unexpectedly, Amro's internet updated the class schedule for the next day like before. Duan Henji was finally back. As students of the mecha design major, everyone knew what this meant. Unbeknownst to them, the test flight of the Yetian Empire's new generation of mecha had finally ended, and the new era of mecha had officially begun. Although Duan Henji's schedule was still blank in Nanjushing, Amro University's internet system had been updated. In just a few minutes, this piece of news had spread throughout the entire galaxy. At this time, Duan Henji's starship had finally flown out of the test flight planet. Seeing the galaxy outside the window, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. The environment on the test flight planet was just too harsh. After staying there for so long, Duan Henji hadn't seen the blue sky once, nor had he seen the bright galaxy at night. Therefore, not long after the news of Duan Henji's return to Amro spread, people discovered that a picture of the galaxy had suddenly appeared on his social media account that hadn't been updated in a long time. Perhaps the long night before dawn in the Yetian Empire was finally coming to an end. Now that the power of the Yetian Empire had finally been transferred from the royal family to the parliament, the conference between the Empire and the League of Lixing that had been put on hold for a long time was now officially on the agenda. This conference was different from the previous press conference. It wasn't just about the internal affairs of a single country, but it directly involved the two most influential countries in the galaxy. After a discussion between the two countries, the conference was arranged to be held on a planet called Loila that belonged to the empire between the Yetian Empire and the League of Lixing. The planet wasn't large, and there weren't many people living on it. Because of its unique geographical location, the economic development of the planet was very average in order to prevent war from breaking out. The residents of Loila probably never thought that the planet they lived on would one day witness an event that was closely related to the future of the Empire and the galaxy. Unlike the nerd on Earth who only cared about his research, Duan Henji had a special identity. Ever since he transmigrated into the world of toppling stars, reading the galactic news every day had become a habit of his. Recently, Duan Henji had returned to his simple life at the Research Institute and Amro University. Because the new mecha teaching materials were about to be completed, Duan Henji spent more time at Amro than at the Research Institute. This morning, before class, Duan Henji opened the galactic web and browsed through the latest galactic news while leisurely eating breakfast. In fact, Duan Henji didn't realize that as the time he spent with Meng Jinhui increased, his passion for life itself seemed to have increased by quite a bit. For example, Duan Henji wouldn't eat breakfast so leisurely in the past. He would probably quickly finish his meal and then put all his energy into the follow-up work. Ever since Duan Henji came back from the test flight planet, he liked the sunlight even more after staying in a dark environment for so long. At this moment, the floor-to-ceiling windows in Duan Henji's residence were half open, and the sun entered the house along with the cool morning breeze. Duan Xianxia couldn't help but tighten the thin jacket he was wearing. Then, he took a sip of coffee and looked at the light screen at the side. Recently, the discussion about the previous press conference had gradually decreased. Everyone started to pay attention to the upcoming meeting between the Yetian Empire and the League of Lixing. It was also because of this meeting that Lloyd, who had been unknown in the universe, entered the eyes of the masses. Although Loika was small and its economy wasn't good, its natural geography and scenery were very good. As the start date of the conference approached, the Star Web began to enthusiastically report the news of Loi's transformation. Duan Henji saw that after a period of time, the originally desolate venue had taken on a new look. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the capital planet, and it wasn't as grand as the Nanjushing military, Loika was very qualified as a venue for the conference. The simple antique building was hidden in a dense green forest. In addition to being solemn and dignified, it also gave off a sense of transcendence. From the interview, it could be seen that the residents of Loika were very much looking forward to the conference. Duan Henji finally finished his breakfast. The man sitting at the table watched the news for a while before he slowly reached out and pushed the plate in front of him to the side. After sensing this, the robot that had been waiting at the table came over and took away all the plates on the table. Unlike the excited and nervous Loika, Duan Henji wasn't very optimistic about this conference. Now that Duan Henji had been in the world of toppling stars for a long time, the plot had gradually deviated from what he originally knew. But no matter how much the situation changed, Duan Henji knew that the nature of the League of Lixing wouldn't change. Although the last conflict ended with the failure of the League of Lixing, they definitely wouldn't easily bow down to the empire. Combined with the final battle storyline in the serialization of Toppling Stars, Duan Henji guessed that the League of Lixing would only make superficial concessions this time and wait for an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the empire. When he thought of this, Duan Henji's mood wasn't as good as before. He stood up from the table and closed the huge floor-to-ceiling window again, even though this function could be done with an optical computer. A few days later, under the attention of thousands of people, the conference finally began on Loika. This time, Duan Henji didn't go to Loika with Meng Jinhui. Instead, he stayed on planet Duguang. Because of the time difference, the conference started at 9 p.m. on planet Duguang. Duan Henji rarely got to rest early, so he directly turned on the screen in the living room and watched the live broadcast of the news like the billions of people in the galaxy. Loika was a planet with 4 distinct seasons. Right now, it was the beginning of summer where the conference was held, so the weather was exceptionally good. This conference was very important, so the Yetian Empire and the League of Lixing sent many reporters. A few hours before the event started, the reporters had already completed their security checks and were waiting at the entrance of the conference venue. The natural environment on Loika was much better than the ones in the galaxy that had been meticulously developed by humans. The place where the conference was held was surrounded by trees that were more than 10 stories tall. They blocked all the sunlight outside, only leaving spots of light on the ground. Right now, reporters from various channels were waiting under the trees. They operated their hovering cameras and silently waited for Meng Jinhui and the other participants to arrive. After a while, the representative of the League of Lixing, the chief executive of the League, was the first to arrive at the conference venue. The live broadcast showed a large white starship slowly descending from the sky. Then, the hatch opened, and a man in a smoky gray suit walked out from inside. This person looked to be about 30 years old. He wasn't very tall, but his appearance was very elegant. Even though in the eyes of most people, the League of Lixing was completely at a disadvantage today, the man facing the camera still had a smile on his face, as if he didn't know what he was about to face. But how could he not know? Duan Henji, who had read the original novel, knew that these smiling tigers of the League of Lixing were much harder to deal with than the imperial family of the past. In fact, other than the Yetian Empire's event, the atmosphere of the other large-scale events in the other countries had gradually become more relaxed. Duan Henji guessed that today's conference should be prepared according to the current popular method in the interstellar. It could be seen that the atmosphere before the start of the event wasn't that serious. When the person in charge of the League of Lixing appeared, there were even many bold reporters who wanted to directly ask him questions. When the man heard the questions, he just waved his hand at them and walked into the building where the conference was held with a relaxed expression. Duan Henji casually opened the live broadcast channel with a real-time comment function. After the man disappeared from the screen, the comment section immediately became lively. Why is he so happy? Could it be that the League of Lixing is confident of winning? Lixing can't win, he's just putting on an act. This is the first time I've seen a large-scale conference outside the Empire. I didn't expect the process to be so casual. By the way, is Professor Duan coming? I haven't added him on the Interstellar for a long time. The people in this channel weren't only from the Yetian Empire and the League of Lixing. There were also many people from other countries in the Interstellar. For some people, the important thing about this event wasn't the future direction of the two countries, but whether they could see the famous people in the Interstellar at the same time. Therefore, when someone mentioned Duan Henji, many people began to gossip about him and Meng Jinhui. For a time, the entire discussion section had a lot of gossip that even Duan Henji didn't know about. Although this wasn't the first time Duan Henji saw gossip about him, this was the first time he saw such strange gossip. Therefore, Duan Henji, who was sitting on the sofa with a pillow, couldn't help but sit up straight. Then, he took the optical computer and looked at it. My good friend is studying in Amro according to the staff in Nanjushing. The people at the research institute said. Duan Henji realized that among these strange revelations, everyone around him seemed to know some interesting information. Regardless of whether the information was true or not, these people seemed to be telling the truth. While Professor Duan was indulging in his own gossip, other people who were participating in the conference arrived at the venue. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, but these people who came to the event early were all from the Lixing Alliance. After a while, the Prime Minister of the Yetian Empire finally appeared on the screen. The Empire Parliament had existed for many years, but before this, whether it was the Parliament itself or the Prime Minister, they didn't have much of a presence. However, ever since the last conference, this organization that had been unconsciously ignored finally reappeared in front of everyone. The Prime Minister's presence also increased a lot. Speaking of which, this was the first time the Prime Minister of the Yetian Empire had appeared at such an event. Just like when the President of the League of Lixing appeared, when the Yetian Prime Minister appeared, the reporters began to loudly ask him questions. However, the Prime Minister didn't leave. On the contrary, after seeing this scene, he first smiled at the camera. He then quickly walked over and answered two simple questions. Perhaps because Duan Hengji watched a lot of news, he could now understand the hidden intentions behind some of these actions. The Yetian Empire's rulers gave people the impression that they were mysterious and superior. This kind of interaction was undoubtedly trying to slowly change people's impression of them. After seeing the appearance of the Empire General, Duan Hengji couldn't help but look at the time on his phone. There were still 20 minutes left before the official start of the conference. It seemed that other than Meng Jinhui, the rest of the important guests had already arrived. Sure enough, not long after the Prime Minister left, another black hovercraft appeared in front of everyone. This hovercraft had a huge military logo on it. It looked particularly flamboyant. Not sure if it was because they were shocked by the huge snake pattern, but when the hovercraft began to descend, some of the noisy reporters quieted down. Suddenly, everyone began to adjust the hovercraft cameras in their hands, then pointed the camera at the hovercraft's landing location. Duan Hengji saw that after the black hovercraft landed, it stopped for a while before slowly opening the door. Today, Meng Jinhui didn't have any other Nanjushing officials with him. The other two generals from the military didn't come with him, which was rare. After the door of the hovercraft opened, Meng Jinhui's assistant walked out first. Duan Hengji had seen this assistant several times before. His appearance was relatively ordinary, but the cold temperament of the Empire's military was very obvious. Sure enough, before Meng Jinhui appeared, the appearance of this assistant in a military uniform caused the speed of the comments in the live broadcast channel to slow down. Wow! Who is this guy? He looks so fierce. I think he's Meng Jinhui's assistant. People from the military all have this temperament. After Meng Jinhui's assistant got off the hovercraft, Duan Hengji saw that after Meng Jinhui's assistant got off the hovercraft, he first glanced coldly at the surrounding reporters, then turned around and looked at the door of the hovercraft. Then, a black figure finally appeared on the Star Web's camera. Meng Jinhui was here. Although it was the beginning of summer, Meng Jinhui was still wearing a double-breasted black military uniform. All kinds of medals could be seen hanging in front of his chest, which were shining in different colors under the sunlight. The branches of the tall trees tore the sunlight into pieces, and at this time, a little bit of light just happened to fall on the bridge of Meng Jinhui's nose. Meng Jinhui, who was attending the meeting today, had all his black hair tucked behind his ears. His facial features were very three-dimensional, and at this time, in Duan Hengji's eyes, it really felt like a digital model. This kind of appearance could be described as handsome, but it also gave people a sense of distance. Speaking of which, although Duan Hengji often watched the news, he did not see much content about Meng Jinhui. So at this time, the Meng Jinhui in the live broadcast was unfamiliar to Duan Hengji. When the other party looked directly into the camera, Duan Hengji felt a sense of panic, as if he was prey. So this is how people see Meng Jinhui. As a family member, Duan Hengji thought after the panic disappeared. The scene was completely different from when the other people appeared. When they saw Meng Jinhui walk out of the hovercraft, the reporters all quieted down. No one asked Meng Jinhui questions loudly like before. Today's event was a joint meeting between the Yetian Empire's parliament and the alliance, so many of the reporters present had never worked with the military before. Today was the first time they saw Meng Jinhui. Although they had more or less heard about Meng Jinhui's powerful aura from people in the industry who had interviewed him before. But now, when they saw the Marshal with their own eyes, they had an intuitive impression at this point. It wasn't just the reporters present. The netizens on the star web knew that their comments would not be seen by Meng Jinhui, but Duan Henji realized that from the moment the Marshal appeared in front of the camera, even the originally lively comments section consciously remained silent. When the live broadcast reached this point, Duan Henji slowly hugged his pillow and leaned against the leather back of the sofa. Duan Henji's change in attitude and perspective allowed him to observe from a different angle. At this time, he realized that the people he was familiar with seemed to have become strangers. But, in any case, Meng Jinhuai's charm was still as great as ever. After all the guests entered the venue, the live broadcast of the conference was temporarily switched from the live broadcast to the Star Web Media Studio. Just as the reporters at the scene were switching filming locations, the host in the studio also began to introduce and analyze this event. After hearing this, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a little bored, but he didn't turn off the news. Instead, he continued to watch it. At the same time, Meng Jinhui, who walked into the house, was led by the staff to the lounge next to the conference room where this event was held. Before the start of the meeting, they would wait here. After seeing Meng Jinhui enter the room, the other Empire staff members who came here with him immediately stood up from their chairs. Seeing this, the Prime Minister was the first to walk over, then shook hands with Meng Jinhui and greeted him. After greeting the camera, Meng Jinhui sat down very naturally, then began to discuss with them the information to be used in the conference later. In fact, there were many people in the galaxy who were curious about how the relationship between the military and the parliament would be like after the previous press conference and the change in the distribution of power in the empire. After all, everyone could see that the military, which was Nan Zhuxing, still had the greatest power in the empire. What about the parliament that was just promoted? Are they willing to be suppressed by Nan Zhuxing, or do they secretly have the intention of taking over Nan Zhuxing? People who were curious about this matter believed that the answer would be found in the relationship between Meng Jinhui and the Prime Minister of the Empire. However, if someone was here now, they would be disappointed. There was no superior-subordinate relationship between Meng Jinhui and the Prime Minister. Instead, it was more like a senior and a junior in school. Meng Jinhui took off his heavy military jacket and hung it behind his chair. Then, he sat down in the lounge and chatted with the others about the meeting later. The atmosphere was very relaxed. At this moment, the reporters in charge of filming this event also arrived at the scene one after another. Duan Henji saw that the live broadcast once again returned to the scene of the conference from the studio. The advance notice of this important conference in the Star Web wasn't very detailed. Although Duan Henji saw the progress of the conference from Nan Zhuxing's military in advance, he didn't see the live broadcast of this event on the Star Web. Therefore, like the majority of netizens who were watching the live broadcast, Duan Henji also found out that today's conference wasn't held in private. It was directly broadcasted to the entire Star Web. Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a little refreshed. After all, in his impression, the Yetian Empire has always been a low-key and mysterious empire. Now, after the big shock of the upper class of the empire, the Yetian Empire, like other countries in the Star Web, put national affairs in such a transparent place. Through the live broadcast, a huge round wooden table was placed in the center of the conference room. Duan Henji couldn't be more familiar with the shape of this table. It's exactly the same as the conference tables on Earth. After a while, the participants of the League of Lixing were led to one side of the wooden table by the staff here. At this time, the other side of the table was empty. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Half of the table was filled, but no one spoke. After a while, the door on the other side of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Under the lead of a staff member in a gray suit, Meng Jinhui and the Yetian Empire's Prime Minister appeared together. Seeing the people from the Yetian Empire arrive, the League of Lixing president also stood up from his seat and quickly walked towards Meng Jinhui and the others. Marshal, good morning. The League of Lixing president reached out his hand and wanted to shake Meng Jinhui's hand. He didn't notice it when he was far away, but now that he got closer, he saw that Meng Jinhui was actually so much taller than the other party. Although the Yetian Empire's model had many shortcomings, it was undeniable that the nobles who were raised according to the empire's culture did indeed have a temperament that ordinary people didn't have. Duan Henji didn't notice it before, but now he noticed that Meng Jinhui was actually wearing a black glove. When he saw that the other party wanted to shake his hand, the marshal first smiled slowly at him, then slowly took off the glove. Meng Jinhui's movements were a little too elegant. In fact, according to the rules of the Star Web, as the Empire's marshal, he was a level lower than the League's president. But for some reason, at this time, the two of them actually felt like they were superior and subordinate. It must be known that today was an important meeting between the two largest countries in the Star Web. The meeting hadn't even started yet, but with just a handshake, people could already predict the outcome in their hearts. "Hello," Meng Jinhui said with a smile. He had a sense of confidence that everything was in his hands. End of chapter 103. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.